Now the entire greater Yinzhou Xiao Immortal World is the focus of attention, all in the turmoil of the East Sea monster race. In the past, when there was no Xianwang Weibo, when a major event happened in Yinzhou, ordinary immortal cultivators could only rely on hearsay. And now there is Xianwang Weibo. What happened in Donghai? Someone shared it on Xianwang Weibo immediately, known by countless people. Oh my god, the elder brother of the Chaos Ancient Sect actually broke through the Gold Core late stage in the war and cut 7 heads in a row. The demonic beasts raided the Green Copper City. The underworld Danzong did not evacuate in time, and the entire sect fell, which is terrible. Mingdanzong, I also bought their medicine pill online, and the effect is very good. I didn't expect to buy it again in the future. Demonic beasts are so brutal. They deserve to be killed. A friend of mine died at the hands of the demonic beasts. Why can't the demonic beasts be driven away? Isn't the greater Yinzhou our Terran? How can I tolerate the demonic beasts being so rampant? The retired elder of Tianyan Sacred Land has not recovered from his injuries. Yesterday, another nascent soul late-stage elder was injured by the Demon King. He almost died and was helpless. What about the other 3 Sacred Lands? Why haven't you taken action yet? Do you really want to let the Demon Clan take over all the cities in the East China Sea? The Sacred Land is high above and is guarded by immortal weapons. Even if the Demon Clan is rampant, it will not hurt them in the slightest, and they will naturally be too lazy to care. The more chaotic the East China Sea is, the better it will be for the rest of the Sacred Land. I don't dare to go into details. I know everything I know. Hey, on weekdays, the strong people in Sacred Land stand high above the ground, show off their power, and occupy most of the resources. But when something happens, Sacred Land hangs high, and it's all us ordinary cultivators who suffer. 25. My family is planting elixir in the East China Sea, and demonic beasts suddenly rampaged. The elixir worth tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones has not yet matured, and it can only be left to be spoiled by demonic beasts. That is my family's investment for decades. Destroy! You Sacred Land powerhouses, can't you see the situation in the East China Sea? As humans, don't you have any compassion? In Xianwang Weibo, all immortal cultivators are heartbroken about the situation in the East China Sea. Especially looking at those tragedies, I'm very angry. For Sacred Land, who is high above and doesn't care about the world, he is full of disappointment. Right now, a new dynamic on the Xianwang Weibo homepage has attracted everyone's attention. That was the account of the Holy Master Tianyan. Holy Master Tianyan actually made a move. Ever since the outside world learned that Chen has become a god, everyone was shocked and felt incredible. Now that the Holy Master publishes news, naturally countless people come to pay attention. Curious what the Lord said. Is PHS going to add new features? There are also many immortal cultivators in the East China Sea who are suffering from war, and their eyes light up. They plan to go to the Weibo of the Holy Lord to ask for help, but didn't hold out much hope. Because since the beginning of the war, there have been immortal practitioners who ran to the bottom of the Weibo of the Sacred Land powerhouse, begged Sacred Land to take action and suppress the demonic beasts. But no response at all. Heavenly arrogance like Holy Master Tianyan, who is high above, how can they care about these ordinary immortal cultivators? But when they entered Chen's dynamic, after seeing the dynamic content, eyes widen. People are in Sacred Land just out of customs. Just now I learned about the East China Sea. Great Yinzhou belongs to the human race. How can they tolerate demonic beasts so rampant? With great power comes great responsibility. My Tianyan Sacred Land will not stay out of it. From now on, I will lead the Tianyan Sacred Land powerhouse to the East China Sea to suppress the unrest. Countless immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou widened their eyes at this moment. No one thought of it at all. Holy Master Tianyan released Weibo updates, not to announce any new features. Instead, he wanted to lead the powerhouses of Tianyan Sacred Land to the East China Sea to suppress the demonic beasts. This is undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. The next moment, the entire Xianwang Weibo was a sensation. The news that Tianyan was mainly going to the East China Sea to suppress the unrest spread throughout the Great Yinzhou in an instant. Countless immortal cultivators were in disbelief when they first heard the news. How could the High Sacred Land have such a kind heart? When they see dynamic content, they are all silent. Countless Donghai cultivators were even more impressed. They originally wanted to come under the Holy Master's Weibo, begging the Holy Master to lead Tianyan Sacred Land to take action and drive away the demonic beasts. But never thought, before they could speak, The Holy Master announced that he was going to the East China Sea to suppress the unrest. Many immortal cultivators who have left their hometowns and feel that they don't know when they will be able to return to their hometowns have red eyes. Holy Master, I'm sorry. I thought you, like other powerhouses, didn't care about us ordinary immortal cultivators in the East China Sea. The Holy Master is right. Great Yinzhou is the state of my human race. How can it allow the demon race to be rampant? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The Holy Master is really a role model for my generation. When the Holy Master comes, the East China Sea will be saved. Thank you, Holy Master Tianyan. When the war subsides, I will directly buy 10,000 Tianyan PHS as a gift, for no other purpose, just to express my gratitude. 5. Me too. I have already ordered 1,000 pieces of Xianwang PHS from Tianyan Sacred Land's online store, and I will give it directly to those cultivators who can't afford it. Tianyan Sacred Land has Huashan late-stage retired elder, as well as Holy Master, who can fight Huashan's middle-stage Tianjiao. Joining the battlefield will surely suppress all enemies. 35. Tianyan Sacred Land is mighty, the eternal God of the Holy Lord. The whole Xianwang Weibo was full of joy. Countless cultivators were cheering. The prestige of Tianyan Sacred Land rose to an incomparable level for a while. Weibo Hot Search List. The first is that the Holy Master Tianyan went to the East China Sea. The second is that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The third is that the gap between Sacred Land and Sacred Land is too big. It can be seen to what extent the popularity of Tianyan Sacred Land has risen. In the upper floors of Yuqing Sacred Land and Taixin Sacred Land, hearing the news, they all frowned. They didn't expect Tianyan Sacred Land to end. It is the best situation for Sacred Land to let the Demon Clan rage. After the Demon Clan ravaged for 2 or 3 years, the 3 Sacred Lands would come together to divide the interests. This is a tacit understanding that goes without saying. It's been that way for years. As a result, Tianyan Sacred Land announced that it was going to the East China Sea to suppress the demonic beasts. Solve demonic beasts now. It's not good to occupy local resources. Resources must be returned to the original power. The effort is not thankful. Why do things that are not profitable? Therefore, the faces of the 2 high-level Sacred Land leaders were full of indifference. Lord Taixin even snorted coldly. How stupid. 35. That golden lion is not easy to deal with. It is the top king among the demonic beasts of this generation in Yinzhou. Tianyan Sacred Land will end up in person, and you may not be able to solve the turmoil. If it can't be solved, and even a few elders die, then the current liveliness will become a joke. Lord Taixin's heart is full of malice. And in Yaoqi Sacred Land, above Kunlun is still immortal Qi. But without the lightness of the past, Sacred Land is full of gloom and gloom. The retired elder was seriously injured and has not yet recovered. Yesterday, another nascent soul elder was seriously injured and nearly fell. The powerhouses of the entire Yaoqi Sacred Land have retreated into Kunlun, unable to get out at all. Not to mention the demonic beasts in full swing. Such humiliation is unprecedented. The incomparably beautiful Holy Master of Yaoqi is healing the elder who was injured yesterday. After a long time, there was a trace of sweat on Xiao's face, and she said like a dream, "My mother, Elder Qingqing, is there still no news?" 5. Qingqing Elder is the mother of the Holy Master of Yaoqi. Transforming God, late-stage power. 10 years ago, I went to Mingwangzhou to find a breakthrough opportunity. There was no PHS at that time, and it is extremely difficult to get in touch now. The elder behind the Holy Master Yaoqi shook his head. I haven't gotten any feedback so far. The Holy Master of Yaoqi was a little disappointed and mentioned another thing. Have there been any echoes from the other 3 Sacred Lands? 99. Elder shook his head sadly. The meaning is self-evident. There was a hint of sadness on the extremely beautiful goose egg face of the Holy Master of Yaoqi. Sacred Land of its own dignified home. To be forced to be trapped in Sacred Land by the Demon Clan is really humiliating. But the Golden Lion King is really terrifying. Not to mention the Murlocs and the 8-armed evil apes in the middle stage of the gods, who are also not weak. If not, kill them as soon as possible. If the Demon Clan really succeeded in establishing a demon kingdom in the East China Sea, that will definitely attract more powerful monsters to come. It will be even more difficult to drive them away in the future. Holy Master Yaoqi clenched his fists. The situation in front of him seemed unresolved. Even if his mother returned, he might not be able to solve those demon kings. The other 3 sacred lands watched from the sidelines. What should we do? 570. The beautiful eyes of the Holy Master, Yao Qi, blinked. Outside the Great Hall, the cheers of the disciples suddenly sounded. Since the retired elder was injured, the atmosphere up and down the Jade Pool was particularly gloomy. Why are you cheering? What happened? Before she could ask a question, Yao Qi, Holy Maiden, entered the Great Hall with joy. Holy Master Tianyan Sr. has posted a Weibo update. Sacred Master Tianyan will lead the powerhouses of Tianyan Sacred Land to come to the East China Sea to support us. 35. When the Holy Master Yao Qi heard the words, surprise appeared in his eyes. She immediately opened Xianwang Weibo. I saw Yi Chen's dynamic. After seeing the content clearly, Holy Master Yao Qi's pretty face was full of surprises. Tianyan Sacred Land now has a tendency to climb to the top of the 4 sacred lands. It has 3 full gods of power. The Holy Master Tianyan was even more powerful, and he could kill him in the early stage. With Tianyan Sacred Land coming to support, Yao Qi really has a chance to solve the crisis. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The Senior Lord Tianyan is really a role model for my generation. Holy Maiden's eyes were filled with obsession and emotion. But the Holy Master of Yao Qi is pretty blushing. Holy Master Tianyan, is it really for the reasons written in the dynamic? Last communication. Holy Master Tianyan agreed to own all requests without hesitation. Even on the first day of the chaos of the Murlocs, he expressed his concern and asked if he could solve it. Obviously, he had been concerned about Yao Qi's sacred land. And now out. After the Holy Master Tianyan learned about the chaos in the East China Sea, it was the first time to bring the strong men of Tianyan Sacred Land to come to the rescue. Outsiders do not know, but Holy Master Yao Qi knew in his heart that everything Holy Master Tianyan did was for himself. He came for himself. She is so beautiful that it is normal to attract Yi Chen, but there was a look of hesitation on her face. Sacred Master Tianyan is now a powerful god, and his looks and talents are the best choice. But as the Holy Master of Yao Qi, it is impossible for me to condescend to serve a husband with other women. I am destined to not accept this intention. Fateless. Holy Master Yao Qi sighed. The original Yao Qi Sacred Land with a very low atmosphere. Because of Yi Chen's Weibo dynamics, he is rejuvenated. When countless female disciples thought of the imminent arrival of Holy Master Tianyan, their hearts were filled with tears. Even Yao Qi, Holy Maiden, his eyes are full of yearning. A man like the Holy Master is powerful, and holds countless wealth. If she can become the Tao companion of the Holy Master, she will definitely become the happiest woman in the entire Great Yinzhou. When the Holy Master Yao Qi heard the words, he gently shook his head. You have no chance. Holy Maiden was a little unconvinced but dared not speak. Holy Master Yao Qi couldn't bear to tell the truth, for fear of hitting his Holy Maiden. That Holy Master Tianyan came for himself. What he likes is the #1 beauty in Yinzhou. Thinking about it, Holy Master Yao Qi feels a little haggard recently. This dress is also somewhat normal. Prepare yourself. Holy Master Tianyan came for himself, although he couldn't respond to his wishes. But always let him see his best side. In the anticipation of Yao Qi's Sacred Land and Donghai cultivators, the time came to noon the next day. Dozens of terrifying figures descended on the gate of the Sacred Land of Yao Qi. The Sacred Lord of Jade Pool's Sacred Land. The elder all stood outside the mountain gate to greet him. Tianyan's Sacred Land came to support. Naturally, it is necessary to give the welcome specification of the highest treatment. The one who walked in the front was Yi Chen. He was dressed in white, and his star eyes were shining like a fairy. Looking at the Yao Qi Sacred Land, the eyes of countless female disciples glowed. I have seen Holy Master Tianyan and the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land. My fellow Taoists came to support. I am grateful to Yao Qi's Sacred Land, and I will definitely remember it in my heart. 35. The retired elder is in good health and is recovering from his injuries. He will not leave the prison until later. It is not to neglect you. Please forgive me. The voice of the Holy Master of Jade Pond is clear, like the water of a spiritual spring. It makes people feel close to each other involuntarily. Yi Chen has since come to the East China Sea. Eyes were attracted by the majestic Kunlun. It is indeed the first immortal mountain in Great Yinzhou. It is indeed magnificent. At this moment, seeing Holy Master Yao Qi, There was a flash of amazement in his eyes. It is indeed not luck that the Holy Master of Yaoqi can be rated as the #1 beauty. Real people are more beautiful than photos. The skin is white and the figure is perfect, although not as hot as Gu Yunyun. But it's pretty much the same. The facial features on that pretty face are more like the most perfect creation of heaven. The whole person exudes a faint light, like a fairy. But it was just astonishing. When the beauty reaches a certain level, there is no difference, but each has its own characteristics. Chen still prefers his ancient cloud rhyme. So facing the gaze of Holy Master Yaoqi, Chen smiled lightly. "You're welcome, fellow Taoist." And behind Chen, the elder Wang Chongchun, who came to Yaoqi together, said with emotion, "It's too similar. It's too similar." All of the Tianyan Sacred Land elders who came here suddenly twitched their mouths, and they were all quite ashamed. Everyone knows that Wang Chongchun, the elder of his own refiner, is the licking dog of the biological mother of the Holy Master of Yaoqi. Being rejected by the other party many times, still not giving up. It took 3 years to create Dao item for it. Still rejected in the end. Elder Wang's Dao heart almost collapsed. At this moment, seeing Holy Master Yaoqi, "I am sick again." The appearance of Wang Chongchun's elder made Holy Master Yaoqi smile softly. "I have seen the King Elder. My mother often mentions Elder, saying that Elder is a good man." Hearing this, Elder Wang's eyes filled with waves. "She still often mentions me." Chen was helpless. "The Elder King in my family is enough to lick." The good person card was sent from the other party's daughter, and it still looks like this. Hopeless. It's just an interlude. It's just a laugh. The crowd then arrived at the great hall of welcoming guests in Yaoqi. In front of him is the Jade Pond, surrounded by spiritual qi. The crowd sat down and chatted. The Yaoqi Sacred Land is particularly enthusiastic. Surrounded by so many beauties, I can't help but feel happy. It was Chen's feeling that the Holy Master of Yaoqi looked at Owen with a strange look. But Chen didn't care. "I came to Yaoqi because Yaoqi was most familiar with the East China Sea. You must know where those demon kings are." After finding out the location, Chen planned to go directly, suppress the demon king, and wipe out the nascent soul demonic beasts. Then go directly to Prenglai Immortal Island. Send that Huangpu Taoist to reunite with his brother Shuijima. By the way, the layout of Prenglai Immortal Island. Prepare for the development of the Mingwangza market. I was about to open my mouth to ask what was going on. A mature woman entered the great hall and said apologetically, "You fellow Taoists have come from afar, but I couldn't welcome them. I'm really sorry. I would like to ask you to have a lot of high on. This person has a terrifying breath, but is a little weak." Apparently, it was the wounded middle stage retired elder. Chen got up with a smile. "Elder, you're welcome. This elder is also extremely beautiful. Take the beauty of the female nuns in the sacred land of Yaoqi. If you meet a male protagonist of a stallion, you can open more than 1,000 chapters just in Yaoqi to open a harem. From the junior sister to the holy maiden to the holy lord, and finally even the retired elder." The retired elder looked at Chen with a kind smile. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed, and he looked at Chen in shock. "Ye fellow Taoist, your cultivation base." Hearing this, Yaoqi was stunned for a moment. The holy master of Yaoqi laughed lightly and explained to the retired elder, "Elder, you have been healing your wounds recently, so you don't know the news that fellow Taoist Yi has reached a breakthrough stage. As early as 7 months ago, fellow Taoist Yi broke through the transformation of God and also killed Shuijima in the middle stage of transformation. It caused a sensation in the entire greater Yenzhou. However, the look of shock on the retired elder's face did not diminish in the slightest. I knew about fellow Taoist Ye's breakthrough, and I was shocked at the time." The Jade Master of Yaoqi was confused. "No, what, are you still surprised?" But then the retired elder continued to speak. "But fellow Taoist Yi, when did you break through to the middle stage of Huashan?" When the retired elder's voice fell, the entire great hall was silent. Holy Master Yaoqi and others twisted their necks stiffly, looking at Chen in disbelief. "Huashan middle stage? This? The divine transformation period when the Holy Lord broke through only 7 months ago. How is it possible to break through again so quickly? My elder is wrong." However, Chen smiled slightly. "Fighting with that Shuijima, I felt a little bit in my heart, and I was lucky enough to break through." The elders of Tianyan Sacred Land lowered their heads and did not speak. This is always the reason after the breakthrough of the Holy Master. It is outrageous to be able to feel something in your heart if you press and beat someone. Looking at the entire immortal cultivator, it is the only one for his own holy master. Hearing Yi Chen's admission, the eyes of all the female nuns in Yaoqi Sacred Land widened again. Holy Master Tianyan, has he really made a breakthrough? Just 7 months. Breakthrough a small realm. Achieve the middle stage of God? It's really outrageous. The female cultivator of Yaoqi looked at Yi Chen with more eagerness. Even in the beautiful eyes of Holy Master Yaoqi, there was a trace of complicated emotions. Such a monster. Why is there a Tao companion? Guyanyan, that woman, why is her luck so good? What a pity. The retired elder of Yaoqi was actually the most shocked. As a power in the transformation period, she knows how difficult it is to break through in the transformation period. She can achieve God transformation, and she is also the top genius of a certain generation in Yenzhou. But from the early stage breakthrough of Huashan to the middle stage of Huashan, it took a full 200 years. Change to any god, and watch Yi Chen break through a small realm in 7 months. Unacceptable. It is not impossible for Dao's heart to collapse if he is in a bad mood. Yi Chen's breakthrough speed is really outrageous. A long time. The retired elder smiled bitterly. Ye fellow Taoist, it's me who lost my temper. May I ask the Tianyan elder of Sacred Land, and when your master will arrive? Speaking of business, the jade face of the retired elder showed a smile. Yi Chen's breakthrough is the best thing for Yaoqi Sacred Land. Yi Chen is already strong, and after breakthrough, it is easy to solve the 8-armed evil ape in the middle stage of transforming God. Although he was seriously injured, he teamed up with Yi Chen's master, Nangong Wan. It is not difficult to hold down another Murloc patriarch in the middle stage of the God of Transformation. And the God-turning late-stage Tianyan elder dealt with the Golden Lion King, even if it can't be killed. But wait for Yi Chen to solve the enemy with himself. Siege together. No matter how tyrannical and invincible the Golden Lion King's bloodline's supernatural powers are, he will drink hatred. Yaoqi retired elder thought very well. But Yi Chen shook his head. Elder Tianyan and my master are both in closed-door training. Yi Chen's words came out. The retired elder looked astonished. Holy Master Yaoqi and others were also confused. They all thought that the 3 gods of Tianyan Sacred Land would come. As a result, there is only one Holy Master Tianyan. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Yi Chen smiled confidently. The elder just needs to tell me the specific location of the 3 demon kings, and I will solve it by myself. Yi Chen's confidence made the retired elder feel emotional. Tianjiao is confident, but it is still a little too proud to not take the 3 god-turning demon kings seriously like Holy Master Tianyan. The retired elder sincerely persuaded. Ye fellow Taoist, let's not talk about the 2 demon kings of the middle stage. The Golden Lion King is extremely terrifying. It has the bloodline of the ancient 3-eyed lion, and there are vertical pupils between the eyebrows. Once opened, it has the power of imprisonment, and the terrifying divine light can destroy everything. I was seriously injured by the opponent's Li Zhao's attack, and I had no resistance at all. And I heard that once the vertical pupils of the Golden Lion are fully opened, it will form an absolute domain, which can directly destroy the primordial spirit. So, Lord, don't be impatient. Why don't I wait for my Yaoqi Sacred Land Qingqing elder to return, or the Tianyan elder of Sacred Land to leave the customs, and then think about the long-term plan? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. This Golden Lion King actually has the blood of an ancient beast. But Yi Chen is still fearless. The retired elder just needs to tell me the location of the Demon King. 55. The retired elder sighed. Look at your own lord. She didn't want to say. Yi Chen came to help Yaoqi Sacred Land. Kindness to Yaoqi Sacred Land. She couldn't let Yi Chen go to danger. And Holy Master Yaoqi looked at Yi Chen's beautiful eyes softer, even more affectionate. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would care about herself so much. The 2 elders of Tianyan Sacred Land are both in closed-door training. Still, despite the danger, he led a group of nascent soul elders, just to help myself relieve the Yaoqi crisis. This kind of intention made the heart of the Holy Master of Yaoqi turn upside down, as if he was hit by a thunderbolt, crisp and numb. Then, Holy Master Yaoqi's eyes became more and more gentle. Ye fellow Taoist, can you talk about it alone? The gaze of Holy Master Yaoqi made Yi Chen extraordinarily awkward. It always feels weird. However, if the other party wants to talk to him alone, Is there a turmoil in the East Sea Monster Clan? Could it be that the East China Sea Rebellion has any secrets? Yi Chen nodded and agreed. Holy Master Yao Qi smiled lightly. He got up first, flew out of the Great Hall, his delicate body floated over the Jade Pool, and landed on the island. The Jade Pond above Kunlun is vast. In the center of the endless lake, there is a small island full of elixir. Yi Chen followed closely. The elders in the welcoming hall looked at the figures of the two and were curious about what the two were going to talk about. Why avoid people? Elder Wang Changchun has been secretly watching the Holy Master of Yao Qi since he entered the Great Hall. It is not because of admiration for the Holy Master of Yao Qi. Instead, looking at the familiar face, he misses Elder Qingqing. The endless past is rolling in my heart. Therefore, Elder Wang clearly noticed that the Holy Master Yao Qi looked at the eyes of the Holy Master with tenderness, emotion, regret. At this moment, he took the initiative to invite the Holy Master to speak alone. Obviously, Holy Master Yao Qi was moved by his own Holy Master. Think about how you looked when you couldn't ask for it. Look at the initiative of the Holy Master of Yao Qi. Elder Wang is sour. The gap between people is simply too great. Come to the island. The spiritual flowers are in full bloom, and the colorful purple and bright red. The Lord of the Jade Pond is like a fairy of flowers, and the beautiful ring is beautiful. She tapped her jade finger. The small island formation was excited, and profound light rose up, isolating all prying eyes from the outside world. Let outsiders not know the content of the conversation between the two. Such a move made Yi Chen even more curious. What is the Holy Master of Yao Qi going to say? He even has to use a large formation to isolate the outside world from prying eyes. Is there some ancient secret? Yao Qi's Sacred Land and Yaozu have to say what kind of grievances and hatreds? Yi Chen became more and more interested in what Yao Qi's sage said. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Sacred Master Yao Qi's beautiful face was full of seriousness. She said softly, "Ye fellow Taoist, I know your intentions." Yi Chen. What are you saying? My mind? What is my mind? Looking at Yi Chen 570's astonished look, he obviously didn't expect that he would point it out directly. So the Holy Master, Yao Qi, smiled softly and his eyes were gentle. Ye fellow Taoist, it doesn't matter. Everyone has a love for beauty, and it is normal to love me. You pay attention to Yao Qi, Sacred Land for me. For my sake, despite the danger, even the rest of the retired elder closed-door training have to come alone to help. 5. Not to mention that the reward for the first beauty was specially changed for me. I can feel the deep intentions in these actions. 9. Yi Chen's eyes widened when he heard this. Immediately want to speak. But Holy Master Yao Qi stretched out his index finger and put it on Yi Chen's mouth, preventing Yi Chen from speaking. It was cold and cold, like a beautiful jade finger sticking to her lips. Yi Chen was stunned for a while. On the other hand, the Holy Master Yao Qi had a slight red glow on his face, and continued. I know what you mean. You are a good person, but you already have Tao companion. 99. As the Holy Master of Yao Qi and the head of the female fairies in the world, it is impossible for me to share my own Tao companion with other women. So, it's impossible for us to blame. We can only blame us for meeting it too late. So, go back and don't risk it for me. Holy Master Yao Qi finished speaking, but the air above the island was quiet. Yi Chen looked at Holy Master Yao Qi in disbelief. What are you doing? Daddy thought what you were going to say about Sacred Land, secret, grudge, and curious. So you thought I had a crush on you? And sent me a nice guy card? Yi Chen was so excited that he pushed away the fingers of Holy Master Yao Qi. This scene is so outrageous. Yi Chen didn't know what to say for a while, although it has long been known that the Holy Master of Yao Qi is narcissistic. But this narcissism is too outrageous. What On did was actually made up by the Keka, Holy Master Yao Qi's brain, to make up for her admiration for her. This is outrageous. However, the Holy Master of Yao Qi is narcissistic. There is also a flashpoint. That is, there is no tea taste. Change it to the green tea from the previous life that raised the spare tire. I will definitely try my best to take advantage of men's likes and extract benefits. When the prophet is exhausted, I will say that I have always only regarded you as a brother. Kicked away. And the Holy Master of Yao Qi thinks that he likes her. But he didn't intend to use this love to solve the Jade Pool crisis. Instead, make it clear to yourself that you don't take risks. But regardless of Yao Qi, Holy Master T, Yi Chen believes that it is very necessary for him to let the Holy Master of Yao Qi recognize the reality. So he said coldly, "You think too much. I listened to your opinion to change the prize of the first beauty, not for you, but for my master. 35. My master will also participate in the top 100 beauties next year. She is much more beautiful than you. So the reward is for her. Then I came to the East China Sea. This is indeed related to you, and it is related to the entire Jade Lake. But this is because you are so useless. The dignified sacred land, even a few demon kings can't solve it. 39. Do you know how many spirit stones I lose every day after the East China Sea chaos? If I count on your Yaoqi sacred land to solve it, wait for 180 years. Selling your Yaoqi will not make up for my loss. So I have to come and solve it myself. 35. Chen went on. It stands to reason that any beautiful woman hears a man say that other women are prettier than her. Not in a good mood. But the holy master of Yaoqi did not respond. It's just that the look is more guilty, and the eyes are more gentle like water. Looking at the expression of holy master Yaoqi. Chen. What the hell are you thinking? I don't understand what I said? Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. Tell me, where's the Golden Lion King? The holy master Yaoqi sighed. I know that even if I make it clear, you will not give up, just like your sacred land king elder fell in love with my mother. The 3 demon kings are all located in the city of Martial God. Since you insist on going, I will also bring the Yaoqi powerhouse with you. Chen got the information. I don't want to spend more than a second with this narcissistic woman. The holy master of Yaoqi even compared Elder Wang's self-licking dog to himself. This is definitely the worst time he has been hacked since he came to repair Immortal World. With a big wave of his hand, the isolation formation on the island was instantly closed. Chen flew high into the sky. Don't follow me. At the same time, I tell you very seriously, I'm really not interested in you. 39. When Chen's voice spread. In the welcoming Great Hall, those elders and disciples who had been paying attention here all stared wide-eyed. What did they hear? Although they hadn't heard anything before. But he could clearly see that Holy Master Yaoqi took the initiative to approach Chen. He also touched Chen's lips with his hands, very intimate. And after, they saw the astonishment on Chen's face, frowning and indifferent. Just the information I saw was enough to make up too much content in the mind of the elders here. And now, Holy Master Tianyan flew out from the island, and the words he said spread to everyone's ears. This proves everyone's brains. Holy Master Yaoqi asked Holy Master Tianyan to speak alone in order to express his intentions. He even took the initiative to touch the Holy Master Tianyan boldly. But it was rejected by Holy Master Tianyan without hesitation. This news is enough to make everyone feel upside down. Up and down the sacred land of Jade Pond, they were not very surprised that their Holy Master expressed his intentions to the Holy Master Tianyan. There are not many female nuns who can't have a good impression of such an outstanding person as Chen. It is also normal for one's own sage to take the initiative. If Chen can form a Tao companion with the Holy Master of Yaoqi, it is definitely a good thing for Yaoqi. Unfortunately, it was rejected. It made many Yaoqi nuns feel regretful, and the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land all looked at them with admiration. Worthy of the Holy Lord. Wherever you go, women like it. Today, the #1 beauty in Yinzhou, the Holy Master of Yaoqi. After seeing their own Holy Master for the first time, they all expressed their hearts impatiently. It's really enviable. The one who was hit the hardest at the moment was undoubtedly Elder Wang. I couldn't ask for it back then. But the Holy Master of his own directly refused. This disparity is really distressing. Everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. Chen landed before the Great Hall to welcome the guests, and nodded slightly at the retired elder in Yaoqi. Then he said directly to his elder, "Let's go. Go to Martial God City." After he finished speaking, he led a group of elders and left the sacred land of Jade Pond. Not long after, Holy Master Yaoqi flew back from the island. "Holy Lord, are you all right?" Holy Maiden asked cautiously. Holy Master Yaoqi chuckled. "How can I be in trouble? Yue, one of the ways of love, hurts the most. It's okay to be rejected, but don't be hit by it and lose your self-confidence." The retired elder thought that the Holy Master of Yaoqi was pretending to be strong, so he persuaded. Holy Master Yaoqi was puzzled. Did the elder misunderstand? How could I be rejected? It was I who rejected Holy Master Tianyan and told him that we were not suitable. The place was silent. Everyone can see clearly. Obviously, it was you who took the initiative and was rejected. But the crowd did not speak. Everyone knows the proud character of Holy Master Yao Qi, and she would never admit that she was rejected. People are not good to say anything. The Holy Master Yao Qi looked at Yi Chen's back. His eyes were full of warmth. Although you tried so hard to say so much, you want to prove that you don't like me. But I know it's all a lie to me. 35. You say that Nan Gongwan is prettier than me. That's the biggest lie. There is no woman in Yinzhou who is prettier than me. So the prize you changed was prepared for me after all? And you also said that you came to the East China Sea not for me, but for profit. Tianyan Sacred Land has a lot of money and makes an incomparable amount of money. How can you come to the East China Sea for a little loss of spirit stones, risking the danger to deal with the 3 demon kings? So it's still for me? You say this, just don't want me to feel guilty because of your efforts. You have paid so much for me, and you have to think about me. There are countless men who love me in the world, but there are only one like you. But unfortunately, there is no fate. I am ashamed of you. After clearing your mind, the Holy Master of Yao Qi said to the crowd, the Holy Master Tianyan is going to marshal God's city for my Yao Qi Sacred Land, so I cannot sit back and watch the Yao Qi Sacred Land. Elders, come with me. Everyone nodded. The retired elder got up directly. Most of his injuries have healed, although he has not regained his full strength. But it's still okay to help hold down a demon king who transforms into a god in the middle stage and share the pressure for Yi Chen. After a short preparation, the Lord of Jade Pool personally took elders above Nascent Soul to marshal God City. Marshal God City, originally the most prosperous immortal city in the East China Sea, now it looks like a mess, full of traces of war. There are broken walls and ruins everywhere, and immortal stones are broken. In the city, countless monsters flew around excitedly. There are also many immortal cultivators who did not have time to escape, were enslaved by the demon clan, forced to work, arranged great formations, and repaired the immortal city. Terrible. On a fairy mountain in the center of martial God City, clouds and mist shrouded. There is endless light, dyeing half of the sky golden, solemn, as if the gods resided on it. Countless demon clan looked at the peak, their eyes full of worship and fanaticism. And the enslaved immortal cultivator looked there with fear. The Golden Lion King, who turned into a god of late stage, was entrenched there. Above the fairy mountain, a lion, lying on the top of the peak, raised its head, swallowed up spiritual qi. The golden lion is imposing and dazzling, and it is as dazzling as the sun, making people dare not look directly at it. Stage, now the Yao Qi Sacred Land is shrinking to Kunlun. The major human forces in the East China Sea are all fleeing. We shot down 3 immortal cities in a row yesterday, and no one can stop us. In front of the golden lion beast, there is a giant ape. Even if it is sitting in lotus position with 2 legs, it is still nearly 10 meters high. The most surprising place is on the body of the giant ape. It has a full 8 arms, 2 in front, 2 behind, and 4 on both sides of the body. Each arm is a full 5 meters long, and the muscles are tied together, as if poured with steel, accommodating endless power. And beside the giant ape, a fish-headed human body, an extremely ugly-looking fishman, with a smile on his face. These 3 are the 3 demon kings who made a huge noise in the East China Sea. Hearing the report of the Murlocs, the golden lion raised his eyes. I will establish the supreme demon kingdom in the East China Sea and restore the glory of the ancient demon clan. When the demon nation's great array is built, connecting the entire East China Sea into one, the overall situation is set. 9. The words of the golden lion made the 8-armed ape and the Murloc patriarch all yearn for it. The demon clan has been extremely weakened over the years. In front of human beings, they were completely defeated and completely withdrawn from the stage of history. If it can build a supreme demon kingdom, it will attract demon clan to defect. In the future, it will definitely become the top power in Greater Yinzhou. Stage, Yao Qi Sacred Land is nothing to fear now. But what if the powerhouses of the 3 sacred lands arrive? Thinking of the other 3 sacred lands, the Murloc patriarch was a little worried. The golden lion raised his eyelids slightly, and his eyes were full of indifference. The human race loves infighting. If they were willing to come to support, they would have come a long time ago. And most importantly, what if it comes? I awaken the bloodline of the ancient god lion. Talon is no longer weaker than the real ancient god lion. Even if the late-stage powerhouse of Sacred Land is coming, I can make him come and go. 5. Who will die? These domineering words made the eight-handed evil ape and the Fishman patriarch feel extremely at ease. At this moment, a gold core stage black bird flew over, stopped tremblingly in the distance, and reported loudly, "Lord Demon King, we learned from the captured immortal cultivators that Tianyan Sacred mainly led the strong people from Sacred Land to come to the East China Sea for support. Suppress me and wait." This information. The three demon kings narrowed their eyes. Tianyan Sacred Land? The Murloc chief asked nervously. What about the other two sacred lands? Suanio shook his head. It is said that he will not come. This made the Murloc patriarch heave a sigh of relief. Sacred Land is the top power of the human race. If they come together, even if there is a Golden Lion King, they have no courage to resist at all, so they can only flee now. But if it's just a family, it may not make them afraid. The Murlocs knew the power of Great Yinzhou very well, and said, there are three powerful gods in Tianyan Sacred Land. The Taoist closed-door training of the late stage of Huashan has been in existence for hundreds of years, and its strength is unfathomable. The remaining two gods are all in the early stages of gods. One is Nangong Wan, and the other is Holy Master Tianyan. The most important thing to pay attention to is the Holy Master Tianyan. Although it is an early stage of the transformation of the gods, it is said that the powerhouse who has killed the middle stage of the transformation of the gods is the most dazzling genius in this era of the great Yin human race, and should not be underestimated. 35. After learning about the strength of Tianyan Sacred Land, the Golden Lion did not speak. The eight-armed evil ape laughed. Humans are weak. They don't even have talent in blood. So-called genius is just a joke. The Holy Master, Yin, was just an ant in front of me that day. If he really dares to come to the East China Sea and give him to me, I will tear him apart. The Golden Lion raised his eyelids slightly. Since the strong men of Tianyan Sacred Land dare to come, there is no need to go back. Take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the strong men of the human race. More kills now. In the future, when we establish a demon kingdom, the resistance will be the least. 35. The two of you only need to resolve that day with Saint Yin and Nangong Wan. I can kill Tianke Taoist myself. The Golden Lion is very confident. The eight-armed ape and the Murloc chief were all smiles. They did not doubt the strength of the Golden Lion King at all. When the vertical pupil opened, the sky collapsed. The previous Yaoqi elder was not weak. Under the sneak attack by the two of them, they still had the strength to fight back. But the Golden Lion King just shot a divine light, and Yaoqi elder was seriously injured. If he hadn't escaped with the peculiar Tao item, he would have fallen directly. The Golden Lion King solves the Tianke Taoist. On that day, Saint Master Yin and Nangong Wan were both in the early stages of spiritual transformation, and the eight-armed evil ape and the Murloc patriarch were confident that they could raise their hands to suppress them. Tianyan Sacred Land. Nothing to worry about. Holy Lord, why don't you agree? 5. The Holy Master of Yaoqi is indeed very beautiful, and the number one beauty in Yinzhou is well-deserved, and she is no worse than her mother. If you become a Tao companion with her, it will be a beautiful thing. In the future, the grand ceremony will definitely cause a sensation in the entire Great Yin. On the way to Martial God City, Elder Wang Changchun spoke in Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen's expression was flat. I think you want to see the alluring elder again during the ceremony. When Wang Changchun was exposed, he was not embarrassed. It's true that I haven't seen you for a long time. Yi Chen didn't want to take care of this stuff. Lick the dog doesn't help. Hundreds of thousands of miles behind, it can be seen that the Yaoqi powerhouse is flying. The Holy Master of Yaoqi is at the forefront. The smart and beautiful eyes kept looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even want to pay attention to her. Along the way, I encountered a lot of monsters. The whole East China Sea is a mess. When the demon clan saw Yi Chen and his party, they all fled towards Martial God City in a panic. Soon, a magnificent immortal city appeared in front of everyone. The Golden Lion King is in this city, and this place already belongs to my demon clan. If you don't want to die, get out of here. There is a big demon nascent soul standing at the top of the city and shouting angrily. Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and he glanced at him. Endless power surges. Nascent soul's face changed, and he wanted to escape in an instant. But in front of Yi Chen, the mere nascent soul late stage still wants to escape. Nascent soul's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood. Not even the nascent soul inside of it escaped. It fell. This scene caused the countless monsters in Martial God City to stand upside down and retreat in horror. Kill nascent soul at a glance? This human race is terrifying. An angry shout came from above the fairy mountain in the city of martial god. The next moment, two terrifying figures came in an instant, come to the head of the city of martial god. The Nene. One of the figures was 20 meters tall, with 8 arms, and was ferocious. The other figure, a fish-headed human body, was filled with endless cold energy, as if freezing the void. The two gods are middle stage power. Moment. Tianyan Sacred Land Elder formed a large formation, although the nascent soul period has a huge gap with the transformation of the gods. But with the big array, it can be short-lived. It's just that the hearts of the elders are slightly sinking. Today is bound to be a tough fight, and all the strong people in Yaoqi felt the changes in this place, and they also speeded up and came to support quickly. Only Yi Chun, with an ordinary demeanor. He just casually glanced at the two demon kings. Then he turned his attention to the city of martial god, the mountain emitting golden light. On the top of the mountain, a golden lion is entrenched on it, like a big sun. The golden pupils looked at Yi Chen coldly, with a disdainful light in his eyes. He immediately closed his eyelids. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Have you been despised by a lion? Yi Chen didn't put the two demon kings in his eyes at all. Let the 8-armed evil ape furious. A huge body with 8 arms outstretched, imitating Buddhism cultivator Luo, came into the world. Point 0. The fisherman patriarch looked at Yi Chun with a look of shock on his face, and reminded aloud, something is wrong. This person has turned into a middle stage. The human race all said that this person achieved God transformation only 7 months ago. How could he be promoted again so quickly? And this person can kill the middle stage of the God of transformation in the early stage. And now the middle stage of the God of transformation, the combat power will be even more terrifying. Be careful. And what about the other two gods in Tianyan Sacred Land? The 8-armed evil ape smiled coldly. 7 months to break through a small realm. How is it possible? It's just a rumor. Besides, what about the middle stage of Huashan? The mere human race can be killed at will. As for the other two gods in Tianyan Sacred Land, they are lucky if they don't come. If they hide in the void and want a sneak attack, they can't hide from Dage's eyes, so I don't need to worry. Hearing the words, the Fishman Patriarch felt relieved. Indeed, Dage Golden Lion King's vertical pupils have the effect of seeing shattering void. Don't be afraid of all conspiracies. Yi Chen achieves the middle stage, although it is surprising. But it has no effect on the situation. The 8-armed ape is very confident. It is a monster race, and its bloodline is extremely terrifying. Although inferior to the Golden Lion King, it is also the top race among the demon clan. At a young age, he can tear apart tigers and leopards, and after taking the Immortal Road, he is even more invincible and has few rivals. So at this moment he said coldly, I like to abuse the genius of the murderer, and I will solve this person. Go and kill those nascent soul ants. The voice fell. His incomparably huge body, with unrivaled momentum, came crashing down at an unbelievably fast speed. And the Fishman Patriarch also showed killing intent. Prepare to kill the elder of Tianyan Sacred Land. Yi Chen's expression was still indifferent, looking at the 8-armed evil ape that was slammed into by a mountain, but just pointed out a finger. A divine light blasted out. The 8-armed evil ape disdains it. His physical body is invincible, and ordinary Taoism can't hurt himself at all. So the big hand like a boulder fanned towards Xinguang to shoot it flying. But the moment of contact with the divine light, the 8-armed evil ape's expression changed. But nothing is too late. A terrifying force erupted. The whole piece of void vibrates. One arm of the 8-armed evil ape was blown to pieces. The huge body flew out and smashed into the depths of the fairy city. The Murloc Patriarch's expression changed, and he instantly retreated. And the Golden Lion King, lying on the top of Xianfeng, closed his eyes and rested, his eyelids lifted force. The 8-armed evil ape, which was aggressive and fierce, was blown away by a single blow. Also lost an arm. The entire city of martial god was shaken. Endless dust rises. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The Murloc Patriarch knows the strength of the 8-armed evil ape best. He couldn't even resist Yi Chen's blow, and his pupils flashed in horror. But the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land were shocked. Holy Lord Mighty, a group of female nuns from Yaoqi Sacred Land have also arrived. Looking at Yi Chen's light-hearted appearance, his face full of expression, he was full of admiration and obsession. In the eyes of Holy Master Yaoqi, a complex light flashed. As for the retired elder, he was ashamed. The eight-armed evil ape is extremely terrifying, and its physical body is more powerful than the most powerful body cultivator. If it is hit by ordinary Taoism, it is difficult to even cause injury. Drop its arm, the combat power is really powerful. Roar! Eight-armed ape rises from the ruins. The divine light flashed on his body, and the broken arm grew back. The resilience of the physical body is astonishing. The bloodline talent of demonic beasts is really scary. I want you to die. The eight-armed evil ape roared, and the already huge body suddenly swelled. Endless black light flooded, and the terrifying transformation was completed in an instant. When the black light dissipates, an evil ape with a height of 100 meters appeared in front of everyone. 570. His huge soul stepped on the ruins of Martial God City, shaking the ground. There are 8 arms that are at least 50 meters long, and they are like earth veins, which contain the power to destroy the world. The 100-meter-high body looks like an ancient giant. That tall figure made everyone feel insignificant. Roar! With a roar, a terrifying sound wave exploded. The entire Martial God City was shaking, and countless low-level monsters were shaken to death. The nascent soul elder of Sacred Land all changed his face. He sacrificed Tao item and played Tao to offset it. Eight-armed evil ape, too scary. The eight-armed evil ape was murderous and attacked Chen again. Its potential is infinite, and the space seems to be collapsed. Being approached by such a behemoth, even the late-stage power of God transformation will have a headache, and he can only avoid its edge for the time being. But Chen's expression was still calm. Yao Yao raised his palm and pressed it towards the eight-armed evil ape. Above the sky, the aura of Zijin is mighty, sweeping the sky for thousands of miles. A large purple gold hand condensed from the sky, like the hand of God, and patted the eight-armed evil ape. The eight-armed evil ape roared angrily, and when the 8 arms opened, it blasted out endless power, smashing the big hand. But to no avail at all. In front of this giant hand, the 8-armed evil ape, as huge as the law of heaven and earth, was shot into the earth without any resistance. Countless cracks appeared in the earth in an instant. The 8 arms of the evil ape were all shattered. The flesh is even more blurred, as if it is about to collapse. The vicious eyes of the 8-armed ape became frightened. The bloodline flickered, but it was no longer able to recover all the injuries, and only barely healed the wounds of the flesh. 2 arms were born. Above the sky, the purple gold aura swept through again. The big hand of destroying the sky condensed again. At this moment, the 8-armed evil ape was terrified. He turned and fled into the city of Martial God, shouting in a frenzy, "Dage, save me!" Looking at the evil 8-armed ape that was raging to the sky before, as if it could tear the whole world apart. At this moment, he hurriedly called for help. Sacred Land powerhouses are full of sluggish faces. Although I know that the Lord is tyrannical, but this is too arrogant. Stop! A majestic voice came from above the immortal peak in the city of Martial God. The golden lion, who had been entrenched all the time, finally stood up. The golden light is more prosperous, as dazzling as the sun. Chen turned a deaf ear. The heaven-extinguishing hand locked the 8-armed evil ape. Let the 8-armed evil ape stand upside down, and the souls of the dead are all out. Dage, save me. The golden lion king flew out from Xianfeng. His eyes were extremely cold. I told you to stop. If you dare to shoot again, I want you to turn the sky upside down in Sacred Land. Chen was shocked. You are such a lion. You can pretend to be more forceful than me. Also turn upside down. Chen's mouth curled up. The heaven-extinguishing hand slammed down. How could the 8-armed evil ape, whose injuries have not recovered, be blocked, and was shot into the ground again without any resistance? When the giant hand dissipated, the scene that came into view made everyone take a deep breath. The 8-armed ape has been beaten back to its original shape. The tyrannical body has been riddled with holes and the head is collapsed. If it weren't for the 8-armed evil ape's terrifying vitality, probably already dead. Up to now, Holy Master Tianyan only made 3 shots in total. 3 strikes almost wiped out an ancient alien species, which is really terrifying. At this point, the Golden Lion King stopped talking. He just glanced coldly at Chen and flew to the evil ape. The Murloc Patriarch hurriedly flew behind the Golden Lion King. for fear that Chen would also slap him. Even the eight-armed evil ape can't hold it, and he can't even hold it. A drop of purple blood flew from the center of the Golden Lion King's eyebrows, and his vitality was amazing. Falling into the broken body of the eight-armed evil ape, endless vitality surged. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of the eight-armed ape began to grow. All injuries have been repaired, and all 8 arms have regrown. The breath is back to its heyday. Ecstasy on the face of the eight-armed ape. Thank you, Dage. The Golden Lion King raised his eyes coldly and looked at Chen. You wait and kill all those nascent soul elders. I'm here to crush this man. Golden Lion King shot. The eight-armed ape and the Murloc Patriarch are all relieved. Looking at the elders of Yaoqi's Sacred Land and Tianyan Sacred Land, he showed a cruel smile. When the retired elder of Yaoqi heard this, his expression changed. Let's form a formation and compete with the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land against the Demon King. I stopped the other end, but this is not a long-term solution. His injuries have not healed, and he can only barely stop one end. The elders rely on formation to compete, but only barely. It may be broken after hundreds of breaths. I can only pin my hopes on Chen. The combat power that Chen showed just now is invincible. If he can last until Chen kills the Golden Lion King, he will have a chance of winning. The Golden Lion King stands high in the sky. The majestic golden light shines in all directions, like a god. There are vertical pupils above the eyebrows, which seem to be sealed with extremely terrifying power. He looked at Chen indifferently, without a trace of emotion, and said coldly, You are indeed a genius, but no one has dared to be so presumptuous in front of me. The king cannot be humiliated. Just use your blood to sacrifice the establishment of my supreme demon kingdom. 5. Chen's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that he would travel through the immortal world for so many years? The most forceful person I have ever encountered was a lion. Raising his hand is a blast of divine light. Worry flashed in the eyes of the eight-armed ape and the Murloc Patriarch. But the Golden Lion King stood still, staring coldly at the incoming divine light. When Shun Guang rushed to the front, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. In an instant, countless great halls in the city of martial god collapsed, the fragments shattered, and the entire immortal city was shaking. The strong nascent soul in the distance all turned pale. The protective Tao item flashed with divine light, and some people even retreated 100 meters. This roar was countless times more terrifying than the previous roar of the eight-handed evil ape. The divine light blasted by Chen was scattered by the roar of life, and the rays of light were shrouded in mist, turning into spiritual qi. This scene undoubtedly changed the expressions of the 2 elders of the 2 sacred lands. The Golden Lion King is horrible, possesses the blood of ancient beasts. Even the late-stage Sacred Land Elder may not be able to compete with him. No wonder he dared to re-establish the Demon Kingdom in Great Yenzhou. Such a presence is difficult to resolve unless under siege. The strength of the Golden Lion King. Let the eight-armed ape and the Murloc Patriarch feel relieved. Dage, here we go. The voice fell, and the 2 Demon Kings directly killed the elders. The Golden Lion King can definitely stop Chen. Both of them can kill as much as they want. The Sacred Land Elders are facing a great enemy, and they have formed a great formation to meet the enemy. But he was a little apprehensive. The enemy is the god of the middle stage, much stronger than them nascent soul. Difficult to contend with for too long. Can they wait for support from the Holy Lord? Chen looked at the 2 Demon Kings with cold eyes, and was about to raise his hand. The Golden Lion King snorted coldly. I am invincible under the practice of emptiness. You should think about how to live longer in front of me. Endless golden light enveloped Chen. Block the area around Chen. Don't let Chen support. Chen was a little annoyed. The pretense isn't over, is it? I am invincible under the practice of emptiness? Why don't you go to heaven? The body shook, and the blocked void was directly shaken open. A strange rhyme emerged from Chen's body. Immediately, 2 figures that were exactly the same as Chen walked out from behind Chen, divided into 2 directions, rushing towards the Murloc Patriarch and the eight-armed evil ape. The method of incarnation. The Golden Lion King narrowed his eyes. In front of me, you dare to perform the incarnation technique, arrogant. The endless golden light blasted towards Chen again, to obliterate Chen. And the Sacred Land Elders trembled when they saw Chen's incarnation. The retired elder of Yaoqi even shouted, Holy Lord, don't do it yourself. I can hold on. It is the top priority for the Holy Lord to solve the lion. Once the method of incarnation is cast, the power of the body has dropped sharply. Avatars only have at most 70% of the body's combat power. In fact, it weakens itself. Whether Chen can solve the Golden Lion is related to the outcome of the battle. The Golden Lion is tyrannical. Chen 2.0 is using the method of incarnation, weakening himself, and it is difficult to be the opponent's opponent. Looking at the clone standing in front of him, the 8-armed evil ape showed a fierce look on his face. I can't beat your deity, and I can't beat your incarnation. I just use your avatar to vent my anger and wash away my previous humiliation. The Fishman Patriarch looked at Chen's avatar, standing in front of him, and was not too afraid. He thought so too. It's all in the middle stage of the gods. I can't beat you. It's no problem to beat you incarnate. So in an instant, the two rushed towards Chen's spirit transformation, trying to solve it as quickly as possible. Once the incarnation collapses, it also has a huge impact on the body. I'm already weak, but I dare to clone myself, and I can take you by raising my eyes. The Golden Lion King snorted coldly. However, Chen's body moved instantly. The lines broke out in secret, and the speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the Golden Lion. In the stunned eyes of the Golden Lion, he put his palm on the Golden Lion's eyebrows. The power of terror erupted from his hands. Fighting the secret of words is the supreme, secret method of attacking. A loud bang. The Golden Lion King didn't have time to react at all, and was blasted upside down by the power spurted from Chen's palm. Smashed the peaks in several immortal cities. Just a lion. What are you pretending to be with me? The late stage of God transformation, the Golden Lion King with the blood of the ancient beast, was blown away by Chen. This scene made the whole place quiet. Everyone looked at Chen's eyes with complicated emotions. The 8-armed ape and the Murloc Patriarch know the strength of the Golden Lion King best. Such existence was actually turned into a god by Chen in the middle stage and flew across realm with one palm? It's horrific. The most important thing is that Chen is still in the state of 2 incarnations at this moment. This made me sweat even more. How terrifying is Chen's combat power? In the city of Martial God, the broken rocks were suspended in the air. Roar! The Golden Lion King roared and shook 9 heavens. It couldn't bear to be repelled by Chen's palm. Since he was born, he has been the supreme genius of the demon clan and is feared by everyone. The same rank is invincible, and it is as simple as eating and drinking water to kill the enemy at the higher rank. It is undoubtedly very cool to kill the enemy by leaping through the ranks, which means that he has a strong talent and has a combat power that surpasses realm. But being beaten by leaps and bounds is difficult for any immortal cultivator to accept. Being 1 realm higher than the opponent and being defeated, doesn't it mean that he is a waste? But today, he was collapsed hundreds of miles by Chen's palm. How has the Golden Lion King ever endured such humiliation? Damn you! The Golden Lion King roared, and countless rocks like meteorites slammed towards Chen. Between his eyebrows, the vertical pupils opened. The dazzling golden divine light continued to shoot out, and the divine light carried an aura of destruction. The void seems to be pierced. The two fought against each other again, and it was earth-shattering, and half of the martial god city was completely reduced to ruins. This made all the powerhouses in the 25 games feel a rush in their hearts. These two are so heaven-defying. They never imagined that the God Transformation War could erupt with such power. The entire city of Martial God will be destroyed. It is the legendary battle of the Void Refining Powerhouse. I am afraid it is nothing more than that. The 8-armed evil ape and the Fishman Patriarch both felt uneasy in their hearts. Chen's strength is beyond imagination. Both of them set their sights on Chen's 2 incarnations. Chen's avatar must be destroyed. Injure Chen's body. Otherwise, there is no peace of mind. Then, the 8-armed evil ape's body suddenly soared, inspiring talent's supernatural powers again, and turning into a 100-meter-high giant ape. He strode out and bombarded an incarnation. And with a wave of the Fishman clan chief, the endless seas gathered, as if the Milky Way was hanging in the sky, which could refine everything. Directly smashed towards the other incarnation. All hope for a quick resolution. Watching the 2 demon kings kill towards Chen, the Sacred Land elders were all worried. Nascent soul powerhouses form a formation that can only defend, not attack. Can't help it all. and Yaoqi elder looked serious and offered a lotus flower Dao item. The Holy Master is powerful, but if the incarnation is destroyed, it will hurt the body. I'm here to help. Wait back. As soon as the voice fell, the elder Yaoqi was about to fly to the battlefield. But the moment Yaoqi retired, elder flew out. The two avatars of Yi Chen finally moved. The avatar standing in front of the Murloc patriarch looked up at the galaxy that slammed down and could refine everything, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In the hands of the evolution of the word secret, in an instant, a flame phoenix flew out. This is the signature magical power of the ancients, which can burn all things. The flame phoenix that Yi Chen evolved from Du Do Zimi was even more terrifying, as if the ancient beast had come in person. The wings fluttered, and the endless sky fire flew out. The hanging Milky Way instantly evaporated, turning into endless water vapor, and thousands of miles of dark clouds condensed above the sky. The galaxy is broken. The fire phoenix screamed and rushed towards the fishman patriarch. The Murloc chief was terrified. In an instant, thousands of waves were played, and the Hua Huang was wiped out. But he didn't wait for him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Chen's avatar has already stepped forward. Incredibly fast. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Murloc patriarch. In his frightened eyes, he raised his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. Terrifying to the extreme power, gushing out from the palm of the incarnation. The Murloc chief shouted in horror, but he didn't have time to do anything, and he couldn't do anything. It was directly blown up by the incomparable power and turned into a blood dance. A primordial spirit flashing with golden light rushed out of the blood mist, trying to escape. But in vain, it was directly refined by the incarnation. At the same time, the eight-armed evil ape came fiercely and was about to shred Yi Chen's incarnation. The avatar's mouth twitched, just raised his hand far away. The eight-armed evil ape panicked. Look up to the sky. The familiar heaven-extinguishing palm reappeared. The eight-armed evil ape felt the terrifying aura, and his face changed. How can that be? The breath of this heaven-extinguishing hand was no worse than that condensed by Yi Chen's deity before. Shouldn't the incarnation's combat power be much weaker than the deity? How so? No one could explain it to him. The heaven-extinguishing hand slammed down. The blood chi of the eight-armed evil ape rose up, condensing all the strength, and wanted to carry it. But in the end, it was just in vain. When the hand of destroying the sky falls, the earth shakes. Countless buildings in Martial God City were so shaken that they flew straight up. After dissipating, a kilometer-deep pit appeared. The eight-armed evil ape lay in it, dying. The body is torn apart. It urged the demon blood to restore the flesh, and at the same time shouted to the Golden Lion King, "Dage, save me." There was despair in his eyes. Yi Chen's incarnation, why is it so tyrannical? In the distant battlefield, the indifferent pupils of the Golden Lion King flash shock. But nothing can be done, because the next hand of destroying the sky has already fallen with a bang. The Tian King doubled in size again. As for the eight-armed evil ape, there is no trace. Even the primordial spirit and the physical body will be destroyed together. This moment, the entire battlefield was quiet. It's too late, it's too soon. Yi Chen's two incarnations destroyed two demon kings. But 10 breaths were not used. The retired elder of Yaoqi had not even reached the battlefield. Everyone's faces were stunned. How can an avatar be so powerful? There is no difference from the deity. Everyone looked at Yi Chen's eyes in awe. At this moment, all the elders understood why the Holy Master was confident that he could suppress the turmoil in the East China Sea. Even the clones can raise their hands to kill the same rank. Delegates don't need help at all. He himself is invincible. The retired elder closed himself. As a god of sacred land, his strength has always been top-notch. But in front of Yi Chen, she felt that even if she had two herself, she might not be able to save her life in front of Yi Chen's incarnation. Not to mention Yi Chen deity. Yi Chen's toughness broke her perception of genius. Outrageous. On the beautiful face of Holy Master Yaoqi, the small mouth turned into an O shape. Such a gaffe is really shocking. Holy Master Tianyan, too powerful. The clone can destroy the Demon King. The one who is invincible under the practice of emptiness is not the Golden Lion at all. It is him. Now he is probably invincible to the entire Great Yanzhou. He's handsome. He's also handsome. His strength is invincible. And he's sitting on countless wealth. Why does such a man have a Dao companion? Actually, I think having a Dao companion seems to be No, I am the holy master of Yaoqi, and no woman can share the same man with me. Yaoqi Sacred Land's 10,000-year reputation cannot be destroyed in my generation. 39. If I did this, my mother would definitely kill me when she came back. 35. Holy Master Yaoqi was struggling in his heart at this moment. The two demon kings fell. Yi Chen showed a satisfied smile. This is also the first time Yi Chen has really used the number secret. Really strong. He is already invincible by himself. The appearance of two incarnations consistent with himself is simply a bug. Unfortunately, the consumption is indeed large. The clone appeared for nearly 50 breaths. It has already consumed most of Yi Chen's reserves. You can only hold on to another 50 breaths at most. You know, Yi Chen has deep roots and outrageous. This can only maintain 2 avatars for 100 breaths. It can be seen how huge the consumption of digital secrets is. But this is also normal. Such heaven-defying magical powers. If you use it as you like, it's outrageous. However, the remaining 50 breaths of maintenance time cannot be wasted. Yi Chen looked at the Golden Lion King. It was the first time that Yi Chen controlled the avatar battle, which was very novel. Therefore, it was only a back-and-forth fight with the Golden Lion King, and it did not explode with full force. See Yi Chen smiling at himself. The Golden Lion King panicked, and panic flashed for the first time in the indifferent golden eyes. The next moment, 570. The two incarnations of Yi Chen followed the deity and killed the Golden Lion King. Endless Tao and Dharma were evolved and blasted towards the Golden Lion King. The Tao and the law of the secret evolution of Dozi are inherently terrifying. The three figures blasted out together, as if destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The end of the day is coming. Endless rumblings and fluctuations, shaking the sky. Thousands of miles of dark clouds were shaken away. The Sacred Land Elder hastily retreated thousands of miles away, barely able to contend. They looked at the center of the battlefield, which was covered by countless divine lights and could not be seen clearly. This is the first time they have seen such a powerful confrontation. Taoism is like rain, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. One man beats the enemy. They even pity the Golden Lion King at the center of the battlefield. It is too miserable to be bathed in such terrifying Taoism. There should be no bones left by now. On the battlefield, the blood of the Golden Lion King erupted. An endless golden light propped up a field, briefly blocking Dozimi. Finally found the opportunity to escape 100 miles away. Everyone who saw this was surprised. The Golden Lion King deserves to be an alien beast with the blood of a divine beast, and it is indeed powerful. Baptized by such terrifying Tao and Dharma. They have never died, yet they can escape. But escape is escape. The Golden Lion King is miserable now. The originally golden hair dissipated, flesh and blood bloomed. Countless bones were broken, and purple blood continued to drip from the body and sprinkled on the sky. Divine light emerges. The Golden Lion King's vitality surged back to its original state. It's just that the breath is not as strong as before. His golden pupils swept Yi Chen with fear and howled furiously. How dare you fight me fairly? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and his smile was extraordinarily pleasant. Don't pretend to be forceful. It's not like you are invincible just now. Why dare to shoot again, and the world will be turned upside down. I still prefer your unruly look before. Please recover. The feeling of beating an enemy alone is really cool. But the time has come. Yi Chen raised his hand and retracted his avatar. Being so ridiculed by Yi Chen, the Golden Lion King's newborn golden hair danced wildly, killing intent. The vertical pupils in the eyebrows kept trembling. The Golden Lion King was extremely reckless. How could he endure such humiliation? He glared at Yi Chen with murderous intent. Eyebrows are trembling. I want you to die. The next moment, endless chi and blood poured into the eyebrows and vertical pupils. The burly body of the Golden Lion King instantly became dry, and the golden lion skin seemed to be draped over his body. And the vertical pupil between its eyebrows is slowly opening. The vertical pupil is deep and pitch black. It seems to be an absolute domain connected to another world. It's only half open now. The heaven and earth in a radius of thousands of miles are like a ghost. All of the Sacred Land elders in the distance felt a shudder in their hearts. Once the vertical pupil is completely opened, extremely terrifying things will happen. The retired elder looked very serious. Everyone backs up. It is said that the third eye of the ancient three-eyed lion is connected to the underworld. Once it is fully opened, it can suck the primordial spirits of all enemies into it, forever suppressing the underworld. 35. The Golden Lion King has the bloodline of a three-eyed lion. Even if it cannot directly suppress the enemy's primordial spirit like the ancient god lion, it is definitely aimed at the primordial spirit's horror talent. 35. Holy Lord, go back. The retired elder warned Chen. At the same time, he waved his sleeves and led the elders to retreat quickly. And Chen is confident and fearless. But doing nothing, watching the enemy make a move, this is what a fool would do. The vertical pupil of the Golden Lion King is indeed mysterious. Before it was only slightly opened and closed, it was able to shoot out the divine light of destruction, which could destroy everything, which was quite powerful. Now that the Golden Lion King has exhausted his entire body of blood essence, he can completely open it up. Once it's really opened, it's absolutely extraordinary. So Chen waved his hand, and a long river of divine light smashed towards the Golden Lion King to completely kill the Golden Lion King. However, the Golden Lion King has already opened half of his vertical pupils, and there is a strong aura rushing out, offsetting the river of divine light. This made Chen a little surprised. Chen raised his hand. The heaven-exterminating hand appeared and patted the Golden Lion King. In the vertical pupil, black air floats and sinks again, protecting the Golden Lion King deity. Black chi and heaven-extinguishing hand collided directly. This collision was shocking. The Golden Lion King's eyes, nostrils, and mouth all flowed out purple blood, which was extremely miserable, but finally stopped. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched, and the heaven destruction hand appeared again. Block next time. Can you stop the second time? But at this moment, the vertical pupils of the Golden Lion King finally opened completely. The dark pupils are like a portal, and there is an endless nether in it. The terrifying killing thoughts boiled and shot straight into the sky. The Golden Lion King roared violently. Once my vertical pupils are opened, they can be connected to the underworld, No spirit of power can escape. In the underworld, I am the supreme king who can suppress everything. You can force me to lose 100 years of life and kill you. You are proud of yourself. 99. The voice of the Golden Lion King shocked the elders who were watching the battle from a distance. The vertical pupils of the Golden Lion King are actually connected to the underworld. If the primordial spirit is ingested in it. Absolutely bad luck. Everyone looked at Chen worriedly. Holy Master Yao Qi blinked, biting her cherry lips lightly, concealing her inner nervousness. The Golden Lion King's vertical pupils swept towards Chen. Black light enveloped Chen. In an instant, a force of ingestion acting on the primordial spirit burst out from the depths of the vertical pupil. It was like a giant hand that was going to take Chen's primordial spirit directly into it. This strange force is terrifying. The retired elder of Yao Qi retreated with everyone thousands of miles away and was still affected. Countless nascent souls only feel the divine sense disorder, as if to fly away. They are thousands of miles away, but they are affected and they have such power. How dangerous it must be for his own holy master to be stared at by that vertical pupil. The ghost in the Golden Lion King's vertical pupil, the underworld, is indeed terrifying. That strange power directly acts on the primordial spirit. It was as if there was a big hand, pulling Chen's primordial spirit out of the sea of consciousness. However, after Chen made his breakthrough, he kept writing secrets before practicing every day. Chen is incredibly powerful. Face the talent of the Golden Lion King. Chen's primordial spirit radiated golden light, and in Ran was placed on top of Qinglian. The ancient well has no waves and can directly compete. Chen's Yuanshan was never taken out, which surprised the Golden Lion King's eyes. Once the own talent supernatural power is used, it directly acts on the primordial spirit, ignoring all protective powers, and is incomparably powerful. But why was Chen's primordial spirit not dragged out of the body? The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth. Chen musti. Chen is too powerful and makes him feel scared, even this alien. If own talent's supernatural powers can't kill Chen Yuanshan, then he will die. Therefore, the Golden Lion howled furiously, overdrafting the power of infinite life and injecting it into the vertical pupil. The Golden Lion hair on his body has become dull and even mixed with gray and white color. The black light in the vertical pupil is more abundant, and the illusory ghost within it becomes more real. I will keep you forever, and torture your primordial spirit for 100 years. 39. The fierce suction power increased several times in vain. The remote elders turned pale in an instant. Several weaker, nascent soul elder, divine sense were dragged out in an instant and floated towards the vertical pupil. The retired elder of Yaoqi hurriedly used a secret technique to pull their divine sense back. Immediately after protecting the elders, they retreated for nearly 10,000 miles. The Golden Lion King's talent is so terrifying that it can't be solved. People are more worried. Lord, can you solve it? It is really strange that this acts on the power of Yuanshan. At this moment, it suddenly increased several times. Yichen was a little bit hard to contend for a while, and it seemed as if the primordial spirit was about to be pulled out of the next moment. Yichen narrowed his eyes, not panicking. His own primordial spirit is strong, and he has a vision near him. Even if he is famous, he has the confidence to suppress the primordial spirit of the Golden Lion King. But right now, after Yichen broke through the middle stage, the vision of the new mountain in the sea of consciousness moved. The incomparably gigantic divine mountain flew up like a sea-fixing needle, rooted in the center of the sea of knowledge. The power of endless repression surged from above the mountain, washing away the entire sea of consciousness. Yichen Shihai regained his calm. That strange pulling force could no longer make Yi Chen's primordial spirit throb. This made Yi Chen look surprised. The newly born divine mountain vision is so powerful. After the previous battle with Shuejima, Yi Chen has roughly figured out the respective effects of the visions. The big moon captures the enemy. Day refinery. Divine sea swallowed. Qinglian guards. And the effect of this newly born divine mountain vision is to suppress. Suppressing itself. Wanfa does not move. Even if an outsider has a miraculous secretary, he can no longer rush into Yi Chen's sea of knowledge. If in the future one breaks through and refines the emptiness, then the primordial spirit will achieve the dharma of heaven and earth. The sacred mountain is used to suppress the enemy. What a terrifying power. Yi Chen was looking forward to it, showing a happy smile. With Yi Chen's appearance, the elders from a distance were all shocked. They were almost 20,000 miles apart, and they all felt their souls throbbing and couldn't control themselves. The Holy Master faced the vertical pupil, but so light, simply incredible, impossible. The Golden Lion King spurted out a mouthful of purple blood. In its perception, Yi Chen's divine sense suddenly seemed to turn into a big mountain. No matter how he pulls him, he stays still. It took dozens of breaths, but he still couldn't capture Yi Chen's primordial spirit. The terrifying consumption of the vertical pupil, the Golden Lion King can no longer hold on. Finally closed, blocking the terrifying world behind the vertical pupil. The Golden Lion King is sluggish. It was like entering old age in an instant. It looked at Yi Chen, and its pupils were full of panic and fear. Own talent the underworld has only been cast 3 times. When he turned into a god in the middle stage, he once killed the late-stage monster in the deep sea. But in front of Yi Chen, it had no effect. This just means one thing. Yi Chen's primordial spirit is incredibly powerful. Thought here, the Golden Lion King is really desperate, even using talent's supernatural powers, but still not Yi Chen's opponent. At this moment, he just wanted to escape back to Wanli Yaoshan. What establishes the supreme demon kingdom? What is suppressing the entire greater Yanzhou? These thoughts were thrown off the back of my mind. Yi Chen is so scary. It just wants to live at the moment. The Golden Lion King turned into a golden light and fled towards the depths of the East China Sea. The invincible Golden Lion King escaped. Everyone who saw this scene was amazed. Yi Chen looked up at the Golden Lion King who fled, but did not chase. But above the sky, a giant purple gold hand has already appeared and snapped it with a bang. The origin of the Golden Lion is overdraft, and its strength does not exist in 10. Can't dodge or stop. In an instant, he was slammed into the ground by a big hand. Tianking appeared in the earth again, and the body of the Golden Lion King was torn apart. In the frightened gaze of the Golden Lion King, Yi Chen raised his hand and evolved a divine light waterfall. Endless divine light washed over the flesh of the Golden Lion King, constantly obliterating everything about the Golden Lion King. When Xinguang waterfall finally dissipated, in the Tianking, the Golden Lion King has disappeared. In the big pit, there is only one vertical pupil floating in the depths of the sky pit. exuding strange fluctuations. Chen raised his hand, and the vertical pupil flew into his hand. This is an extraordinarily precious material, which has a magical effect when used for refining and can impart unusual effects to Dao items. The value is immeasurable. Li Zhao's. The East China Sea has been in chaos for 4 months, causing me to lose nearly 10 million top-grade spirit stones. It can barely make up for a little loss. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched, and she put it away directly. The fierce golden lion king. Did it fall like this? It gave Qi a headache. Let hundreds of millions of Donghai immortals leave their homes. The demon clan turmoil that affected the entire Great Yinzhou. So it was solved by Chen alone? The whole place was quiet. Everyone's heart is like a storm. Give birth to a dreamy feeling. The elders in Qi looked at Chen with admiration, as if they were about to drip. Even the retired elder was completely convinced by Chen. As for the holy master of Qi, Yin Fong nibbled at the cherry lips. His eyes were a little erratic. I don't know what's on my mind, Chen said aloud. What are you doing? Go and destroy all the remaining monsters. Everyone came back to their senses. They had no qualifications to intervene in the battle just now, but they watched with enthusiasm. And the elders of Qi suffered for 3 months. Now I can finally get my revenge. In an instant, all the elders were killed towards the fleeing demon clan. The retired elder also locked down a fleeing nascent soul late-stage Dapeng and went after him directly. Above the sky, only Yu Wei, the holy master of Jade Pond, remained unmoved. With hesitation on her pretty face, she hesitated for a while and flew towards Chen. Look at the flying shadow. Chen didn't care too much. Most of the holy master Qi came to thank himself. Although the holy master of Qi feels too good about himself, his brain replenishment ability is amazing. But she's not really a Christian woman, because she is indeed a rare beauty, and the beauty is dazzling. Thank you, Chen, fellow Taoist, for helping me resolve the East China Sea turmoil in Qi Sacred Land. I am grateful to the top and bottom of Qi Sacred Land. Chen waved his hand. I told you, I came to Donghai for myself. 39. It has nothing to do with your Qi. So no thanks. 35. Chen felt that when talking to this woman, he had to speak clearly. Otherwise, who knows what she will come up with. Listening to Chen's words, Holy Master Qi still had a bright smile on his face. I knew, Holy Master, you would say this. Chen doesn't feel right. Sacred Master Qi's long eyelashes blinked slightly, with light in her beautiful eyes, and she said softly, Ye fellow Taoist, you are naturally proud. 5. You helped Qi Sacred Land to calm down the turmoil for me. But you were rejected by me before. Your pride made it impossible for you to show your heart. So you insisted on telling me that your pacification of the East China Sea has nothing to do with me. As if to draw a line with me. But the more it does, the more moved I am. 35. Ye fellow Taoist, I understand what you mean. You just want to pay for me silently. 95. Actually, you are really perfect. The figure of you killing the 3 demon kings alone has been deeply imprinted in my sea of consciousness. I can never forget what you did for me. I'm really tempted. I've never had this feeling before. Looking at your face, I feel the deer bumping around. 35. At the end, the holy master Qi lowered his head. The pretty face is shy, like the most perfect scenery. However, Chen was stunned when he heard the words of Holy Master Qi. Am I not clear enough in what I said before? I resolved the turmoil in the East China Sea. Totally for myself. It has nothing to do with you, Qi. How did it become because of pride and deliberately draw a line? Choose to pay silently. The Lord Qi finally expressed his intentions, which made Chen even more stunned. You feel good about yourself, and you like brain supplements. How did you make up your mind to the end? And you also figured out your own strategy. This scene is really outrageous. Looking at the beautiful face of Yu Wei, the holy master of Qi, Chen tried to calm himself down and wanted to make it clear. Just started talking. But Holy Master Qi's ice-cold, jade-like white fingers blocked Chen's lips again. Don't interrupt. Let me get the word out, okay? Holy Master Qi blushed, with shyness and a hint of apology. I'm really glad that you love me so much and pay for me without any regrets. I actually want to be with you too, but I'm really sorry. As the Holy Master of Qi, I shoulder the glory of the sacred land of Qi, and it is impossible for me to share my own man with other women. This is the rule of the Yaoqi Sacred Land for tens of thousands of years, and it must not be destroyed by my hands. So sorry, even if I'm tempted, I can't be with you. You're a good person. You may not be able to meet a woman more beautiful than me, but that's because I'm too perfect. Women like Gu Yunyan are not as good as me, but they are also rare beauties. You deserve more. From now on, we will bury our feelings for each other in the bottom of our hearts. The voice of the Holy Master Yaoqi fell. Stepping on the void, gently raised the toes and raised the beautiful face. Chen only felt a chill on his face. The next moment, the Holy Master of Yaoqi suddenly went away. Looking at the shadow that left, Chen touched the cheek that still had a hint of fragrance. Stunned, even a little suspicious of life, Holy Master Yaoqi relied on brain supplements and came with a set of self-guided strategies. The result was half a day. I sent myself a good person card again. Reject yourself again? It's so outrageous. It's outrageous. F asterisk 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 asterisk. G opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous home. Especially the last words of Holy Master Yaoqi. What is it that it is difficult to meet a woman more beautiful than her in the future? What do you call her perfect? What is Gu Yunyan not as good as you, but not bad? Can you stop being so narcissistic? A time. Chen couldn't say a word. Cards are issued twice a day. This experience is absolutely amazing. All three demon kings fell. Demonic beasts near Martial God City, run away, die. The Sacred Land powerhouses were extremely happy to kill. Great harvest. After the city of Martial God has been swept away for hundreds of thousands of miles. The elders of Yaoqi Sacred Land and Tianyan Sacred Land have returned one after another. All are smiling. Thank you to the Holy Lord and the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land for your righteousness. Now that the three demon kings have been destroyed, although there are still many demonic beasts in the East China Sea, there is nothing to be afraid of. Yaoqi retired elder, thank you. Chen nodded and didn't plan to leave until all the demonic beasts were wiped out. Chen is still very busy. After the breakthrough of the middle stage, he planned to develop an online payment application. The result was delayed. Now that it is resolved, go to Prenglai Immortal Island again, and you can start preparing to launch the payment application. Chen was about to say goodbye and left with the elders. Among the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land, there were three auras that suddenly surged. Holy Lord, fellow Taoists, I'm going to make a breakthrough. Please help me protect the law. 55. The sound sounded, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chen also glanced over. Among the three elders sitting down at the lotus position at this moment, there are two elders of the middle stage. The last one turned out to be the elder Wang Changchun, the refiner of the late stage of the gods. There is a surging breath on his body, and a transformation is taking place. Obviously, it is going to be a breakthrough. This surprised everyone. The elders of Tianyan Sacred Land spontaneously protect their laws. Yaoqi's retired elder said with envy in his eyes, "Congratulations to the Holy Master. There will be another god transformation power and two nascent soul late-stage powerhouses in Sacred Land. 5. I'll also stay and help protect the law." In addition to being surprised, Chen also showed a smile. For Chen, the more powerhouses Keka in Tianyan Sacred Land, the better. After all, in the future, the business will do the entire Immortal World. Chen couldn't do everything by himself. The stronger the elders are, the more assured Chen is. The next few days, all the people waited here in peace. 3 elder breakthroughs await. In Xianwang Weibo, the East China Sea is still the hot search focus. Since the Holy Master Tianyan said that he would lead the Tianyan Sacred Land to pacify the turmoil. More attention. Every now and then, there are immortal cultivators speaking on the Immortal Net Weibo, asking if the Holy Master Tianyan has gone to the East China Sea. Whether to shoot. It was discussed how long it would take to settle the turmoil after Tianyan's Sacred Land came to an end. In such a heated discussion, only at noon the next day, there is news. The 3 demon kings were killed by the Holy Master Tianyan, and the turmoil in the East China Sea came to an end. This Weibo became a hot search in the blink of an eye, appeared in the eyes of countless immortals. But looking at the hot search, most immortal cultivators were suspicious at the first time, thinking it was a rumor. This is the second day after the Holy Master announced his departure, and the 3 demon kings have fallen? How is this possible? Besides, the Holy Master alone killed the 3 demon kings? This is absolutely impossible. The information of the three demon kings has spread all over Xianwang Weibo. The eight-armed evil ape in the middle stage of Huashan is extremely terrifying and can tear apart the great formation of Xianqing. And although the Murloc Patriarch is a little weaker, he is also a real middle stage of God transformation. Not to mention the Golden Lion King of the late stage. He has been occupying the city of martial God all the time, and he has only shot once, causing Taishang Yaoqi to be seriously injured for the rest of his life. Possessing divine beast blood, his strength is absolutely unfathomable. And although Holy Master Tianyan is a genius, he has a record of killing enemies by leaps and bounds. But there are some doubts about whether it can go head-to-head with the Golden Lion King. After all, the realm gap is too big. Not to mention killing the three demon kings by one person. This must be fake news. Many immortal cultivators went to the Xianwang Weibo account that sent the message, wanting to anger this person, but was surprised to find that the owner of this account. It turned out to be an elder of the nascent soul late stage and sacred land of Yaoqi, or the 89th on the Great Yin Beauty list. Such an existence does not seem to make up rumors to make a grandstanding. But the Holy Master Tianyan killed the three demon kings alone? This is really impossible. Countless immortal cultivators were filled with hesitation. Soon, the elder of the Jade Pool Sacred Land posted another update. No need to question. Let me share with you the demeanor of the Holy Master. Below are 9 photos arranged in a 9-square grid. Countless cultivators immediately clicked on the picture. When they saw the first picture, their eyes widened. It was an 8-armed ape with a height of 100 meters. In front of the evil ape, there was a figure, the Holy Master Tianyan. Even through the pictures, many immortal practitioners can feel the fierceness of the 8-armed evil ape. This picture proves that the Holy Lord has indeed reached the East China Sea, still fighting with a demon king. With curiosity in their hearts, everyone looked at the next picture. There is a huge sinkhole in the picture. Holy Master Tianyan stood above the sky with a calm demeanor. And in the pit, the 8-armed evil ape has been beaten back to its original form. All 8 arms were broken. There are more cracks on the demon body. Dying. Everyone watching this scene widened their eyes. After Shui Jiuma, the Holy Master once again destroyed a power of the middle stage of the gods. Really scary. The crowd suppressed their shock and continued to look down. The sage has transformed into a fire phoenix. The Holy Master killed the Murloc Patriarch. Saint split into 2 incarnations and fought against 3 demon kings at the same time. The Golden Lion was extremely powerful, and its vertical pupils were terrifying, smashing half of the martial god city into ruins. The Golden Lion was swept away by the Xinguang waterfall. Its bones were all shattered, purple blood was flowing, and it was extremely miserable. The Golden Lion's vertical pupils are open, and the radius is like a ghost. Every time they look at a picture, everyone feels their heart skip a beat. These scenes are really terrifying. And the last photo is of Yi Chun holding the vertical pupil of the Golden Lion, standing handsomely between heaven and earth. The invincible aura in the back rushed into the hearts of everyone. At this moment, all the immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou involuntarily widened their eyes. The Holy Master actually killed the 3 demon kings with his own power. This is incredible. The photo spread all over the immortal net, ushering in the unbelievable amazement of countless immortal cultivators. This is really appalling. Holy Lord, why are you so powerful? The Holy Lord only said yesterday that he would go to the East China Sea to suppress the demonic beasts. Today, the 3 demon kings will be beheaded, and the source of the turmoil in the East China Sea will be pacified by oneself. This speed is really appalling. After confirming the truth of the matter, the entire Greater Yinzhou, go up to the Sacred Land Powerhouse. Go down to Qi Rogue Cultivators. I regret that Xianwang Weibo cannot post images and can only see pictures at the same time. Curious about the same thing. That is the Holy Master Tianyan. Why is it so powerful? Those are the 3 god-turning demon kings. 2 metamorphosis gods middle stage, 1 metamorphosis deity late stage. The realm of any demon king is higher than that of Tianyan. Not to mention the Golden Lion King. Even just through pictures, you can feel the horror of the opponent's vertical pupils. Although the Holy Master Tianyan can kill the enemy by leaps and bounds. But the combat power shown this time is really outrageous. Therefore, countless immortal cultivators left messages under the Weibo of the Yaoqi Elder. Want to know more information? Not long after, this Yaoqi elder posted a line. In an instant, the entire greater Yinzhou was silent. Sacred Master Tianyan has already broken through the middle stage. Wow! In an instant, every corner of Yinzhou, countless cultivators stood up in disbelief. Holy Master Tianyan actually broke through again and achieved the middle stage of God transformation? This news shook the hearts of countless immortal cultivators. Holy Master Tianyan, if he has already transformed into a middle stage, with the invincible posture of the Holy Lord, it is no problem to kill the same rank. Although the Golden Lion King turned into a god late stage. But in a situation that is only a small realm higher than the Holy Master, being killed is not so unacceptable. But the Holy Lord, how did you turn into a god in the middle stage? This news is even more astonishing than the Holy Master killing the 3 demon kings. The elder of Tianyan Sacred Land said it before. 7 months ago, the Holy Master had just made a breakthrough and killed Shuejiama. Just the past 7 months. Has the Holy Lord made a breakthrough again? That's not chi refining, it's spirit transformation. In such a realm, it is incredible that the breakthrough of the Holy Master Tianyan can be so fast. Countless immortal practitioners were dumbfounded, and the retired elders of the major sacred lands are the most shocking. As avatars, they're the most aware of the difficulties of avatars breaking through. To be able to break through a small realm in 200 or 300 years is called genius. 400 or 500 years is also very common. Most of the gods may not be able to break through a small realm in their lifetime. And for Chen, it took only 7 months to make a breakthrough? This is no longer a talent to describe. Chen must have an incredible chance. Every goddess is very envious. But they didn't come up with any bold ideas. No way. It's cowardly. It is the power of the late stage of the gods, and they are also counseled. The Golden Lion King has talent supernatural powers and is the king of the demon mountains. They have all been in contact with or heard of it, and they know the horror of exchanging golden lions. Chen can single-handedly kill the Golden Lion King. The combat power is even more incredible. In the face of such existence, who would dare to covet? Isn't it courting death? Today's Chen, although it is still only a middle stage. But with this record, the name of the first powerhouse in Great Yin is well-deserved. Refinement cannot be empty. Is invincible. In Tianyan Sacred Land, Lord Tianyan is calm. He has put his mind right and decided to be himself. Chen can achieve God transformation. If you have a Daoing, you will definitely be able to transform into a god in the future. The immortal road is still long, and it is not known who will go further. As for Gu Yunyun, who had been in love with him for a long time, Chen took it away. He also looked away. If I get it, I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. He has shifted his goals. The Holy Master of Yaoqi is recognized as the #1 beauty in Dayan. If he could become his own Dao companion, wouldn't it be beautiful, and would be the envy of all the men in Great Yinzhou? He decided to lead his own sacred land powerhouse to support later. I hope to get the heart of the Holy Master of Yaoqi at the same time. You can also form an alliance with Yaoqi. After all, Tianyan Sacred Land is developing faster and faster, which makes people afraid. However, when he came to the Great Hall, the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land were all discussing something with shocked expressions on their faces. Lord Tianyan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he still said, "What happened?" Chen went to the East China Sea with a good record. All the elders nodded. Punishment Elder exclaimed, "It's not just bad, it's terrifying." The Holy Master Tianyan used his own power to shock and kill the 3 demon kings. The Golden Lion has already opened all of its vertical pupils, but it is still unable to do anything to the Holy Master Tianyan. All the demon kings have fallen, and the remaining demon clan is nothing to be afraid of. The East China Sea is no longer in chaos, and I believe it will take a long time to recover. 9. Holy Master Tianyan widened his eyes. Although Chen is strong, how could he kill the 3 demon kings by himself? Disbelief was written all over his face. Dao's heart, which he managed to calm down, began to tremble. Punishment Elder sighed. Sacred Master Tianyan has broken through to the middle stage of God transformation. Lord Tianyan, Chen broke through again? Has turned into a god middle stage? How can that be? Another elder on the side also sighed. Chen turned into a middle stage, but raised his hand to kill the Golden Lion. 5. The combat power is already invincible. It's a veritable first powerhouse in Yinzhou. Tianyan Sacred Land is even more fortunate to be able to find such a monster from a small ravine. Lord Xian listened. His brain was already disordered. Chen, who could kill with his own hands in the past. In just a few years, it has become the #1 peak powerhouse in Dian. Moreover, Chen also solved the source of the chaos in the East China Sea. How can I get the heart of the Holy Master of Yaoqi? There is also Elder 8 trigrams on one side. The Holy Master of Tianyan is also not shallow. The first beauty, Holy Master Yaoqi, took the initiative to woo Holy Master Tianyan. The elders of the entire Yaoqi can see clearly the posture of the Holy Master of Yaoqi is extremely humble. It's really enviable, as a man should be. 35. This time, Lord Xian couldn't bear it any longer. Almost a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen, you stole my woman again. Chen is the name of the first powerhouse in Dian. It is spreading like crazy in the whole Xianwang Weibo. No one questioned at all. Chen's record was amazing. Even the retired elder of Sacred Land looked inferior in front of Chen. And at the same time, countless East China Sea cultivators burst into tears. They leave their homes and their homes. I thought it would take a long time for the war to subside, but never thought. In the blink of an eye, Chen solved the source of the turmoil. Thank you, Holy Master Tianyan. If Holy Master Tianyan hadn't ended the turmoil so quickly and the demon kingdom was established, it would have been a big problem for our human race. Holy Master, when we return to the family, we will erect a monument for the Holy Master. My father was killed by the 8-armed evil ape. Thank the Holy Lord for my revenge for killing my father. 99. The Holy Lord is really different from other strong men. I was just in awe before, but now I'm in awe. The Holy Master who can say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, is unique. He suppressed the source of the turmoil in the East China Sea with his own power, and it reminds me of the legendary emperor. In Xianwang Weibo, the gratitude and admiration for Chen is swiping. Immortal cultivators in the entire Great Yinzhou were full of respect for Chen. For flowers, 0. Chen's reputation is unparalleled for a while. East China Sea. 5 days have passed since the fall of the 3 kings. The elders take turns protecting the spell, spending most of their time beheading demonic beasts. Tell the truth. With Chen here, no one dares to make trouble. Law enforcement is superfluous. In these days, more and more human cultivators are returning to the East China Sea. They are searching everywhere for the demon clan to take revenge. More geniuses come to the East China Sea to hunt demonic beasts to sharpen themselves. Immortal cultivators often come to Martial God City. Looking at the strong men in the sky, they dare not approach. But looking at the ruined city of Martial God and the huge sinkhole, there are also countless large cracks. All were amazed. Just by looking at the traces of the battlefield, one can imagine how terrifying Holy Master Tianyan is. They looked at Chen's eyes with awe and admiration. There are even countless native cultivators in the East China Sea, who even bowed to Chen to show their respect. This is the enlightenment tea of my Yaoqi sacred land. With the spiritual water of Yaoqi, it is more effective than the peach leaves from your Tianyan sacred land. In front of Chen, the Holy Master of Yaoqi was pouring tea. Elegant posture, national color Tianxiang. Every move has endless charm. After that day, it was not embarrassing for Lord Yaoqi to see Chen again. On the contrary, he is generous, very natural, and often appears in front of Chen. It's just that the clothes are changed every day, and the hairstyle is changed every day, as if changing the way to show himself. Chen's head hurts when he sees her. Too lazy to deal with it. I'm afraid that this woman will come up with something else. But this gesture made Yaoqi Lord see Chen's pride after being rejected. I prefer to come over. Holy Master Yaoqi was about to speak. A burst of breath. The 2 elders of the nascent soul middle stage finally broke through one after another. Get up with excitement. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for protecting the Dharma for me. 35. I am especially grateful to the Lord. Without the Lord, I would never have been able to break through so quickly. 35. The elders of Yaoqi were curious when they heard the words, "What is your relationship with the Holy Master Tianyan?" Just didn't wait for them to ask questions. Elder Wang Changchun, who was making a breakthrough, suddenly burst out with an incomparable aura. A terrifying metamorphosis is taking place. The elders all looked forward and envied, concentrating attentively. It is extremely rare to have the opportunity to see others break through. After the observation, it will be of great benefit to them in the future. As time flows, Elder Wang Changchun's breath became more and more terrifying, forcing many nascent soul powerhouses to retreat. When Wang Changchun finally opened his eyes were bright. Nascent soul transformed into a primordial spirit. Formal breakthrough completed. When he got up, he welcomed the congratulations from the elders. Even the retired elders of Yaoqi came to congratulate him. Tianyan Sacred Land is really heaven-defying, and there is such a great Yan's first arrogance as the Holy Lord. Now there is a new God transformation power, 2 nascent soul late-stage powerhouses. Strength has risen. It's really enviable. A Yaoqi elder was amazed. However, Wang Changchun, who had just made a breakthrough, heard the words, smiled, and shook his head. It is not luck that we can make breakthroughs. On this point, we must thank the Holy Lord. Hearing this, all the elders in Yaoqi were shocked. Wang Changchun even said the same. Does the Holy Master Tianyan still have the means to help people make breakthroughs? The road to immortality is difficult, except for the evildoer Chen, who is not walking stumbling, extremely difficult. Who wouldn't want to break through realm quickly? It was the Holy Master of Yaoqi and the retired elder, both looking at Chen expectantly. Everyone was extremely curious. It's not just the elders of Yaoqi's Sacred Land who were curious. Chen was also quite curious. What did you do yourself? What does your breakthrough have to do with me? All the elders in Yaoqi looked at Wang Changchun, wanted to hear what they were expecting. And Wang Changchun smiled slightly. It would take at least 10 years for me to reach the nascent soul late-stage consummation. But in the previous year, the Holy Lord increased the welfare of the entire Tianyan Sacred Land. 35. Nowadays, the offerings of elders in the nascent soul period have risen to 50,000 top-grade spirit stones every year. 35. Heard here, the eyes of all the Yaoqi's Sacred Land elders widened. Although there have long been rumors in the outside world that Tianyan Sacred Land has raised the sacrifices of the elders a lot since the release of Tianyan PHS, which made a lot of money. But they did not expect it to be so high. Their annual offering is only 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. And the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land are actually 50,000 a year, 20 times higher than them. The gap between people is simply too great. The elders of Yaoqi present here seem to have lemons. Even the retired elder of Yaoqi. There was no expression on his face at the moment, but his heart was also sour. As a retired elder, she worships only 20,000 top-grade spirit stones a year. Make yourself a god. The worship is not as good as a group of nascent soul. This gap is really 573 too big. Only the Holy Master Yaoqi, the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard it. He was extremely embarrassed. Don't ask if you already know. Seeing the expression of Holy Master Yaoqi, Chen was happy. It's not terrible than the salary. Whoever is lower is embarrassed. If the boss is present, the most embarrassing. Chen probably understood what Wang Changchun was going to say at this moment. Murder and torture. Looking at the shocked expressions of the Yaoqi elders, the corners of Wang Changchun's mouth twitched. Fellow Taoists, this is just the most basic offering. Tianyan Sacred Land also has birthday benefits. As an elder, on the day you were born, you will be given 2,000 top-grade spirit stones birthday benefits. Yaoqi elders' eyes widened again. Birthday benefits? And this kind of thing? In one shot is 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, which is almost the same as their annual offering. The elder beauties in Yaoqi are even more envious at this moment. Elder Wang Changchun enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women and continued with a smile. There are also year-end benefits. The year-end benefit is linked to Sacred Land's gross income for the year. Last year, our Tianyan Sacred Land elders' year-end benefit was 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This year, there may be more. The Yaoqi elders were numb when they heard it. Another 10,000 top-grade spirit stones? Suddenly, they didn't want to listen anymore. Feeling terrible. And Wang Changchun elder hasn't finished. There is also Xianwang Auction House. If the elder finds treasures in need in the Fairy Net Auction House, but there are not enough spirit stones to buy them, you can apply directly to Sacred Land. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will issue spirit stones, first auction them off for you, and give you the treasures. You just need to have 70% of your spirit stones in 10 years. That's right, it's 70%. Because of the treasures we bid, 30% of the handling fee of Xianwang Auction House will be waived. The beautiful elders of the Jade Pool Sacred Land are all numb at this moment. even a little suspicious of life. The elder of Tianyan Sacred Land earns so much. Is there a 30% discount on treasures auctioned at Xianwang Auction House? This is outrageous. Many strong people will look for the treasures they need to auction from the Xianwang Auction House. Because of the high competition, most of the transaction prices are extremely high. If you can save 30%, it will be a bloody profit. Not to mention that I don't have spirit stones, and I can ask Sacred Land to help pay for it. This is the greatest benefit. Countless rare and outrageous precious. Once it appeared, it was competed by countless immortal cultivators and pushed to a very high price. Most people can only regret giving up. If there is Sacred Land to help advance the money, it will not be perfect. Even the retired elder of Yaoqi's eyes lit up when he heard it. At this moment, all the elders of Yaoqi's Sacred Land have only one thought in their hearts. The elder of Tianyan Sacred Land is simply too happy. Unexpectedly, Wang Changchun didn't finish his sentence. Our elders of Tianyan Sacred Land buy things at Xianwang Taobao store, and they will get 10% off directly, and the rake will also be canceled. We take classes in Xianwang Cloud Classroom, and we can directly divide 70% of the class time fee. If Xianwang Weibo has any business promotion resources, it will give priority to its own Sacred Land elder. Sacred Land also has work-related injury compensation. Once injured on the job, double offerings will be issued directly, and all treatment consumption will be free of charge. For example, one of our Elder Wu was injured and damaged his origin, and the Holy Master directly compensated for a longevity pill worth 400,000 yuan. All kinds of benefits are simply too many. To put it simply, as an elder in Tianyan Sacred Land, it is not a problem to earn hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones with a little effort a year. After a long time, Wang Changchun finally finished. All the Yaoqi elders were completely numb when they heard it. The gap between Sacred Land and Sacred Land is simply too big. At this moment, they naturally understood what Wang Changchun meant. Wang Changchun and others were able to make breakthroughs because there were sufficient spirit stones. With plenty of spirit stones, the auction house's rare treasures can be picked at will, and Xianwang Taobao shop also offers discounts. Rich in resources, the natural cultivation base has soared. No wonder the three of them immediately thanked Holy Master Tianyan as soon as they made a breakthrough. It is precisely because of the Holy Master Tianyan that Tianyan Sacred Land can be so rich and have such benefits. All Yaoqi elders looked at Yi Chen with longing and longing. It would be great if Yi Chen was the Holy Master of his own Yaoqi. The Holy Master of Yaoqi looked at Yi Chen with a little resentment. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. The benefits of Tianyan Sacred Land are good, mainly because they earn more. 30% of the income will be invested in Sacred Land. Therefore, we will try our best to improve the benefits from all aspects. From the elder to the disciple, the treatment is quite high. Now it seems that the effect of welfare improvement is very good. In just 1 year, there will be 2 more nascent soul late stages, one of which is a god. I believe it has been the past 10 years. The number of powerhouses in Tianyan Sacred Land will undergo earth-shaking changes. The overall strength will skyrocket. And this is the benefit of banknote capacity. Now that you have made a breakthrough, let's go to Penglai Xiandao. 55. The East China Sea thing is over. Yi Chen intends to leave. The Yaoqi powerhouse didn't understand why Yi Chen wanted to go to Penglai Immortal Island. But the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land understood instantly. His own holy master must want to clean up that Huangpu Taoist. There were expectant smiles on their faces. However, Elder Wang Changchun suggested, Holy Lord Penglai Xiandao is extremely far away from Great Yinzhou, and the nascent soul powerhouse must fly for at least 3 months. It's half a year once and for all. It's too long. Why don't I accompany the Holy Master alone and let the other elders go back to Sacred Land first? This is faster, and if the delay is not too long, it will only take a month to go back and forth. 35. Yi Chen frowned when he heard this. Is there no teleportation array? The Foreign Affairs elder immediately shook his head. Holy Master, for a teleportation array like this ultra-long distance, in order to transmit it stably, the required materials are all top-notch, and the cost is ridiculously high. If it is a 2-way teleportation array, it will be more expensive. 99. Few cultivators have interstate needs. 35. But if you want to connect Greater Yinzhou with Penglai Xiandao, you need to invest at least 4 or 5 million high-quality spirit stones. 55. So there is no force at all to spend the spirit stones here. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. This situation is unexpected. Without a teleportation array, it is not worth wasting a lot of time to go to Penglai Immortal Island just to kill a Huangpu Taoist. If there is no teleportation array, there is no meaning of advanced layout. After all, the delivery is too inconvenient. Even the nascent soul period will take 3 months. It will take 3 months to travel from Penglai Xiandao to Mingwang Prefecture. Too long. Therefore, if you want to be rich, you must build roads first. Only when the teleportation array is built can it enter the Mingwangzi market smoothly in the future. As for the huge investment, that's not a problem at all. There are tens of billions of immortal cultivators in the market of Mingwangzi. For Yi Chen, it's an untapped gold mine. As long as you enter this market, any application can easily earn back hundreds of thousands of times your investment. Therefore, other people are reluctant to build a teleportation array. I am here to build Sacred Land. Yi Chen temporarily dismissed the idea of going to Penglai Immortal Island. Since there is no time to go now, then make online payments first. Yi Chen's concept of online payment has been very perfect. It can be developed in a week at most. Before, due to the turmoil in the East China Sea, he had already lost a lot of money, which delayed Yi Chen's breakthrough progress. So release new apps as soon as possible. Make up for the loss. Yi Chen has always been resolute. After saying goodbye to the elders in Yaoqi, he left with his own elders. The holy master of Yaoqi looked at Yi Chen's back with complicated emotions and hidden reluctance. Next to her came the admiration of the retired elder. Holy Lord Yi Chen has helped me so much in Yaoqi's sacred land, but he didn't ask for anything. It's really admirable. Hearing the words of the retired elder, the holy master, Yaoqi sighed. You don't understand at all. Yi Chen is here for me, so naturally he won't ask for anything. Holy master doesn't want anything, but I won't lose my etiquette since Yaoqi 2.0. In a few days, I will take people to Tianyan Sacred Land and give generous gifts to express my gratitude. After that, he took the elders back to Sacred Land. The East Sea monster race is over. The strong monsters run and die. Now there are only a few little demons left, who are constantly being chased by the East China Sea cultivators. On the way back, an elder mentioned the benefits of Tianyan Sacred Land, and he was envious. There is also elder looking at Holy Master Yaoqi expectantly. Holy Master, why don't you become a Tao companion with Holy Master Tianyan? In this way, Holy Master Tianyan will definitely take care of me. If nothing else, just 10% off Taba. I was so moved. 35. If I can enjoy a 30% discount at the Xianwang auction house, my strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. 99. Holy Lord, I think we have made a lot of spirit stones by opening an online store on Taobao recently. Would you like to improve your offerings? Indeed, 2,000 is too little. It is too far from Tianyan Sacred Land. 99. As they spoke, the elders were looking forward to making offerings. Even the retired elder also sent a voice transmission to the Holy Master of Yaoqi, said that he could not accept his dignified power, and his offerings were not as high as the nascent soul of Tianyan Sacred Land. Hope to increase the offering to 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. This gave the Holy Master Yaoqi a headache. How does your own sacred land compare to Tianyan Sacred Land? People are scattered. The team is not easy to lead. When Yi Chen and the others returned, the transformed divine light flew over the sky of Tianyan Sacred Land. Countless disciples, deacons, and elders all worship and look up to the Holy Lord. His own Holy Master is simply too invincible. The 3 demon kings forced Yaoqi's sacred land to shrink, solved by his own Lord alone. The title of the #1 powerhouse in Great Yinzhou is well-deserved. They are honored as disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land. Return to the Holy Lord Great Hall. Yi Chen looked at Elder Wang Changchun. Elder Wang, from now on you will be the 3rd retired elder of Tianyan Sacred Land. 55. The treatment has been raised to the standard of retired elders. Years. As soon as this word comes out, Elder Wang Changchun immediately ushered in a burst of congratulations from everyone. The benefits for retired elders are even higher, with a total of 200,000 top-grade spirit stones every year. Elder Wang Changchun was proud of the spring breeze, smiled and bowed to thank him. Thank you, Holy Lord. Immediately, he said with great anticipation, I have achieved God transformation, and the gap with Elder Qingsheng in cultivation base has shrunk by a large margin. And now my devotion has become higher. If Elder Qingsheng comes back, I can give her the most precious gift. There may not be a chance. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Everyone has children, and you can't forget them. It's really a dead-licking dog. It can't be helped. Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at the foreign affairs elder. Send someone to the major immortal cities in the East China Sea to check the damage to the transmission array and sorting center. Fix it as soon as possible so that the express logistics of the East China Sea can be operational again. Use the fastest time to restore the business of major applications to the state before 2599. There was a turmoil in the East China Sea. The teleportation formations of several immortal cities have problems and need to be repaired. Many couriers also fled elsewhere. With their cultivation base during the Qi refining period, they may not be able to return to the original place smoothly. Therefore, there is a shortage of couriers. Re-recruitment required. The foreign affairs elder immediately nodded in response. After a few more chats, Chen left leisurely and headed to the forbidden area. Chen has thought and perfected the various functions of the online payment application. It can be developed in as little as a week. If it is said that Tianyan PHS is the basis for connecting the entire immortal world, that online payment, it is the vein that makes the entire immortal world economy circulate. The importance cannot be overstated. Now finally getting it out, Chen was looking forward to it. In Xianwang Weibo, the discussion about Chen's suppression of the turmoil in the East China Sea was still very lively and noisy. And recently, the real martial ancestor announced that he had purchased a photo stone that recorded the whole process of the Holy Lord's battle from the elder of the sacred land of Jade Pool. Countless copies have been printed, on-store and online store. Each shadow stone sells for up to 20 mid-grade spirit stones. At this price, countless cultivators scold the real martial ancestor profiteer, but still bite the bullet and place an order, just to be able to see the battle with my own eyes. The real martial ancestor made a lot of money directly. The online shop sold 300,000 photo stones in one day. It has also received millions of pre-orders. It can be seen how strong people's curiosity about this battle is. The pictures alone give very little information, and when they received the photo stone, they were all shocked by the terrifying scene. The way of the Holy Master is simply infinite, and all kinds of gods can communicate with one's hand to fight against such an enemy. Thinking about it, I feel terrified. Why is the avatar of the Holy Master so terrifying? It is unbelievable that he can raise his hand to kill the same rank by splitting two avatars. The scene of the three avatars using the Taoist method to smash the golden lion makes my blood boil. It's too cool. One person beats the enemy. 55. Holy Lord, I want to learn the clone. The Golden Lion King is fierce enough. He was beaten like this and didn't die. Finally, when I opened my vertical pupils, I just watched the video and felt chills all over my body, as if my soul was about to be sucked out. The Golden Lion King is indeed powerful, with the blood of a beast, and is a supreme arrogance, but it is a pity that he met the Holy Master. Best-selling of photo stones once again caused numerous sensations. The powerhouses of each sacred land watched the video and felt terrified. Even if the retired elder of the late stage of Shenhua saw it, he was silent. Their awe for Chen was elevated to the extreme. Chen's reputation as the #1 powerhouse in Dian is no longer questioned, and the heat caused by the video has not yet passed. The news that Tianyan Sacred Land has added another god-turning powerhouse is to swipe the entire Xianwang Weibo. Transmitted with it. It is the benefit of Tianyan Sacred Land. Look at those perks. All the cultivators were stunned. Is there such a good thing in the world? They dare not dream of such treatment. And the major sacred lands, the powerhouses of the major forces. Looking at the welfare is even more sour. Everyone is in a nascent soul period. Why is the gap so big? If there is a chance, it is estimated that they would like to jump to Tianyan Sacred Land immediately. And in discussion, there are also disciples from Tianyan Sacred Land who talked about the benefits of their disciples. For example, 5% off shopping, breakthrough reward spirit stones. The medicine pill provided by Sacred Land to its disciples is the best in the entire Greater Yenzhou. All kinds of things make countless immortal cultivators even more envious. I dream of joining Tianyan Sacred Land. Anyone with eyes can see it. Holy Master Tianyan is powerful. Tianyan Sacred Land has also developed rapidly under the blessing of countless spirit stones. Today, Tianyan Sacred Land is already the first sacred land in Greater Yenzhou worthy of its name. Possess 4 powers. There is also the largest number of nascent soul powerhouses. If you wait a few decades, Tianyan Sacred Land will be far ahead of the other 3 sacred lands in terms of the number of strong people and the quality of its disciples. It is not impossible to suppress the 3 sacred lands by oneself. This is the benefit of spirit stones. The 3 sacred lands can also spot this trend, but to no avail. They also want to improve the welfare of their own strongmen and enhance the strength of the entire sacred land. But the question is, where do you get a monster like Holy Master Tianyan? Holy Lord, only the teleportation formation in Martial God City is completely destroyed and needs to be rebuilt, and it will take 10 days. The rest of the transmission arrays and sorting centers in Xiancheng have been repaired in this week. The couriers in various places have also been replenished. The express delivery from Martial God City will be sent to the neighboring Fairy City first, and the Gold Core Elder will transfer it to Martial God City. Donghai's express logistics network has been fully restored. 995. 1 week later, in the Great Hall of the Holy Master, the voice of the Foreign Affairs Elder sounded. Listen to the report of the Foreign Affairs Elder. Yichen showed a satisfied smile and asked, "How is the income recovery?" This is the most important. The Foreign Affairs Elder reported truthfully. Xianwang Auction House, Xianwang Weibo, Xianwang Express, and Xianwang Cloud Classroom have basically returned to their previous state. The daily turnover of Xianwang Taobao store has not recovered yet. Because of the power of the East China Sea, it occupies 30% of the medicine pill sales of Xianwang Auction House. Now that the turmoil in the East China Sea is basically over, many families have returned, but many pill refining facilities have been destroyed by demonic beasts. A lot of planted medicinal materials were also damaged. There are also some pill refiners who have fallen. For various reasons, the production of medicine pill in the East China Sea has plummeted. 35. However, after the war, East China Sea immortal cultivators bought more things online. So overall, Xianwang Taobao's revenue has dropped by less than 10%. It's not too serious. Yichen nodded when he heard the words. After the war, it will take some time to resume production. This is normal. What happened this week? Yichen looked around at the elders. The Internal Affairs Elder smiled and stepped forward and returned. Report to the Holy Master. A few days ago, my Tianyan Sacred Land began to recruit this year's disciples. It directly caused a sensation on Xianwang Weibo. Countless geniuses are coming from all over Great Yinzhou. Even many other Fairy City Tianjiao near the 3 major sacred lands choose to come to my Tianyan Sacred Land. 5. The quality of our new disciples this year is absolutely unbelievable. Yichen listened to the corners of his mouth. The reason for the increase in the quality of the disciples is self-evident, naturally related to sacred land benefits. The high welfare attracts more talents to join, which is what it should be. After confirming that nothing happened, Yichen opened his mouth. Then let me announce one thing. 35. I developed a new app. Prepare to go online in 3 days. Hearing this, all the elders widened their eyes. My own Holy Master, and another new app to be released? This news undoubtedly made everyone look forward to it. Holy Master produced 573. It must be a fine product. What miraculous application has the Lord researched? Holy Lord, what is the new application? Elder Wang Changchun was very curious. Yichen spit out 5 words. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. Hearing the name, everyone showed a thoughtful look. Cloud payment? Something to do with paying spirit stones? But what exactly does it do? The crowd became more curious. Yichen doesn't even sell off. Introduced directly, Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, in a simple introduction, is an application for saving money and paying. 35. Just like Elder Wang Changchun, you can go to Tianyin Pavilion and store your spirit stones in it. After that, you can directly use Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Use your deposited spirit stones to directly buy online courses, participate in auctions, or buy goods online. After listening to Yi Chen's introduction, the elders understood now. But the Foreign Affairs Elder frowned and asked with confusion, Holy Lord, this function is no different from the previous Xianwang Cloud Classroom balance function. 39. Everyone nodded. Indeed, the balance of Xianwang Cloud Classroom can also do this. Yi Chen smiled slightly. The balance function of Xianwang Cloud Classroom will be removed and integrated into the new application. But the new app is not to recharge, but to store spirit stones. 99. Deposit cannot be withdrawn. 99. And the spirit stones deposited in it can be withdrawn again. 39. And during the spirit stone's existence in Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, we will also pay interest to the cultivators so that their spirit stones will give birth to spirit stones. Yichen said so. All the elders in the great hall of the Holy Lord were shocked. Interest? Everyone understands. There is also interest in repairing Immortal World. If cultivators urgently need spirit stones, they also need to borrow spirit stones, such as pawn shops and the like. Mortgage treasures, you can borrow money. But the interest is high, 9 out and 13. And now, the other party has stored spirit stones in their own sacred land. Do you still have to pay interest? Is it a loss? My own sacred land is not short of money, so why give money to others? All the elders are extremely incomprehensible, confused looking at his own holy master. Feel the confused eyes of the elders. Chen smiled slightly. The interest is naturally to attract them to deposit spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. And the spirit stones that the cultivators saved in, half of them will not be used as a deposit for withdrawal, to ensure that when cultivators take spirit stones, we can give them spirit stones. The other half will be used as a loan, lent to immortal cultivators or major forces, and will receive their interest. If you save money, we will pay 1/10,000 interest every day. In other words, if you deposit a top-grade spirit stones, you can get the interest of a low-grade spirit stones every day. As for the loan, we charge 5/10,000 daily interest. Loan 1 high-quality spirit stone from us, and the interest on 5 low-quality spirit stones will be calculated every day. The difference in price is our profit. Users can borrow money directly from Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. And Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass mainly makes money from the interest derived from borrowing money from users. After speaking, Chen looked at the elders with a light smile. And all the elders widened their eyes when they heard the way of making money from Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Does Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass even have the function of borrowing money? Let the cultivator keep spirit stones, and then lend the cultivator's spirit stones to others. This shocked the elders. Repair Immortal World also has pawn shops and the like, which are listed as loans in disguise. But the problem is they all lend their own spirit stones to others for interest, and his own holy master is simply outrageous. Some deposit, some borrow. I don't even have to play spirit stones myself. Just be a middleman, lie down, and earn interest. This way of making money is beyond everyone's imagination. In the case of interest, the elders really don't mind depositing their spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, although the interest is not high. But if you save 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, do nothing every day, and you can earn interest on a top-grade spirit stones. There are 300 or 400 in a year, enough to do a lot of things. Why not do it? But the question is, will that many people borrow spirit stones? If everyone is chasing interest, they will save spirit stones. But there were not many immortal cultivators who borrowed money. My own sacred land is blood loss. Pay a huge amount of interest for nothing. The foreign affairs elder asked the confusion in his heart. Chen heard this and smiled slightly. When borrowing money becomes convenient, the number of spirit stones that cultivators can borrow will exceed your imagination. 35. Seeing a suitable spiritual tool, I am short of a mid-grade spirit stones. If they were in the past, they would definitely give up and buy them later. But if you can immediately borrow a mid-grade spirit stones from Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, do you think they'll borrow it? For example, I'm about to make a breakthrough, but I don't have enough spirit stones, and I can't make adequate preparations. If they could borrow spirit stones from Tianyan PHS at this time, what do you think they would choose? Chen's few words caused the elders to fall into contemplation, and Chen's mouth twitched. If borrowing money is convenient enough, the number of people who choose to borrow money will be beyond imagination. The payment package company in the previous life. In the beginning, only loans were given to corporations. The annual loan scale is only about 100 billion. But since the launch of Huawei and borrowing apps, ordinary people can easily borrow money. Just a short year. The loan scale of the payment package company has risen to 1 trillion, more than 10 times directly. It can be seen how strong the demand for personal loans is. And here is the immortal world. But human nature is the same. The results won't make any difference. Looking at the contemplative elder, Chen continued, not only ordinary cultivators, but also major forces, and also our target customers. For example, a certain faction wants to expand the scale of production, but there are not enough spirit stones. If in the past there was only one option, and that was to save money and expand when spirit stones had enough, this would undoubtedly be a missed opportunity. And now, borrow spirit stones from us, and use it directly to expand and increase revenue. Just pay some extra interest. What do you think they will choose? The eyes of the elders lit up. Listen to what the Lord has to say. The business of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass seems to be promising. At this moment, Elder Wang Changchun excitedly proposed. The Holy Lord is wise. But isn't the interest rate too low? A top-grade spirit stones only earns 5 low-grade spirit stones every day, and we have to split 2 more. We only have 3 left, and I feel that we earn too little. 5. The pawn shops in Immortal World are all 9 out of 9 and 13. We can totally follow convention. All the elders nodded in agreement. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. The good guy, the elder of his own sacred land, has the potential to be a capitalist. 9 out and 13 returns is a way of calculating interest. Simply put, just borrow $10. Just $9 for you. But after a month, you have to pay back $13. This is the earth in the previous life, which is usury. While repairing the immortal world, it was a routine. Yi Chen sighed. You elders are so blackheart. A group of elders? Holy Lord, you actually said that we have black hearts? Holy Lord, did you forget that you sold a low-grade magical item to a mid-grade spirit stones? Elders are powerless to complain. And Yi Chen got serious and said in a serious tone, the loan interest cannot be too high. Like 9 out of 13, countless people can't repay spirit stones after borrowing them, so they can only default on their debts and increase the bad debt rate. It will also affect our reputation. And a normal rate is better for the cultivator and us. If the cultivators can pay back the money, we can also earn more stably. As for interest rates that are too low to make money, indeed, a top-grade spirit stone, only 30 low-grade spirit stones can be borrowed for a month, which doesn't sound like much. 99. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. What if Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment lends out 100 million top-grade spirit stones? How much is the interest per day? 35. When the amount of money borrowed reaches a certain amount, the interest earned every day will be extremely impressive. When the elders heard the words, they were all stunned. This time, the holy master of his own family really doesn't seem to be Blackheart. And it makes perfect sense. But a new problem arose. 12% off site-wide. It is not just used to attract immortal cultivators and let them use Immortal Net Cloud Quick Pass. More promoting consumption. Show Immortal World just went through a turmoil. Consumption has declined somewhat compared to the original. So just use the activity to promote the online shopping consumption of cultivators. You can also make up for some of your losses. Speaking of which, Yi Chen had a whim. In the future, we can have a cultivating version of the Double 11 Shopping Festival or something like that. The importance of shopping festivals to online shopping is obvious to all. Definitely increase your income. It is quite interesting to think about the images of immortal cultivators staying up late to collect orders and snap up purchases. What Yi Chen said was very clear. Look at the elders who understand the meaning of own. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Elder Wang Changchun. Elder Wang, you will take Elder Wu to visit Penglai Immortal Island. 99. Let's go to Mingwangzhou from Penglai Immortal Island. I need you to confirm the cost and time of building the two-way teleportation array from Great Yinzhou to Penglai Xiandao, and then from Penglai Xiandao to Mingwangzhou. When the elders heard the words, their eyes widened. My own holy master actually wants to build a teleportation formation from Great Yinzhou to Penglai Immortal Island, and then to Mingwangzhou? Is the holy master planning to enter the market in Mingwang Prefecture? Mingwangzhou is incomparably vast, and there are countless immortal practitioners. If Tianyan PHS is sold there, it will definitely be a big profit. Apps can also earn more. In the eyes of the elders, there was a look of anticipation, but there was concern on the foreign affairs elder's face. Holy Lord, we have earned too much. It's okay in Great Yinzhou. I am the top of the sacred land, and the other 3 sacred lands are not united, so they will not join forces to suppress us. But the immortal way of Mingwangzhou is prosperous. The interests occupied by our Tianyan Sacred Land are enough to make both the ancient Great Sect and Sacred Land in Mingwang Prefecture look at it. Even those who refine the weak will be moved. When the time comes, it will attract coveted people, and Sacred Land may not be able to defend its interests. The foreign affairs elder said this. All the elders showed contemplative expressions. Indeed, Mingwangzhou is no better than Dianzhou. Maishu is the center of the 4 continents of the immortal world. Immortal Dao is prosperous, and there are countless strong people. There are more than 20 of them in Sacred Land and the ancient Great Sect alone. If his own Sacred Land was placed in Mingwang Prefecture, it was hard to say whether it would rank in the top 20. The monthly income of his family is almost 10 million. Once it is known by the Mingwangzhou forces, it will inevitably attract coveted. Dangerous. The Internal Affairs Elder also suggested, Holy Lord, it is better for us to develop in Greater Yinzhou for decades, hundreds of years. With so many resources, my sacred land powerhouse will become even more. Wait until the Holy Master, or the Elder Tianke, to break through to the void. We have the power to protect ourselves, and it is not too late to enter Mingwang Prefecture for development. Anyway, we've made enough money now. 35. The Internal Affairs Elder spoke out everyone's heart. However, Chen shook his head when he heard the words. Wait a few decades or 100 years. For Chen, it was a complete waste of time. As for earning enough, that's even more of a joke. After Chen broke through the late stage, he needed 50 million top-grade spirit stones, and breakthrough refining virtual directly 100 million. After that, the spirit stones consumed by breakthrough are even more beyond imagination. For Chen, unless one day he goes to the end of the ferry road. Otherwise, there will never be enough spirit stones. I will naturally consider safety issues. 99. Chen looked at the elders. Besides, we don't want to enter the Mingwang's market now. Finish the teleportation array first. When a matter is decided by Chen, there will be no more questions from the elder. This matter is settled. Chen looked at Keka to Elder Wang. Is Elder Wang willing to go? Wang Changchun immediately nodded and ordered. I have long wanted to go to Mingwangzu. Elder Qingcheng went to Mingwang Prefecture and hasn't seen her for 10 years. It would be great if we could just meet. Chen didn't want to pay attention to this licking dog. Turning to look at Elder Wu. How is Elder Wu's condition? If I feel unwell, I can ask other elders who are proficient in formation to go. Elder Wu immediately shook his head and said with a smile, Holy Master, I am no longer in serious trouble. I can go. Chen smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Sacred Land will reimburse all expenses for this trip. Go back early. Elder Wang Changchun and Elder Wu both bowed down to express their gratitude. Business is over. Elders also assign tasks. They want to do their own things. Chen stretched and planned to go to the forbidden area again. Work out the lone risk control system in one go. But suddenly Tianyan PHS sounded at this moment. Listen to the voices coming from inside. Chen smiled. Master is out. Chen flew to Immortal Cave immediately. Soon outside the quiet room, I saw Master. Shizuan stood there with a ponytail. There was a smile on his face, revealing shallow dimples. Master finally left the customs. Is the injury serious? Chen has always been worried about this. When Nangongwan saw Chen, her eyes flashed with joy. Wenyan shook his head. My injury has recovered in less than a month. Immediately, he raised his soft chin and said proudly in his voice, I planned to leave the customs after the injury was well, but I suddenly felt something, so I continued closed-door training. This closed-door training, my cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds, and my soul is twice as strong as before. I'm at least twice as strong now as I was before closed-door training. It's easy to kill Shuijima by leaps and bounds. It must be better than you. Looking at the proud face of the master, please praise my proud appearance. Chen smiled. Master is the #1 female cultivator in Yinzhou. In front of the master, all enemies are chickens and dogs. Of course, I am far inferior to master. 35. Listen to Chen's compliments. Nangongwan smiled even more happily, her eyes curved into crescents. Before Chen avenged himself and killed Shuijima. Although Nangongwan was full of joy, but still some are not used to, or even lost. She prefers to protect Chen by herself. So this time the cultivation base is refined. Nangongwan was very happy. She looked at Chen with beautiful eyes. I closed-door training, nothing happened in the past few months. 5. That Shuijima has a good friend who is very powerful. Maybe he will be. For talking and talking. Nangongwan's beautiful eyes widened. The Oriole-like voice froze, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Her jade-like fingers pointed at Chen. Care, superscript 1. Have you broken through the middle stage? Feel the breath of Chen. Nangongwan couldn't calm down at all. Chen actually broke through again. How can that be? Chen suddenly shook his head. It's just a fluke. 35. Although I have turned into a middle stage, my strength is far inferior to master. A arrogant like Shirzan, who can kill the enemy at a higher level, is like searching for something, and he can suppress me with one hand. Thinking that he was only slightly advanced in cultivation base, he looked triumphant in front of Chen. Chen brags about himself. Nangongwan blushed. Rebel. You pervert. I don't want you anymore. Go away. Yi Chen looked at Nangong Wan's cute and angry appearance, and the smile on his face became even stronger. However, the master is thin-skinned. To coax or to coax. Yi Chen took out the gift that had been prepared a long time ago. It is a black jade bottle, very transparent. Master, this is a gift I prepared for you. A jade bottle made by the retired elder of Yaoqi himself. 35. It's powerful. It can shoot out divine light and immobilize the enemy. In a critical moment, you can even throw a jade bottle to trap the enemy. Even the enemy of the late stage of transformation can also trap the opponent for at least 100 breaths. It is a superb Dao item. The pretty face was flushed, and the angry Nangong Wan looked at the jade bottle, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously excited, but still turned his face sideways. Don't. I will never give you the spirit stones in the future. I will buy them myself. Go away. 35. Yi Chen liked to see Master sunder his stubborn face and smiled slightly. This jade bottle, but I spent 200,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy it. Such a top-quality life-saving Dao item. Yaoqi's Sacred Land will not sell it to the outside world at all, and you can't buy it if you want to. The most important thing is that I have kept a full 200 tons of Jade Pond spirit water in this jade bottle. Master, you must know the efficacy of Yaoqi Lingshui. The Holy Master of Yaoqi told me that pill refining is only one of the effects. If you use it to take a bath, it can make your skin fair and clear, emit a soft glow, and use it every day. It can even look like a fairy in legends, and your complexion will be radiant. If Shizhuan uses her to take a bath. Hearing Yi Chen talking about taking a bath, Nangong Wan seemed to think of something, and her pretty face blushed. Rebel. Yi Chen also reacted with an innocent look on his face. Master, I really didn't mean to peek at that time. I was just a mortal and had to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. Immortal Cave didn't have any, so I ran out. Nangong Wan blushed even more. Don't say it. After he finished speaking, he directly grabbed the jade bottle. Can't put it down. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Sure enough, no woman can refuse high-end skincare products. Earth Woman is like that. The same goes for the nuns who repair the Immortal World. Nangong Wan looked at the jade bottle and suddenly looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. How do you know that woman Yu Wei? 5. And Yaoqi's Sacred Land is so stingy. How can you allow you to buy so many Yaoqi spiritual water? Yi Chen smiled and slowly told what happened during Nangong Wan's closed-door training. Nangong Wan listened quietly. Hearing the key point, he was in high spirits and looked at Yi Chen with beautiful eyes. When he learned that Yi Chen had killed the 3 demon kings by himself, Nangong Wan closed herself again. She felt that she would never have the chance to protect Yi Chen in her life. Extremely lost. Yi Chen knew what Nangong Wan was thinking and held Nangong Wan's little hand. Although my cultivation base has surpassed Shizhuan now, Shizhuan still has to work hard in cultivation. The road to immortality is long, and I hope that Master will always be by my side. Nangong Wan's face is like a peach blossom, turning his face away from Yi Chen. Rebel. But the little hand held by Yi Chen did not struggle. Nangong Wan moved her ears and looked into the depths of Immortal Cave. Hey, why do you feel like there is someone in Immortal Cave? She hurriedly retracted her little hand for fear of being discovered. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. 5 months ago, it seemed that Lin Kier, who had given him medicine, was locked in the quiet room. As a result, Lin Kier was simply forgotten. Yi Chen's face was slightly embarrassed. Holy Lord! Even if I was locked up in a small dark room by the Holy Master for half a year, enduring endless darkness and loneliness, I don't blame the Holy Master, because the Lord must have something more important. He forgot me. 35. Holy Lord, don't feel guilty. I'm fine. Just been released. Lin Kier began to talk about tea. Yi Chen couldn't help reaching out and flicking on Lin Kier's bright little head. Lin Kier suddenly sighed. Choo-choo is pitiful. Nangong Wan in the distance said, Yi Chen, don't always bully Kier. Kier's eyes lit up when she heard the words. Master, are you out of the customs dash? She ran to Nangong Wan and took out the gift she had prepared from the storage ring. Master, when you come back, I will prepare a gift for Master. This is what my dad bought from Baiwazong's online store for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as I saw it, I felt that you must look good in Shizu, so I want to come over and give it to Shizu. Lin Kier is like offering a treasure. Kier is so nice. Nangong Wan looked at the robe and smiled, then looked at Yi Chen. Kier is so good, Yi Chen. Don't bully Kier in the future. Lin Kier looked at Yi Chen pitifully and secretly. Master, I made the Holy Master angry last time. Don't blame the Holy Master. It's all my fault, as long as the Holy Lord is not angry with me. Holy Lord, are you still angry with me? Looking at Lin Kuo, who was steaming with tea. Yi Chen helplessly rubbed his temples. Lin Kuo used to be particularly good at licking Nangongwan, and often took treasures from the family as gifts. And Nangongwan is also a little money fan. Therefore, Lin Kuo won the favor of Nangongwan. Once Nangongwan is there, someone supported Lin Kuo. Lin Kuo's green tea properties have skyrocketed. So the two get together, and that's called a chicken flying dog. I saw that Nangongwan was already trying on the robe. Yi Chen waved his hand and went directly to the forbidden area. Let's talk about the loan function. And in Punlai Immortal Island, because some strong people from Great Yinzhou also possess Tianyan PHS. You can always know what's going on in Greater Yinzhou. So, on the second day, after Yi Chen killed the 3 demon kings, the news spread all over the Punlai Immortal Island. After confirming the authenticity of the message, Punlai Immortal Island was silent. Holy Master Tianyan has actually turned into a god in the middle stage, and also killed the 3 demon kings alone. Among them is the ancient alien species like the Golden Lion King. It's really appalling. Many of the powerhouses who had coveted Yi Chen's chance at the beginning felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, I was thinking of going to the show. I didn't really go to Yinzhou to grab the opportunity. Otherwise, with the combat power displayed by Holy Master Tianyan, whoever goes will die. How can there be such a genius as Holy Master Tianyan in the world? This breakthrough speed and combat power. It is no longer a talent or opportunity to describe it. This is outrageous. The strong people of Ming Wangzhou have always despised the cultivators of Great Yinzhou. But at this moment, Yi Chen is full of awe. In addition to being amazed, they are also gloating. Huangpu Daoist is going to be unlucky. Even if Huangpu Daoist breaks through to the late stage of God transformation, he may not be the opponent of the Golden Lion King. There was only one opponent of Saint Master Yin that day. Everyone was waiting for Huangpu Daoist's reaction to the news after he left the customs. Is it embarrassing to run away or quickly apologize and admit counseling? Must be very interesting. And one just came from Mingwang Prefecture. A woman in red, holding a silver sword in her hand. After hearing the news that Yi Chen had killed the 3 demon kings, her beautiful eyes lit up. But soon, she looked at her own storage ring and showed a look of gloom again. But when she learned that Huangpu Daoist had a grudge against Yi Chen, a light flashed in my mind. She immediately flew to Xianshan of Daoist closed-door training in Huangpu. Standing in front of Xianshan, the woman slowly ascended into the sky. A big wave. In an instant, a sword ray is cold in the 19 continents, and sword chi is 30,000 miles across. A sword came, shocked the entire Punlai Immortal Island. The son of Yuqing is number 1. I think Taishin Xingzi is not bad. Cultivation base is the same as Yuqing Xingzi. Why is it ranked 3rd? Brother Lin Feng is also in the gold core middle stage. Why is he only ranked 60? Brother Lin Feng is so handsome. Why don't everyone vote for him? 35. Lin Feng has only been in the gold core middle stage for 50 years of cultivating, so it's not bad to have this ranking. Why did Han Li suddenly rise to the top of the Tianjiao list? It's just the gold core early stage of a small force in the East China Sea. He doesn't qualify for the list, right? Han Li defeated a gold core middle stage demonic beast in the East China Sea, and his record was amazing. After the heat of the turmoil in the East China Sea slowly subsided, the focus of Xianwang Weibo has become the selection of the top 100 talents. It is now nearing the end, more lively. After all, everyone pays special attention to rankings. But today, many people use Xianwang Weibo or online shopping. Tianyan PHS suddenly popped up a prompt. Coming soon. Countless immortal cultivators looked at the prompt, and their eyes widened in surprise. Tianyan Xilingtong, is it going to be updated again? Why didn't the Holy Master give advance notice this time? I don't know if there are any new features in this update. Everyone is looking forward to it. When the update is complete, countless immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou immediately entered the homepage of PHS. An update prompt popped up immediately. The updated content of Tianyan PHS version 1.6 is as follows. New application. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there is a new application. Perfect. The crowd then looked down. Remove the balance function of Xianwang Cloud Classroom. See this. The brows of countless immortal cultivators were wrinkled. The balance function of Xianwang Cloud Classroom has been removed. How is this possible? Many cultivators put some spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Classroom for convenience. In this way, whether it is listening to a class, or occasionally sending a courier, or wanting to open a member, there is no need to go to Tianyan Pavilion. Pay directly. Extraordinarily convenient. But why was it suddenly removed? What about the spirit stones therein? In the worry, everyone saw the following prompt. All spirit stones in the balance of Xianwang Cloud Classroom will be transferred to Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. 99. It can be used as before. Seeing this, many immortal cultivators felt relieved. It's good that spirit stones are not lost. However, how come the balance of Xianwang Cloud Classroom has been transferred? What exactly does Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass do? With curiosity, everyone continued to look down. Xianwang Cloud Classroom, Xianwang Auction House, Xianwang Taobao Store, Xianwang Express, and Xianwang Weibo have added online payment interfaces and new payment functions for others. Check out these updated presentations. The new application this time seems to have many functions and is very powerful. People's expectations have become higher. After the update is introduced, countless immortal practitioners immediately swept to the application list. Next to Xianwang Taobao Store. Sure enough, there is a new application, Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. And the icon of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment turned out to be a lot of top-grade spirit stones. 4 flowers 0. This brightened the eyes of all the cultivators. The new app even uses spirit stones as icons. They clicked right away and entered it, desperately wondering what the new app is. When the cultivator entered the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment for the first time, the familiar function introduction just jumped out. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, a Xianwang transaction application integrating deposit, payment, and transfer. Users can deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass through Tianyan Pavilion in various places to make shopping, courses, auctions, memberships, etc. more convenient and fast. 35. See here. All the cultivators frowned involuntarily. The new app features. It feels no different from the previous balance function. The previous balance function can also do this. However, all cultivators still choose cash on delivery when shopping. They are reluctant to recharge too many spirit stones in advance. After all, holding spirit stones in your hands is the most reassuring. What to do if you top up and go in? Now, most cultivators have lower expectations for new applications. This Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment feels like taking out the balance function separately and making an application. Disappointed everyone. Look down again. Spirit stones stored in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass can be taken out from Tianyan Pavilion everywhere. There are no fees for deposits and withdrawals. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. Can it be put in or taken out? I recharged before because I can't get it back. Therefore, most cultivators do not charge too much and only charge a little at a time. I'm afraid it won't be used up. And this Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment can still be deposited and withdrawn. If you charge too much and don't run out, at least you can get it back. It's quite a nice feature. Countless immortal cultivators nodded and continued to look down. Users can transfer money in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Just enter the communication number and name of the other party, and the spirit stones in the account can be transferred directly to other people's accounts. 99. What? This new feature. It made many immortal cultivators look surprised. Transfer? Can spirit stones stored in Xianwang Cloud Flash Pass be transferred to others? This is kind of interesting. Many children are cultivating insect, and they are often cultivators who send spirit stones to their children. There is anticipation in his eyes. After all, sending spirit stones is not a small risk. An express, although only 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones shipping. But mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. If you can transfer spirit stones directly to your children in the air, children can take it out in Tianyan Pavilion. That's so convenient. And many small and medium-sized forces have opened stores in Xianqing. Earned spirit stones are sent back to the family. On the way to deliver spirit stones, you may be targeted for robbery. Therefore, a strong special escort is often required. Too much trouble. If you deposit spirit stones directly into this Fairy Net Cloud Flash Pass, the family goes to Tianyan Pavilion to pick up spirit stones once a month. Wouldn't it be more convenient and safer? At this moment, the cultivator has discovered it. This new application, Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, is quite different from the balance. Everyone's sense of expectation has increased a lot, and they continue to look down. Spirit stones can earn interest after being deposited into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The deposit interest is 1/10, 000, and is settled daily. When the interest accumulates to a low-grade spirit stones, it can be withdrawn directly. The eyes of countless immortal cultivators instantly widened. If you store spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, there is still interest? Is Tianyan Sacred Land doing charity? Launch an application that can transfer money at will, which is convenient for everyone. If you deposit spirit stones, can you still earn interest? This is really beyond everyone's expectations. 0.10000 interest per day. It doesn't sound like much though. But if you deposit a top-grade spirit stones, you can earn interest on a low-grade spirit stones every day. Over the course of a year, there are also nearly 4 mid-grade spirit stones. This is already tantamount to prostituting a low-quality spiritual weapon. Countless immortal cultivators thought of this, and their eyes lit up. Cultivators also accumulate spirit stones on weekdays. Prepare for future breakthroughs. Put it in a storage ring, too. Then why don't you deposit it into Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, and you can still earn interest. Even if the interest is not much. But being able to buy 2 more medicine pills is also a bloody profit. After all, don't be in vain. The interest function of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Let countless immortals look forward to it. Tianyan Sacred Land is doing welfare, giving you spirit stones? No wonder the app icon of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is a lot of spirit stones. This application can actually give birth to spirit stones. Incredible! The function introduction ends here. But the surprise of the cultivator did not subside. With excitement, everyone finally entered the 577 page of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. The homepage of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is green. The main interface is very cool. At the top of the interface, it is the balance interface of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Take 1 low-grade spirit stones as a unit. If you deposit a top-grade spirit stones, it will show 10,000. Most people's balances show 0. But there are also some who have previously charged money in Xianwang Cloud Classroom. Now it is automatically transferred to Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. And below the balance, it shows the estimated interest for tomorrow. Interest is calculated based on the minimum 1 low-quality spirit stones. That is to say, as long as there is more than 1 low-grade spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Flash Pass, you can start earning interest. Of course, the interest on the first product spirit stones is pitiful. 0.0001. The decimal point is heartbreaking. But the cultivators did not dislike it at all. Rather happy, because this can better show that the interest function of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment is real. Although most cultivators don't have many spirit stones, very little interest can be earned. But it adds up. And further down, it is an appointment withdrawal button. The cultivator eagerly tried to click. A prompt appeared. Withdrawals below 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. You can go directly to any Tianyan Pavilion to pick up spirit stones without making an appointment in advance. To withdraw more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones at one time, you need to make an appointment in advance, confirm the Tianyan Pavilion to withdraw, and you can go to the reserved Tianyan Pavilion to withdraw in 3 hours. Look at the prompt. Many immortal cultivators nodded in satisfaction. Withdrawals are no hassle at all. Below 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, you can take out spirit stones at any Tianyan Pavilion. As for more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, it is understandable that you need to make an appointment in advance. After all, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is really a very large number. It is normal for Tianyan Pavilion to need to prepare in advance. Moreover, there are definitely a minority of immortal cultivators who have this kind of demand. It is estimated that only the strong nascent soul or the big forces will have so many spirit stones. Below the withdraw button, it's the transfer button. Click to enter it, it will jump out of the input box. Enter the amount you want to transfer and confirm. The payee information input box will pop up. You need to enter the payee's name and communication number. If it is wrong, the transfer will fail. If correct, the balance in the account will be transferred directly. Not only convenient, but also safe. Some people have been worried about what to do if the wrong person is used when using it. Now there is 2-factor verification of communication number and name. Even if you accidentally make a mistake, you don't have to worry about transferring it to someone else. Many immortal cultivators want to try this transfer function immediately. And in Tianyan Sacred Land, Chen, Nangong Wan, and a group of elders stood in the Great Hall of the Holy Lord. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment has just been launched. Naturally, it needs attention. Nangong Wan looked at Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, and her pretty face was full of surprise. Is it possible to transfer spirit stones through this transfer? I really want to try it. But unfortunately, I don't have a single low-quality spirit stones in my Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass account. Nangongwan looked at Yi Chun expectantly. Yi Chun smiled when he heard the words and opened his own Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. Before Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass was launched, Yi Chun saved 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in his own account. It does not directly adjust the background data. The deposit in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has an exclusive warehouse. Yi Chun actually stored 100,000 top-grade spirit stones into the warehouse. Now open the transfer page and enter Nangongwan's name and communication number. Transfer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just for a split second, in Nangongwan's mind, the prompt voice of Xianwang Cloud Flash payment sounded. Your Xianwang Cloud Flash payment has reached 100 million low-grade spirit stones. 5. Hearing the voice, Nangongwan's eyes lit up directly. She immediately looked at her own balance. Sure enough, a long list of zeros flashed Nangongwan's eyes. With these numbers, I can buy whatever I want on Xianwang Taobao store. After Nangongwan left the customs, she learned to shop online after being taught by Lin Kier. Since then, I have been particularly addicted to Xianwang Taobao. Yi Chun smiled and nodded. Nangongwan's eyes lit up and looked at Yi Chun again. Try the transfer again. Yi Chun raised his mouth and nodded. Okay, Master, you also have spirit stones in your account. Just transfer them back to me. Nangongwan hurriedly shook her head. Forget it, I already know how to use it. No need to try it. Yi Chun was delighted to hear that. Yi Chun didn't plan to bring the spirit stones back either. It's just to tease the master. And Nangongwan didn't rub against spirit stones again and was not disappointed. Continue to happily look at the long list of zeros. And Yi Chun is on Xianwang Weibo. I plan to see the feedback of the cultivators on the Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. But right now, the voice of Master's expectation came from Yi Chun's ear. Xianwang Cloud Flash payment is ours. We can adjust the numbers at will. Yi Chun heard the words, met Nangongwan's expectant eyes, and nodded. Seeing own guess was confirmed by Yi Chun. Nangongwan was even more excited. Then you can directly adjust my account balance to 10 billion. No, is 1 trillion okay? So I can buy whatever I want. Go straight to the richest cultivator in Greater Yenzhou. The moment Nangongwan's voice fell, the entire Great Hall was silent. The elders stared at Nangongwan in astonishment. As expected of the previous generation, holy master of his own family, he was someone who could say such things. Sacred Land was financially tight before. There is a big reason, because the holy master Nangongwan is too unreliable. And Yi Chun listened to master's words. Couldn't help laughing out loud. Own master. It's as if someone asked a question online in a previous life. Ask why Malaysia does not adjust the balance of its own payment package. If you set yourself a $1 trillion balance, wouldn't you directly become the richest man in the world? The person who can ask this question is completely the same kind of person as own master. The balance figure of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass obviously cannot be adjusted casually to correspond to the deposited spirit stones. If you adjust it casually, you will spend a lot. But when people withdraw money, what should they do if they don't have spirit stones for them? Like online payment, the most important thing is that there should be no problems with the withdrawal function. Once something goes wrong, the entire Xianwang Cloud Flash payment directly thundered. No matter how much interest is paid, no one would dare to use it again. The reputation of the entire Tianyan Sacred Land will plummet. When Nangongwan understood that Xianwang Cloud Flash payment could not be arbitrarily adjusted, the beautiful face was full of disappointment. Apparently the dream of being the richest woman was shattered. Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. Look at Xianwang Cloud Weibo. After the cultivator tried the new function of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, they all entered Xianwang Weibo for the first time. The existence of Xianwang Weibo for so long has made most immortal cultivators a habit. Anything new will be posted on Xianwang Weibo for discussion. And Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment was launched only 2 minutes later. The discussion about Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment directly reached the top of the hot search. Countless immortal cultivators are discussing with great excitement. I was quite disappointed with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass at first. I thought it was the balance function of Xianwang Cloud Classroom, but I didn't expect it to be completely different. I was really pleasantly surprised. Isn't it? I've already tried the transfer function, and it can be transferred to someone else's account in an instant. In the future, I will send spirit stones to my son who is practicing in sect. I don't have to run over mountains and rivers to find a Tianyan pavilion. You can transfer money after depositing it. 35. Transfers are just a trail, and the interest function is the real surprise, okay? I've saved 2 top-grade spirit stones over the years and deposited them into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, and I can earn more than 7 middle-grade spirit stones in interest every year. Enough to buy a month's medicine pill. Indeed, depositing spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass allows you to pay interest and purchase directly online, which is extremely convenient. I have decided that in the future, all my spirit stones will be deposited into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, and the interest will not be paid in vain. I have been accumulating spirit stones for Breakthrough, Nascent Soul, and I have already accumulated a total of 302.0 top-grade spirit stones. If I save it, I will have 3 medium-grade spirit stones every day. But I'm a little worried. What if I don't come out? This is the spirit stones that I have accumulated for more than 10 years. 5. Most immortal cultivators are looking forward to Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. But there are also some cultivators who have concerns in their hearts. After all, they have more spirit stones. In case Tianyan Sacred Land sounds good now, but then they're not allowed to withdraw cash. Then they would cry without tears. There are not a few immortal cultivators who have such concerns. But someone said, Sacred Master Tianyan ended the turmoil in the East China Sea with his own strength and did not ask for anything in return. I don't think that Holy Master Tianyan would do such a thing. That's right, the Holy Master can say the words, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and it is done. I believe in the character of the Holy Master. Similar words keep popping up in Xianwang Weibo. It has affected many immortal cultivators and dispelled their worries. Obviously, Yi Chen's reputation played a big role at this moment. And Yi Chen looked at the extremely hot discussion on Xianwang Weibo, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Obviously, the cultivators are quite satisfied with the functions of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. You can add another fire. Yi Chen directly mobilized the background. 12% off site-wide event. Officially online. The entire Great Yinzhou, even those cultivators who had not paid attention to the update for the first time. At this moment, they are all attracted by the function of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The transfer function of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Transfer spirit stones to others anytime, anywhere, even thousands of miles away. Extraordinarily convenient. But the most fascinating, or the interest of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. Low-level cultivators are fine. For example, during the Qi refining period, it is good to have a mid-grade spirit stone savings. But for a middle-grade spirit stones, it takes 100 days to earn the interest of a low-grade spirit stones. Although something is better than nothing, but in the end it was too little. But for those gold core, or even nascent soul, power, 1 in 10,000 interest is not ordinary. 300 top-grade spirit stones are deposited into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. There are 3 mid-grade spirit stones for interest alone every day. 1 year down. If you do nothing, you can get the interest of nearly 10 top-grade spirit stones. This is no small sum of money. And the strong nascent soul in Great Yinzhou, because of the lectures in the Xianwang Cloud Classroom, this year has been a lot of income. There are tens of thousands of spirit stones on hand. Even some courses are popular, and it is not surprising that there are hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. If you deposit 10,000 top-grade spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, wouldn't it be possible to earn a top-quality spirit stones every day? After a year, the interest alone has nearly 400 top-grade spirit stones. If you save more, you don't have to do anything for a year, and you can earn 1 or 2,000 top-grade spirit stones just from the interest. This is really heartwarming, but heart-to-heart. They were quite hesitant. Such a large sum of money was deposited into Tianyan Sacred Land. Is it insurance? What if it is directly swallowed by Tianyan Sacred Land? There is no such thing as a bank in the Immortal World. 25. So there is such a thing as giving spirit stones, especially large sums of spirit stones, to someone else for safekeeping. It really made the cultivators a little uncomfortable and uneasy. And the major forces in Greater Yinzhou, looking at this interest the same heart. Like the big forces, there are spirit stones at the bottom of the press box. For example, Fin Yangu, who auctioned Yinzhou Pill that year, gritted his teeth and took out a huge sum of 400,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Burning Rock Valley was considered to be at the back of the first-class forces. Such as the ancient people, the Shao people are very rich. It is not difficult to come up with millions of top-quality spirit stones. The interest of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment is so high. Let many forces look at the heartbeat. If you deposit millions of top-grade spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass every year, you can get more than 30,000 to 40,000 top-grade spirit stones just for the interest. This income is already comparable to the income of the third-rate forces for a year. No one can ignore such a large sum of spirit stones. But the interest is moving. The major forces are also hesitating. What if Tianyan Sacred Land stole the spirit stones? What should I do if I need to use spirit stones and can't get them out? That is the savings of their power for hundreds of years. No wonder they weren't extra cautious. Ordinary cultivators don't have such worries. They have fewer spirit stones, coupled with Chen's current reputation. Not at all worried about not getting the spirit stones back. There are countless low-level practitioners at the moment. I have planned to deposit most of the spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Anyway, there are more online shopping now. Just keep some emergency spirit stones on hand, although they don't have much principle, resulting in less interest. But mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. For one middle-grade spirit stone, there are almost 4 low-grade spirit stones in 1 year. Don't be in vain. For low-level practitioners, there aren't many opportunities to earn spirit stones. Can earn a little more is a little. Just when the countless immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou were still discussing the interest, all Tianyan PHS users, at the same moment, received a system prompt to celebrate the launch of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. From now on, just use Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass to make online payments. All consumption of Tianyan PHS app will enjoy a 20% discount. 22% off site-wide, 1 week off. Look at the prompt. Countless immortal cultivators showed surprise. Just pay with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass? Can you enjoy 22% off all purchases? Real or fake? When even a cultivator went to the Xianwang Taobao shop, the experiment was not true. Really? On the online shopping checkout page, the original balance payment has become Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass payment. There's a line of small print on the back. Time limit offers 20% off payment, and the payment amount is indeed a 20% discount. This made countless immortal cultivators show joy. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of related news about the 12% discount on the whole site were instantly swiped on Weibo. Members of Kaisian.com Weibo are also 20% off. Oh my god, online classes are also 20% off. As long as you use Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, you will get 20% off for express delivery. I can't believe it. Even the auction house has a 20% discount. After the auction is successful, as long as you pay with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, you will get a discount. This is too cool. I have to tell my Dao companion to go. She just bought a treasure-grade spiritual garment yesterday. With a full 20 top-grade spirit stones, she has to return it and place a new order. Save 4 mid-grade spirit stones. I also have to inform my senior brother. He has always wanted to buy Yuqing's Sacred Land's array plate, but he is reluctant to buy it because it is too expensive, but now he can buy it at a discount. Isn't Tianyan Sacred Land really doing good deeds? There is interest in saving spirit stones and discounts on purchases. It's just giving us spirit stones. No, I'll go to Tianyan Pavilion to store spirit stones, and I'll be queuing up for a while. Upstairs, you said it's too late. It's already queuing up now. The news of the 20% discount for Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass payment instantly spread throughout the Immortal World in the entire Greater Yinzhou. Although the discount is not too high, but countless low-level cultivators are still heartbroken. Taking advantage of the 12% discount, buy more medicine pill words for daily cultivation. Can save a lot of spirit stones. There are also things like spiritual tools and treasures that are too expensive on weekdays. You can also buy it. It's cheaper than usual after all. And the high-rank cultivators of Great Yinzhou, for the 22% discount, even more excited, because everything they need is quite expensive. For example, the medicine pill used in the daily cultivation of nascent soul is extraordinarily expensive. A medicine pill requires a top-grade spirit stones. With a 22% discount, you can save almost a dozen top-grade spirit stones by directly buying the medicine pill you need for a year. Not to mention the top treasures they need, Dao items and the like. The moving shaft sells for thousands of dollars. Take 22% off and save a lot of money on spirit stones. In Xianwang auction houses, 20% discount is a surprise. The transaction price of top treasures is tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. If you use Xianwang Cloud Flash payment to pay, there are literally hundreds of top-quality spirit stones left. Who can't be heartbroken? In short, a sudden offer. It made the cultivators in the entire Great Yinzhou excited. They all want to take advantage of the discounts to buy more medicine pills that they need every day or treasures that they are reluctant to buy on weekdays. Some cultivators gritted their teeth, decided to simply deposit most of the spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Can eat interest. Online payment is also more convenient. But more immortal cultivators still have some concerns in their hearts. They still only plan to save a part of spirit stones to buy the treasures they need while taking advantage of the discount. But no matter. Countless immortal cultivators went to Tianyan Pavilion in various places for the first time. Countless streamers flew across the sky, and the gates of Tianyan Pavilion in various places are already full of people. A large number of cultivators lined up, took spirit stones into Tianyan Pavilion, and deposited spirit stones into their own Xianwang Cloud Flash payment account. Tianyan Pavilion has long been inside, and 10 deposit and withdrawal windows have been specially set up. In each window, there is a deacon responsible for receiving money. The deposit procedure is not troublesome, as long as the real name is authenticated. Report your own communication number to Deacon first. Then give spirit stones to Deacon. Deacon will soon deposit spirit stones into the account. Deposits are fast. The Deacon side is just an operation. Immortal practitioners will receive a reminder from Tianyan PHS. 1,500 low-level spirit stones in your account, and the balance of Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. It will also update immediately, showing the number you just deposited. There is also a bill in the upper right corner. After opening, you can clearly see when you saved spirit stones. Every spirit stone spent in the future will also be clearly recorded in the bill. The entire deposit process is extremely fast. But when the 577 cultivators left, thinking of the spirit stones in his original storage ring, it turned into a series of numbers. Still quite uncomfortable. Today's Great Yinzhou, there are already 3,000 Tianyan pavilions. But compared to the vast Yinzhou, the 3,000 Tianyan pavilions were still unable to meet the needs of immortal cultivators. Even in every Tianyan pavilion, there are 10 deposit windows, and the deposit is extraordinarily fast, and 24 hours a day without a break. But the long queue outside has not diminished. Instead, more and more, some are saving for interest, but most of them come for a 22% discount on the whole site. Discounts can only be enjoyed by paying with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. They're afraid to save spirit stones late and miss out on the deal. This resulted in too many cultivators who came to save spirit stones. Many immortal cultivators were irritated in line, complained in Xianwang Weibo that the queue was too slow. A female nun from the 100 Flower sect posted a Weibo update. It means that Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass now has a transfer function, so there is absolutely no need for everyone to line up. She and a dozen or so brothers and sisters handed over spirit stones to one of them to queue up to save money. Just transfer the money directly. This dynamic quickly received numerous likes and waited for a hot search. After seeing it, countless immortal cultivators all agreed with it. Indeed, it is entirely possible to send someone to save money first, and then transfer it later. This way, there are fewer people in line, and everyone can deposit spirit stones into their accounts early, which is a good thing. Then, the disciples of each sect get together and send a disciple to store the spirit stones. The major families also sent only one clan to keep spirit stones. Acquaintances also get together in 2s and 3s. After using the new method, the number of people in the queue dwindled quickly. The deposit speed is greatly ascending. The transfer function of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is really convenient. And in Tianyan Sacred Land, the Foreign Affairs elder stood in front of Chen with a look of surprise. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment has become popular, and the number of deposits in one day yesterday is unbelievable. Holy Lord, it's just one day. The number of deposits in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass broke through 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 99. There are 100 million immortal practitioners who have deposited spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. And there are still countless people waving spirit stones to deposit money in front of Tianyan Pavilion. The Foreign Affairs elder reported with great surprise. When Chen heard the words, he nodded calmly. 10 million top-quality spirit stones. It's really not a small sum of money. However, compared to the Great Yinzhou with 1 billion immortal cultivators, it is definitely not much. It can even be said that it is too little. Obviously, most cultivators just choose to save a sum of spirit stones to shop for a 22% discount. There is no idea of depositing all spirit stones for interest. In this regard, Chen actually expected it. When repairing Immortal World to promote online payment, it is definitely impossible to give an interest, and a discount will be successful. It takes quite a long time to cultivate the online payment habits of the cultivators. Let the habit become natural in the future. Naturally, it will succeed. And now, it's off to a good start. How did the various apps of Sacred Land earn yesterday? Chen wanted to know how the 20% off site-wide discount would work. If cultivators are the same as people on Earth, they're keen on discounts. It is absolutely possible to hold a shopping festival similar to Double 11 every year to promote consumption. Heard, the Foreign Affairs elder said in admiration. Holy Lord, the 20% discount on the whole site is really a miracle. Yesterday, the number of bidders at the Celestial Immortals auction house doubled compared to previous days. And the number of members of Xianwang Weibo has also skyrocketed by 4 million, and many people have been members for several months at a time. As for Xianwang Taba, that's even more crazy. Just yesterday's turnover reached 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Our one-day draw reached 500,000, 5 times that of the previous one. Holy Lord, you are so wise. Foreign Affairs Elder mentioned the preferential effect and smiled. More admiration for their own lord. Because when Chen proposed the discount, the elders actually disagreed in their hearts. I think there is absolutely no need to create such a big battle for the Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. Interest is not a small sum of money anymore. Even offering a 12% discount is a loss. But looking at today's income, all the elders were shocked. The Holy Master's 12% discount not only did not lose, but also made a profit. By the way, Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass was also promoted. Perfect. And Chen listened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Obviously, human nature is the same. Facing the discount, the cultivator couldn't help it. Therefore, it is absolutely possible to engage in Double 11 every year in the future. Get a full discount event like 200-10. It will definitely cause a sensation in Greater Yinzhou. Wait for the Foreign Affairs Elder to leave. Chen stood on the top of the Holy Lord's Peak, looking into the distance, overlooking the sea of clouds. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has a good momentum of development. Therefore, it is necessary to get the loan function out as soon as possible. However, I feel that it is only interest, and there is a 1-week discount. It is not enough for cultivators to develop the habit of paying online. Therefore, it is still necessary to introduce some functions that use online payment. And it has a high usage rate and a large viscosity. It's best to pay for it every day, just like the shared bicycles in the previous life. It doesn't make much money by itself. However, major internet giants are scrambling to enter the game and acquire bicycle sharing companies. The purpose is for users to use their own online payment tools when scanning the code, thereby increasing user stickiness. B. What function or application can make the cultivator pay every day? Chen thought. Suddenly my eyes lit up. In the Xianwang Cloud Flash payment, the lottery function is added. Cultivators' desire for spirit stones is higher than Earth's desire for money. Because spirit stones are spiritual resources, they are linked to cultivation base, lifespan, and combat power. If the lottery is launched in Greater Yinzhou, give everyone a chance to get rich overnight. Definitely a hit. There are bound to be countless cultivators who pay for lottery tickets every day. The payment frequency of immortal cultivators will also skyrocket. And lottery is a lucrative industry. The income is definitely not low. Thought here. Chen smiled and went directly to the forbidden area. The third day that Xianwang Weibo was launched, in front of Tianyan Pavilion all over the place. There are still cultivators lining up, but the line is not as long as it used to be. You can deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass without waiting too long in line. It is now the third day, because spirit stones needs to be deposited for a full day to receive interest. So today, the cultivators of Great Yinzhou ushered in their first interest. Those interests were directly added to the balance of the cultivator. Watch as the numbers representing spirit stones increase. Cultivators are all surprises. There are even immortal cultivators who specially went to Tianyan Pavilion to queue up to withdraw money. Is the experiment really able to take out the interest? And the result was undoubtedly a success. This undoubtedly made most immortal cultivators feel at ease. Holy Lord Tianyan, certainly not deceiving, really sent them spirit stones. Because Tianyan PHS has a screenshot function. Therefore, in Xianwang Weibo, many immortal cultivators will post interest. More or less. A second-generation fairy, named Wang Siming in Dayan City, directly posted the interest of a top-grade spirit stones per day. Make countless immortals envious. The interest of one day is more than the spirit stones that many ordinary cultivators earn in a year. These interest-based Weibo dynamics, undoubtedly, it has attracted many immortal cultivators who are still hesitating. Let them all make up their minds and deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, even if only for a few days. It's also a waste of money. Therefore, the number of people queuing in front of Tianyan Pavilion in various places increased again. Today, the cultivators in Great Yinzhou are discussing interest. For the 12% discount on the whole site, it is especially keen. It can even be said that most cultivators deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass for the sake of a 22% discount. Otherwise, they may not be able to safely deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass and take advantage of the 22% discount. Cultivators are hoarding the commodities they need every day. I directly placed an order for 300 benjadins and bought all the medicine pills for the whole year at once, which is equivalent to whoring 6 medicine pills for nothing, earning blood. Gone. Let me explain why Kitten is out of stock again. So you all bought so much at once? Sacred Master Tianyan killed me. With the 20% discount, my Dao companion wants to buy everything when I see it, as if I would lose money if I don't buy it. I just bought a whole room of Express. It hurts me to death. My Dao companion took advantage of the discount and directly became a member of Xianwang Weibo for 3 years. I was a little confused for a while, and I didn't know whether I made a profit or a loss. Of course it is earned, and the more you buy, the more you save. I asked, the preferential spirit stones are from Tianyan Sacred Land. If we buy so many, Tianyan Sacred Land will lose money? As a disciple of Taishan Sacred Land, I have called on my disciples to shop online and take advantage of discounts to place more orders. The more you buy, the more Tianyan Sacred Land loses, and I want Tianyan Sacred Land to lose money. 66.99. It's really smart upstairs. Come on, it's estimated that in a week's time, Tianyan Sheng's dignified God-turning powerhouse will have to sell his own Dao item. Holy Master Tianyan, please don't buy it. I'm really about to lose out. Xianwang Weibo was very lively. Although most immortal cultivators are still not at ease with Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. Going to cash out spirit stones after buying what you need, or simply spend the spirit stones. But it is undeniable. The convenience of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is indeed not bad. Whether it's shopping or an auction, just need a thought. You can pay successfully and wait for the delivery. Some cultivators even deposited all spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment in order to earn interest. When they want to buy something in the offline store, they realize that they don't have enough spirit stones. Ask the shopkeeper if he agrees to Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass payment. The other party even agreed. Paying offline with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is similar to paying directly with spirit stones. There is no inconvenience. Even those immortal cultivators who set up stalls began to suggest that immortal cultivators pay with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. After all, if you don't trade spirit stones directly, the chance of being targeted becomes lower. Undoubtedly safer. This is the case. Some cultivators have made up their minds. They want to deposit all spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. It is convenient to pay online. In reality, payment is not a hassle. Spirit stones can also lie in the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment to eat interest. It's simply a benefit and no harm. Why not do it? In short, with the release of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, Greater Yinzhou ushered in an unprecedented online shopping boom. There are couriers flying around everywhere. Massive express delivery piled up like a mountain at the sorting stations of the major immortal cities. The major merchants were even more surprised by the sudden orders and made a lot of money. Countless immortal cultivators noticed it. Online payment is slowly changing the immortal world of the entire Greater Yinzhou. Penglai Immortal Island. Hey, Li Nuozho event happened. Breakthrough to the Huangpu Daoist of the late stage. It's dead. A female sword fairy in red suddenly hit Immortal Mountain. Huangpu Daoist was angry and challenged. The two fought dazedly. In the end, Huangpu Daoist was directly split into two halves by a sword chi that seemed to be able to open the sky, together with the Dao item for protecting his body. It fell. Looking at the dozens of miles above the ground, it looks like a canyon-like sword mark. Countless strong people are amazed. Everyone was waiting to see the jokes of Huangpu Daoist. But who knows, Holy Master Tianyan hasn't killed him yet. Huangpu Daoist was killed by a female sword fairy. Who is that female sword fairy in red? Huangpu Daoist is not weak. She can easily kill him. The powerhouses of Penglai Immortal Island are all amazed. The strong man of Ariake Kingdom saw the appearance of the female sword fairy. That is Yin Bailu, the sect leader of the sword sect of heaven. In just 100 years, he has achieved the late stage of God transformation, and he is the brightest arrogant in Ming Wangzhou. When I heard the identity of the female sword fairy in red, all the cultivators widened their eyes. God's sword sect. This is the ancient great sect that once gave birth to immortals. Huangpu Daoist is this bad luck. I have provoked two evildoers one after another. It's outrageous yang. Above the East China Sea, Yin Bailu, who shocked the entire Penglai Immortal Island, walked with his sword. The red clothes fluttering, the beauty is incredible. The direction she was heading. 1 week later, Yi Chen flew out of the forbidden area leisurely. I didn't see the Foreign Affairs Elder. This time, the Foreign Affairs Elder did not stay outside the forbidden area. Yi Chen was not used to it yet. Fly straight to Immortal Cave on the holy main peak. When entering Immortal Cave, Master Nangong Wanzeng and Lin Qier were sitting in the middle of Immortal Cave. In front of the two of them are countless express jade boxes that have been disassembled. Looking at the express delivery all over the floor, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Although the elder of Tianyan Sacred Land buy things directly at Xianwang Taobao store for 10% off, no commission. But how many things did the express boxes in Shizuan's place buy online in Xianwang Taobao? Seeing Yi Chen come back, Nangong Wan smiled. Lin Qier's eyes lit up. She stood up immediately, lifted the skirt, and turned it around. Holy Master, and I bought the same vestments in the 100 Flowers Sex online store. Does it look good? The vestments are pink, with faintly visible flowers emerging. With bursts of aroma, Lin Qier looked even more pure in this robe. Slim body. The master sitting next to him also wore the same robe. Fresh and delicate. Appearance like a fairy. Yi Chen smiled. It's all good looking. Hearing Yi Chen's compliment, Lin Qier was very happy. He took the skirt and turned around again, and countless flowers loomed, like 100 flowers fairy. And Nangong Wan also raised the corner of her mouth. But when Yi Chen looked at it, Nangong Wan quickly restrained her smile. A look that I won't be happy because of your compliment. In this way, Yi Chen smiled even more. Master is really Tsundere. Holy Lord, this is my gift to you. The top treasure that has only been around in Yuqing's sacred land for a long time. Xianming vestments. There are more than 800 patterns carved into it. Wearing it on the body can avoid hundreds of poisons. When it is in battle, it will emit the qi of Xianming to protect the body, which is extraordinarily powerful. 5. I think, Lord, you must look very good in 597. So, I bought it as soon as I saw it. Lin Qier jumped up and ran over and presented him with a black robe. Yi Chen looked at his eyes, and the appearance was not bad. You are welcome to take it directly and put it away. Although Lin Qier had some tea, her talent was good and she was close enough to herself. As the Holy Master, he chooses his disciples. Most likely it was Lin Qier. This robe should be regarded as a ceremony for apprenticeship received in advance. Seeing Yi Chen taking down the vestments, Lin Qier smiled like flowers, and the moles on the corners of her eyes seemed to be shining. Holy Master, did the ancient senior give you a gift? Holy Master, if Gu Senior knew that I gave you the vestments, wouldn't he be angry? 99. Holy Master, I heard that Gu Senior has a very hot temper. Will she hit me? I am different. I will only feel sorry for the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, when the ancient senior hit me, you would protect me? Ouch! Looking at Lin Qier, who started talking to you again. Yi Chen was not polite at all, and was a brain-breaker again. Lin Qier shrank back, tearful in pain, and I felt pity. Nangong Wan hurriedly hugged Lin Qier's little head to comfort her. Yi Chen went back to Immortal Cave just to see Shizuan. Since nothing happened, he planned to call the elder to go to the Holy Lord Great Hall for a meeting to talk about business. Watch Yi Chen prepare to leave. Nangong Wan rubbed Lin Qier's small head, blinked her beautiful eyes, and sighed. Hey, it seems that I bought too many things this time. Xianwang Taobao store is simply too harmful. And that Xianwang Cloud Flash payment is even more strange. It turns spirit stones into a string of numbers, and it doesn't hurt to spend it. My 200,000 top-grade spirit stones offerings this year were all used up in one fell swoop. What should I do if I don't have spirit stones cultivation? Although Nangong Wan didn't look at Yi Chen, it was obvious that Yi Chen could hear it. The meaning is quite obvious. Yi Chen was happy in his heart, but he said with surprise on his face, Master, he has spent 200,000 top-grade spirit stones in just 1 week. My God, this is the spirit stones that the average first-class power can earn in a year. 99. Master is really amazing. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't do what he thought, Nangong Wan raised her face and looked at Yi Chen expectantly. It would be great if I could suddenly have more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in the balance of my Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. Yi Chen smiled even more in his heart, but his face was serious and serious. Master, I told you a long time ago that the balance of Xianwang Cloud Flash payment cannot be arbitrarily changed, otherwise it will be messed up. So, Master, your balance will never be more than spirit stones. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Nangong Wan looked at Yi Chen angrily. Rebel, you are not good. Seeing that Shizuan finally stopped pretending, Yi Chen laughed. Shizuan is a standard financial fan, but spending spirit stones generously will never be soft-hearted. Before accepting himself as an apprentice, as soon as the master has spirit stones on hand, he will spend them all. Until later I found my need for spirit stones. Master changed his routine and saved all spirit stones for himself. Now Sacred Land is rich. The master obviously regained his self and restored his nature. Seeing that Chen is still smiling, Nangongwan sat on the spot in a huff. In Yunun's hands, there is a slight electric light flashing, and there is a crackling sound, then looked at Chen silently. Seeing this scene, Chen was even happier. Nangongwan obviously didn't want to hack herself to death. Back then, I told Nangongwan a story about an unfilial son who was struck to death by lightning. Ever since Nangongwan heard this story, whenever I make Master angry, Master will remain silent and play with the palm of his hand alone. Sometimes I can play for 3 or 4 days. The meaning is self-evident. Seeing that Nangongwan planned to play palm lay in silence for a few days. Chen shook his head helplessly. Okay, Master, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are nothing. 5. Want 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones? Hearing this, Nangongwan's eyes suddenly lit up. 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones? Even for Sacred Land, it is an absolute huge sum. She doesn't play Palm Thunder anymore. Meimu looked at Chen expectantly. By the way, I also read out my own communication number. Immediately, he opened Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment in his mind and waited happily. Chen shook his head. I can't directly transfer it to Master. Nangongwan lowered her head silently again. Seeing that Master wants to play Thunder again, Chen smiled. I'm about to add a new function to the Keka Cloud Flash Payment. As long as you use this new feature, Master spends 2 low-grade Spirit Stones and has a chance to earn 1,000,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. 5. Hearing this, Nangongwan's eyes lit up again. With 2 low-grade Spirit Stones, there is a chance to earn 1,000,000 top-grade Spirit Stones? Is this true or false? Even Lin Kier had a surprised look on his face. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment actually has a new function? Look at the curious little eyes of the two. Chen smiled slightly. Go to Sacred Land Great Hall, I will introduce it together. 99. Kel, you go and inform the elders to go to the Great Hall of the Holy Lord for a meeting. When doing business, Lin Kier is still very reliable. Immediately start using Tianyan PHS to contact Elder. In Nangong, one didn't play Palm Thunder anymore. Stand up and follow behind Chen. Fly towards the Holy Lord Great Hall. Dozens of streamers flew over the immortal peaks of Tianyan Sacred Land. Wait for Chen to bring Nangongwan and Lin Kier to the Great Hall. The elders have arrived. I have seen the Holy Lord. I have seen Nangong Zhonglao. The elders meet together. Chen waved his hand and sat directly on the holy seat. Nangongwan sat on the right. Lin Kier was obediently standing behind Chen. Although Holy Maiden status is not low, but in a meeting where cultivation base was nascent soul at its lowest, she undoubtedly had to stand up. Chen looked at the Foreign Affairs Elder. How is the deposit status of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass? Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder shook his head. Holy Lord, during the event. 35. The number of deposits in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has reached 30,000,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. But most of the Spirit Stones deposited are spent very quickly. The other part was immediately withdrawn by the immortal cultivators after the event ended. 39. Currently, the deposit in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is still only 10,000,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. And after the 20% discount event ended, the number of people using Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has dropped significantly. Especially in online shopping, 90% of cultivators have reselected the payment method of cash on delivery. 99. Chen frowned upon hearing this. Although it has long been expected that many cultivators save Spirit Stones for activities, it may be picked up after the event. But only 10,000,000 top-quality Spirit Stones remain. This is obviously too little. Obviously, most cultivators are quite resistant to saving Spirit Stones to other forces. And after no discounts, immortal cultivators immediately gave up online payment, which was also a problem. Seeing Chen frowned, the Foreign Affairs Elder hurriedly talked about another matter. Holy Lord, this week, the profits of our various applications have ushered in skyrocketing. In 7 days, our net profit reached 10,000,000 top-grade Spirit Stones, comparable to the previous month's income. For this income, Chen nodded with satisfaction. It takes 50,000,000 to make a perfect breakthrough and become a late stage. Basically, you will be able to collect all the required Spirit Stones in 2 months. Wait for all the functions of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass to be launched. You can start breaking through to the late stage of God transformation yourself. But before breakthrough, it is still necessary to solve the problem that immortal cultivators are not keen on using Immortal Net and Flash Payment. Tap your fingers lightly. Yi-Chen thought about it for a while, and then picked up her beauty. Yi-Chen thought of a solution. Discounts can't be done all the time, but you can do a random reduction function. When paying, as long as you pay with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, you will receive a random discount. If you are lucky, then you can reduce the Spirit Stones by 0.01. Good luck can reduce 0.1 low-grade Spirit Stones. With luck, it might even be free. Of course, the free order cannot be really random, and the probability will be set in advance. The vast majority of payments can only be reduced by 0.01 low-grade Spirit Stones. Only one free bill may appear in 100,000 payments. In this way, the expenditure of Tianyan Sacred Land is definitely not much, but it can bring the immortal cultivator a general sense of expectation. After all, what if this time you're lucky enough to be free? I believe that the random instant reduction function will come out. It can definitely make the usage rate of network payment greatly ascending. Thinking of a solution, Yi-Chen smiled with satisfaction. Immediately, he looked at the elders and said, I have added a new function for Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, and I need the elders to prepare in advance. Hearing this, the elders were surprised. Loan function done? Nangong Wan and Lin Kuer were even more looking forward to it. How did 2 low-grade Spirit Stones become 1 million top-grade Spirit Stones? Yi-Chen just mentioned the new features. Elders' eyes lit up at the scene, looking at Yi-Chen expectantly, especially the Master Nangong Wan. The clean and beautiful eyes seemed to be shining, obviously looking forward to earning millions of high-grade Spirit Stones with 2 low-grade Spirit Stones. Yi-Chen smiled slightly and said slowly, Xinwang's new function of Cloud Flash Payment. I will name in the lottery. Lottery? In an instant, all elder faces showed confusion. Isn't it a loan function? How did it become a lottery ticket? Lottery? What is this? Feeling the confused expressions of the elders, Yi-Chen shook his head and said, the risk control model of the loan function is still a little lacking and needs to be improved. Besides, there are too few deposits now. Even if the loan function is launched, you can only earn 2,000 or 3,000 top-grade Spirit Stones every day and only a few 100,000 a year, which is meaningless. So the current goal is mainly to cultivate the habit of using online payment for immortals. Only when they get used to it, they will deposit more Spirit Stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. 5. Listen to Yi-Chen's words. All the elders present were silent. The income of hundreds of thousands of top-grade Spirit Stones a year. If you change to any sacred land, it is almost a year's income, which is absolutely valued. But in the eyes of his own holy master, hundreds of thousands of top-grade Spirit Stones are just a meaningless sentence. But think about the huge profits of other apps. Today, the monthly income of Tianyan Sacred Land has reached 10 million top-grade Spirit Stones. It seems that there is nothing wrong with hundreds of thousands of top-grade Spirit Stones a year. But not the loan function. This lottery? What exactly does it do? Elders are very curious. Yi-Chen looked around at everyone and said calmly, in simple terms, the lottery is a lottery function. 35. We will provide 100 numbers for the cultivator to choose. The cultivator spends 2 low-grade Spirit Stones to buy lottery tickets. When buying, they need to choose 10 numbers. Half the Spirit Stones that the cultivators spend on lottery tickets will go to us, and the other half will go into the lottery prize pool. The next day, we will draw 10 numbers at random. If there are cultivators who choose the numbers when they buy lottery tickets, they are exactly the same as our random numbers. That's the first prize. The first prize can get 70% of the top-grade Spirit Stones in the prize pool, and the first prize is bonus, up to 1 million top-grade Spirit Stones capped. 5. If the 9 numbers are the same, then you can get 10% of the top-grade Spirit Stones in the prize pool, and the highest 100,000 top-grade Spirit Stones are capped. If the 8 numbers are the same, it is the third prize. You can get 5% of the top-grade Spirit Stones, and the highest is 10,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. If the 7 numbers are the same, it is the fourth prize. You can get 1% of the top-grade Spirit Stones in the prize pool, and the highest 1,000 top-grade Spirit Stones are capped. 99. A minimum of 6 numbers are required to be eligible for a consolation prize of 10 low-grade Spirit Stones. Anything lower, there is no reward. 35. The lottery rules designed by Yi-Chen are actually a simplified version. There is no distinction between the red and blue balls of the Earth lottery. but the total number became 100, and you need to choose 10 numbers. This is hundreds of times more difficult than the Earth's two-color ball. But no way. The cultivator's spiritual sense is sharp, and he might suddenly feel something. So there is a higher probability that the cultivator will buy the correct number. If the difficulty is too low, it is not impossible to be directly emptied of the prize pool, and then you will have to pay your own money. So, working on lottery tickets at Immortal World. The difficulty must be raised, otherwise it is sending money. When the elders who were present heard the words, their eyes were full of shock. After Chen explained the rules, the elders quickly understood the principle of the lottery. Buy this lottery ticket for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Have a chance to win the first prize? You can earn up to 1 million top-quality spirit stones. This, incredible, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. What is the concept? Look at the major forces in Greater Yinzhou. In addition to the 4 major sacred land, only a few first-class forces can come up with so many spirit stones. Such a huge sum of money that is enough to make the gods turn their heads upside down. Now only spend 2 low-grade spirit stones, have a chance to earn? This new feature, it must be too outrageous. Don't say anything else. Even the nascent soul elders present here are very excited when faced with such a reward amount, even if you can't plant a first prize. In the second prize, you can also earn more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. And what they paid was only 2 low-quality spirit stones. Who doesn't want to try? Nangong Wan couldn't help standing up even more and looked at Chen slimly. Then what if someone wins the first prize with the same number I chose? Is my 1 million going to be distributed to that person? Half. Chen was overjoyed. His master has already thought of this. Chen nodded when he heard the words. Not necessarily. It depends on how much funds are in the prize pool. If there are 3 million top-tier spirit stones in the prize pool, then the prize money for the first prize is 2.1 million. If 2 people win the first prize, both of them can still get 1 million top-grade spirit stones each. And if there's only 1 million top-tier spirit stones in the prize pool, the 2 first prize winners can only share 700,000 top-grade spirit stones equally. Everyone gets 350,000 top-grade spirit stones. The rules for the second, third, and fourth prizes are the same. 35. Only the consolation prize is unlimited. As long as you hit 6 numbers, you can get 10 low-quality spirit stones. 39. Hear Chen say that. All the elders understood. The amount of winning is mainly based on the number of spirit stones in the prize pool. The elders are all excited about the upcoming lottery. Can't wait to buy it and try it right away. And Chen looked at everyone, especially Nangong Wan, who seemed to have the first prize at her fingertips, and shook her head. Winning the lottery is not that easy. Earth's two-color ball lottery, the probability of winning the first prize is 1 in 17 million. And he doubled the total number and increased the number of choices to 10. The chance of winning the first prize of the Immortal World version of the lottery is 1 in a billion. That is, if it is completely based on probability. 1 billion lottery tickets, only 1 bet. But reality can't completely follow the probability, and it will only be harder to hit the jackpot. However, the Xianwang lottery created by myself has a lower probability of winning. But compared to the Earth's lottery, maybe the possibility of winning the lottery ticket on Xianwang will be even greater. As for why, I can only say that I understand. Elders are looking forward to the lottery function, looking at it as if looking at the gods. The worship is incomparable. This lottery feature makes them such nascent soul powerhouses so excited. What about ordinary cultivators? The attraction is absolutely outrageous. No one can deny the possibility of getting rich overnight. Lottery feature as soon as it is launched definitely can sweep the entire Greater Yinzhou. Maybe even more popular than Xianwang Weibo. Half of the spirit stones purchased in the lottery tickets are added to the prize pool for redemption. The other half is the pure profit of his own sacred land. As for flowers, 0. How many spirit stones will this earn? The elder simply did not dare to think about it. The holy master of his own family can always come up with these heavenly horses' empty ideas, which is simply too powerful. Chen looked at the elders and smiled slightly. Do you elders have any questions about the lottery function? The elders all shook their heads immediately. Chen nodded. Then start preparing. There is a deduction technique in Immortal World. We must guard against it. Otherwise, with a bunch of first prizes, our lottery tickets will become a tool to send money to some strong people. So, within Sacred Land, set up a great formation to shield the heavens. When the lottery is drawn, it is in the big array, blocking the deduction from the outside world. Yi Chen's words made all the elders nod. Indeed, if you don't take precautions, some celestial secrets are powerful, and maybe they can vaguely see a glimpse of the future. That random lottery draw would be a joke. Therefore, it is necessary to set up the top-level large array to shield the heavenly secrets. Yi Chen planned to hand this matter over to Elder Wu. But just as he was about to speak, he remembered that Elder Wu and Elder Wang Changchun had gone to Penglai Island to investigate. But Tianyan Sacred Land is full of talents. There are 2 more top formation great masters and elder. At this moment, take the initiative to invite Ing, responsible for the formation of the formation. In the case of investing 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, it is guaranteed that even if the ancient Tianji Pavilion Master is resurrected, he will never be able to deduce the lottery numbers. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then I thought about how to draw the lottery. In previous life lottery draws, a rolling machine was used to continuously roll the balls with numbers. I also made a bunch of small balls at home, and then randomly selected them by Dao method. But this kind of lottery drawn directly by the cultivators will definitely be suspected of being shady. If Yi Chen really intends to play shady, that's all. But I didn't plan to do this at all. I only planned to earn half of the share with peace of mind. Therefore, the worries of the cultivators must be dispelled. There must be no cultivators involved in the lottery drawing process. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Go to Alien Bee Sect and buy 100 mysterious turtles. Leave a number behind the shell behind each mysterious turtle. It's raised in a large formation. At the time of the lottery draw, every day, in the center of the big formation, drop the mysterious fish that the mysterious turtle likes to eat. The 10 mysterious turtles that arrived at the center of the big array first, and the numbers behind them are the lottery numbers. Hearing this, all the elders twitched the corners of their mouths. Draw the lottery with a clever turtle? It's a bit outrageous. But spirit turtles are not strong in face-to-face combat, but they themselves have the ability not to be calculated by Tianji. It is said that this talent was brought about by the bloodline of the ancient black tortoise. There are the spirit turtles that are not deduced, plus the great formation that conceals the secrets, and the great formation of Tianyan Sacred Land Mountain Gate. The 3 preparations are added together. It is estimated that only immortals can deduce the lottery numbers. Spiritual turtles do not understand human nature, and it is completely unpredictable who rushes to the center of the big formation to eat the spirit fish first. There is absolutely no possibility of human intervention. After all is decided, the meeting is over. Half of the elders went to Sacred Land to choose suitable peaks to arrange large formations. With the combined efforts of many elders, the grand formation can be arranged in 1 day at most. The Foreign Affairs elder immediately contacted the sect leader of the Alien Beast sect. Let the other party send 1,000 mysterious turtles with unopened intelligence. Buy more. In this way, if something goes wrong with the mysterious turtle used to draw the lottery, it can immediately replenish. Setting up a large array takes time. There is also a random instant reduction function that I suddenly thought of. Although the random instant reduction function is very simple, it takes time to develop. Therefore, the update time of the lottery function is set at noon 3 days later. Wait for the elders to leave. Yi Chen also stretched leisurely, looking at Nangong Wan. Master, let's go back. Nangong Wan's beautiful face was full of excitement. Wen Yin waved his hand without hesitation. I want to go to the Alien Bee Sect in person and come back with the mysterious turtle. This way I can observe the flesh of every mysterious turtle up close. Take 3 days to observe. Which mysterious turtle runs fast? I will see at a glance. As long as I buy the numbers of the 10 fastest mysterious turtles, I will definitely win the first prize. I win the first prize every day, that is, I win 1 million every day. Within half a year, I will be the richest immortal cultivator in the entire cultivator. Nangong Wan's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. Yi Chen's mouth twitched when he heard this. The lottery feature has not been officially launched yet. My master has already started to study how to increase the winning rate. It's outrageous. Moreover, if every day there is a bet first prize, that prize pool doesn't hold the spirit stones at all. The first prize is estimated to be 60,000 to 70,000 top-grade spirit stones. After all, there are only cultivators in Great Yinzhou, and the amount of lottery tickets purchased by 740 simply can't reach 1 million top-grade spirit stones per day. Unless the lottery is promoted to the tens of billions market in Mingwangzhou, it will be possible to do so. The Xuanji turtle usually likes to stay in the water and sleep. extraordinarily lazy. If there is no outside disturbance, I will not move for a year. Only when you smell the smell of the fish will you be moved. And whether the mysterious turtle can reach the center of the formation as soon as possible is affected by many factors, such as distance, location, and even the mood and appetite of the tortoise. Speed is also important, but not absolute. But buying lottery tickets according to the speed can also increase the winning rate. After all, running fast always has an advantage. This is indeed something I hadn't considered before. What the master said makes sense. The speed does affect the result of each lottery draw. 35. Buying the fastest 10 mysterious turtle numbers can greatly increase the winning rate. 99. Here Yi Chen agree with the own method. Nan Gongwan raised her chin a little proud. He turned his head and waved at Lin Ke. Couldn't go with me, Shizu. I'll bring you rich. And Yi Chen smiled. Thank you, master, for reminding me of this. I'll send a message to the foreign affairs elder in a moment, asking him to buy 10,000 mysterious turtles directly. Every time the lottery is over, a new batch of mysterious turtles are thrown into the big formation. 35. In this way, even if the immortal cultivator buys the number of the mysterious turtle that ran fast last time, it is useless, because the next lottery draw is not the same one. Hear what Yi Chen said. Lincoln was silent, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. My own holy master is too ruthless. And Nan Gongwan, who was originally excited and dreaming of making a fortune, was even more stunned. Her big eyes looked at Yi Chen silently. Then he pursed his lips and lowered his head. The electric light in the hand flickered, and there was a crackling sound. But soon, Nan Gongwan's palm thunder stopped, because in her mind, the prompt voice of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment sounded. Your Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment has reached the account of 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Nan Gongwan listened to the voice and hesitated. And soon, the prompt voice of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass sounded again. Your Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has received 100 million low-grade spirit stones. This time, Nan Gongwan took back Yunan's little hand. But still don't want to see Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled slightly. In Nan Gongwan's mind, the prompt voice of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment sounded again. This time, Nan Gongwan silently stood behind Yi Chen. Follow Yi Chen to Immortal Cave. Only Lin Ke was left with a stunned expression on the spot. What happened? These days, the disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land were all amazed. His own nascent soul elder suddenly began to arrange a large array in two remote fairy mountains. One of the immortal mountains is full of low-level demonic beasts, at least tens of thousands. In another fairy mountain, the elders built huge pools at the foot of the mountain. There are more than 100 Xuanji turtles kept in it. Disciples can't get too close, but it can be vaguely seen that numbers are engraved on the backs of the mysterious turtles in the pool. What are you doing with so many mysterious turtles? There are also two immortal mountains specially opened. Are you going to engage in spirit beast farming at your own sacred land? But a low-level spirit beast like Xuanji turtle doesn't have much value. The turtle shell is also useful, but not really worth the spirit stones. What do you do to keep the mysterious turtle in your own sacred land? Without thinking, the Sacred Land disciples knew that this must be the idea of their own Holy Master. Could the Holy Master have some new ideas? And the new idea of the Holy Master has something to do with the mysterious turtle? Thought here. The disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land are all very curious. Many disciples even took out the photo stone and took pictures of the mysterious turtle in the fairy mountain, posted in Xianwang Weibo, not afraid of leaks. After all, if the elders can allow their disciples to approach the immortal mountain, it means that there is no need to keep it secret. Sacred Land is already in the spotlight. After Yi Chen became the Holy Master of Tianyan, Tianyan Sacred Land is developing rapidly, becoming the #1 sacred land in Greater Yinzhou. Nature is the focus. A little bit of trouble has attracted the attention of countless strengths. After the disciples in Tianyan Sacred Land posted a Weibo update about the mysterious turtle, directly attracted the attention of countless people. After all, no one can ignore the matters related to Holy Master Tianyan and see the mysterious turtle. Everyone was stunned. Why did the Holy Master suddenly want to raise such a low-level spirit beast? What is the Lord going to do? After more and more immortal cultivators were attracted, curiosity arose in their hearts. What does the Holy Master Tianyan raise the mysterious turtle? This entry directly rushed to the top of Weibo's hot search. Countless people looked at the mysterious turtles in the pictures, and they were all stunned. Is it possible that the Holy Master discovered the mystery of the mysterious turtle? It is said that the mysterious turtle has the bloodline of Black Tortoise. Could it be that the Holy Master discovered the extraction method? I think it's possible that Tianyan Sacred is a talented person, and now he is the power of the middle stage of God transformation. How could he do useless things? He must have discovered something. Speaking of which, the Xuanji turtle is indeed quite strange. It is weak in combat power and has no price, but it can ignore the deduction, which is definitely extraordinary. No, the seniors of Holy Master Tianyan have bought them, and I will buy two and keep them. Let's put together an order. The online store of Alien Beast Sect. Buy 3 mysterious turtles at one time and get free shipping. Now, anything only needs to be associated with the Holy Master Tianyan. That will undoubtedly become a hot spot. Tianyan Sacred Land suddenly raised so many mysterious turtles. This proves that the mysterious turtle is definitely not simple. There are countless immortal cultivators who follow the trend to buy. Even the major forces also purchased a batch of them and kept them in the sect, although they don't know what is mysterious about the mysterious turtle. But Tianyan Sacred Land has been bought, and they must be right to follow along. Bought it in advance to keep it there. There may be benefits in the future. This has directly led to the popularity of the mysterious turtle, which was originally almost uninterested. The price has tripled directly. The online shop of the Alien Beast Sect is even more booming. And this is just because of a few Weibo about Chen. Chen now has a great influence on Immortal World in Greater Yenzhou. Incredible. Wait until the third day. When the time came to 12 noon, the Tianyan PHS of countless immortal cultivators simultaneously sent out a prompt sound. Tianyan PHS will be updated soon. This sudden reminder. Let the cultivator who is still discussing the mysterious turtle. All are bright. A few days after Xianwang Cloud Flash payment went online, Tianyan PHS will be updated again? Is it possible that there will be new applications added this time? The update speed of Tianyan PHS is very fast. After just a few dozen breaths, the update is complete. All the cultivators entered the Tianyan PHS homepage. An update prompt pops up immediately in front of you. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has added a random instant discount function. Pay with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. 99. Every time you make a payment, the payment amount will be randomly deducted. The minimum deduction is 0.01 for the low-quality spirit stones, and the maximum is exempt. Seeing this, countless immortal cultivators widen their eyes. Random cuts? This looks and feels even better than the previous 22% discount. Although at least 0.01 low-grade spirit stones can be reduced. But there is a possibility of a free order. That is to say, just pay with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. It is possible to directly prostitute without spending a single spirit stone. Look at the random instant reduction function. Most of the cultivators were moved. Many cultivators who have withdrawn spirit stones from Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass after the 12% discount has ended immediately plan to save spirit stones again. After all, every time you pay, you have the opportunity to get a free bill. Even if you are unlucky, there is no free order. Maybe you can also get a few low-grade spirit stones for discount. Pay anyway. Under the circumstance that Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has a discount, why not? No one expected that the first content of this update would bring you so many surprises. The crowd looked down again. I'm curious if the remaining updates will have something to do with the mysterious turtle. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has added a lottery function. Lottery? Countless cultivators saw 2.0 after the word lottery. All give birth to confusion. What is lottery? They continued to look down. The lottery is a lottery feature. The cultivator spends 2 low-grade spirit stones to qualify for the lottery, with a maximum of 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Countless immortal cultivators stood up directly. With 2 low-grade spirit stones, there is a chance to earn 1 million top-grade spirit stones? What a joke. The cultivators were all shocked. 1 million top-quality spirit stones. What is this concept? Even for a god-turning powerhouse, this is an astronomical figure. Not to mention the impact of this number on ordinary cultivators. This number is too large. The first reaction of countless immortal cultivators after seeing it was unbelievable. But Tianyan Sacred Land, shouldn't it lie? They continued to look down nervously. But I found that this update introduction is over here. There are only 2 contents in this update, which have nothing to do with Xuanji Turtle. But the immortal cultivator is no longer in the mood to worry about the mysterious turtle. They immediately chose to enter the Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. Everyone wants to know, is the updated lottery function of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass true? With 2 low-grade spirit stones, is there really a chance to earn 1 million top-grade spirit stones? After reading the update introduction, all immortal cultivators entered the Xianwang Cloud Flash payment for the first time. For the lottery function, their hearts are full of expectations and curiosity. 1 million top-quality spirit stones. This number is enough to make any immortal cultivator unable to calm down. The homepage of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has not changed much. Above is the balance and estimated interest. And below the transfer function, a new lottery section has been added. The expected click to enter. At the top of the lottery area, a string of numbers is displayed. Countdown to the next lottery draw. 23 hours, 57 minutes, and 43 seconds. Everyone just calculated at random, and they knew that the lottery time was tomorrow noon. And below the countdown, it's a button that I want to buy a lottery. Many cultivators immediately click the button. Click instantly. A purchase pop-up window appeared in the eyes of all cultivators. The above is the introduction to the lottery game. At the bottom, there are 10 digital input boxes. The eyes of the cultivators were attracted by the introduction to the gameplay. Spend 2 low-grade spirit stones, you can buy a lottery ticket. You need to choose 10 numbers from 100 numbers. If all 10 numbers are the same as the lottery numbers, then you can get up to 1 million top-quality spirit stones. Then there are second prizes, third prizes, and fourth prizes. Bonuses are not small numbers either. Even for the lowest consolation prize, there are 10 low-quality spirit stones. After reading the introduction, the eyes of all the immortal cultivators were huge, and they even stood up in excitement, their hearts surging. As long as you choose the same 10 numbers as the lottery numbers, you can earn up to 1 million top-quality spirit stones. It's too simple, isn't it? Even if you don't win the first prize. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones for the second prize, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for the third prize, and 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for the fourth prize. It can also impress anyone. This is a huge sum of money, enough to change the fate of most immortals. Now you only need to spend 2 low-grade spirit stones. You have a chance to get it. No immortal cultivator could remain calm in the face of such an opportunity to become rich. Countless low-level cultivators looked at the huge bonus, and their faces turned red. They have even thought about it in their hearts, how to spend such a large amount of spirit stones if you win the lottery yourself. Not just low-level cultivators. The powerhouses of the whole greater Yenzhou, even the powerhouses of nascent soul, were excited when they saw the lottery prize. Millions of top-quality spirit stones. Even for Huashan power, it was an astronomical sum. More so to them. 1 million top-grade spirit stones is enough to meet all their needs for spiritual resources throughout the nascent soul period. If there were 1 million top-quality spirit stones, their cultivation base can definitely skyrocket. Those top-level Dao items that can't be bought on weekdays can be chosen at will. The most important is, it takes no risk at all to get these 1 million top-quality spirit stones. You only need to pay a trivial 2 low-grade spirit stones, and you have a chance to earn 1 million top-grade spirit stones. It's simply too easy. Any immortal cultivator is attracted by the lottery prize at this moment. What if you get caught? This is the only thought of all the cultivators in Great Yenzhou at this moment. After countless immortal cultivators finally reluctantly calmed down their inner excitement. Look at the input box below the gameplay instructions. There are 10 input boxes, each of which can input a number. On the right side of the input box, there is also a randomly selected small button. Just click and random numbers will appear in the input box. After selecting your own number, you can click to buy. But you can only buy lottery tickets with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. There is no other option. This made countless cultivators frustrated. After all, many cultivators have withdrawn all spirit stones after the 20% discount on Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass ended. After all, don't worry that spirit stones exist in someone else's place. But if they had known there would be a lottery feature, they definitely don't cash out. At least keep some spirit stones in the account of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Otherwise, it is not possible that the numbers are all selected, but the order cannot be placed. That's 1 million top-quality spirit stones. If you happen to get the number you want, but you don't buy it, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Save spirit stones. Even if it's just to buy lottery tickets, you must save more spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass in the future. Close the paintball window. Below the lottery section, it's My Number area. It will display the lottery numbers you purchased. After the lottery is drawn, the number you choose wins the lottery. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass will prompt you directly. Moreover, the winning spirit stones will also be sent directly to the account of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass within an hour. No action is required. It is simple and convenient. Keep looking down. People are at the bottom of the page. I saw a live video similar to the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment online class. On the top of the live video is written the live lottery. This made the eyes of all cultivators lit up. They were all curious before. How is this lottery drawn? Could it be that Tianyan Sacred Land randomly gave 10 numbers? No one expected that it would be a live lottery draw. The crowd immediately clicked into it, although it's not the draw time. But the live broadcast room is in the live broadcast state, and the screen is displayed in front of all immortal cultivators. The video shows a fairy mountain. Spiritual chi is dense, and spiritual birds are soaring. A fairy tale atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain, there is a pool. Please be thorough in the water pool. A group of immortal cultivators could clearly see that in the water pool, there were hundreds of mysterious turtles shrinking their shells. Most mysterious turtles are motionless. Only a few will turn over. There are also 2 mysterious turtles lying together, doing some strange things. Seeing Xuanji Turtle, everyone was stunned for a while. Before Tianyan Sacred Land suddenly raised mysterious turtles, and also specially opened 2 immortal mountains. It caused a sensation and curiosity in Yenzhou. Even the price of the mysterious turtle has tripled. But why do you see the mysterious turtle in a lottery live broadcast? What does the mysterious turtle have to do with lottery tickets? Everyone was curious and clicked on the lottery rules in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room. After reading the lottery rules, all the cultivators were stunned. The great Yenzhou raising mysterious turtles is actually used for lottery draws. Drop the spirit fish on the summit. The top 10 mysterious turtles who climb to the top of the peak first will determine the numbers for the lottery. Many immortal cultivators looked carefully. Behind the mysterious turtle, there are clear numbers. The numbers behind each mysterious turtle are different. It's really for lottery. This moment, countless immortal practitioners in the entire greater Yenzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before guessing what Xuanji Turtle could pill refining the blood of the beast, it turned out to be their own brain supplement. Tianyan Sacred Land just took a fancy to the talent that Xuanji Turtle is not deduced and used it to draw the lottery. Many immortal cultivators who bought the mysterious turtle were sick. But the most painful, undoubtedly, the major forces. They followed suit and spent a lot of money to directly buy a bunch of mysterious turtles. As a result, Tianyan Sacred Land was only used for lottery draws. It's all in hand now. The Xuanji turtle is useless, and the meat is particularly unpalatable with a lingering fishy smell. Really blood loss? And below the lottery live room, there are cultivators familiar with the barrage input box. When even countless barges flew out. Gone. I bought 10 mysterious turtles. I have to ask the customer service of the alien bee sect if I can return them. My deduction technique is extremely powerful. I just felt that the first prize was within my grasp, and I could easily calculate it. But I never imagined that Tianyan Sacred Land would use the mysterious turtle to draw the prize, which is outrageous. Have you seen the Great Formation of Immortal Mountain? This is the Great Formation of isolation and deduction. Adding the two together, all immortal cultivators should not try to deduce the lottery numbers, and no one should try to cheat. 99. Look, the number 40 Xuanji turtle has thick limbs and must run fast. Among the 10 numbers I bought, there must be number 40. The lottery will be drawn at noon tomorrow. Those 2 mysterious turtles are still doing that kind of thing. I definitely won't buy their numbers. They will definitely not have the strength to run to the top tomorrow. 35. No, I think it's better to buy these 2 numbers. They waste their energy. They must be the most hungry, smell the aroma of the fish, and run the fastest. As soon as I looked at it, I felt that the number 99 mysterious turtle was extraordinary. You should buy the 10 mysterious turtles that are closest to the peak, and they will get the first month. I think what you said makes sense, and I decided to buy more lottery tickets so that the odds of winning are higher. For a time, countless immortal cultivators have begun to discuss how to choose a number in the live broadcast, and they all have their own ideas, which are particularly reasonable. Even the nascent soul powerhouses of the great powers looked at the mysterious turtle attentively, thinking about the number that was most likely to win the first prize. Many immortal cultivators have already determined lottery numbers in their hearts. He showed a confident look, as if the first prize was at his fingertips. After Tianyan PHS update, Xianwang Weibo has long been boiling. Lottery 2 words. Do your part to be the first in the hot search. Incredibly hot. I already bought it. The numbers I bought will definitely win the first prize, and I will go to see Immortal Cave in the center of the fairy city tomorrow. I bought it too. Please God, let me win. My talent is very poor, but with $1 million of top-quality spirit stones, I might have a chance to achieve nascent soul. I bought 10 lottery tickets directly. I'm not greedy. I just want to win the second prize in one bet, so that I can get my little sister back. Gone. I have chosen the number 2, but I don't have any spirit stones in my Xianwang Cloud Flash Pass. I've taken them all out before. I will save spirit stones now. If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If you don't trust the Holy Master Tianyan, you have to take away the spirit stones. Regret it. Even if you don't buy a lottery ticket, you can deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The updated random discount is very useful. As long as you pay, you can get instant discount. I just bought a lottery ticket and it was free, and I didn't even have a single spirit stone. Flowers, direct prostitution. I have bought 4 lottery tickets, and each time I only lose 0.01. This luck is too bad. 35. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's lottery draw. I won't be able to sleep tonight. If I win the lottery, I'm sure no one will tell me, and I'll spend it secretly. Online lottery. A huge wave has been set off throughout the greater Yenzhou. Countless immortal cultivators who were full of emotions, as if they were getting rich right in front of them, waved spirit stones in their hands to make deposits. In front of the Tianyan Pavilion gates in various places, there are long queues, and the prize money in the lottery prize pool is also growing rapidly, according to the rules of the lottery. For each lottery, purchases will be stopped 5 minutes before the draw. Wait until the draw is over. You can start buying the next lottery ticket. Therefore, the purchase time of each lottery ticket is less than 24 hours. Therefore, even if the time has come late at night, the Tianyan pavilions all over Great Yenzhou are still brightly lit. There are countless immortal practitioners queuing up, and the deacon of the other 3 Sacred Land shops. Looking at the lively Tianyan Pavilion, I got used to it. Looking at the entire Immortal World, only Tianyan Pavilion can be so lively when it opens 24 hours a day. Tianyan Pavilion has been on fire for more than a year, and they are all used to it. They are also particularly interested in the lottery. After the store closed, I also ran to the queue, trying to buy a few bets to try my luck. Faced with the opportunity to get rich overnight with only 2 low-quality spirit stones, no one can be unmoved. And so, until the next morning. But the number of people in line did not decrease at all. There was even anxiety on the faces of the cultivators lining up, because they have already thought about the number they want to buy. Everyone feels that the number they choose has the potential to win. If you didn't save spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, you didn't buy lottery tickets. That's definitely a pity. And if the number you didn't buy wins the prize, then they will probably regret it for the rest of their lives. Repairing Immortal World. Nascent soul powerhouses have the privilege. They can directly enter Tianyan Pavilion to recharge without queuing up. But practitioners of the Gold Core period have no privileges in front of Sacred Land. Many cultivators in the Gold Core period were anxious in line. The lottery draw is only a few hours away. They were afraid that they would not be able to save spirit stones when the lottery came. So they found the cultivator at the front of the team and handed the spirit stones to each other. Ask the other party to rush to the account together and transfer it to yourself at that time. Immortal cultivators in the Gold Core stage are considered to be the middle class of Immortal World cultivators. When have they ever been so kind to low-level immortal cultivators? But now to buy lottery tickets. They took the initiative to lower their bodies and ask each other for help. It can be seen from this that the lottery has a huge attraction for immortal practitioners. Countless immortal practitioners made up their minds at this moment. Be sure to save some spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Flash Pass in the future. Even if you don't want to save all the spirit stones, you have to save some of them. After all, to buy lottery tickets now, you must use Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Moreover, Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has now updated the function of random instant discount. You can save spirit stones by paying with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The most important thing is that the speed of Tianyan Holy Master launching new applications is too fast. There may be applications that require Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass in the future. So save a little more this time. After saving, you have to line up. The emergence of lottery tickets. Undoubtedly, it caused a sensation in the entire greater Yenzhou repairing Immortal World. From top to bottom, everyone is paying attention. Everyone is talking about lottery tickets. When seeing a familiar fellow Taoist, the first sentence is to ask him if he has bought a lottery ticket. So even the next morning, there are still countless immortal cultivators discussing in the Xianwang Weibo. I watched those mysterious turtles all night, and I bought a 50-note lottery ticket, and I can definitely win the first prize. Envy, I've been queuing up all night, and it's still not my turn. Which senior gave me 2 low-grade spirit stones? I think the number I choose will definitely win the lottery. If I win the lottery, I will give it back 100 times. My correspondence number is... I laughed so hard. The pair of Tao companions in front of me were talking about how to spend if they won the first prize. As a result, the two fought directly because of the uneven distribution. It was a lively event until Tianyan Pavilion. The deacon came out, and they stopped. This fight started before I won the lottery. If I really won the lottery, wouldn't it be a jerk? There are still 4 hours before the lottery draw. Looking forward to... I'm not greedy. I hope to win the 4th prize. Our sect is about to compete. If there are enough resources, I will definitely stand out in this competition and be accepted as a disciple by the elders. Cultivators are very keen on lottery tickets. Countless cultivators see lottery tickets as an opportunity for heaven-defying to change their lives. After all, the wealthy is legal. If they can win the lottery, the massive cultivation resources they will harvest will allow them to go further on the fairy road. So, in the eyes of cultivators, lottery is not just a lottery ticket. It is a bright future. Nothing can be deduced. Things related to Sacred Land are not easy to deduce. Tianyan Sacred Land has also created a grand formation to cover the Immortal Mountain, and the lottery tool is still a mysterious turtle. After my deduction secret technique was activated, my mind went blank. No information at all. 35. Inside the Great Hall of Tianyan Sacred Land. Punishment the Elder sighed. When all the nascent soul elders around him heard the words, they were also extremely disappointed. The newly launched lottery ticket of Tianyan Sacred Land is also very attractive to the nascent soul powerhouses. If you can win the first prize, their combat power will be turned upside down. The probability of becoming a god in the future will greatly increase. It's a pity that even Elder, who specializes in extrapolating a penalty, can't calculate the winning number. Things created by Tianyan Sacred Land are definitely not so easy to find loopholes. I just bought a 100-note lottery ticket at random, and when I can achieve Nascent Soul, my luck must be good, no need to choose deliberately, and fortune will come naturally. The fellow Taoist has a good mentality, but I think that there is an immortal road to contend for, and the lottery numbers must be carefully selected. I use the technique of great evolution to select 20 betting numbers, and I will definitely be able to achieve something. That's right, although there is no information to deduce, but the technique of dying coincides with Heavenly Tao, and choosing the number with this will definitely yield something. I think it's more reliable to choose lottery numbers with the technique of lack of truth. If you let the outside world see the scene in the temple, you will be surprised. Even the high-ranking Sacred Land elder gathered around to discuss how to select lottery numbers. It can be seen how attractive the lottery is to cultivators. And Lord Taishian remained silent. He has figured out the profit model of the lottery. Half of the spirit stones that cultivators bought lottery tickets for were taken by Tianyan Sacred Land as profits. The other half is used to give bonuses to cultivators. So in fact, the prize money drawn by the cultivators in the lottery are all spirit stones who bought lottery tickets by themselves. Tianyan Sacred Land doesn't have to do anything. Completely empty glove, White Wolf. Lord Taishian understands the logic of lottery, but it is useless to understand. It is impossible to imitate. This business can only be done by Tianyan Sacred Land, because only Tianyan PHS can easily sell lottery tickets to every immortal cultivator in Great Yinzhou. Tianyan Sacred Land is getting stronger and stronger, and now there are 4 gods alone. For thousands of years, the Sacred Land family has not been alone. But Tianyan Sacred Land, relying on Tianyan's PHS, has too many resources. If this continues, Tianyan Sacred Land will really suppress the entire Great Yinzhou. We must find a way to prevent Tianyan Sacred Land from continuing to develop. 35. Lord Taishian thought in his heart. But while thinking, Lord Taishian also opened the lottery section and bought hundreds of lottery numbers that he had long thought of. Buying hundreds of bets is just 2 mid-grade spirit stones. The loss is not worth mentioning to myself. But what if you win the first prize? That is blood earned. Master, the deadline is approaching soon. I'm going to host the lottery draw. Master, have you bought it yet? Above the holy main peak of Tianyan Sacred Land, Lin Kuer reminded Nangongwan. Nangongwan heard the words and immediately started to buy the numbers she prepared in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. After just a few dozen seconds, a confident smile appeared on Nangongwan's face. These are 10 numbers I carefully prepared. The first prize is bound to come. Unfortunately, In the first draw, there are not many spirit stones in the prize pool, and it is estimated that the first prize is only 100,000. Chen heard the words and looked at his master helplessly. The master is a dignified and powerful man. In order to win the lottery, he stood on the periphery of Xianshan all day and used divine sense to see the hundreds of mysterious turtles thoroughly. It's quite an effort. Come on, it's almost time. The lottery is being repaired for the first time at Immortal World, which is highly anticipated. Chen will also go to Xianshan to watch it in person. Just check it out. If there is a problem with the lottery process, it can be changed in time. When the three reach Xianshan, the elders have arrived. However, they did not enter Xianshan. Instead, stand above the void, in order to ensure the fairness of the lottery. At the lottery time, only the host in charge of the lottery is allowed to enter in Xianshan, and the host is Lin Kier. At this moment, the time is about to reach noon. Lin Kuge smiled sweetly at Yi Chun and flew into the Immortal Mountain. The elders greeted Yi Chun and Nangong one after another. The Foreign Affairs elder even reported with a smile on his face. Holy Lord, there are 5 minutes until the draw. Lottery tickets have stopped selling. The number of spirit stones in the lottery prize pool has reached 250,000 top-ranked spirit stones. 99. Hearing this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. 25,000? Of course, Yi Chen doesn't think this number is small. On the contrary, Yi Chen thought that the number was much higher than expected. There are 250,000 top-quality spirit stones in the prize pool. That means 2.5 billion lottery tickets were sold. Zhao's. But you must know that there are only 1 billion immortal cultivators in the entire Great Yenzhou. How did it sell so much? Yi Chen didn't ask the Foreign Affairs elder. Instead, it directly uses the communication fairy to call up the background data. When looking at the data, Yi Chen was surprised. Because time is too tight, many cultivators can't even recharge spirit stones in time. So only 400 million cultivators bought lottery tickets. But these 400 million cultivators contributed 2.5 billion lottery tickets. On average, each person bought more than 6 bets. This is really beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Are cultivators so keen on lottery tickets? But thought about it carefully. Yi Chen quickly understood. For the immortal path, immortal cultivators are very gambling. The secret realm of 9 deaths. As long as there is enough interest in it, some cultivators dare to enter. In the crisis-ridden Demon Mountain, immortal cultivators keep pouring in like moths to a fire for resources. This is the gambling nature that the immortal cultivators show in order to go further on the road of immortality. And now, only need to pay 2 low-grade spirit stones. You may get a bigger reward than entering the danger. No one is at any risk yet. Immortal cultivators naturally flock to it. Therefore, cultivators have unimaginable enthusiasm for lottery tickets, and they buy several or even dozens of bets at a time. Rather reasonable. Yi Chen, even in the background, saw some nascent Soul Period powerhouses buy tens of thousands of lottery tickets at a time. Are there only 250,000 top-ranking spirit stones in the prize pool? Then I won the first prize, and I can only get the prize money of 180,000 top-grade spirit stones. A little disappointed, but better than nothing. Beside Yi Chen, Nangong shook her head. There was disappointment in the beautiful eyes. It seemed that the first prize had already been decided by her. At this moment, I had begun to dislike too few spirit stones. This made Yi Chen's mouth twitch. Where did the inflated self-confidence of his master come from? Using the mysterious turtle to draw the lottery is more random than the previous Earth's use of small balls. Xuanji Turtle has its own ideas, so during the lottery process, there are bound to be various accidents. It is definitely not that easy to win the lottery. It's really all about luck. Nangong wanted to win the lottery. It was definitely more difficult than imagined. And the Sacred Land elders, looking at the hundreds of mysterious turtles in the pool. His eyes were full of anticipation. They also bought lottery tickets. Although the prize money for the first prize does not reach 1 million, but 180,000 top-grade spirit stones can still make people feel emotional. As the time draws closer to the lottery time, everyone turned their attention to the top of Xianshan Mountain. And outside, when the first lottery was officially discontinued, many immortal cultivators who lined up in front of Tianyan Pavilion and did not recharge spirit stones sighed. Very sorry. The immortal cultivators who had already purchased lottery tickets were even more impatient. It's almost noon now. They entered the lottery live broadcast room early in the lottery area and waited. Just blink. 400 million cultivators poured into the lottery live broadcast room. Moreover, The number of live broadcast viewers is still rising rapidly. Even many cultivators who did not buy lottery tickets would be curious about the lottery results in their hearts, wondering if anyone can actually win the first prize. Please win. Please win. I spent a full day and bought 200 lottery tickets in order to choose the number, and I will definitely be able to achieve something. I'm still a little skeptical. Just spend a few low-grade spirit stones to buy lottery tickets. Can you really get so many spirit stones in 740? Looking forward, I hope the mysterious turtle I chose will not disappoint me. Unfortunately, there are only 250,000 top-ranking spirit stones in the prize pool today, and the first prize won't make $1 million. After all, it's just the beginning. Besides, hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones are already spirit stones that most cultivators can't earn in their lifetime. Tianyan Holy Maiden Lin Kier entered the live broadcast and came to the top of the mountain. Immortal Chi's fluttering appearance is indeed the fourth beauty. She is perfect. It seems that Holy Maiden is the host of the lottery. The countdown is about to end, and the lottery will be drawn soon. I will definitely win. 35. In the eyes of countless immortals looking forward to it. Time came to noon. Lin Kier was wearing a long white dress. She has long, supple, shawl hair, fluttering like a fairy under the wind blowing from the mountains. She stood 10 meters above the peak, with a smile on her beautiful face. I have seen you, fellow Taoists. My name is Tianyan Holy Maiden Lin Kier, who is in charge of hosting the live broadcast of the first lottery. Tianyan Sacred Land will ensure that the lottery process is fair and just. 35. Before the lottery draw, I will report to you the current status of the prize pool and the prizes that can be obtained for each prize. 5. The first prize can get 70% of the spirit stones in the prize pool, a total of 175,000 top-quality spirit stones. The second prize will get 10% of the spirit stones in the prize pool, a total of 25,000 top-quality spirit stones. The third prize can get 5% of the spirit stones in the prize pool, a total of 12,500 top-quality spirit stones. Keka, if more than one cultivator purchases the same number and wins the same prize, the prize for that prize will be divided equally. 35. If the prize pool is not completely emptied after this lottery draw, the remaining spirit stones in the prize pool will continue to accumulate. Lin Kier's crisp voice spread to the minds of all immortal cultivators. In an instant, there are countless barges. Although the first prize does not have 1 million top-grade spirit stones, 180,000 is already a lot. If I can win the lottery, cultivation base will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I'm still in the queue. I hope no one wins this time. The spirit stones in the prize pool will automatically accumulate, and I will earn more when I buy the second lottery. Our Shaoshan sect is about to go bankrupt, and our disciple elder is almost gone. I beg, Holy Master Tianyan, let me win the lottery. What's the use of asking the Holy Master to win the lottery? You have to ask those mysterious turtles to run faster. Holy Maiden is so good-looking, with a thin waist and long legs, and a youthful temperament. Compared with Holy Maiden, the elder sister of our demonic sect is really unsightly. I'll go, fellow Taoist upstairs. You're still alive? Haven't you been caught by your senior sister? Lin Kier glanced at the barrage in the sea of consciousness and smiled. Since you fellow Taoists have no other problems, then I hereby announce that the first lottery is officially open. 35. The 10 mysterious turtles that entered the circle at the summit first. The numbers behind them are the numbers for the lottery this time. The voice fell. Lin Kier took out a sealed, gold-tailed fish from the storage ring, suspended in the air in front of him. All the barges disappeared at this moment. Countless immortal cultivators stared nervously at the water pool in the live broadcast screen. Pay attention to the reactions of those mysterious turtles. There's no time to post pop-ups at all. With Lin Kier's hand tapped in the air, the seal on the golden-tailed fish was released. The breath of the golden-tailed fish instantly spread throughout the entire immortal peak. In the pool, hundreds of Xuanji turtles, most of whom were sleeping, immediately stuck their heads out. They felt the breath of the golden-tailed fish and looked towards the peak in unison. Just cover up? There were several mysterious turtles running towards the peak. Ghost turtles are turtle demonic beasts, but the limbs are not short and the running is not slow at all. 3,000 meters high Xian foam. For the mysterious turtle, it only takes half a minute to arrive. Look at the mysterious turtle moving. The cultivators all followed suit. Gone. Why are you running so slowly, mysterious turtle number 79? Didn't you eat? Bai Chong has such thick limbs? 35. Haha, the first departure is the number 53 Xuanji turtle. I bought this number, it's safe. Why is the number 100 mysterious turtle still sleeping? Can't you smell the golden-tailed fish? Is there something wrong with your thinking? Mysterious turtle number 48. You have taken a long detour. You had a chance to be in the top 10. Those two mysterious turtles. You got it from yesterday's noon to today's noon? Are you hungry? Go to the top of the mountain to eat. Why don't you stop? I beg you. Can you play when you're full? 5. Soon, most of the mysterious turtles began to climb the mountain one after another. Rush in the direction of the golden-tailed fish. But there are also a few points. Just probe the probe, then retracted back to sleep. A few moved a few times, picking a better place to sleep. There are also two mysterious turtles, still stacked on top of each other. It seems that no matter what happens outside, it can't affect the love between the two. Seeing that many immortal cultivators who bought their numbers were heartbroken. Who would have thought that there would even be Xuanji turtles motionless at the time of the lottery draw? This was absolutely beyond their expectations. A cultivator even cried at this moment. There were only 10 mysterious turtles left in the pool. The numbers he bought were exactly these 10. The lottery ceremony for others has just begun. His lottery ceremony is over. This luck is simply outrageous. With the passage of time, every minute and second, the mysterious turtle is getting closer and closer to the peak. The hearts of countless immortal cultivators were raised. The atmosphere didn't dare to make a sound, as if he was afraid of scaring the mysterious turtle in the live broadcast. Finally, the first mysterious turtle climbed to the top of the peak and entered the circle on the top of the peak. Lin Ke, who was standing in midair, showed a smile. The first mysterious turtle to climb to the top of the mountain has appeared. The number behind it is 39. Congratulations to the cultivator who bought this number. 99. You are one step closer to the first prize. On the top of the live screen, the first number was updated synchronously. 39. Look at the first mysterious turtle. The long silent barrage burst out in an instant. Gone. I wanted to buy number 39 last night, but he was sleeping at the bottom of the pool at the time. I hesitated and didn't buy it. It's a big loss. Me too. It all flashed through my mind at the time. I didn't buy it in the end. I regret it. I hit it. I also bought the number 39. It's just a number. Although you missed the first prize, there is still a second prize. Don't be disappointed. 39. At this moment, countless immortal cultivators compared the numbers they purchased. Or sigh. Or ecstatic. Or depressed. And so on. It was just a mysterious turtle that touched the hearts of the entire Great Yinzhou immortal cultivator. The attraction of lottery tickets to cultivators can be seen to be very high. And above the sky, Chen looked at Master Nangong with a smile. Master, is there number 39 in the 20-note lottery ticket you carefully prepared? Nangong silently avoided Chen's sight. Pretend not to hear. This put a bright smile on Chen's face. Not long after the first mysterious turtle reached the summit, two more mysterious turtles reached the peak. They have reached beyond the circle. As long as you enter the circle, you are successful. Look at the numbers behind the two mysterious turtles. Countless immortal cultivators who chose these two numbers showed surprises in their eyes. But the next moment, the hopeful look in their eyes dimmed. Sincerity turned into disbelief. Because these two mysterious turtles, who were only one step away from entering the circle, actually fought each other after they collided. The next moment, the two mysterious turtles hugged each other and rolled down the cliff. The corners of the mouths of countless people twitched. This lottery process is simply too exciting. There are mysterious turtles who are too lazy to come up. The brain is not bright, and there are mysterious tortoises that take a long way. Now there are still people who are about to reach the finish line and roll down the cliff in a half fight. This is too outrageous. In the eyes of countless immortal cultivators, the second, third, fourth, and fifth mysterious turtles climb to the top one after another. The numbers behind it, some people are happy and some are worried. There are unlucky cultivators who have been announced to be eliminated. Because 5 consecutive numbers are wrong, you can't even get the consolation prize. And the remaining immortal cultivators are looking forward to it even more. There are many immortal cultivators among them, and the 5 numbers are all matched, and they are extremely excited. The first prize seems to be imminent. Second-rate forces are really martial ancestor. Over the past year, relying on the battle videos of the Holy Master Tianyan, he has made a lot of money selling photo stones. Today, the countless disciples of the true martial ancestor did not cultivate. Instead, they get together in 2s and 3s, excitedly discussing the ongoing live lottery draws. To this, the real martial ancestor executives didn't interfere, because they are also watching. The first lottery draw ceremony attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wants to be able to win the lottery. And in the outer sect of the real martial ancestor, Hua Yunfei got together with several brothers and sisters. Several of them are outer sect disciples, but they are only cultivation bases in the early stage of qi refining. It can be said that it is a standard repair Immortal World chicken. Watching the live broadcast at the moment, they were yelling, "I didn't win again. So far, I have only won 2 of the 5 numbers. I feel that it is difficult to even win the consolation prize. Senior Brother Zhang, you are much luckier than me. I bought 10 numbers, and the 10 mysterious turtles didn't come out of the pool, and they almost made me mad. 35. I don't know who said on the internet yesterday that the 2 mysterious turtles stacked together must be hungry today and run fast. I bought these 2 numbers in my 5-note lottery ticket, and I lost blood. Junior Brother Lee, it's a bit outrageous that your 10 mysterious turtles haven't come out of the water. Next time, Junior Brother, tell me the number you bought. Brother, I will buy it in reverse, and maybe you will win." Junior Brother Hua, why don't you speak? What are you thinking? The excited people looked at Hua Yunfei with strange eyes. When Hua Yunfei heard the words, he hurriedly forced a smile. "I just feel that the lottery is too unreliable, and the mysterious turtles can still fight. It's too difficult to win the lottery." Hearing this, the brothers and sisters all laughed. Playing is exciting. For 2 low-grade spirit stones, you have a chance to earn hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, which is not a lot. 39. Give it a go. Become a god of transformation for 100 years. Junior Brother Hua, you didn't buy lottery tickets. You can't be tempted by lottery tickets. This disposition is admired by senior brothers. 99. Hua Yunfei did not explain. 1 Tet actually lied. Before, he felt that the odds of winning the lottery were low, so he did not want to buy it. But at the last moment of the deadline, I listened to the discussion among the brothers and sisters. He still couldn't help but choose a lottery ticket. What if you were thinking about it? Even if it's just a consolation prize, you can earn 8 low-quality spirit stones. But when the live broadcast starts, Hua Yunfei was shocked. The first mysterious turtle to reach the top of the mountain, the number on its back. It is in the lottery numbers of your own choice. And the second, the third, the fourth, the 5th mysterious turtle that reached the top of the peak, the numbers on its back can match the numbers of its own lottery. This shocked Hua Yunfei directly. If you hit another number, wouldn't he be able to get the consolation prize? The most important thing is that the first 5 are all hit. What about the next 5 numbers? Will it be all in? However, this idea was once dispelled by Hua Yunfei. This is simply not possible. I am a small outer sect disciple, and my talent is average. How can I have such luck? Just wish I could get another one. If you earn 8 more low-grade spirit stones, you can buy more medicine pill cultivation. The lottery live broadcast continues. The goddess in Hua Yunfei's heart. Tianyan Holy Maiden chuckled and said the 6th number. Number 1. The 6th mysterious turtle that climbed the summit circle. The number on its back is number 1. Congratulations to fellow Daoist who bought the first lottery number. 1 step closer to the grand prize. That day, Yin Holy Maiden's voice fell. Once again, triggered a barrage screen. Oh my god. Even number 1, when I chose number 1, I deliberately skipped number 1. So depressed. 35. 6 numbers. I've already won 5. And I feel like the second prize is waving to me. I didn't hit any of the 6 numbers, so I'm unlucky. Indeed, I feel that winning the lottery is too difficult. Can someone really win the first prize? The brothers around Hua Yunfei sighed instantly. Apparently the whole army was wiped out. One of them said enviously, "I just saw the barrage. Someone has already hit 5 numbers." Everyone was looking forward to it. This is luck. And Hua Yunfei also echoed. But his hands hidden under his sleeve robes had already begun to tremble. A dignified cultivator, even if it's just a qi refining period. It's not like you can't control your hands, unless you get excited to a certain extent. And Hua Yunfei's hands were shaking because he was hit again. He hit all the first 6 numbers. Target's consolation prize has already arrived. But his heart turned upside down at this moment. Can you really win the jackpot yourself? If nothing else, if you can win the 4th prize, you will have hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. For himself in the qi refining period, it is absolutely astronomical. If hit, have such a huge resource, he must be able to stand out among countless outer sect disciples. Hua Yunfei continued to look down in anticipation. To this moment, the large force of Xuanji turtle has reached the peak, attracted the attention of all cultivators. At this moment, it has come to the last moment of the lottery draw. Because of the last few digits, it is likely to appear in a few breaths. Countless immortal cultivators didn't even dare to blink their eyes for fear of missing out. The seventh. The number behind the seventh mysterious turtle is 6. Congratulations to fellow Taoist who chose number 6. The eighth came in 2. The eighth mysterious turtle that reached the top of the mountain has the number 79 on its back. The number behind the ninth mysterious turtle is 41. At the moment, only one is missing. All numbers for the first lottery draw can be determined. Even those immortal cultivators who had been declared eliminated long ago and did not even have a consolation prize felt their hearts pounding at this moment. What will the last number be? Will anyone win the first prize? Hua Yunfei's hands under his sleeves clenched into fists. His eyes were full of red blood because of the force. Fight! The first 9 numbers. He got it all. He didn't think about it at all. He just thought about taking a chance on himself. It really hit, and it was all 9 numbers. Today's Hua Yunfei has won the second prize, calculated according to the number of spirit stones in the prize pool. If you are the only one who wins the second prize, then you will get 25,000 top-grade spirit stones. 25,000 top-grade spirit stones, even for gold core powerhouses. It takes nearly 100 years to earn. After all, during the gold core period, only 1 or 200 spirit stones can be earned in 1 year. From this comparison, one can imagine how huge the second prize is. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's heart was completely chaotic. For the higher first prize, he is full of expectations. If you can win the first prize, get nearly 180,000 top-grade spirit stones. So you even have a chance to achieve nascent soul, right? Countless immortal cultivators are now waiting for the final lottery numbers. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew up on the summit. Those mysterious turtles that were about to enter the circle were not even in the chi refinement period, so they couldn't compete at all, and they were directly blown away and fell down the mountain. 4 flowers. 0. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, turbulent winds are not uncommon. But a gust of wind blew at the last moment and emptied the summit, which was too dramatic. The heartbeats of many immortal practitioners accelerated again. Looking forward to it, Hua Yunfei could even hear the thumping sound of his heart. You can see how nervous. Which one will be the last mysterious turtle to enter the circle? What is the number behind it? The barrage stopped at this moment. In the attention of countless people, a mysterious turtle quickly climbed up from the back mountain and rushed towards the golden-tailed fish. Look at the numbers behind this mysterious turtle. Countless immortal cultivators were shocked. Isn't this the number 49 mysterious turtle who didn't walk in a straight line and spared the distance from the beginning? Oh my God, he actually climbed up from the back of the mountain. It just avoided the gust of wind just now. It's incredible. Sure enough, until the last minute of the lottery draw, no one can confirm the ending. In the eyes of countless cultivators in disbelief, mysterious turtle number 49 rushed into the circle. At this moment, the entire Great Yinzhou was shocked. The barrage is flying. 0. Countless immortal practitioners stood up directly. Gone. At first I was looking at the mysterious turtle number 55 coming in, but it was blown away by the wind, and the consolation prize I got was gone. I hit 7 numbers, I hit 4th prize. I did win a consolation prize, but the problem is that I bought 50 lottery tickets and lost blood. I'm so close, I'll definitely win the next issue. I want to know, has anyone won the first prize? At this moment, right above the live broadcast, all winning numbers have been shown. 1.6.26.36.39.49.5, 8.79.8, 8.96. Compare the numbers. The cultivators who won the lottery were extremely excited. And the immortal cultivator who didn't win the lottery is extremely regretful. They feel their own luck is only a little bit worse. I'll definitely hit it next time. And beside Hua Yunfei, all the disciples sighed. I'm just 2 numbers away from winning the consolation prize. It's a pity. I'll definitely get it back next time. I thought about the 3 numbers 96.36.39 before, but unfortunately I didn't buy it in the end. If I did, I would have won the 4th prize. Sure enough, you should buy lottery tickets according to your intuition, so that the success rate is higher. At this moment, Hua Yunfei could no longer hear what the brothers were saying, because his heart was already filled with ecstasy. The last number was missed. Hua Yunfei won the 2nd prize, but the 2nd prize has exceeded his expectations countless times. There are 25,000 top-grade spirit stones, enough to allow myself to do nothing and cultivate to the gold core late stage with peace of mind. You can also learn what you want to learn in the Xianwang Cloud Classroom as you like. Even more, in the Xianwang Auction House, you can bid for a few treasures that are suitable for your own. Set yourself apart from the crowd of outer sect disciples. Hua Yunfei knew, the moment you win the lottery, his original ordinary fairy path will become completely different. Own life trajectory will become extremely bright. This moment, in Hua Yunfei's heart, he was extremely grateful to the Holy Master Tianyan who invented the lottery ticket. It was Holy Master Tianyan who changed his life. In the excitement, Hua Yunfei's Tianyan PHS sent out a reminder. Congratulations on winning the second prize. The bonus will be distributed within an hour. The list of winners will be announced soon. Are you anonymous? Li, look at the prompt. Hua Yunfei, who was ecstatic in his heart, was taken aback. Is there still an announcement of the winners? Anonymous? Although Hua Yunfei has only entered the rookie of Immortal World for 1 year. But for the cruelty of Immortal World, it is deeply experienced. I am an outer sect disciple in the early stage of Qi refining. There is simply no ability to protect this wealth. Not to mention the second prize. Even if it is the fourth prize, there are only 100 top-grade spirit stones, and I can't win it myself. If the disciple of the foundation establishment of Jinwu Inner Sect knew that he had won the lottery, would he come to him, the disciple of the outer sect, to borrow spirit stones? Do you dare to sacrifice yourself? Sect deacon, and even gold core elder are sure to be heartbroken. Lend them, and you will have nothing. Don't borrow. You might not be able to save your own life. And even if the spirit stones are all handed over, it's useless. There must be people who suspect that they have hidden spirit stones and attack themselves. And that's just the spirit stones for the fourth prize. And he won the second prize. The exposure of such great wealth will only bring disaster to oneself. Thinking of this, Hua Yunfei was in a cold sweat. Originally, Hua Yunfei was just excited, but he also planned to invite the close brothers to have a spiritual meal. Completely dismiss this idea now. I have always been ridiculously poor, and suddenly inviting someone to eat Lingshan will definitely be associated with winning the 740 lottery. Never let anyone find out that they have won the lottery. Be careful when spending spirit stones in the future. Shop online as much as possible. Therefore, Hua Yunfei immediately chose to remain anonymous. It was a relief. Junior brother Hua, why are you so absent-minded today? 99. The senior brother next to him patted Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei hurriedly smiled. I was just thinking how great it would be if I won the first prize. Even if I didn't win the first prize, the second prize would be fine. Hearing this, the surrounding apprentices and brothers laughed loudly. For those of us who are in the Qi refining period, winning the fourth prize can be fun. Okay, Tianyan Holy Maiden is going to announce the results. I would like to see if anyone can get lucky and buy the first prize. I hope that no one wins the lottery, so the prize pool will accumulate, and if I win the lottery next time, I will earn more. 35. Hua Yunfei echoed with a smile, and continued to watch the lottery live with his fellow apprentices. Now the lottery numbers are fixed. But the immortal cultivator who didn't win the lottery didn't leave. They all waited for Lin Kier to announce the results, wondering if anyone had won the first prize. And above Xianfeng, Lin Kier's white dress fluttered. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she was as pure as a camellia. Incredibly beautiful. She has already received the winning data from the background. At this moment, facing Xianwang's photo stone, Lin Kier smiled and said softly, Fellow Taoists, the award results have been released. 99. I will announce the number of winners now. 9. First prize. No one wins. Hearing this, countless immortal cultivators were in an uproar. Did no one win the first prize? But thinking about the mysterious turtle with incomparable spirituality, it is difficult to comprehend. It's really hard to win a lottery. Many people even missed a number. So after being surprised, most of the immortal cultivators showed joy. The first prize takes up 70% of the prize pool. Now that no one has won the lottery, it will naturally accumulate to the next time. Next time, if they can hit the first prize, they will earn even more. Many immortal cultivators have already begun to look for the rules of this lottery and strive to win the lottery next time. Lin Kerr paused for a moment and continued. The number of second prize winners won. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist, who has exclusive access to 10% of the prize pool, totaling 25,000 top-quality spirit stones. Hearing this, countless immortal cultivators showed envious expressions. 25,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even for the nascent Soul Period powerhouse, it is a huge sum of money. When there is no Xianwang Cloud Classroom, If the nascent soul powerhouse wants to earn 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, he will definitely have to die. And now, someone has made such a huge sum for only 2 low-grade spirit stones. This luck is really enviable. Absolutely lucky. I don't know which immortal cultivator is so lucky. Lin Kier continued to announce the number of other awards. Number of winners of the 3rd prize, 5. Congratulations to these 5 fellow Taoists, who share 5% of the prize pool, a total of 12,500 top-grade spirit stones, and each received a bonus of 2,500 top-grade spirit stones. Number of winners of the 4th prize, 100. Share 1% of the prize pool, totaling 2,500 top-ranking spirit stones. 99. 5,400 consolation prize winners. Everyone gets a bonus of 10 low-quality spirit stones. A total of 5,506 fellow Taoists have won awards in this issue. 35. Listen to the number of winners of the various awards. Cultivators are all envious and jealous. Why wasn't he the one who won the lottery? If nothing else, even if you only win a consolation prize, at least it's not a loss. Next time they must win the lottery. There's so many winners. Why not have them? In live broadcast, Lin Kier's long skirt fluttered and finally said, "This prize pool has spent a total of 45,010 top-quality spirit stones." 35. The bonus will be distributed to all winners' Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass accounts within 1 hour. The detailed list of winners has also been announced in the lottery section. The remaining 204,990 top-grade spirit stones in the prize pool will be accumulated until the next draw. The mysterious turtles used in this lottery draw will all be replaced. The first lottery live broadcast draw is over. Goodbye. The words fell, and Lin Kuer floated away. Immediately, dozens of gold core deacon from Tianyan Sacred Land appeared in the live broadcast and began to capture the spirit turtles on the fairy mountain. Wait until all the original spirit turtles are captured. A new batch of phantom turtles were thrown into the pool. The first live broadcast lottery draw is over. However, the barrage in the live broadcast room did not decrease at all, but instead increased. I even changed the mysterious turtle every time. Didn't I just choose the number for nothing? Isn't it? I have chosen 10 new numbers based on the performance of all the mysterious turtles this time, and I will definitely win the lottery. It's useless now. This is obviously for fairness and makes each lottery result more random. The list of winners was even announced. I'm going to see it. I'm going to see who actually won the 2nd prize. In an instant, countless cultivators withdrew from the live broadcast and looked at the lottery section. Sure enough, there is a list of winners at the bottom. After clicking, a series of information appeared in front of everyone. 2nd prize winner, anonymous. 3rd prize winner, anonymous. 4th prize winner, anonymous. Consolation prize winners, Li Qingshan, Wan Baoyuan, Zhan Songxing, Li Xuanhuan, Chen Xiang, anonymous. The winners of the previous awards are all anonymous. It wasn't until the consolation prize that most people chose their real names. This series of anonymity made many immortal cultivators dissatisfied, who wanted to see who had won the grand prize. It's all anonymous. What's so good about it? Actually, it is right to allow anonymity. After all, there are also many low-level cultivators who buy lottery tickets. If outsiders find out that they have won the jackpot, then good things will turn into bad things. Indeed, if nothing else, those demons will definitely stare at him. If you don't have enough strength, if you win the lottery and get known by others, that's a disaster. Anyway, I am also anonymous. If my brothers and sisters find out that I won the lottery, they will definitely ask me to borrow spirit stones from me. If you don't borrow them, it will hurt your feelings. If you borrow them, most of them will not come back. 5. You can remain anonymous after winning the lottery. Most cultivators understand it very well. Wealth is not revealed. To be informed by outsiders of wealth that does not match one's own strength is the way of death. Lottery prizes are distributed quickly. After all, it is a network transfer. So soon. In Xianwang Weibo, there are screenshots of immortal practitioners receiving bonuses. Of course, it's all consolation prizes. All 10 low-grade spirit stones. There is no one who has won the jackpot. But it's normal to think about it. The winners have chosen to remain anonymous. So how can they post the bonus? Such a fast rate of awarding is even more surprising to the cultivators. Many immortal cultivators ran to the bottom of the winning Weibo feed, commenting with joy, looking forward to tomorrow's lottery. Although the winning rate is ridiculously low, but this time there was no first prize. Prize pool accumulation. The next time you win the jackpot will only be bigger. After the lottery live broadcast is over, the second lottery has already gone on sale. Countless immortal cultivators became more and more courageous and began to choose numbers with anticipation. One miss is outrageous. With so many elders, we didn't even win a consolation prize. If it spreads out, we'll die of laughter. Above the sky, the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So many elders, not a single jackpot. And Chen looked at Nangongwan's peerless and beautiful face. Master, how many did you win in the 20-note lottery that you carefully selected? Could it be that the second prize was won by you, Master? Nangongwan lowered her head and played with her fingers. Silently, do not speak. Seeing this cute appearance, Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Master is observing the mysterious turtle and using the technique of deduction, feeling confident before the draw. As a result, when the lottery was drawn, one missed. It's really interesting. Hearing Chen's laugh 2.0, Nangongwan's cheeks bulged. The thunder began to emanate from the hands again. But right now, Lin Kier finished hosting the lottery live broadcast and flew over. Seeing Nangongwan's expression, Bingshue's smart Lin Kun knew what was going on and hurriedly stood beside Nangongwan and said, Master, didn't you come up with a lot of numbers at that time? Actually, I bought a Shizu. You choose the rest of the numbers and you won the third prize. But it's actually your master's credit. I have the cheek to accept half, but you must accept the other half, and you must not refuse. Otherwise, I will be troubled. 35. After speaking, transfer money immediately. Nangongwan's originally autistic expression suddenly disappeared. Satisfied, he stretched out his hand and touched Lin Kuer's head. Since it's Kuer's filial piety, then I'll accept it. Kuer is not bad. Immediately looked at Chen. Listen, I have no problem with my number selection skills, but this time I have bad luck. 35. Next time I will definitely win. Chen's mouth twitched. Lin Kuer's number was definitely not the one left by master selection. Otherwise, with the character of the master, he would have long since closed himself. Therefore, in order to lick Shizun, Lin Kier gave Shizun the credit for winning the prize and also divided half of the bonus. It's really enough to lick. Too lazy to look at Shizun and Lin Kier again. Chen took time to scan the lottery backstage. The winner of the second prize is a real disciple of martial ancestor. Cultivation base is only at the early stage of Qi cultivation. Seeing this, Chen smiled. Young people are lucky. Lottery tickets on Earth can only create rich people. But in repairing the immortal world, it is possible to create a strong person. Must wait decades. In Greater Yinzhou, there will be many strong players who have risen because of winning the lottery. It's quite interesting. Now the lottery is an instant hit. And with the accumulation of spirit stones in the prize pool, it will become more and more attractive to cultivators. So, as long as the lottery is not like the lottery in the previous life, there will be all kinds of shady scandals. The prospect of their own lottery is very bright. In the future, wait for lottery sales to stabilize. The average daily income is 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, which is definitely not a problem. The lottery has also driven the payment frequency of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass to increase, plus the updated random drop feature. Yesterday, the number of users who chose online payment for online shopping at Xianwang Tabeohang, linear ascending. In the future, there will be substantial growth, and the number of deposits of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has also risen rapidly. Yesterday, I directly broke the deposit of 20 million top-grade spirit stones, and it's still growing. Lottery tickets are indeed a lucrative business. The income is even higher than that of Xianwang Taobao. It can also cultivate the habit of online payment for cultivators. Perfect. Next, you can start preparing for the loan service yourself. And Chen has basically considered perfecting the loan risk control system. Coming soon. The lottery ceremony is over. The elders each withdrew. Let's go. Chen stretched leisurely, and 25 spoke to Nangongwan and Lin Kuer. The three flew directly to the holy main peak. In midair, Nangongwan said seriously to Chen, Kuer is beautiful, careful, and beautiful, and knows how to honor elders. 39. It's for you to learn various cooking skills. It's not uncommon for girls like this to be repairing Immortal World. 35. I think she is more suitable to be your Dao companion than Gu Yunyun of that ancient clan. Of course, as the Lord of Sacred Land, it's normal for you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I think Kuer is more suitable to be the wife. Aside, Lin Kuer lowered her head shyly when she heard the words. He glanced at Chen secretly. Chen's mouth twitched when he heard this. He glanced at Lin Kuo. It's no wonder that Lin Kuo can lick Nangong so much. I don't know how many similar things they said together during this time. His own master is also outrageous. Is Gu Yunyan not suitable? It's because Gu Yunyan hasn't honored you yet. It is estimated that it is time to be filial. You think Gu Yunyan is suitable, right? Chen waved his hand and held Nangong on his shoulder. Ignoring Nangong resistance, she looked at Lin Kuo. Give me a good cultivation. It's not long before the Taoist conference. If you can't reach the top, let alone be accepted as a disciple by me. Holy maiden, I have to change someone. After he finished speaking, he directly carried Nangong, who was constantly shouting disobedience, and flew towards Immortal Cave, the holy main peak. Lin Kuo stood where she was, looking at the backs of the two with a thoughtful expression. The Holy Master is very opinionated, so to please the Master, although it is useful, it is not so useful. I still have to climb to the top of the Tao discussion conference and become a disciple of the Holy Master before I can get close to the water tower and get the moon first. When I become a disciple of the Lord, I call the Lord Master and enter the Immortal Cave with the Lord. Wouldn't it be even better? Thinking of this, Lin Kuo blushed. Repair Immortal World in Greater Yinzhou. Since the emergence of lottery tickets, the changes have been huge. For the convenience of buying lottery tickets, many cultivators have deposited spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Because I buy lottery tickets every day, immortal cultivators are becoming more and more accustomed to the Immortal Net Cloud Quick Pass. Not even just online shopping. In reality, there are more and more immortal cultivators who use Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. In addition, Tianyan Pavilion is convenient to withdraw cash. So far, there has not been a single case of inability to withdraw. Therefore, people are more and more at ease about depositing spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. More and more shops are supporting Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass shopping. After all, it is not only convenient to use Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment to collect payment, it also saves the step of transporting spirit stones, greatly reducing the risk of being robbed. And many immortal cultivators who have won the lottery for the sake of wealth, they will also choose to put the bonus in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Anyway, you can auction on the internet, you can buy online. Everything you want can be bought on Tianyan PHS. In reality, everyone is happy to accept transfers. So now, Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment has truly entered the daily life of immortal practitioners. The next day, the lottery is still hot. Most of the cultivators finally deposited spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment on the second day. Therefore, the second lottery ticket sold 3 billion bets directly. The lottery prize pool skyrocketed to 500,000 top-tier spirit stones. This naturally attracts the attention of more cultivators. But unfortunately, the second lottery. Still no one took the first prize. There is still only one second prize, earning 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. The prize pool is accumulating again. That huge number made countless immortal cultivators look forward to it. The subsequent lottery, one more popular than the last. Everyone wants to be the first to hit the first prize and clear the huge spirit stones from the prize pool. But until the 9th period, no cultivator has ever won the first prize. To this moment, in the lottery prize pool, up to 2 million top-quality spirit stones have been accumulated. This number is enough to make countless immortal cultivators' heart beat faster. At this moment, if you win the first prize, you can take away millions of top-grade spirit stones directly. Under the stimulation of the huge bonus, the immortal cultivator is undoubtedly even more crazy. Even many immortal cultivators who had a good temperament and were not moved by lottery tickets before. I was also excited to see the prize pool. This directly caused the 10th lottery ticket to sell out. But in the meanwhile, in Xianwang Weibo, there were also many doubtful voices of immortal cultivators. There are 9 lottery draws. How come no one has won the first prize? Could it be that Tianyan Sacred Land didn't want us to win the first prize? In this way, all the spirit stones in the prize pool will belong to Tianyan Sacred Land. I don't think so. The Holy Master is not that kind of person, and Tianyan Sacred Land earns so much. There is no need to be greedy for the prize pool. The one upstairs is too young. Who would despise how much he earns? Whether the lottery will be drawn is also a problem. The lottery ceremony seems to be fair, but there are countless strong people in Tianyan Sacred Land. Yes, I thought there was something wrong with the gust of wind when the lottery was drawn for the first time. I think those who won the second prize may all be from Tianyan Sacred Land. Otherwise, why are they all anonymous? Not a single one dares to have a real name. It's been too long since the first prize winner appeared. It made many immortal cultivators suspicious. But when it comes to Sacred Land, they dare not say too much. But the seeds of doubt have been planted. Of course, doubt is doubt. When the 10th lottery live broadcast started, it was still hot. The number of viewers reached a new high. The next 9 lottery draws were not hosted by Lin Kier. Lin Kier explained it on Xianwang Weibo. Said to go to closed-door training to prepare for the Taoism conference soon. The new host is a Sacred Land female deacon, who looks good. When the deacon takes out the golden tail fish. This batch of mysterious turtles is still in frequent condition. The lottery draw process can be described as incomparably tortuous, and the countless cultivators who watched it seem to be riding on a roller coaster. When the last lottery number is determined, countless cultivators looked at the lottery numbers. Some are happy, and some are worried. And in Yuqing's Sacred Land, a big elder of nascent soul, late stage, jumped straight up. He looked at the winning numbers. Take a look at the numbers you bought. The eyes were huge. Oh, it hit. All 10 numbers are correct. This nascent soul late stage Yuqing Sacred Land powerhouse, named Chi Tong Elder. He only buys 1 lottery ticket in each issue, and only buys the same number just to join in the fun. I never thought that I could win the lottery. And also the first prize. Millions of top-quality spirit stones. This is also astronomical for him in nascent soul late stage. With such a huge sum of spirit stones, he can buy a longevity pill for himself. You can even auction off countless resources suitable for your own practice. The probability of becoming a god in the future will be greatly increased. It was an absolute surprise. 743. Own Fairy Road will be changed accordingly. But excited, Chi Tong Elder's heart gave birth to worry again. In Xianwang Weibo, there are countless discussions about the possibility of shady lottery tickets. I have now won the lottery. Will Tianyan Sacred Land be greedy? Will you not give yourself a bonus? Would you even deny that you won the lottery? The prize of 1 million top-grade spirit stones made Elder Chi Tong of nascent soul late stage particularly worried. In an instant, he thought of an idea. Take a screenshot of own lottery number directly, and then post it on Xianwang Weibo. And add a sentence. I won the first prize. All cultivators must know that they have won the first prize. If Tianyan Sacred Land does not acknowledge the account, it will be disgraced. As for revealing that he won the first prize, it's actually not a big problem. He is nascent soul late stage, and he is the elder of Yuqing's Sacred Land. Who can covet themselves? I'm lucky. I won the consolation prize. Next time I buy 5 bets. 99. Isn't there anyone who won the first prize this time? I think most of them won't win. I feel that Tianyan Sacred Land will make the lottery so difficult. I just don't want anyone to win the lottery. Go look at Weibo. Someone won the first prize. Real or fake? Really, it's the Elder Chi Tong of Yuqing's Sacred Land. And he also posted a screenshot, which is exactly the same as the lottery number this time. 99. When it is known that someone has won the lottery, the barrage is like a waterfall in an instant, and the screen is directly swiped. Countless immortal cultivators ran to the bottom of Chi Tong Elder's Weibo and looked at the screenshot of the lottery numbers, shocked. Someone actually won the first prize. And the winner of the first prize is the Elder of Yuqing's Sacred Land. The relationship between Yuqing's Sacred Land and Tianyan Sacred Land is not extremely bad. But the relationship is definitely not going to get any better. It is said that thousands of years ago, the 2 sacred lands fought for a secret realm. Now Chi Tong Elder can win the lottery. All the doubts of the immortal cultivators before are dispelled. After all, even the Elder of Yuqing's Sacred Land can win the lottery. It means that Tianyan Sacred Land definitely did not operate in the dark. Tianyan Sacred Land lottery is fair. News of the birth of the first prize winner. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire greater Yenzhou. The lottery has been out for 10 issues. Finally, there is a first prize winner. Something that naturally gets everyone's attention. Chi Tong Elder's Weibo instantly topped the trending search list. Countless cultivators left messages on Chi Tong Elder's Weibo feed. Congratulations, big man, feel happy. I'm so envious of earning millions of spirit stones directly from blood. What kind of deduction secret did Chi Tong Elder practice? Can you introduce it? What do you think of Elder Chi Tong buying lottery tickets? Brother Chi Tong, I'm Zhang Sun Daoist. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I'll go and have dinner with you in 2 days. Looking at the heat and countless barges, Chi Tong Elder felt stable. Unless Tianyan Sacred Land intends to smash word of mouth. Otherwise, you will definitely not deduct your own first prize. At this moment, Chi Tong Elder's Tianyan PHS also sent a hint. Congratulations on winning the first prize of the 10th lottery. Please be anonymous. A smile appeared on Qi Tong Elder's face. Tianyan Sacred Land really did not skimp. As for anonymous, I took the initiative to tweet, "What is the need for anonymity? Claim your award directly. The lottery is live." The female deacon said with a smile on her face. The first prize winner in this issue won. Because there are enough spirit stones in the prize pool, the winner will receive 1 million top-quality spirit stones. 5. Because the winner chooses the real name system, the name of the first prize winner can be announced directly. Let's congratulate Yuqing Sacred Land's Qitong Daoist for winning 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The bonus will be distributed within an hour. Please pay attention to check. Next, the number of second prize winners will be announced. Countless immortal cultivators heard this, and they were no longer in the mood to listen to the awards afterward. Compared to the first prize, other awards are not worth mentioning. Qitong Elder proved it. The lottery really does win first prizes. The appearance of the first grand prize winner. Let all cultivators' enthusiasm for lottery be more vigorous. It even made many immortal cultivators who had a normal mind about lottery tickets couldn't help it. After all, the elders of the competing forces in Tianyan Sacred Land can win the lottery. So why can't they win? Although the lottery is difficult to win, it all depends on luck. But fair. Maybe the next time you win the first prize will be yourself. No doubt. Because of the emergence of the first prize, the next lottery sales will usher in a huge explosion. Listen to the words of the female deacon in the live broadcast. Qitong Elder frowned. He felt that Tianyan Sacred Land really did not have the idea of greed for his own bonus. It seems that he has a little heart of a villain, and he has saved the belly of a gentleman. However, Qitong Elder did not feel that he had done anything wrong. The huge sum of 1 million top-grade spirit stones naturally requires some insurance. The only downside is that the entire Immortal World was repaired, and they all knew about their winnings. But he is strong. Behind it is Yuqing Sacred Land, one of the 4 major sacred lands, as a backer. Don't worry about coveting it all. Therefore, it is not a big problem if people know it. But right now, Qitong Elder's Tianyan PHS received a notification for a communication application. When Qitong Elder picked it up, "Dear, do you still remember people? I am Fairy Moon. When we were in the Gold Core period, we hunted demonic beasts together in the depths of the East China Sea. We were hunted down by more than 10 Gold Core monsters, and we were even poisoned by love beasts. The process of detoxification between you and me is still fresh in my memory." Qitong Elder suddenly remembered. An old friend of a second-rate force. However, since the other party found a Dao companion, the two have not been in contact for more than 200 years. "Why did you suddenly get in touch today?" Qitong Elder asked curiously. "And there is a little embarrassment over there." "Well, my husband has not broken through nascent soul. He has fallen early, and the force I belong to has not been very prosperous these years. I'm about to break through nascent soul, but my qualifications are not good. I need dragon blood marrow to increase the possibility of breakthrough." "But you know the price of dragon blood marrow. There are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. I don't have enough spirit stones now. So, can you lend me a little? The faction I am in will support me with 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Can you lend me 50,000 top-grade spirit stones?" Qitong Elder's mouth twitched. It turned out to be borrowed from spirit stones. It must have been the news that he had won the lottery. However, borrow it. After all, it was the acquaintance of Guan Bao back then. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones are not a small number. But for himself, who has won the $1 million top-grade spirit stones, there is a small problem. Besides, this old, good-for-nothing husband has died. So, Qitong Elder agreed. In the other party's imaginative voice of gratitude, Qitong Elder comfortably ended the communication. "It feels great to win the jackpot. Feeling like spirit stones, it's even cooler. Even the old friend came back to find himself because of this, which is really happy. However, I haven't figured out a day when I will find the surviving person to have a good relationship, have a long talk, and give the other party a chance to thank myself." Qitong Elder's Tianyan PHS rang again. Look at the name displayed on the caller ID. Qitong Elder suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Another call from an old friend whom I haven't seen in a long time. "Brother Qitong, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Are you free these 2 days? Come out for a drink. We've been friends for so many years. Are you still worried about my character? My family is just a little bit overwhelmed by the chaos in the East China Sea, and I'll definitely pay you back then. Brother Qitong, I have always regarded you as a brother. Little brother is in trouble. You must help me, brother." "Qitong, fellow Taoist, I'm in the Demon Mountain, and I'm being hunted down by the big demon, But the Dao item is broken. I need some spirit stones to help me urgently. Qidong, I found a secret realm, but you need to deploy the top formation to open it. You lend me 200,000 to set up the formation, and when I finish exploring the secret realm, I will pay you back double. No, Qitong, you make me feel a little sad, brother. After so many years of friendship, you won 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, and you didn't even lend me 50,000 top-grade spirit stones? One communication application after another. Qitong Elder's ecstatic face because of winning the first prize stiffened directly. Friends I haven't seen in hundreds of years. The fellow Taoist who once met. Even other elders in Sacred Land called. And there is only one purpose with spirit stones, and according to the amount they borrowed spirit stones. If you lend it all out, 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones are not enough. I have to post another 1,000,000. This moment, Qitong Elder regretted it. He regretted why he wanted to save the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Himself as the Sacred Land Elder. Indeed, no one dared to come and snatch himself in Sacred Land. But the problem is they all want to borrow spirit stones from themselves. And they are all fellow Taoists with good relations, even if they're a bit unreasonable. But borrow? What a joke. Then the first prize of own is given to them? I knew so. In the beginning, I was obediently anonymous. Wouldn't it be fragrant to make a fortune in silence? Qitong Elder regretted being smart for himself. If you win again in the future, you must choose to remain anonymous. And Tianyan PHS is still ringing constantly. I thought about it. Qitong Elder gritted his teeth and made a decision. He immediately changed Tianyan PHS to closed-door training mode. He decided to close-door training on this. Directly closed-door training for 30 years. If there is anything missing in the middle, you could directly use Tianyan PHS to buy it online. You can buy anything. I only need to sneak out occasionally to get a courier, and it is not a problem for closed-door training for 30 years. After waiting for 30 years, the limelight will pass. No one should ask him to borrow spirit stones. Dozens of days later, when Chen went out again, hearing the news of the first prize of Taoist Qitong Taoist, the Foreign Affairs Elder showed a smile. It's good that someone wins the first prize. But before we announced it, we hurriedly announced our own winning numbers. It seems that we don't trust us for fear that we won't admit it, Chen said with great interest. The Foreign Affairs Elder was somewhat dissatisfied. My Tianyan Sacred Land now earns more than 10,000,000 top-grade spirit stones per month. How can I be so greedy for spirit stones? This guy Qitong is really a villain. Chen waved his hand. After all, it is $1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, and it is also a huge sum of money for nascent soul late stage. It is understandable that he chose to do this. Besides, he took the initiative to admit that it is actually a good thing for us in Tianyan Sacred Land. Even Sacred Land's opponents can win. Doesn't that mean our lottery isn't shady? So, we should even thank him. After Chen said this, the Foreign Affairs Elder hurriedly nodded. After saying that, it is indeed time to thank Qitong Taoist. There were a lot of remarks on Xianwang Weibo before that suspected that the lottery was shady, but after Qitong Taoist won the lottery, all these remarks disappeared. Chen showed a curious look. How is the situation now, after Qitong was informed by the entire Immortal World that he had won the first prize? 35. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder immediately laughed happily. I heard that before our bonus was distributed, how is Zhao? Qitong Taoist Tianyan Pis was blown up. It's all about borrowing money from him. I checked his call records, and there were more than 200 calls in half an hour, and there were still many that didn't come in. 55. Scared Qitong Taoist directly announced closed-door training and adjusted Tianyan PHS to closed-door training mode. 99. Since winning the lottery, no one has seen Qitong. But I found out that Qitong secretly bought a lot of things from the internet and set the delivery time to midnight. TSK, if you win a first prize, you have to be as sneaky as a thief. Chen suddenly smiled. It is not a good thing to be known to win the jackpot. You make 1,000,000 by yourself, and there are not many people who borrow money. But if you win the lottery, you win 1,000,000 in the lottery. Everyone wants to come and rub. After all, you earn it by luck, and everyone is envious. Not to hurt feelings. If you borrow it, don't even think that the other party will be able to repay the money, and you will lose both money and people. In previous lives, many people have won the lottery with high-profile admissions. In the end, it is basically the end of people and wealth, and the end of the betrayal. So good. Unless you are invincible. Otherwise, if you win the lottery, you must choose to be anonymous. Shaking his head, Chen stopped thinking about Qitong Taoist. Instead, asked the Foreign Affairs Elder to convene a group of elders and go to the Holy Lord Great Hall for a meeting. Because the loan risk control system has been freshly released and is ready to go online. The Foreign Affairs Elder went to inform the elders to prepare for a meeting, and Yi Chen flew to Immortal Cave to see Shizuan. There is no master in Immortal Cave. Yi Chen Divine Sense swept away and smiled. Then he flew to the edge of the cliff of the holy main peak. As far as the eye can see, a beautiful woman is sitting on the edge of a straight cliff. Her jade-like arms were propped up behind her. Under the skirt, a pair of slender legs kicked around the edge of the cliff, as if stepping on a cloud. When entering Sacred Land, I often feel sad because I miss my relatives in my previous life, and I sit on the edge of the cliff and look at the sea of clouds. Every time, the master will sit beside him, hum a tune quietly to himself, and comfort himself. Think about it now. It's been a long time since the two of them sat on the cliff together and looked at the clouds. Yi Chen smiled and sat beside Nangongwan. Nangongwan felt Yi Chen's arrival and immediately moved to the side instead of sitting with Yi Chen. In his mouth, he hummed, "Rebel, you deceive your master and destroy your ancestors." Looking at Nangongwan, who seemed to be angry, Yi Chen's eyes were extraordinarily gentle. Shizuan is obviously still angry about what happened before. Thinking of the embarrassed and angry expression on Hong Tongtong's pretty face after being educated by him, Yi Chen only felt an endless aftertaste. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Nangongwan's pretty face blushed. "Go away. I don't want you anymore. I want to change my apprentice." Yi Chen didn't seem to be able to hear it. Facing the sea of clouds, sighed and said, "I have closed-door training these days and finally developed a new function for Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. I originally planned to transfer 200,000 top-grade spirit stones to Master and celebrate together. But I didn't expect that when I left the gate, I didn't have a master." "Hey!" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Nangongwan's delicate body suddenly froze. The beautiful pretty face was struggling, but her body silently moved back to 743 and sat next to Yi Chen again. Next to Yi Chen, Nangongwan stretched out her hand, touched Yi Chen's head, and said earnestly, Okay, Master forgives you. You have grown up. You are no longer the kid who was afraid of heights when you were brought into Sacred Land by your master. You should have reached the rebellious period you mentioned by now. You are dissatisfied with the choice of Tao Companion for the intervention of your master, so you reacted violently. 5. Master doesn't blame you. Master tolerates you. But Shizuan is here, and it's all for your own good. As the old saying goes, one day is a teacher and a lifetime is a father. If the teacher respects me as a woman, that's yours." The more Nangongwan said it, the more outrageous it became. Hearing Yi Chen's mouth twitched, immediately interrupted Nangongwan's words. "Master, you have never even been a Tao Companion. So what kind of person are you here?" Nangongwan immediately blushed. "Tao Companion is not important. It is mainly about life experience. Master, I know so many immortal cultivators, and I have seen many." Seeing the master faltering, he was at a loss. Yi Chen laughed out loud. "Have fun with Master for a while." Yi Chen took Nangongwan to the Great Hall of the Holy Master. Nangongwan's face was full of anticipation, and her eyes were shining. She's clearly not looking forward to new features. Instead, look forward to new features when they are released. The 200,000 top-grade spirit stones pocket money promised by Yi Chen. Looking at Master's expectant expression, for some reason, Yi Chen wanted to say something. "Master, you don't want to use spirit stones in the future, do you? But think about it. Shizuan is thin-skinned, if he is too funny. It is estimated that he would have to hide in a mortal cave for a whole year." When Yi Chen and Nangongwan arrived at the Great Hall of the Holy Master, the elders have all arrived. Seeing the two of them at this moment, they all bowed to greet each other. Yi Chen sat on the holy throne, looked at the Foreign Affairs Elder, and said, "How is the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment recently?" The Foreign Affairs Elder had long been prepared and immediately reported. "Return to the Holy Master. Now we use Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass to settle spirit stones for online shop merchants, sellers at Xianwang Auction House, and teachers in Xianwang Cloud Classroom. Send spirit stones to couriers and sorters using Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. 99. Even the spirit stones benefits of elders, deacons, and disciples in Sacred Land are settled with Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. It saves a lot of manpower compared to before. And most of the cultivators who receive spirit stones will not withdraw cash immediately, but will put it on the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, earn interest, or pay directly online. 99. So during this period of time, the deposit in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has reached 200 million top-grade spirit stones. 5. And it's still growing." Hearing this, Chen showed a satisfied smile. Very good. Chen hopes that all immortal cultivators in the immortal world can deposit spirit stones into the immortal network cloud QuickPass, although most of them will not move those deposits. But if there is an emergency, if you need to upgrade your realm, but you don't have enough spirit stones, then these spirit stones that exist in their own homes can be used by themselves for emergencies. This is the main reason why Chen insisted on repairing Immortal World and engaging in online payment. For Chen, who owns the Krypton Gold Immortal Ascension system, the existence of spirit stones here is equivalent to own trump card. Of course, not necessary. Chen would definitely not use these spirit stones. If you use too much, cultivators cannot withdraw spirit stones. That would usher in a crumbling reputation. Trust is something that is hard to build, but especially easy to break. Without waiting for Chen to speak again, the Foreign Affairs Elder took the initiative to report the status of the lottery. Speaking of lottery tickets, the Foreign Affairs Elder was very excited. Holy Lord, the lottery ticket sales are unexpected. A total of 10 lottery tickets have been sold so far. Our income has reached 3 million top-grade spirit stones. On an average day, the lottery brings us 300,000 top-quality spirit stones in profits. 5. The more spirit stones there are in the prize pool, the more enthusiastic cultivators will be to buy lottery tickets, especially the 10th issue, which sold 4 billion bets directly. The words of the Foreign Affairs Elder caused all the elders to widen their eyes in surprise. An average of 300,000 top-grade spirit stones a day? It's outrageous. Xianwang Taobao line is so popular, one day, Keka, is only 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The daily income of lottery tickets directly reached 3 times that of Xianwang Taobao. It's amazing. And Chen frowned when he heard the lottery income figures. Chen originally thought that low-level practitioners have insufficient spending power. It would be nice to keep the daily income of the lottery at the top 200,000 spirit stones. But he never thought that it would directly reach 300,000. Chen thought carefully. Lottery sales are so high. Of course, there are reasons why practitioners are gambling. But the most important reason is that low-level practitioners are richer than before. The cloud classroom of Xianwang appeared, popularizing all kinds of cultivation knowledge. Let the average strength of low-level practitioners skyrocket. Ways to earn income are more diverse. Xianwang Express has 3 million career positions. This led to the ascending of the salary level of low-level practitioners in Greater Yenzhou. The emergence of online shopping has allowed low-level practitioners to save a lot of spirit stones. For less spirit stones than before, you can buy more affordable medicine pills and weapons. The speed of increasing strength has become faster than before, under various factors. As a result, for more than a year, the lower-level practitioners in Greater Yenzhou have earned more and more money. So it's not surprising that the lottery ticket sales exceeded its expectations. But most of them don't last long. Wait for the heat of the early stage to pass. Eventually, it will slowly drop to 200,000. Chen looked around at the elders and said seriously, lottery is a long-term business. As long as there are no scandals, it can continue forever and continuously create benefits for my Tianyan Sacred Land. So up and down Tianyan Sacred Land, no one can make a crooked idea about the prize money in the prize pool. Sacred Land is not stingy with the elders. If there are elders who are short of spirit stones, you can also ask me for help. I don't think I'm a stingy person. You elders can buy lottery tickets. But if someone relies on their status to influence the lottery process and manipulate the lottery results, I will not be polite. 35. Hear what Chen said. The elders hurriedly nodded. The benefits of their own sacred land are high. Let them only need to complete the task of the Holy Master with peace of mind, and then they can get rich offerings. There are also a variety of more and more comprehensive benefits. In this situation, no one wants to go far and greedy for spirit stones in the prize pool. That is to die. Seeing the elders' reactions, Chen nodded in satisfaction. His expression softened. Do you elders have anything else to report? 35. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder said, Holy Lord, since the introduction of the random instant discount function, the online payment rate of Xianwang Taobao Store has increased to 95%, to 5. And a nascent soul middle stage elder on the other side also said, Holy Lord. The Acacia Sect leader said he wanted to work with us. Hopefully we can launch an ordering app. Transmit all the information and photos of the female nuns of the Hahuan sect to this app, and cultivators can directly view the information, photos and prices of each nun through the app. If you find someone you like, you can make an appointment directly and go to Huanfeng to find the female nun who made the appointment. You can also ask the cultivator to set the address and make an appointment for the female cultivator to come to the door. Of course, the door-to-door price is higher, and the address must be in the fairy city. It may not be safe if it is too remote. If the immortal cultivator's bid is high enough, he can even make an appointment for female cultivators from other immortal cities to come over to serve. Of course, the immortal cultivator needs to pay the round-trip fee and triple the service fee. Huan sect leader said that Tianyan Sacred Land can directly get 30% of the transactions facilitated by this application. 9. When the elder's voice fell, the audience fell silent. All the elders were shocked, but many male elders showed their longing. Select people by application? Directly ask the female nuns of the Huan sect to come to Immortal Cave? Think a little exciting. Even Chen himself was shocked by this idea. Acacia sect leader is really a talent. Even thought of attracting customers through the internet. And even door-to-door and even airborne services have come out. This kind of thinking is quite advanced in the practice of Immortal World. I have to say, this app is quite promising. It can definitely be sought after by countless male cultivators. But his own dignified sacred land, engaged in the business of pimping. It's really down. What's more, Master Nangongwan was full of disgust. Master has always disliked the sect leader of the Acacia sect. If you cooperate with each other, it is estimated that the master can ignore himself for a year. So Yi Chen waved his hand. In the case of the Huan sect, let them open a Taobao store. There's no need to make a dedicated app. Taobao stores can not only put physical goods on the shelves, but also services can be regarded as goods. Anything else? Yi Chen looked at the elders again. The elders were quite disappointed to hear that they would not do Ying for the Acacia sect. All shook their heads at the moment. Since there is nothing, then I announce one thing. 55. I have already made the loan function of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, and it will be online soon. Hearing this, the elders were all surprised. The spirit stones won by lottery are beyond imagination. Let Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass become the most profitable application in Tianyan Sacred Land. This time the loan function will also be launched. According to what the Lord said before, the loan function is also a tool for earning money. And like lottery tickets, they're all empty-gloved white wolves. Now it's finally online, which is exciting. However, a look of hesitation appeared on the face of the Foreign Affairs elder. As a god-turning powerhouse, he knows everything. Yi Chen naturally saw the expression of the Foreign Affairs elder and asked, "What do you think of the Foreign Affairs elder?" The Foreign Affairs elder pondered, or said, "Will the loan function be too risky?" 35. After all, repairing Immortal World is not safe. Even a disciple of Sacred Land, there is a possibility of death outside the house. For ordinary cultivators outside, death is more likely. 39. What if our spirit stones were loaned out and they died? 35. Our sacred land is strong, but we don't have the ability to make the dead pay back. We have to make up for the lost spirit stones. And even if the cultivator didn't die, what would he do if he didn't pay back the money and sneaked away? The immortal world is vast, and if it is hidden deep, it will be difficult for us in sacred land to find each other. Even if it can be found, the cost of arresting people is too high. So overall, I think it's a little thankless to do a loan. 35. Now that Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has earned enough spirit stones from lottery tickets, there is no need to take such risks to make loans. The words of the Foreign Affairs elder caused many elders present to nod in agreement. Indeed, while working on Immortal World, it was too risky to lend spirit stones to someone else. If the spirit stones are not recovered, the loss will be huge. Don't earn more interest than you lose the principal. Instead, don't do it. Anyway, the lottery function is enough to make money. Listening to the words of the Foreign Affairs elder, Yi Chen smiled. First of all, let's talk about the problem of not returning spirit stones. I have a secret method, and I can easily find someone. Even if this person is hidden in the ends of the earth, I can get his address. When the time comes, you will directly send your disciples to arrest them. If you have spirit stones, then return spirit stones, plus a late fee. If there is no spirit stones, they will be sent to our spirit stones mine for mining, and the mining process will also calculate interest until we make up for our losses. The Foreign Affairs elder frowned and shook his head. Holy Master, your secret technique of deduction can see through the inheritance of the heavenly secret pavilion, and it is indeed powerful. But the problem is that it is impossible to let the Holy Lord deduce from you all the time. If there are too many people who don't pay their debts, Holy Master, you can't help but cultivate, right? It is obviously not worthwhile to delay the cultivation of a genius like you in order to order spirit stones. 99. Chen smiled again. How can Chen deduce the secret method? It all depends on the positioning of Tianyan PHS. Chen is not troublesome at all. However, only Chen himself knows the function of positioning, so it is inconvenient to explain. So I said confidently, my secret deduction method can deduce many people at one time. And it's extremely simple. You can easily deduce their positions every day without wasting time. When some people don't repay, I will send their positions to the House of Internal Affairs. Hearing what Chen said, all the elders were amazed in their hearts. It is extremely difficult to deduce the secret method of others. Various preparations are required. A day or two at a time is short, and the secret method of deduction of his own holy master can be seen through the inheritance of Tianji Pavilion. It is even possible to deduce the positions of many people in a short period of time. Really tough. The Immortal World in Great Yinzhou has never heard of such a deduction technique. His own holy master is definitely the reincarnation of the exiled immortal, and it is estimated that he has awakened the memory of his previous life. That magical incarnation technique, as well as this deduction secret technique, must be a fairy. Seeing that the elders stopped speaking, Chen continued to speak. As for the death of the borrower, and thus the loan of spirit stones not being recovered, I have long considered. 35. This risk is unavoidable. For loans, proper dead debt is in the acceptance range. 55. As long as there are not too many dead debts, it will not affect profitability. 35. And if you want to reduce dead debts, you need to do a good job of risk control. Our loan function, not every immortal cultivator will have a quota, and each immortal cultivator's loan amount is also different. The eligibility and amount of the loan are considered based on the information of the cultivator in all aspects. Point 35. For example, cultivation base. High-rank cultivators are stronger, more resistant to risks, and have higher earning ability. So the higher the cultivation base, the higher the loan amount. The lower the cultivation base, the lower the natural limit. The loan amount is also affected by the status of the cultivator. Point 35. For example, the two are both in the nascent soul period, but one is the Sacred Land Elder and the other is the Elder of the second-rate forces. Sacred Land Elder has a stronger natural repayment capacity and is able to obtain a higher loan amount. There are also contacts that will affect the loan amount. 35. For example, your contacts are all strong nascent soul. Then even if you are only in the Qi refining period, it also proves that you are not ordinary. 35. Maybe you can get a higher amount than the normal gold core period. After all, you can't afford it. You can find your elders in the nascent soul period to help you pay it back. There is also consumption, which is also one of the important factors to measure the loan amount. If you spend a lot of spirit stones on Xianwang Taba, it means that you also have a pretty good earning power. The amount of the loan is naturally more. The elders listened attentively. Chen paused for a while before continuing to speak. As for the loan eligibility, it has something to do with the behavior and habits of the cultivator. Point 35. For example, the disciples of sect who stay at home every day, the risk of falling is naturally very low, and they can be assured of loan qualifications. And those cultivators who stay in the magical beast mountains every day or run around, change positions every 3 or 5 months, and live in no fixed place, are not stable enough and are at greater risk of falling. It is difficult for them to qualify for loans. And the rogue cultivators are at greater risk of falling than the disciples of the great powers. Point 35. So under the same cultivation base, rogue cultivators may not be eligible for loans. If you can get it, the amount will be much lower than that of the disciples with sect behind them. In short, I made a risk assessment system for the loan function, and I don't give or give less loans to those cultivators who are too risky. In this way, the dead debt can be reduced as much as possible. This set of risk judgment system is Chen's biggest achievement during this period. The risk of dead accounts can be minimized. For flowers, 0. Of course, it is impossible to be completely free from dead accounts. Even on Earth in the previous life, there would still be many dead accounts in the bank. After all, the preparation you make is perfect. Accidents can also occur. No one can avoid it. The elders were all stunned. It's simply too complicated. All aspects need to be considered. Identity, cultivation base, contacts, consumption habits, behavior habits. So many factors come together to determine the loan qualification and amount of each immortal cultivator. It's amazing, but it does make sense. through the behavior and habits of the immortals, determine whether they are eligible for loans, and reduce the losses caused by the death of the immortals to their own families. The loan amount is determined through the other identity information of the cultivator. The provincial amount is too high for some immortal cultivators who are unable to repay. This led to the situation where the borrowed money could not be repaid. As for how to determine the behavior and habits of the immortals before, the Lord must have a way. They don't need to think about it. And it is. In the background of the immortal artifact Tianyan Sacred, the behavioral trajectories of all Tianyan PHS users over the past year are stored. According to the location they have been to, they can easily confirm their behavior and location, so as to judge the risk of their fall. Holy Lord is wise. The Holy Master's actions are really thoughtful, and it makes me feel ashamed. With this risk control system, the income of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass will skyrocket again. 99. At this moment, the elders were amazed. The loan function that originally felt extremely risky. Now the risk has been minimized by his own Holy Master. Once launched, it is bound to be a money-making tool. In Nangong, one listened to the elders praising Chen. There was a smile in his eyes, curved into a crescent moon. She likes to hear others praise Chen, happier than being praised by others. But when Chen turned his eyes, she immediately restrained her smile, showing a look of indifference. Do you have any questions, elders? Chen looked around at everyone and asked. All the elders shook their heads. The Holy Master has considered it so comprehensively. What else can they have a problem with? Then the House of Internal Affairs is ready for docking. It is unavoidable that the immortal cultivator does not repay the money, or does not have the money to repay. The money has not been repaid within 3 months of the overdue period. Double liquidated damages are calculated, but not enforced. And for those who haven't paid back the money for more than 3 months, I will send their address to the House of Internal Affairs. 359. The House of Internal Affairs has set it up as a task and sent its disciples to execute it. After being found, or return the spirit stones. 35. Otherwise, go to mine veins around our country to mine and pay off debts. It is obviously impossible not to pay back the debt. This is repairing the immortal world, but there is no such thing as human rights. On Earth, as long as you hold back the bombing of the phone and don't pay back the money, there is actually no danger. But while repairing Immortal World, prepare to become a miner without paying back the money. Mining is not easy in any world. When the Internal Affairs Elder heard the words, he showed a smile. Don't worry, Holy Master. For the past 2 years, Tianyan Sacred Land has specialized in Tianyan PHS, which has resulted in a significant reduction in the tasks given to disciples. There are many tasks to go to Tianyan Pavilion part-time, but most of the disciples are unwilling to do it. Now that we have the task of arresting people, it just so happens that the disciples can go outside to sharpen them. While asking for debts, it can also cultivate the fighting level of the disciples. Win-win. Power. In the Great Hall of the Holy Lord, Chen looked at the Foreign Affairs Elder again. Foreign Affairs Elder, you find a sect of female nuns and pay to hire some nuns. Let them be responsible for reminding overdue cultivators to repay. We do not enforce debts within 3 months, but we still have to remind them. Although there is nothing wrong with enforcement, it takes a long time and the cost is not low. It is best to let the cultivator take the initiative to repay the money. Earth in the past. There are 2 groups of debt collectors. In the early stage, a woman with a sweet voice called to persuade you to repay. Wait until a certain period of time is not paid. It was replaced by a man to threaten. This is called the first ceremony, and then the soldier. Chen felt that this routine could be copied to Immortal World. First, let the female cultivator understand it with love and move it with reason. It's best to get spirit stones back. If you don't pay it back, grab it and send it to mining. After the Foreign Affairs Elder understood, he nodded with a smile. It is possible to find cooperation with the 100 Flowers sect. 39. Tianyan Pavilion has hired a lot of female cultivators from the 100 Flowers sect to help with the business. Because the salary we gave is high enough, the female cultivator of the 100 Flowers sect is arguing. I'll contact the elders of the 100 Flowers sect in a while. I'm sure they won't refuse. Chen listened and nodded in satisfaction. Loan preparation is basically that. The nun who collected the debt was not in a hurry. 743. It can be in place within a month. Therefore, the loan function of Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment can be updated. After thinking for a while, Chen set an update date. Tomorrow at noon, the loan function will be officially launched. After the loan function goes live, if all goes well, Chen is preparing for closed-door training, breaking through the late stage. This time, Chen's deposit has reached 50 million top-grade spirit stones, totally ready for the perfect breakthrough. Chen is looking forward to which of the 9 secrets he can get after this breakthrough. Those who are fighting all march forward in groups. I have already obtained the secret of soldiers, the secret of fighting, the secret of numbers, the secret of former words, and the secret of 5 secrets of lines. There are 4 remaining. The 9 secrets represent the ultimate human beings in the 9 realms. It is said that if the 9 secrets are won, the power is too powerful to be added. Chen didn't know if it was true or not. But when he breaks through to the late stage of virtual refining in the future, he will be able to gather the 9 secrets. It's time to try if it's true or not. Things have settled down. Chen planned to leave the meeting directly. However, the Foreign Affairs Elder asked curiously, "Holy Master, how much loan amount did you give me for the risk control system you made?" When the other elders heard the sound, they all showed a look of interest. Everyone wants to know how much they get. After all, everyone's amount is different. Everyone also wants to see who is taller. Nangong Wan, who was sitting not far from Chen, also showed anticipation when she heard the words. She also wanted to know. Chen smiled and agreed directly. "Yes. It's simple, just give the elder an update as before." Chen immediately communicated with Tianyan Sacred. In the blink of an eye, the elders Tianyan PHS entered the update state. Wait for the update to complete. Elders can't wait to enter the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. Below the lottery section, a new option has been added. Cultivation of Immortal Loans. Click to enter, and each elder immediately sees the amount that he can borrow. The Foreign Affairs Elder immediately showed a smile. "I can actually borrow 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. My nascent soul middle stage also has 150,000. Not bad, good. I am also nascent soul middle stage. How come there are only 100,000? I am not convinced. Maybe it's because you often go to Wanli Yaoshan to look for treasure elixir. Although you are a nascent soul middle stage, it is also very dangerous to always run to the core of Wanli Yaoshan. There are demons in Wanli Yaoshan. Holy Master's risk control system is too amazing. It can really distinguish everyone's behavior and give the most suitable amount. I'm just a nascent soul middle stage. How can the amount be higher than the Foreign Affairs Elder of the nascent soul late stage? A full 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. You live in Sacred Land pill refining every day, and you haven't been out of Sacred Land for more than 30 years, and you teach pill refining classes in the cloud classroom, and you earn a lot of money, and the amount you give is normal. It's amazing, my holy master. This amount is too reasonable. TSK Tisk, Elder Chen, my quota is higher than yours. No, Elder Zhang, you go to Wanfeng every month. I stay in Sacred Land every day. Why is your quota higher than mine? All the elders were amazed at the power of the risk control system, even more cheerfully comparing the amount of each other. Everyone looked at Nangong Wan. In the nascent soul period, they all have a quota of more than 100,000. Those retired elders in the spirit transformation period must have a higher quota. They're all curious. How much is the amount of the spirit transformation period? Elder Nangong, how much is your quota? Nangong Wan smiled confidently. I'll let you know. He is dignified, and he is still the retired elder of Sacred Land. The amount is definitely the highest. She immediately opened Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment and found the option of Xianxian Loan. Click Enter. The next moment, the corners of Nangong Wan's rosy mouth twitched. She looked up at Chen in disbelief, because after she clicks, did not enter the cultivation-based loan page at all. Instead, a line of prompts popped up. Sorry, you do not meet the criteria for using Xiaoxin Loan for the time being, and you cannot obtain the trial qualification. 39. Nangong Wan was messed up. His own dignified period of God. It is Sacred Land, retired elder. How can I not be eligible to use it? There is a problem with the wind control system. How can I be disqualified? 5. Nangong Wan looked at Chen angrily. All the elders were stunned when they heard the words. How can a retired elder not be eligible to use it? Is there something wrong with the wind control system? In the eyes of everyone, Chen shook his head and looked at Nangong Wan's charming, smiling face. Master, there is no problem with the risk control system. 99. I turned off your eligibility. Hearing this, Nangong Wan's eyes widened, and her little hand immediately lifted up, ready to play the palm thunder. Chen paused for a while and said warmly, because as long as I am here, Master, you will never be short of spirit stones in your life. There is no need for a loan function at all. Nangong Wan, who was ready to play palm lay, froze in midair. That beautiful face was instantly covered with red clouds. like the most beautiful scenery in the world. And the elders bowed their heads silently. Well, I don't know what happened, but inexplicably, it seemed that I had eaten something, and I felt a little uncomfortable. The elders left wisely. There were only 2 people left in the Great Hall. Nangong turned her head away from Yi Chen. Rebel. It's just that the voice is soft, not like scolding, but more like coquettish. Yi Chen planned to tease Master. But right now, own Tianyan PHS sounded. Divine sense is swept away. It is the communication application of the refining device Elder Wang Changchun. Count the days. Wang Changchun and Chen Elder should have almost arrived at Prunglai Xiandao. Pick up the communication. Wang Changchun's voice sounded. Holy Lord, we have arrived at Prunglai Immortal Island. A big event happened here in Prunglai Xiandao. Huangpu Daoist was approached and killed. 99. Yi Chen raised his brows when he heard this. Huangpu Daoist was actually killed? It was beyond Yi Chen's expectations. But it's a good thing. Yi Chen was too lazy to make a special trip to Prunglai Xiandao for a Huangpu Daoist. Now it saves the trouble. I heard that she is a female sword fairy. 39. It seems to be the supreme leader of Ming Wangzhou. With the sound of a sword, it was as if the sword opened up the world. It was also a late stage of divine transformation. I heard that Huangpu Daoist was hacked to death before he could resist a single stick of incense. Ming Wangzhou really hides dragons and crouching tigers, and there are countless strong people. It is far from my big Yinzhou. 35. Holy Master, do we really not wait? Do we want to enter the Ming Wangzhou market now? Wang Changchun was a little cowardly. The powerhouse of the late stage of God transformation will die if he says he will die. Kinda scary. Yi Chen was overjoyed. There are indeed many strong people in Ming Wangzhou, but Yi Chen was not afraid. Moreover, Yi Chen will soon be able to break through the late stage of spiritual transformation, and he can fight against the weak. In addition, Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass now has a huge deposit. If you push yourself in a hurry, it's a big deal to divert a little bit first to break through the period of refinement. In short, for the big market of tens of billions of immortal practitioners in Ming Wangzhou, Yi Chen is determined to win. You don't need to think about these things. What happened to the teleportation array? Yi Chen asked. Wang Changchun replied. Holy Lord, we arrived at Prunglai Immortal Island not long ago. Chen Elder has already started site selection. Once it is confirmed, we will set off for Ming Wangzhou to confirm the teleportation formation between Prunglai Xiandao and Ming Wangzhou. Yi Chen nodded. Be careful. After finishing the communication, Nangong Wan unnaturally changed the subject and asked, What happened? Yi Chen told Nangong Wan the news that Huangpu Daoist was beheaded by a female sword fairy. The female sword fairy in Ming Wangzhou easily killed the same rank. Could it be Yen Bailu of the Sword Sect of Heaven? I heard that this woman is a top genius in Ming Wangzhou, and she was born with a clear mind, and only she can meet these conditions. Yi Chen nodded indifferently. For genius, Yi Chen doesn't care much about coming to 2.0, because he is open. As long as there are enough spirit stones, crush all genius. Was about to say something. The internal affairs elder flew outside the Great Hall of the Holy Master, but did not come in, and directly announced, Holy Master, outside the mountain gate, there is a female sword cultivator visiting. 99. She said that her name was Yen Bailu, and she was the sect leader of the Supreme Sect of Mingwang Prefecture, the Supreme Sword Sect. I hope to meet with the Holy Lord. Heard here. Nangong Wan looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. Yen Bailu is here? Yen Bailu killing Huangpu Daoist is nothing. After all, repair Immortal World vendetta should not be too normal. But the problem is, after killing Huangpu Daoist, he also made a special trip to Tianyan Sacred Land to find Yi Chen, which makes people have to think. Yen Bailu killed Huangpu Daoist for Yi Chen? What is the relationship between Yi Chen and that Yen Bailu? I heard that Yen Bailu is not only highly qualified, but also excellent in appearance. She is the top fairy in Ming Wangzhou. Could it be that Yi Chen has an affair with Yen Bailu? Feeling the doubts in the master's eyes, there seems to be a bit of strange emotions. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. I haven't even been to Sacred Land a few times. How could I know the immortal cultivators in Mingwang Prefecture? Just go and see. What did this supreme sect master of Tianjiao come across hundreds of millions of miles to find himself? Yi Chen was also quite curious. Before the mountain gate of Tianyan Sacred Land, the gatekeepers all looked at the woman and read in awe. In front of this young woman with a peerless face, a sharp temperament like a sword, and a young woman that makes people dare not look directly, she turned out to be a late-stage existence. And he is also the leader of the supreme sect. It's amazing. His own holy master is already enchanting enough. Ming Wangzhou actually has a genius comparable to its own holy master. It really deserves to be the largest continent in the immortal world, and it really lives up to its reputation. Many disciples secretly looked at the woman and read, because the other party is so beautiful, especially the slender white calves under the red dress, and the bare feet that are always 10 centimeters above the ground are like beautiful jade, extremely dazzling. The woman didn't seem to notice, and calmly looked at the mountain gate of Tianyan Sacred Land. Her face was calm. It didn't take long for the internal affairs elder to arrive. He personally opened the mountain gate and invited Yin Bailu to enter the sacred land. Master Yin, the holy master is waiting for you at Inca Peak. Yin Bailu has anticipation in his eyes. It took her so long to travel across hundreds of millions of miles to come to Yinzhou, just to meet Yi Chen. As for Tianyan Sacred Land itself, she didn't care. There is a big gap between the immortal world of Dan Zuxiu and the immortal world of Mingwang Zuxiu. Although Tianyan Sacred Land is a sacred land, it seems to be on the same level as the supreme teaching. But the strongest person is only a late stage, and the high-end power is too weak. In Mingwang Prefecture, it can only be ranked at the end of Sacred Land. But when she entered Sacred Land and saw the scene of Sacred Land, her beautiful eyes instantly widened. The original indifference immediately dissipated. Because of spiritual qi in Tianyan Sacred Land, the concentration is beyond imagination, as if to condense into reality. Cultivation base is definitely thousands of miles a day to practice in a place where spiritual qi is so abundant. 25. Yin Bailu, as the master of the great sect, knows it best. Relying on the power of heaven and earth alone, it is impossible to condense such a strong spirit power. This is definitely the credit of the spirit gathering array. But how many spirit stones would it take to fill the vast sacred land with so much spiritual qi? For a moment, Yin Bailu only felt that his brain was short-circuited. Even the most wealthy and powerful deity Zong and Yuamen and Ming Wangzhou, their internal spiritual qi can't reach this level, right? Tianyan Sacred Land. How can it be more extravagant than deity Zong and Yuamen? But the surprise didn't end there. Yin Bailu could see it. In the Tianyan Sacred Land, there are 30 immortal mountains suspended in the sky. Xianshan is 1,000 meters from the ground. Most of the immortal mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist. Immortal qi overflows, and the beautiful round is beautiful. 30 immortal mountains in the sky make Tianyan Sacred Land look like a fairyland on earth. In a sense, Hanging Immortal Mountain is a symbol of sect strength, because Hanging Immortal Mountain didn't fly by Taoism. Instead, using formation, at least tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones must be consumed every year to ensure that the immortal mountain in the sky can fly smoothly in the sky. Although there are advantages to Hanging Immortal Mountain, but it is mainly used to show the strength of sect to the outside world. After all, only if there is enough spirit stones can there be enough money to do these fancy things. For example, among the great religions, sacred lands, and dynasties in Ming Wangzhou, there are basically immortal mountains hanging in the air. But generally there are only 3 or 5. Even the Dao sect and the Ascension Gate are only a dozen or so seats. There is only one Heavenly Sword sect where he belongs. It was still hard to squeeze out. After all, Hanging Immortal Mountain consumes too much. In Tianyan Sacred Land, there are actually 30 immortal mountains hanging in the air, more than the top sacred land in Mingwang State. How could Tianyan Sacred Land be so rich? Think of the poverty of the Heavenly Sword sect. Let's take a look at the grand scene of Tianyan Sacred Land. Yin Bailu felt that he was being suppressed invisibly. The deeper you go into Tianyan Sacred Land, Yin Bailu was more surprised. All kinds of exotic animals, countless. She even saw that Tianyan Sacred Land had specially opened up a fairy mountain and arranged a great formation. It is only used to keep ordinary mysterious turtles in captivity. It's a waste of time. Is Tianyan Sacred Land a lot of spirit stones? Wait until you reach Inca Peak. Yin Bailu's disdain for Tianyan Sacred Land had completely vanished. Yin, fellow Taoist, has come from afar, but he has lost his way. I am Yi Chen, the holy master of Tianyan, and this is my master, Nangong Wan. Before welcoming guests to the Great Hall, Yi Chen opened his mouth with a smile. Beside Yi Chen, Nangongwan looked at Yin Bailu suspiciously. Yin Bailu's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Chun. Such a man of temperament. As expected of a man who can turn the middle stage into a god and kill the Golden Lion King. In terms of talent, it's only a little bit worse than myself. Meet ye fellow Taoist. I'm from the sword sect of Shansong in Mingwang Prefecture, and my name is Yin Bailu. Yin Bailu's voice is crisp and sweet. Yi Chun looked at Yin Bailu's eyes. Wearing a red dress, the skin is white. The body is bumpy, but the appearance is a little tender. The standard childlike giant. Under the red dress, the other party was not wearing shoes. The jade-like little feet stepped on the void with an inexplicable attraction. After a simple greeting, the three entered the great hall of the Holy Lord and sat down. Master Yin came from a long way, and I don't know why. Yi Chun has always liked simplicity and directness. And Yin Bailu over there was still hesitating how to speak. Hearing the words at this moment, Meimu looked at Yi Chun and said seriously, Holy Master Yi, I was in Prenglai Immortal Island, killing the Huangpu Taoist who once threatened you and had a grudge against you. Yi Chun nodded, but looked a little strange. Yin Bailu is talking at this moment. Why does it seem like he is taking credit for himself? Seeing that Yi Chun's expression was flat, he was not surprised. Yin Bailu was a little anxious. After killing Huangpu Taoist himself, he went to Yinzhou day and night. Jinxiu was already fast, and he was even a late-stage god. Looking at the entire immortal cultivator, there are only a handful of people who can be faster than himself. Why does Yi Chun look like he is known for a long time? Yin Bailu raised his head and emphasized seriously. I killed that Huangpu Taoist for the sake of Holy Master Yi. On one side, Nangongwan showed surprise. It turned out to be exactly as she had imagined. Could it be that Yi Chun's fame has already attracted female nuns in Mingwangzhou? Yi Chun was also quite surprised, and when he heard the words, he asked curiously, Thank you, Cult Master Yin. However, I don't know Cult Master Yin at all. Why does Cult Master Yin want to help me? Yin Bailu peeked at Yi Chun a little embarrassedly. This is because I have asked Holy Master Yi. I heard that Lord Yi killed the late-stage Golden Lion King and obtained the vertical pupil of the Golden Lion King. 99. The Golden Lion King has the bloodline of a three-eyed lion. Its vertical pupils have the power to trap and kill the enemy's primordial spirit and obliterate the primordial spirit. 35. As for my cultivation sword formation, if the vertical pupil of the Golden Lion King can be used as the formation center, the power of the sword formation will be at least doubled. 5. Yin Bailu said this. Yi Chun suddenly realized. That said, no one will help you for no reason. Sure enough, Yin Bailu came for the vertical pupil of the Golden Lion King. Yi Chun smiled. I see. Originally, a fetish such as the vertical pupil will be stored in my Sacred Land treasure house for personal use and will not be sold to the public. But Master Yin helped me after all. 39. Then I will call the shots and sell the vertical pupil to the leader at half price. The leader only needs to pay 2 million top-grade spirit stones. The vertical pupil condenses the bloodline inheritance of the late-stage Demon King. The value is immeasurable. Even in Mingwangzhou, it is a treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. If anyone is willing to sell it, it can definitely attract countless powerhouses and forces to compete for bidding. Selling 4 or 5 million is definitely not a problem. Now that 2 million is sold to Yin Bailu, it is definitely a friendship price. However, Yin Bailu heard the words. Her pretty face was a little red, and her voice was a little weak. Holy Lord Yi. Well, my spirit stones might be a little short of... Yi Chun frowned upon hearing this. Mingwangzhou is rich in real estate and more prosperous. The Sword Sect of Heaven is the supreme sect of Sacred Land, although Yi Chun doesn't understand it. But Yin Bailu, as the leader of the late stage of God transformation, can't come up with 2 million top-grade spirit stones? Yi Chun said directly. Then 1 million, just treat it as a friend. 1 million top-quality spirit stones is nothing to Yi Chun today. It's like investing in the Mingwangzhou market. As the supreme sect of Mingwangzhou, the Heavenly Sword Sect is beneficial and harmless to befriend it. However, Yin Bailu lowered her head when she heard the words. The voice was as small as a mosquito. Well, I only have 200,000 top-quality spirit stones. Heard here. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. You are the master of a great sect. You can get 200,000 top-grade spirit stones? 99. Yi Chun didn't believe it. Isn't this woman here to extort? To be honest, Yi Chun never asked the other party for help. There are 747 people on Huangpu Road, and Yi Chun is confident that he can kill them easily. It is normal for Chen to express his gratitude for the other party's initiative to help. But if it's too big, it's over. It's as if you ordered takeout. Colleagues bring it in for you, and it is normal to ask you for candy. But if you want to treat him to a big meal, you're going to be overkill. Chen is not a good-natured person. There is no fear of any supreme teaching. Chen dared to kill if the other party dared to come. Even if it is a powerhouse, Chen also has the same attitude. If you want to blackmail Chen, it will definitely be boring. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was instantly icy cold. But at this moment, Nangong Wan, who had not spoken for a long time, said, "I have heard of the Sword Sect of Heaven. I heard from those cultivators that although the Sword Sect of Heaven is not weak, it is the poorest supreme sect in the Ming dynasty. The immortal cultivators in Ming Wangzhou all said that if you enter the Sword Sect of Heaven, you will be poor for a lifetime. If the rumors are correct, then this master, Yin, may really only be able to come up with 200,000 top-grade spirit stones." Chen heard the words and put away his momentum. Curious to look at Yin Bailu. Is it true or false? And Yin Bailu breathed a sigh of relief. Chen, who had just exploded in aura, was extremely terrifying. Make yourself an enemy. It's not like a cultivator in the middle stage of God transformation at all. No wonder it can kill the Golden Lion King. In Nangong Wan's words, and Chen's strange eyes at the moment, it even made Yin Bailu's cheeks burn. But that's it, there's nothing to hide. Yin Bailu looked at Chen seriously. Our sword sect in heaven is really poor. It is recognized as the poorest among its peers. 200,000 is really the limit I can come up with. But I also know that I took advantage, and I promise 50 years. No, within 100 years, I will definitely return 2 million top-grade spirit stones to Holy Master Yi. Chen's mouth twitched. Is Heavenly Sword Sect really so poor? It's outrageous. But after thinking about it, Chen smiled. If the Heavenly Sword Sect was poor, it would be a good thing for him. Because I am in need of a partner in Ming Wangzhou. Heaven Sword Sect, the poorer the better. Yin Bailu felt extremely ashamed at this moment. In the hearts of immortal practitioners in Ming Wangzhou, the Immortal World in Great Yinzhou has always been ranked first in the lower Ming dynasty. However, as the leader of the Sword Sect of Heaven, he was still unable to bear the price Chen repeatedly let go. Take a look at the wealth of people in Sacred Land. Think about the shabby appearance of the Sword Sect of Heaven. It's really hard to compare. And Chen listened to Yin Bailu's explanation and nodded thoughtfully. Mingwang State is the largest state in the entire Immortal World. There are tens of billions of immortal practitioners, and the market is huge. There are more than 50 supernatural forces such as Sacred Land, Great Sect, and Dynasty. Therefore, the competition in the consumer market in Ming Wangzhou is extremely fierce. And the inheritance of the Sword Sect of Heaven is exceptionally pure, with only swords. The level of other 6 immortal cultivation skills, such as pill refining, is very general. Although the swordsmanship level of the Heavenly Sword Sect is unparalleled, what it refines is a unique heart sword. The heart sword has the same mind as the refiner, and cannot be sold at all. As a result, Heavenly Sword Sect can only rely on or veins and secret realm to produce life. As we all know, the income from selling materials is the lowest. While the Heavenly Sword Sect's income is low, the expenditure is extremely huge. The crafting materials of the Heart Sword are extremely expensive. But without the Heart Sword, it is impossible to learn the inheritance of the Sword Sect of Heaven. The Heavenly Sword Sect needs to be responsible for the disciples' Heart Sword materials. As a result, most of the income of the Heavenly Sword Sect was spent on it, plus other miscellaneous expenses, just barely making ends meet. Therefore, Yin Bailu, the sect leader of the Sword Sect of God, as a late-stage power, there are only 200,000 top-grade spirit stones on hand, which is extremely miserable. Chen pondered, and Yin Bailu looked at Chen a little embarrassedly. Holy Master Yi, I also know that the requirement to pay 200,000 in advance is too much. I'll give 200,000 top-grade spirit stones to the Holy Lord first. Please don't sell the vertical pupils of the Golden Lion King to the outside world. Wait 30 years now. 50 years from now, I'll come and buy it with 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Is that possible? Chen heard the words, smiled, and shook his head. Yin Bailu's eyes dimmed. It seems that he has no chance. As for grabbing, Yin Bailu disdained to do so. What's more, although Tianyan Sacred Land didn't have any powerhouses, they still had immortal weapons. When the self-refining elder comes, he will die. Yin Bailu was disappointed and planned to leave. I sighed softly in my heart, feeling that people are poor and short-minded. When I go back this time, I must find a way to make money for my sword sect. I can't be as embarrassed as this time again. But Yi Chen's voice sounded at this moment. I have asked Elder to fetch the vertical pupil, which will be delivered later. 35. Master Yin can close his vertical pupils first. If spirit stones owe it, it's fine. 5. Yin Bailu was stunned when he heard the words. At the next moment, a cultivator came to the Great Hall. It was the Internal Affairs Elder who had just welcomed him in. The other party held a jade box in his hand and handed it to him. When the lid is open, a pupil, quietly placed in the jade box. The ghostly atmosphere instantly filled the entire Great Hall, as if it was breathtaking. In addition to being surprised, Yin Bailu was also a little puzzled. When did Lord Yi transmit the voice to the Elder? My divine sense is so powerful. How can I not notice it at all? But it's too late to think about it right now. This vertical pupil, just what you need. The ghostly aura on it was stronger than he imagined. Prove that the Golden Lion King's three-eyed lion bloodline is extraordinarily powerful. If it is refined into the sword formation by oneself, the power increase is absolutely huge. In Yin Bailu's agile eyes, at this moment, half is longing and half is hesitating. Yi Chen is so generous and trusts himself so much. She was a little embarrassed. After all, the vertical pupil is invaluable. How can you really take it like this? She looked at Yi Chen hesitantly. Thank you, Lord Yi, for trusting me so much, but Yi Chen waved his hand. Master Yin doesn't need to refuse. I believe in your character. Yin Bailu smiled bitterly when he heard the words. Her character is indeed fine, and spirit stones will definitely pay back what she owes. But the problem is it's no longer a question of whether you want to pay it back. It's a matter of not being able to afford it. It can't really be delayed for 30 or 50 years. Yi Chen smiled and said, Is Master Yin worried that he can't afford the spirit stones? Yin Bailu nodded embarrassedly. Yi Chen snapped his fingers. Why don't we cooperate? I have a business, and the two sides cooperate and make a lot of money. Hearing this, Yin Bailu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Thank you, Holy Master, for your kindness. But we are too far apart, it's really inconvenient. 99. Take a look at the spiritual Qi concentration in Tianyan Sacred Land, as well as the 30 hanging fairy mountains. It's an outrageous luxury indeed. This means that Tianyan Sacred Land must have a very profitable business. But the problem is that Ming Wangzu is more fertile and has countless opportunities. Of his own elder disciples, no one would want to come to Greater Yinzhou. Yi Chen smiled when he heard the words. Don't worry, this business does not require your immortal cultivators from the sword sect to come to Yinzhou. You only need to be in Ming Wangzu. If you do it well, it will not be a problem to make millions a year or even millions of top-quality spirit stones. 35. When Yin Bailu heard the words, her eyes widened like a full moon. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The Heavenly Sword Sect earns only 500,000 top-grade spirit stones a year. And the business that Yi Chen mentioned can earn millions a year? Earning spirit stones in Ming Wangzu is not that simple. Because the Ming Wangzu market, the competition is really too fierce. She thought that Yi Chen might have never been to Ming Wangzu, so she was so confident. She looked at Yi Chen sincerely and explained, Holy Lord Yi, Ming Wangzhou is close to 50 detached forces alone. 35. Although it has declined a bit, but most of them are overlords of a certain realm. For example, the high-end medicine pill market is basically monopolized by moralism. And in the Dao item market, Feathergate is a well-deserved overlord. All other markets are also monopolized by major transcendental forces, or occupied by some first-class forces, and it is extremely difficult for outsiders to intervene. Yi Chen laughed. In the past life, it was a proper giant monopoly. But not important. The business cooperation with Godsword Sect is only the first step. They do not intend to compete with local forces for business. So, Yi Chen looked at Yin Bailu and said, We're not here to grab business. Instead, it's to bring business to their door. Yin Bailu listened with a puzzled look on her face. The market is just that big. Want to earn spirit stones. How can you not steal other people's business? Yi Chen looked at the confusion in Yin Bailu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Simply put, the business I want to do is to sell goods from Ming Wangzu to the cultivators in Great Yinzhou. 39. When Yin Bailu heard the words, he immediately shook his head to dissuade him. Holy Master Yi, this business is actually done by a powerful force in Ming Wangzhou. But even if the nascent soul powerhouse is transported from Ming Wangzu to Dainzhou, it takes a year to go back and forth, which is too long. Although the price of medicine pill and magical item produced by Ming Wangzhou is better, the price is also more expensive. In addition to the transportation cost, the price has doubled. Back then, that force chose to sell goods in the martial god city of the East China Sea. As a result, most of the immortal cultivators in the city couldn't afford it at all, and they lost all their money. 5. Afterwards, there was no force to think about doing interstate business. Listen to what Yin Bailu said. Yi Chun smiled slightly. The transportation problem is easy to solve. 35. I have already planned to establish an interstate teleportation array with Penglai Xiandao as a transit point to connect the two continents. 35. When the teleportation array is completed, it will take less than half a day to reach the Great Yinzhou from Ming Wangzhou, and the transportation problem will be solved naturally. Hearing this, Yin Bailu's pupils instantly tightened. Set up a teleportation array for the two states and connect them. With the distance between the two states, how much investment does it take to build a teleportation array? Even the Taoist sect or the Ascension sect would not dare to do this, right? No matter how rich Tianyan Sacred Land is, it can't be so extravagant. Yin Bailu wanted to say something. Yi Chen continued to say, as for the sales problem, it's actually better to solve it. First of all, there are billions of immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou, and there are not a few wealthy immortal cultivators. They all have huge consumer demand, point 35. And the previous interstate forces failed because they were too famous and too few people knew it. Everyone doesn't know. How can the goods be sold? But my Tianyan Sacred Land is different. I am Tianyan Sacred Land, and I can show the goods to any cultivator in Great Yinzhou. Therefore, the goods can be easily sold to cultivators in need. 35. Yin Bailu showed a look of disbelief. Put the product in front of everyone? This is simply not possible. Even the mighty Sacred Land cannot do this. Looking at Yin Bailu's expression, Yi Chen smiled lightly and popped out a Tianyan PHS ring. Try this, you won't doubt what I said. Yin Bailu took the ring and looked at it puzzled. A low-grade magical item? What's the use of this? But looking at Yi Chen's expression, she still put the ring on her slender jade finger. Just the next moment, on Yin Bailu's fair little face, there was a surprised expression, Zhao Ma Zhao. Her mouth opened wide, and she was extremely shocked. Yi Chen, on the other hand, introduced Yin Bailu with a light smile. This thing is called Tianyan Zilingtong. Although it is only a low-quality magical item, it has various functions. For example, the communication function that allows you to communicate with each other wherever you are. 99. And the Xianwang auction house can auction all kinds of treasures. Of course, it's useless to bid when you go back to Ming Wangzhou, because it won't deliver. 35. As for Xianwang Cloud Classroom, it is the application of lectures. Point 35. You can also let the elders of your Heavenly Sword sect give lectures. And the knowledge of sword cultivation from Ming Wangzhou will definitely arouse the expectations of immortal cultivators. The income from optical fees is estimated to be no lower than that of your Heavenly Sword sect. And Xianwang Weibo is a supplement to watch the world's major events. You can share some interesting facts about Ming Wangzhou on it. With your identity and good looks, you can definitely attract countless fans. And you can also make money by accepting advertisements. As for express delivery, it has nothing to do with you for the time being. The Xianwang Taobao store is similar to the overseas shopping model I said. I will add a special area for overseas shopping in the Xianwang Taobao store at that time. You Heavenly Sword sect, take pictures of some commodities in Ming Wangzhou, write introductions, and put them on the overseas shopping area. When an immortal cultivator places an order here, you can purchase the corresponding products and then send them over by teleportation. We will then deliver the goods to the cultivator who placed the order. In this Xianwang auction house, there is even the tier Yongjin that I couldn't find in Ming Wangzhou. As long as I take a photo on the internet, can Lei Yongjin be sent directly to me? It's really incredible to see Zilingtong today. 99. And all kinds of other functions. It's just a miracle. Yin Bailu, in order to refine the Great Destruction Sword formation, I ran around in Ming Wangzhou and participated in high-end auction houses everywhere to find materials. But every time I miss it. After all, the vastness of Ming Wangzhou is beyond imagination, and there are many auctions. After he knew the news, the treasures he needed had already been sold. And now, through this mere low-grade magical item, you can actually directly see the rare treasures that are being auctioned in the entire Greater Yinzhou. And you can buy it directly. Simply not too convenient. It would be great if Ming Wangzhou also had the Xianwang auction house. In that case, the materials needed to refine the sword formation by oneself have already been collected. The other functions are also amazing. Sitting in the Immortal Cave, you can easily learn about the major events in the world through the low-level magical item. Goods from the entire Greater Yinzhou can be purchased. It can even teach countless immortal practitioners and charge tuition fees. It's amazing, even if Yin Bailu is the power of the late stage of Huashan. At this moment, I couldn't help but lose my temper, and even the number of calls was incredible. Sighed. Nangongwan quite understands Yin Bailu's reaction, because when she first came into contact with Tianyan PHS, she also had this expression. Various magical functions of Tianyan PHS. The immortal cultivator who came into contact for the first time could not remain calm at all. Yin Bailu is very novel and surfing in Tianyan PHS. Chen smiled and said, "You can't place an order without real name authentication. But if you need that tearful gold, I can help you shoot it. All the auction items are stored in the Holy Land 747, and the Elder will send them later. As for spirit stones, you don't have to worry as long as the Sword Sect of Heaven is doing overseas shopping. I believe that it won't take too long. Master Yin can easily repay all the debts." After seeing the magic of Tianyan PHS, Yin Bailu has no doubts about the overseas shopping business. Immortal practitioners in Great Yinzhou can place orders through Tianyan PHS. No worries about not being able to sell the item. The overseas shopping business that Lord Yi said is definitely promising. If the overseas shopping business is as Holy Master Yi said, it can bring millions of income to the Sword Sect of Heaven every year. That heavenly sword sect will completely get rid of the title of the poorest great sect. As a leader, I no longer need to be so embarrassed. Therefore, Yin Bailu looked at Yi Chun with great anticipation. "Holy Lord Yi, I am very willing to cooperate with your sacred land." Yi Chun smiled slightly. Although the heavenly sword sect is poor, its strength is not weak. Just right to be the first partner of our sacred land in Mingwang. Through cooperation with God's sword sect, it can also have a deeper understanding of Ming Wangzhou and make better preparations before officially entering the Ming Wangzhou market. Yi Chen said earnestly, "The first thing the Sword Sect of God has to do is to ensure that I am about to build a teleportation formation in Tianyan Sacred Land that connects Penglai Immortal Island and Mingwang Prefecture. My Tianyan Sacred Land has no strong people in Mingwang Prefecture. The security of the teleportation formation cannot be guaranteed. If it is destroyed by other immortal cultivators, the loss will be enormous. So for a long time, the teleportation formation from Ming Wangzhou to Penglai Immortal Island needed the protection of the Sword Sect of God. 35. Hearing this, Yin Bailu nodded immediately. "Holy Master Yi, rest assured, although my heavenly sword sect is not wealthy, but my prestige is not weak at all. Even if it is the moral sect, the Ascension sect should also be afraid of me. Guarantee that there will be no accidents in the teleportation array arranged by your sacred land." "Keka." Yin Bailu said these words with extra confidence on her face. Yi Chen was happy. It seems that the heavenly sword sect belongs to the kind that is poor and can fight. Such enemies are generally unwilling to provoke sacred land. After all, may not be able to beat. Really beat, I hurt myself, and there is no benefit. God's sword sect is worthy of being the supreme teaching. I admire and admire. Yi Chen boasted politely, and then talked about the business of Haitao. The business of Haitao is divided into 3 or 7. Tianyan Sacred Land 7, Heavenly Sword Sect 3, 35. Because Tianyan PHS is owned by Tianyan Sacred Land, and the teleportation array will be independently funded and arranged by my Tianyan Sacred Land. 35. So we have a lot more. Master Yin, do you have any opinions? Hearing this, Yin Bailu immediately shook his head. Of course she has no opinion, even a little embarrassed. She felt that she took too much advantage of Yi Chen today. My Heavenly Sword Sect is only responsible for protecting the teleportation formation and purchasing goods. It's too much to share 30% of the benefits for such an easy thing. Otherwise, let's only take 20%. Yi Chen smiled. This white egret is really interesting, but such a partner can be trusted. However, Yi Chen did not lower the opponent's share, but shook his head. It's only 30%. During the time when the teleportation formation is being arranged, the Sword Sect of Heaven must also prepare for overseas shopping. 35. It is impossible for the overseas shopping area to put all the products in Ming Wangzhou on the shelves. So, the Heavenly Sword Sect must be responsible for choosing the right products. For the same type of product, choose the one with the most cost-effective and the one with the best effect. For example, the medicine pill required for each cultivation base stage of the cultivator. like magical item, Dao item, and so on. There are also array plates and talismans, all of which are like this. And the selection of products should be as different as possible from the products of Great Yinzhou and have unique characteristics of Ming Wangzhou. After all, the most important selling point of Haitao is that it can provide the cultivators of Great Yinzhou with novel products that they can't usually buy. When Haitao first started, Heavenly Sword Sect could buy it in the shops of those forces. 35. But when the scale of Haitao expands, Heavenly Sword Sect can directly cooperate with those forces and let them directly supply in large quantities, so that the cost will become lower. 5. Yan Bailu listened carefully and took Yi Chen's words to heart. The way she looked at Yi Chen at the moment was completely different. Originally, she only came to Yi Chen for the vertical pupil of the Golden Lion King. As long as Yi Chen is a genius in a remote state, he doesn't care too much, but did not expect. After a trip here, he was shocked in every way. He also saw an opportunity to solve the dilemma of the Sword Sect of God. So Yan Bailu looked at Yi Chen and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Holy Master Yi. I am indebted to the Sword Sect of Heaven. Even in Ming Wangzhou, there are not many geniuses like Holy Master Yi. It is truly amazing that Great Yinzhou can breed such a genius as Holy Master Yi. 35. Yan Bailu was really stunned by Yi Chen. Yi Chen talent is tough. Huashan middle stage can cut Huashan late stage Demon King. If you break through to the late stage of God transformation, you might be able to compete with yourself. And Yi Chen earns Spirit Stone's talent, and he is even more unmatched. I only like to practice swords and kill enemies. I don't like to engage in these troublesome businesses. It would be great if Yi Chen was a member of the Sword Sect of Heaven. I would definitely give up the position of sect leader to Yi Chen. Focus on your sword practice. Pity. Yi Chen is the Lord of Sacred Land. Unless you become a Dao companion with Lord Yi. With Holy Master Ye's talent, the Sword Sect of Heaven can easily be prospered. Free yourself from worrying about sect development. You can concentrate on your sword practice. Thinking of this, Yan Bailu's eyes lit up. Yan Bailu is the most talented female cultivator in Ming Wangzhou. There are countless suitors, but in the face of most suitors, Yan Bailu has a dismissive attitude. Because Yan Bailu really cares about the talent of Dao Companion. If the Dao Companion talent is too low, the cultivation base will be thrown off by himself. Maybe he lived 1,000 years less than himself. What would such a Dao Companion find? And the Dao Companion's combat power is too low, and Yan Bailu is also unwilling. In the Immortal World where strength is respected, few female cultivators are willing to find a Dao Companion who is not as powerful as their own. As a sword cultivator, Yan Bailu's killing power is extremely terrifying. Yan Bailu is born with a clear mind. It is difficult to find several cultivators stronger than Yan Bailu in the same rank. Therefore, Yan Bailu has gone through the centuries-old fairy road and is still alone. On the other hand, Yi Chen talent is strong, just like himself. He can kill enemies by leaps and bounds. There is no need to say more about combat power, although cultivation base is temporarily inferior to itself. But presumably, it should be able to break through the late stage within 100 years. And Yi Chen's appearance is even more immortal. Yan Bailu can say that he has seen so many male cultivators. Few are prettier than Yi Chen. In addition, Yi Chen is also very atmospheric. Millions of treasures. If I owe it to myself, I don't feel bad at all. Think about it. Yi Chen is simply the most suitable own Dao companion. Except for Yan Bailu's lack of confidence in spirit stones, he is a little embarrassed. Everything else is extraordinarily bold. After giving birth to the idea of becoming a Dao companion with Yi Chen, she raised her beautiful face without hesitation and looked at Yi Chen seriously. Holy Master Yi, do you have a Dao companion now? Yi Chen frowned upon hearing this. Speaking of business, why did you suddenly mention the Dao companion? However, he nodded and replied, yes. When Yan Bailu heard the words, her beautiful brows slightly raised. Yi Chen actually has a Dao companion, but it's normal to think about it. In Ming Wangzhou's God transformation power, it is very normal to have 3 or 5 Dao companions. There are even hundreds of them. The more capable the man, the more Dao companion. Yi Chen is the top powerhouse in Yinzhou, and it is reasonable to have a Dao companion. I don't really mind. So Yan Bailu raised his head. Then the Holy Master would not mind one more Dao companion. Yi Chen. After learning about Yan Bailu's thoughts, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and he rejected Yan Bailu neatly. Yan Bailu was a little surprised. It's hard to find a male practitioner who meets my requirements. It turned out to be rejected. However, Yin Bailu was not disappointed. She just felt that Chen met her own requirements in all aspects. If they could become Dao companions and complement each other, it is naturally the best. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. After a few hours, Yin Bailu left the Tianyan Sacred Land with the vertical pupils of the Golden Lion King, Tears Forever Gold, and a storage ring with nearly 50,000 Tianyan PHS and Xianwang photostones. Tianyan PHS is used to distribute to the disciples of the Sword Sect. After all, Haitao's procurement needs to be spread throughout Mingwang Prefecture. If instant communication is not possible, the efficiency will be very low. After returning to Mingwang Prefecture, Yin Bailu will contact the Elder of Tianyan Sacred Land. Wait until the transmission array is established. Haitao business can officially start. In this regard, Yin Bailu is looking forward to it. Yin Bailu waved goodbye to Yi Chen, and the jade-like crystal jade feet stepped on the void. Immediately, it turned into a red shadow and disappeared in the sky. Yi Chen looked at Yin Bailu's leaving figure with a satisfied smile on his face. The arrival of Yin Bailu. For Yi Chen, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Ming Wangzhou is an extremely unfamiliar market for Yi Chen. I've always felt like I couldn't get started. Entering rashly, it is bound to encounter a huge counterattack from the local forces in Ming Wangzhou, and it will also usher in coveted. But now, with the Heavenly Sword Sect, a partner who has the power of refining the virtual realm through the future overseas shopping business, there are many things that can be laid out in Ming Wangzhou in advance. In the future, it will officially enter the Ming Wangzhou market. It will also be more smooth. Certainly, your own strength is also very important. If he does not have enough strength, then there will inevitably be a strong man in Ming Wangzhou who wants to snatch the benefits from his own hands. Although there is a fairy device at home, it has the power to protect itself. But the other party can completely stay away from Tianyan Sacred Land. Instead, the Tianyan Sacred Land was blocked outside, thereby threatening. Yaoqi's Sacred Land is a lesson from the past. Therefore, the fairy is good. But the strength of the immortal cultivator itself is the most important. Ming Wangzhou is a market full of opportunities and challenges. Before officially entering, you must be fully prepared in all aspects. Wait for the loan function to be launched tomorrow. Go to closed-door training. As long as you break through to the late stage of spiritual transformation, your ability to resist risks will be further increased. However, it is best to break through to after the virtual refining period. Then officially sold Tianyan PHS to Ming Wangzhou. In the future, as long as the Ming Wangzhou market is in hand, the benefits that its tens of billions of immortal cultivators can bring to him will be beyond imagination. Immortal ascension, definitely not a problem. In Xianwang Weibo, the discussion about lottery tickets is still hot. Because after the 11th lottery draw, another immortal cultivator won the first prize. However, this time the first prize winner did not announce his winning prize in advance. Instead, choose to remain anonymous. No one knows the identity of the winner at all. Everyone can understand this. The experience of the previous first prize winner, Yuqing's Sacred Land Qitong Elder, is a lesson from the past. Even the powerhouse of the nascent soul late stage was overwhelmed after being told that he had won the lottery, so he could only pretend to be dead. The cultivator with a lower cultivation base was known to have won the lottery. It's definitely worse. It is not impossible for the body to die and the Tao to disappear. So, stay anonymous. Everyone guess who the lucky winner was. If the low-level immortal cultivator won the lottery, it would simply not be too lucky. With such a huge bonus, as long as the qualifications are not too bad, it will not fall in the middle. The chances of achieving nascent soul's powerhouse will be greatly increased. It can be said that as long as you win the first prize, that is equivalent to gaining the opportunity to become a nascent soul powerhouse. The randomness and huge rewards of lottery tickets. Let the cultivator have a huge desire for lottery tickets. Everyone wants to be the winner of the next big prize. Many cultivators have developed the habit of buying lottery tickets every day. The rich buy several bets. Sell it if you don't have the money. And Qitong Elder only bought the same number after the news of winning the first prize came out. Many cultivators have learned to keep the number. Stick to buying the same number every day. In the first place on the hot search list today. Even if you win the fourth prize, you must remain anonymous. This hot search is a Weibo post by Nascent Soul Elder, the body refining sect. He won the fourth prize, the top 100 spirit stones. This spirit stones is not much for Nascent Soul, so the elder did not choose to remain anonymous. He even posted a Weibo, expressing his good luck. And the other elders of sect and his friends did not borrow money after learning that he had won the lottery, but let him treat guests and go to Huanfang to play together. This elder is not a stingy person either. Go. Ended up being one night. A total of 7 top female disciples of the Huan sect and 2 elders of the Huan sect were ordered. Everyone enjoyed the highest level of service. A total of 500 top-grade spirit stones were consumed. Elder's bonus was not enough to spend all, and he also posted 400 top-grade spirit stones. Winning the lottery and losing money is also unexpected. So Elder said seriously at the end of his Weibo update, "If you win the lottery, no matter how much or how little, don't use your real name, or you will definitely lose blood. Because even if you only win the consolation prize, someone will ask you to invite you to dinner." 99. This sentence directly attracted the resonance of countless immortal cultivators. Indeed, people around me knew that I had won the consolation prize, and they asked me to treat me to a spiritual meal. I earned a total of 8 low-grade spirit stones, and I spent 5 for a meal, and I lost blood. 35. Regardless of the big prize or the small prize, it's better to be anonymous. Otherwise, everyone around you will want to take advantage. It's a pity that I didn't know this truth before. I was short of spirit stones, so I refused to treat guests. As a result, now the clansmen say that I am stingy and alienate me. I learned when I win the first prize, I will definitely be anonymous. Hey, my Tianyan PHS notification will be updated soon. Mine too. Tianyan Xilingtong. Is it going to be updated again? When the time approached noon, all the cultivators in Great Yinzhou received an update notification from Tianyan PHS. Looking at the prompt, all immortal cultivators were amazed. How long does it take for Tianyan PHS to update the lottery function? Is it going to be updated again? Are we going to add new features this time? Or launch a new app? Whatever it is quite exciting. After all the previously updated functions of Tianyan PHS have never disappointed. In anticipation, the time has come to noon. All Tianyan PHS in Great Yinzhou have officially entered the update state. Countless immortal cultivators stopped other things in their hands at this moment, concentrately waiting for the completion of the update of Tianyan PHS. Tianyan PHS updates extremely fast. After just 100 breaths, the sound of the update completion sounded in the minds of countless immortal cultivators. Immediately, the long-awaited immortal cultivator entered the Tianyan PHS interface for the first time. Want to be the first to see updates? Check out what's been updated this time. Yen PHS opened on the same day. The update prompt is to jump out in front of all immortal practitioners. The cumulative update content of Tianyan PHS 1.6 version is as follows. Seeing this, many immortal cultivators confirmed it. This update adds new features, rather than launching a new app. Because it has been updated so many times, the immortal cultivators have already noticed the pattern. Update the new application, there will be a new version. And if new features are added, it is a cumulative update. At this moment, seeing that new functions have been added, the cultivators are still full of interest. After all, lottery tickets are new. The difference fascinates everyone. Everyone immediately continued to look down. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass Lottery Function Update is as follows. Increase the real-time prize pool display, as well as the estimated bonus display of each prize. Add the function of keeping the number, and you can purchase the number purchased last time with one click. Add the gifting function, you can gift lottery tickets to your friends. Watch the lottery feature update. All the cultivators who often bought lottery tickets nodded. For flowers, 0. Previously, the prize pool was not announced in real time, but every time the prize was drawn. Now that you can see the prize pool funds and the estimated prize money of each prize at any time, it is undoubtedly better. The number-keeping function caters to the trend of number-keeping initiated by Elder Chi Tong. You can purchase previously purchased numbers with one click, without having to enter them every time. More convenient. As for the final lottery giveaway feature, it's quite interesting. There is always value in giving gifts, but sending lottery tickets can make people feel full of expectations. After all, you might be able to hit the jackpot. You can try it later. Check out the new features of the lottery soon. The cultivators continued to look down. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment has added the function of Xianxian Loan. Cultivation Loan. According to each cultivator's cultivation base information, different loan amounts are provided. Immortal Loan? This new function caused confusion in the eyes of countless immortal practitioners. The update introduction ends here. But the introduction of Xiaxi and I makes people think. Loan amount? Is this immortal loan borrowing the function of spirit stones? Immediately, countless immortal cultivators brightened their eyes and immediately entered the Xianwang Cloud Flash payment application. Below the deposit number, a new option has been added. Immortal loan. Immortal cultivators immediately clicked into it. The next moment, the instructions for using Xianxi jumped to everyone's eyes. Xiaoxian loan will give different levels of loan quotas based on the personal information of the immortal practitioners. The daily interest is 0.000 when borrowing from the self-cultivation immortal loan. No mortgage required. 99. Borrow and return. You can directly use the amount in the immortal cultivation loan to consume in all applications of Tianyan PHS. This immortal loan is actually borrowing the function of spirit stones, and you can borrow it anytime. This discovery made countless immortal cultivators look surprised. In repairing Immortal World, the importance of spirit stones cannot be overstated. If you can borrow spirit stones from this immortal loan at any time, for most immortal cultivators, it is equivalent to an additional insurance for the immortal road. Repairing Immortal World. Most cultivators are reluctant to borrow spirit stones from others. There is no other reason, just fear that the other party will not pay back. A sacred land elder like Chi Tong Elder, when he heard the request to borrow spirit stones, he was terrified and directly closed door training. It can be seen that the cultivators are resistant to borrowing spirit stones. In this situation, most cultivators will lack medicine pill when they break through, or can't afford healing medicine when injured. It's hard to borrow spirit stones. You can only sell your own magical item treasures at a low price. If you are unwilling to sell it, you can only go to the Black Heart Pawn Shop, mortgage the magical item treasure, and accept high interest. But this immortal loan is different. No collateral is required. The interest is only 0.000, which is much lower than that of pawn shops. Immortal cultivators can fully bear it. Moreover, the amount of the immortal cultivation loan can also be directly used in all applications of Tianyan PHS. Undoubtedly more convenient. After all, you can buy everything through Xianwang Taobao now. The emergence of Xiaoxian loan. Undoubtedly, it can give immortal cultivators one more choice when encountering emergencies. So even a cultivator with plenty of money, he is also very interested in cultivating immortal loans. After all, what if you need it? After reading the introduction, they immediately entered the immortal cultivation loan. I want to experience it for the first time and see if Xiaoxian loan is really that convenient. At the same time, I also want to know how many spirit stones I can borrow from this cultivator loan. Close the function introduction. The cultivator finally entered the home page of the cultivator loan. At the top, the loan amount is clear at a glance. Look at own quota. The eyes of most immortal cultivators were full of surprise and even shock because of the loan amount of Xianxi, far higher than they imagined. Before, they were still worried that the amount of the Xianxian loan was too low. If there are too few spirit stones that can be borrowed, there are only a few dozen low-quality spirit stones. That means nothing to them. It's no use borrowing. But they didn't expect it. The amount of the immortal cultivation loan is not only not low, but unexpectedly high. Most of the Qi refining period, there are several middle-grade spirit stones, and even dozens of middle-grade spirit stones loan amount. The loan amount during the foundation establishment period is generally above a top-grade spirit stones. Some even reached dozens or hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. As for the gold core period, the loan amount for the nascent soul period is ridiculously high. The amount of the immortal cultivation loan was really unexpected. For example, if you work hard for 1 year during the Qi refining period, you will only earn 1 or 2 mid-grade spirit stones. The minimum loan amount for Qi refining cultivators is their 1-year income. Some are even 2 to 3 years old. The average amount during the foundation establishment period is basically 3 times the average annual income during the foundation establishment period. As for the gold core period, the amount is ridiculously high, reaching 10 times the average annual income of July 47. The amount of the nascent soul period is generally about 30 times. Such a high amount is undoubtedly a good thing for immortal cultivators. In case they encounter any emergency, having so many spirit stones available to borrow at any time will alleviate most pressing needs. Whether it's a breakthrough or seeing something that is hard to see, cultivation of immortal loans can make them more calm. This, Tianyan Sacred Land, is too generous. Such low interest. Such a high amount. Just doing charity. However, some cultivators frowned, because although most cultivators, their cultivator loan amount is high or low, but are still satisfied. However, some immortal cultivators looked at the prompt. You do not meet the quota for immortal cultivation loans. frowned. Why don't they have an immortal loan quota? In countless places in Greater Yinzhou, many cultivators gathered together, excitedly exchanged loan amount with each other. Haha, I have a quota of 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and I can borrow 5 mid-grade spirit stones at any time. Hey, we are both in the late stage of chi refining. Why do I have a quota of 20 mid-grade spirit stones? Gone, why is my quota so low? There are only 50 low-grade spirit stones, so I'm not as good as some disciples in the early stage of chi refining and sect. It's good to have a quota. I don't even have the qualifications to use it. When cultivators communicate with each other, they were surprised to find that everyone's quota was different. Some cultivators have a low cultivation base, but the amount is quite high. And some cultivators have a cultivation base that is not low, but the loan amount is only a little bit, and they may not even have the qualification to use it. Even the same sect, the same realm's disciple, loan amounts can vary widely. This undoubtedly puzzled everyone, but soon they saw a small reminder sign on the upper right. After clicking, the prompt appeared instantly. The loan amount is determined by various factors such as the identity of the cultivator, the cultivation base, and the consumption habits of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The loan amount is not fixed. The way to increase the loan amount is as follows. Use more Xianxi loans and make repayments on time. Use Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment to spend in Tianyan PHS and transfer money. The number of deposits in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass will also affect the loan amount. 66.99. Cultivators who are above the gold core period can enjoy the advanced amount increased service. As long as you go to Tianyan Pavilion in various places, real name certification of the cultivation technique you cultivated, and verification of your own treasure Dao item. Tianyan Pavilion will calculate the corresponding repayment ability and increase the corresponding loan amount according to the cultivation technique cultivated by the cultivators and the weapons they have mastered. This high-end quota increase certification service is temporarily not open to cultivators below the gold core period. Looking at the introduction, everyone's eyes lit up. The loan amount of each person is actually determined according to the cultivation base, identity, etc. during the previous real name authentication. Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass can actually rely on this information. Allocate a different amount to each person. It's really magical. And the cultivators in the gold core stage and nascent soul stage also shined. Their quota is already quite high. How can they still increase it? As long as you certify your own cultivation technique and weapons, you can increase the quota. Pretty good. Obviously, Tianyan Sacred Land is to judge the combat power of immortal cultivators. After all, cultivation technique has grades. Weapons also have levels, although it is not absolute, but in most cases, the better the cultivation technique and the better the weapon, the stronger the combat power will be. Therefore, many high-rank cultivators are excited. After all, most people's cultivation technique and weapons are not a secret. Notifying Tianyan about Sacred Land will not have any effect on them, but they can get a higher amount. In case of a sudden lack of spirit stones, there is another way to borrow spirit stones. The description of the amount of the Xiaoxian loan is only a rough outline. The most important reason for judgment. Of course, they won't tell them. In high-end certification service, it is to collect further information. In the previous real name authentication, cultivators only needed to provide the simplest identity, cultivation base, gender, etc. And this high-end quota increase certification is to establish a perfect combat power model for all mid to high-end immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou. Just have this information. If Tianyan Sacred Land wants to deal with some mid to high-end cultivators in the future, it can follow the other party's cultivation technique, Dao item, cultivation base, and other detailed information. Make the most specific and surefire targeting plan. In Yi Chen's view, Tianyan Sacred Land is developing too prosperously and earning too much. Yuqing Sacred Land and Taishan Sacred Land are silent now, but it will never sit back and watch Tianyan Sacred Land continue to grow. There is bound to be a war in the future. It is not impossible to fight one against two. Mastering more high-end powerhouse information will undoubtedly be able to gain greater advantages in future wars. And high-end practitioners are the most arrogant. The possibility of not paying back the money is not low. Master their information. When the time comes, you can send people to arrest them. Low-level practitioners are sent to mine without paying back. If the high-rank cultivator does not repay the money, it is actually more useful. In short, the high-end real name authentication service is of great significance to Tianyan Sacred Land. After the cultivators had a general understanding of the principle of the loan amount of the cultivator loan, all are determined. In the future, you must use Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass to pay more. Spirit stones also try to exist in Xianwang Cloud Flash Pass. This can also increase the loan amount, so why not? However, the amount is so high that it makes everyone suspicious. Tianyan Sacred Land gave such a high amount. Did they really have so many spirit stones lent to them? If they need spirit stones, is it really possible to borrow spirit stones with the same loan amount? Besides, how long can spirit stones who are cultivating Xian loan borrow? If it is only borrowed for a few months, the applicability will be reduced too much. Immediately, many immortal cultivators just click the loan button next to the limit, trying to see if they could really lend spirit stones. When the borrow button is clicked, instantly an input box appears. Prompt the cultivator to enter the number of spirit stones they want to borrow. There is also an option for all credits next to it. As long as you click, you can directly borrow all the amount of own. When entering numbers, click OK. The interface changes again. The repayment method interface appears. There are two options. Interest before payment. Only interest is paid every month, and after the last month, all principal is repaid at one time. Equal principal and interest repayment. The loan principal and interest will be averaged to each month, and the same amount will be paid every month until it is repaid. Look at the payment method. Countless immortal cultivators felt extremely novel. Borrowing money while repairing Immortal World is always a one-time payment. I have never seen this kind of installment repayment. Interest payment every month, principal payment in the last month? Seems good, but that equal principal and interest repayment, it feels good. For example, if you borrow a top-grade spirit stones and divide it into 12 months, you only need to repay less than 10 middle-grade spirit stones each month. Repayment pressure will be greatly reduced. After all, taking out a lot of spirit stones at once is a lot of pressure. But a little bit every month, it seems that there is no pressure. It is worthy of being the holy master of Tianyan. They can always come up with these incomparably novel things, and they can also bring convenience to them. Immortal cultivators all agree with the method of repayment. Most cultivators have clicked on equal principal and interest repayment. I feel less pressure to pay this way. And when clicked, the interface jumps again. This time, the interface for selecting the loan term appears. Look at the loan term in the interface. All the cultivators' eyes widened. Xiuxin loan. How can it be possible to borrow for such a long time? In the Qi refining period, immortal practitioners can choose up to 10 years, with a total of 120 repayments. This is simply outrageous. For example, they borrowed a top-grade spirit stones. The principal and interest are repaid in 120 equal installments. That monthly repayment, I am afraid that even 2 low-grade spirit stones 2.0 are not enough. Who can afford such a long loan term? Tianyan Sacred Land? Isn't it really doing charity? And 10 years is not the longest. Because of different cultivation bases, the maximum period of installment that can be enjoyed is different, such as the foundation establishment period. The maximum installment period is 20 years and 240 periods. The gold core phase can be phased for 50 years, with a full 600 phases. As for the nascent soul period, it's even more outrageous. Direct installment of 100 years, divided into 1,200 repayments. This is an extremely long period of installment. All the cultivators could not help but stand up. Such a long borrowing time is really outrageous. They were worried before that they had borrowed too much, and what if they couldn't pay by then? But now it can be divided into so many phases. It is to borrow 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. 50 years. Only 2 or 3 top-grade spirit stones are returned every month. Any gold core period is confident that you can afford it. The immortal cultivators in the entire Great Yinzhou were sensational. Tianyan Sacred Land, this immortal loan, is simply too fragrant. The loan interest is so low. It takes so long to repay. Let all cultivators borrow spirit stones without any pressure. Holy Master Tianyan is definitely a great man. Many immortal practitioners who are short of spirit stones are extremely grateful to Chen at this moment. That long loan term, undoubtedly, the enthusiasm of cultivators for cultivating immortal loans has gone a step further. Let any cultivator not have to worry about paying back spirit stones. In the absence of spirit stones, you can use Xiuxin loan more confidently and boldly. No worries. This immortal loan is simply too convenient. With excitement, countless immortal cultivators randomly chose an installment period. Enter the last interface. This time, the interface shows in detail how long it takes for the cultivator to repay the loan and how many spirit stones are required for each installment. Incredibly detailed. Let the cultivators all nod their heads. And below the loan details, it is a reminder to pay back the debt. The first of every month is the time to return the spirit stones. Deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass in advance, and you can directly deduct them. The loan can be repaid early, and if it is repaid early, the interest will expire on the date of repayment. Borrowers are requested to promptly return spirit stones. If it is overdue, the daily interest will be doubled as the overdue fee. At the same time, lower or cancel the borrowing qualifications of overdue Xiaxiandai. More than 3 months overdue, Tianyan Sacred Land will enforce the repayment. If the cultivator does not have enough spirit stones to repay, Tianyan Sacred Land has the right to sell off the cultivator's property. 99. If you still can't make up the arrears, Tianyan Sacred Land has the right to send the debtors to various mines or labor in other ways to compensate Tianyan Sacred Land for the losses. 35. All the labor income of the cultivators during this period belongs to Tianyan Sacred Land. 99. During this period, cultivators will lose their personal freedom until the arrears and overdue fees are repaid. If you don't pay back the money, if you're caught by Tianyan Sacred Land, the entire body's possessions will be sold for 25. If it is not enough, it will be sent to mining. To this, the cultivators did not respond. I don't think Tianyan Sacred Land is too much, because the practice of repairing Immortal World, Tianyan Sacred Land, is already benevolent. If you owe those pawnbrokers or the spirit stones of some money-lending powers, not even. That is life rather than death. Moreover, most immortal practitioners do not care about overdue punishment. On the one hand, few cultivators would dare to owe the spirit stones of Sacred Land. On the other hand, the interest of Shoshin loan is so low and the repayment period is so long. Basically, there is no need to worry about not getting on spirit stones. At the bottom, there is a button to confirm the loan. Just press. Spirit stones can be credited directly to the account. But most cultivators don't have a point. After all, it was clearly written on the Shoshin loan. As long as spirit stones are borrowed, even if the loan is repaid on the same day, the interest for 1 day will be calculated. However, there are many cultivators who are lacking spirit stones. But he clicked without hesitation. Click instantly. Their Xianwang Cloud Flash payment is a reminder. The loan has been received. Look at the extra spirit stones in the Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass account. The cultivators who borrowed the money were all shocked. Did it arrive so soon? Moreover, the loan of Xiaxiandai is really so convenient. No collateral is required. This made countless immortal practitioners extremely happy. With this immortal loan, in the future, if they are short of spirit stones, they will no longer have to mortgage their own magical items to pawn shops at a low price. You don't have to endure the exorbitant interest rate, not to mention the bad borrowing experience in the past. Currently missing spirit stones. No need to ask for help at all. Just a few clicks in the immortal loan. You can get a lot of spirit stones. Shoshin loan produced by Tianyan Sacred Land. Simply fantastic. Xianwang Weibo. Before the top search was still related to lottery tickets. However, after the Shoshin loan function was updated, the 3 words Xiaxiandai are the top search number 1. Countless immortal cultivators are discussing the immortal cultivation loan function with great interest. The lottery feature is exciting though, but most people don't win the lottery. Only a few cultivators can become grand prize winners and gain benefits. But Shoshin loan is different. As long as there is a loan amount, anyone can borrow a large amount of spirit stones easily and quickly. Compared to the previous interest rates of 9 out and 13 returns, the interest on the immortal cultivation loan is simply too conscientious. The repayment period of Xiaxiandai is what attracts me the most. I happened to look at a treasure, but I didn't have spirit stones to buy it. Now I borrow 100 high-grade spirit stones from Xiaxiandai to buy it and pay it back in 600 installments. You only need to pay 40 mid-grade spirit stones every month. I'm about to make a breakthrough, and I've been accumulating resources. Now that I have a Shoshin loan, I can make a breakthrough with a loan. After I make a breakthrough, it will be easier to earn spirit stones, which can be easily repaid. The icon of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is a bunch of spirit stones, which is so in line with the function of this application. You can earn interest and win big prizes, and now you can even borrow spirit stones. I just tried it out, whether it's shopping at Xianwang Taobao store or buying classes at Xianwang Cloud Classroom. You can pay directly with the amount of Shoshin loan, which is simply too convenient. Tianyan Sacred Land is not afraid that some cultivators will die, so why not get spirit stones? Tianyan Sacred Land is the sacred land with the richest financial resources today, and it certainly doesn't care about such a loss. The Holy Master is really a good person. With this cultivation loan, I will no longer be afraid of lacking spirit stones in cultivation. Countless cultivators are on the Xianwang Weibo, praising the newly updated cultivator loan. The ferry road is difficult. No one knows when an accident will happen. No matter how powerful and rich a cultivator is, he can't guarantee that he will not suffer that day. The appearance of Xiaoxiandai undoubtedly added a layer of insurance to them. In case of need, at least you can borrow spirit stones for emergency. Cultivation of immortal loans is very important to immortal cultivators. Even if it doesn't work now, maybe it will be used in the future. It might save a life at a critical moment. So, many cultivators seek to increase their own loan amount. Choose to deposit more spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud QuickPass. And the cultivator who is still using cash on delivery finally started to try online payment. After all, using Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment to pay more can increase the amount of Xianxian loan. No one can refuse the amount of the Immortal Cultivation Loan. Tianyan Sacred Land. A group of Sacred Land elders were amazed at the new functions of Tianyan PHS. I can also borrow spirit stones, and the amount is so high. I was able to borrow 100,000 top-grade spirit stones from the Immortal Cultivation Loan, and if I do that advanced certification, I can also increase the amount. 35. Every elder can take out loans. Why is it only me who can't? Could it be that Holy Master Tianyan is targeting me? I don't understand how to judge the amount of this Immortal Cultivation Loan. But Tianyan Sacred Land is too rich. We elders can borrow almost 2 million top-grade spirit stones together. This is just our family of Sacred Land, as well as Yuqing Sacred Land, Yaoqi Sacred Land, and even I heard that most immortal cultivators have quotas, and the quotas are not low. What will be the sum of all loan quotas? 39. Tianyan Sacred Land is so rich now. The elders were all shocked when it came to the end. And above the Holy Sea, Lord Tai Xian narrowed his eyes. Listening to the elders' words, Lord Tai Xian shook his head without hesitation. Impossible? Although Tianyan PHS and various apps make money, it is impossible to make money like this. Tianyan Sacred Land did not use their own spirit stones to make this immortal loan. It's all immortal cultivators who exist in the spirit stones in the Tianyan Flash Payment. Like the lottery winnings, which are actually spirit stones the cultivators themselves bought the lottery tickets for. The spirit stones that all cultivators can borrow in the Immortal Cultivation Loan are actually the deposits of other cultivators. Tianyan Sacred Land attracts cultivators to deposit spirit stones through the interest in case, then lend it out at 10,050 interest. Although the interest rate is not high, Tianyan Sacred Land can earn a large interest difference without doing anything, which is completely empty. The words of Lord Tai Xian made all the elders realize in surprise. Indeed, even if Tianyan Sacred Land made money by borrowing money from the immortal cultivators in the entire Great Yinzhou, it would not be possible to have such financial resources. And if you use the deposit of Xianwang Cloud QuickPass, that makes sense. Everyone was amazed. The lottery's empty-handed white wolf, the mode of making sure no losses, has already opened their eyes to them. Now another cultivator loan has popped up. It's a stroke of genius. Why don't we think 780, 35? Sage Master Yin that day is really a genius. He really deserves to be able to make a lot of money. Sword-casting elder couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. All the elders nodded. More elder echoed the opening. Although it is a deposit from Xianwang Cloud QuickPass. But the appearance of the Immortal Cultivation Loan is indeed a good thing for immortal cultivators. 39. Especially the super long installment repayment made me excited. I have been in love with a Dao item made by Yuqing Sacred Land for a long time, and I am reluctant to buy it. I just bought it directly after dividing it into 1,200 installments with the Immortal Cultivation Loan. After all, on average, you can use the Dao item you have long admired for only 50 top-grade spirit stones per issue. It's perfect. Countless immortal cultivators can use this immortal loan to improve their strength in advance and repay the loan slowly. The strength of the entire Great Yinzhou Immortal Cultivator will increase a lot because of this Immortal Cultivation Loan. This is Elder's words, ushered in the approval of everyone. But Lord Tai Xian snorted coldly. The long-term installment repayment seems to be a good thing. But you need to know that the longer the repayment period, the more interest you will have to pay. 5/10,000ths of interest sounds low, but in just 2,000 days, the interest is as high as the principal. And 2,000 days are only 6 years. And if the repayment period is set to 60 years, each installment seems to be very small, but after the 60 years are repaid, the interest you will pay is 10 times the original principal. 99. If you borrow 100 top-grade spirit stones, 60 years later, you have returned a total of 1,100 coins. And if it's 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, you'll have to pay back 110,000 top-grade spirit stones in 60 years. 55. In this case, do you still think you have made a profit? Chen gave you a super long-term loan. It's just a trap. When Lord Tai Xian finished speaking, some elders' eyes widened. They did not expect that the mere interest of 10,000 yuan could accumulate to such an extent over time. For decades, they had to pay interest several times, or even 10 times the principal. This is really unexpected. The words of the Lord Tai Xian. Let a group of elders be enlightened. They have been fooled by the long repayment period and the paltry repayments each installment. Instead, the total price is not calculated. In this way, the interest of Tianyan Sacred Land is not low at all. Doubled in 6 years. 60 years is directly 11 times the principal. When you buy a treasure, you only need to pay 100 top-grade spirit stones. If borrowed to buy, the interest paid may be higher than the principal. This is really scary. This installment repayment is too confusing. Indeed, how can Sacred Land, which can sell low-grade magical items at the price of low-grade spiritual items, be so generous? The interest rate is so high, it feels like Tianyan Sacred Land is going to make a lot of money again. 35. Isn't it true? Lending the spirit stones of the cultivators to others to earn interest is completely a business without capital. I heard that Tianyan Sacred Land is going to increase the welfare of elders again. It is said that when the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land broke through, if they lack spirit stones, they could get a loan without interest. If some rare treasures are missing, Sacred Land will also help to find and buy them. It's just envy of others. The elders talked a lot. Lord Tai Xian's face is gloomy. The development of Tianyan Sacred Land is too fast. Countless resources have made Tianyan Sacred Land's strong men come together. After the benefits in Sacred Land are increased, the geniuses of Greater Yinzhou are most eager to join Tianyan Sacred Land. Under high welfare, the strength of this generation of disciples in Tianyan Sacred Land has skyrocketed, and the average strength is much higher than in previous years. On the Tianzhou list, which was held not long ago, the disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land occupied a full quarter of the ranking. After another 100 years, the next generation of Tianyan Sacred Land will grow up, and the strong will inevitably emerge like a blowout. Even if you don't say it later. Today, Tianyan Sacred Land also has 4 powers. The battle power on the bright side has already reached the top of the entire Great Yinzhou. And now, this immortal loan is so expensive. Tianyan Sacred Land is bound to make a lot of money. No, Tianyan Sacred Land must never be allowed to continue like this. There are many strong people in Tianyan Sacred Land. It is also a steady stream of earning spirit stones from Tianyan PHS. Growing. If it goes on like this, the entire Greater Yinzhou will no longer have a foothold for Tai Xian Sacred Land. I, the retired elder of Tai Xian Sacred Land Huashan late stage, is about to leave the country, and when he leaves, I must report the matter. Even if we start a war, we must not let the Tianyan Sacred Land family dominate. Yaoqi's Sacred Land won't say anything, and only receive the favor of Chen. The woman of the Holy Master of Yaoqi is even more attracted to Chen. Mostly won't deal with Tianyan Sacred Land with me. But Yuqing's Sacred Land, needless to say. When the 2 sacred lands join forces, there may not be no chance. Lord Tai Xian had killing intent in his eyes. However, these can only be decided after the retired elder is released. But now I have to do something myself. Looking at the Xianwang Weibo, countless cultivators were delighted and enthusiastic about cultivating immortal loans. Lord Tai Xian showed a sneer. Tianyan Sacred Land relent them the spirit stones they deposited, earning high interest, but only giving them a mere 1/10,000 th. If the immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou knew about this, they would definitely be furious. No one wants someone else to make money with their own spirit stones and make more money than they do. Definitely take all the spirit stones out. When the time comes, there will be no spirit stones available for this cultivator loan. 35. Even if Tianyan Sacred Land produces spirit stones by themselves, it is useless to lend them to cultivators. 35. Because when the cultivator sees clearly the nature of the immortal cultivator loan that seems to have low interest but is actually high interest, they will inevitably abandon it. It goes on like this. The immortal loan that Yi Chen worked so hard to come up with will fail completely. Lord Tai Xian's words made all the elders nod their heads. Lord Tai Xian smiled. He didn't choose to be meager himself. Instead, let an elder post a meager update. At the same time, notify everyone in Sacred Land to repost, increase popularity, and get on the hot search. This way, definitely make Yi Chen vegetarian cement high huge. In Xianwang Weibo, the discussion about Xiao Xiandai has not diminished at all. It is really convenient to repair the immortal loan. Not only can you make an instant payment without any waiting, when paying for online shopping, you can also choose Xiaoxian loan to pay directly. Very convenient. The most important thing is that Xiaoxian loans are in addition to personal loans. There are also sect loans, but this sect borrowing function only open to sect leaders of major sects and sects for sect development. The amount of sect borrowing is far from what a personal loan can compare. The amount is astonishingly large. Let countless sect leader door owners' heart. This made the discussion of Xiaoxian loan even higher. In this case, a piece of news suddenly appeared on Weibo's hot search list. The name of this hot search is Xianxian loan does not harm people. Xiaoxian loan is for a high amount, but also for a long repayment period. It is obviously a function that everyone praises. How can it hurt so much? Immediately, countless immortal cultivators became curious and clicked on this hot search. Enter the hot search. Everyone saw that the one who made the move was the sword-casting elder of Tianyan Sacred Land. The dynamic of casting the sword elder has attracted the attention of countless people. Don't you find it strange, fellow Taoists, to see that the loan amount of own is so high? 35. Tianyan Sacred Land can never have so many spirit stones. But Tianyan Sacred Land obviously doesn't have so many spirit stones, so why can they lend so many spirit stones? I'm here to tell you the truth. 99. Actually, Tianyan Sacred Land used the deposit in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The spirit stones that fellow Taoists can borrow in the Immortal Loan are actually your own deposits. Tianyan Sacred Land lent out spirit stones with a high interest of 0.5%, but it only gave us 0.1% interest. Even though our spirit stones are used, Tianyan Sacred Land earns more than us. It's absolutely shameless. Countless immortal practitioners watched the content of the sword-casting Elder Weibo dynamic. All were amazed. Xiaoxi and I actually used the deposit of Xianwang Cloud Flash payment. No wonder the amount of Xiaoxian loan is so high. In a very short time, sword-casting Elder's Weibo dynamic has become the #1 trending search. Look at the heat that is so high. Lord Tai Xian and all the elders were all smiles. The popularity is so high, it seems that the cultivators are surprised. Indeed, no one would want others to make money with their own spirit stones, but they could only drink soup. It is estimated that many immortal cultivators are already ready to withdraw. There are no spirit stones in Xianwang's Cloud Flash payment. This immortal loan can also be declared cool. I am happy to see Tianyan Sacred Land going to be unlucky. Let's go and read the comments. It is estimated that there are definitely many immortal cultivators who secretly scold Tianyan Sacred Land. They entered the comment area excitedly. It only took a few minutes to watch. It has nearly 1 million comments. The crowd laughed even happier. But when they opened the comment section, after seeing the comments inside, the expression instantly became extraordinarily interesting. It turns out that the Immortal Cultivation loan uses our savings. No wonder they can give us so much quota. Tianyan Sacred Land uses my deposits to lend, so I can rest assured. That's right, I felt relieved when I saw this Weibo. I was worried that Xianwang's Cloud Flash payment deposit was paying interest, and I was worried that he wanted to hack my principal. After all, there is no such thing as a pie in the sky, so I haven't dared to keep too many spirit stones in it. But now, I'm not worried at all. I'll save more spirit stones in a little while for interest. After all, Tianyan Sacred Land is not giving us interest for nothing, but for cultivating immortal loans. Now I don't have to worry about the principal being hacked. Although Tianyan Sacred Land makes more money with our deposits, we keep spirit stones in our hands, and there is no interest at all. It's better to have Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, which can earn a little bit. Agreed, I've earned almost a top-grade spirit stones with the interest, and saving them can make spirit stones give birth to spirit stones, and there are no fools. That is, if you save it, you won't be delayed in using it. Why don't you save it? 6,699. Countless comments caught everyone's attention at Tianyan Sacred Land. Let everyone be stunned at this moment. Is this comment different from what they think? After learning that Xiaoxi and I uses your deposits, shouldn't you be angry? Spirit stones should not be withdrawn immediately. Don't let Tianyan Sacred Land take advantage of you. Why is there a comment that I can feel at ease in the comment area? But look at those comments. Many elders nodded secretly in their hearts. There is some truth to the content of those comments. The profit-oriented repair Immortal World. There is never a good thing that falls from the sky. Before Tianyan Sacred Land gave interest for no reason, it made many immortal cultivators worry. For fear that they are greedy for interest, Tianyan Sacred Land is greedy for principle. But now, I learned that Tianyan Sacred Land was taking deposits, and it turned out that it was going to make money from the cultivation of immortal loans. On the contrary, many people were relieved. As for Tianyan Sacred Land earns more. They earn less. On the contrary, it is understandable. After all, if there is no Tianyan Sacred Land, they will not even have any interest in case. Now, with the interest, I could buy a few more medicine pills a month. Nuajiaos. Maybe one more magical item can be bought in a year. Why not do it? So, our dynamic not only did not let the cultivators withdraw spirit stones, but helped Tianyan Sacred Land to dispel the hesitation of many cultivators so that they could deposit more spirit stones with confidence. Lord Taishin never imagined that this would be the case. He clearly wanted to trick Chen. By accident, he helped Tianyan Sacred Land instead. This moment, Lord Taishin clenched his fists, his face a little green. He secretly hated in his heart, gritted his teeth, and said, "It's okay, although I couldn't get the cultivator to withdraw spirit stones." But what we announce next is the blockbuster show. The interest rate of the super long installment of the Xiaoxin loan will be made public. That high interest, it will definitely dispel the idea of countless immortal cultivators using immortal loans. 99. By that time, there will be more and more deposits, but not many loans. 99. Tianyan Sacred Land is bound to lose blood. Our purpose can also reach the lungs. Lord Taishin planned to wait for the popularity of the last dynamic to reach its peak, when all the cultivators were dissatisfied with Tianyan Sacred Land. Then release the real interest rate of Xiaoxin loan. Completely sentence Xiaoxin loan to death. Now only in advance. When the elders heard the words, they nodded, and it was best to prepare. Under the instruction of Lord Taishin, Sword Casting Elder edited a new Weibo update. Click Publish. Cast Sword Elder's last Weibo. Still hanging in the top position of the hot search. Most of the immortal cultivators were surprised when they saw it, but they understood and even agreed with Tianyan Sacred Land's approach. Repair Immortal World interest first. Nothing good is done by no one at all. Tianyan Sacred Land lends their deposits to earn spirit stones through Xiaoxin loan, and they also earn interest. It's a win-win. If there is no Tianyan Sacred Land, their spirit stones can only lie in storage rings as before. It's simply impossible to be like this. Even if you do nothing for a month, you can earn some interest as long as spirit stones exist in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. So, after knowing why Tianyan Sacred Land paid them interest, a cultivator of Great Yenzhou, instead, he let go of his original vigilance. Many immortal cultivators have already begun to think about it, and then they will deposit all their spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment to earn interest. Because Taishin Sacred Land cast Sword Elder's last post, it is still on the top of the hot search. So when the second dynamic of the Forging Sword Elder is sent out, the first time was seen by countless cultivators. Own deposits are used for lending, and most of the profits are taken by Tianyan Sacred Land. 35. I'm deeply saddened that fellow Taoists don't take this bad situation seriously. Since this is the case, then I must let everyone know another truth. The immortal loan is not as beautiful as you think. 35. Super high loan amount, super long repayment period, super low interest rate. All these make Xiaoxi and I look very good. But, fellow Taoists, have you really calculated how much interest you have to pay when using the Xiaoxin loan installment? Take the Gold Core Stage Cultivator as an example. If you borrow 100 top-grade spirit stones, it will be installment for 6 years. In the past 6 years, you will have to repay a total of 200 top-grade spirit stones. The interest is the same as the principal, and if you install it over 30 years, it seems like less per month. But in fact, in the past 30 years, the interest you paid has reached 5 times the principal. 30 years of interest is so high. What about 50 years, 100 years? So, do you still think the super long installment of the Immortal Cultivation Loan is a good thing? The interest on the Immortal Loan is even higher than the loan. The moment you fellow Taoists choose to borrow money from the Xiaoxin loan, you are working for Tianyan Sacred Land. 55. So, don't use the Immortal Cultivation Loan anymore. Because before you know it, all your spirit stones will be stolen by Tianyan Sacred Land. Look at this dynamic content. Many immortal cultivators widen their eyes. They really haven't carefully calculated the interest rate of the Xiaoxian loan. Totally unexpected. Seems to only use a little bit every month. The real interest is so high. It's doubled in 6 years? Wouldn't it be tenfold if you borrow it for 60 years? Surprised! I only saw that the installment payment was only a little bit in each installment before, and I was quite moved. Now I don't dare to borrow it. 6,699. In an instant, hundreds of responses appeared. This time, Lord Tai Xian and others watched carefully, for fear of any accident. At this moment, I saw many immortal cultivators suddenly realized, shocked by the interest rate of immortal loan, and dare not use the reply of immortal loan. Smiles appeared on the faces of Lord Tai Xian and others. No problem this time. Just let the cultivator realize the terrible interest of the cultivator loan. Cultivators will inevitably refuse to use it. If spirit stones can't borrow it, the more deposits of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, the more Tianyan Sacred Land lost. The enemy loses money. Nothing could be better for Tianyan Sacred Land. Lord Tai Xian and others continued to follow the comments. But it didn't take long. Their faces turned gloomy. Sword-casting Elder's second Weibo update quickly became a hot search. Attract more and more cultivators to come. In the comment section, at the beginning, they were all surprised by the interest rate of the immortal loan. They did not expect that the seemingly low installment repayment would have to pay so much interest in total. But soon, there was another voice. The interest rate of the Xiaoxian loan is not high, so what is doubling it? It's even funny. I used to borrow money from pawn shops and other places. 9 out of 13 returns, and there is only a 3-month repayment period. As for the Xiaoxian loan, if you only borrow for 3 months, how much interest will you pay? That's right upstairs. Isn't it normal for the interest to be the same as the principal for 6 years? That is, Tianyan Sacred Land is willing to give you such a long repayment time. If those pawn shops, you owe them spirit stones for 6 years. What do you owe for so long? If spirit stones hurry up to pay it back, you won't even need a few spirit stones interest. The interest of the Xiaoxian loan is not important. For example, you are about to make a breakthrough, but you lack resources. At this time, you borrow spirit stones from the Xiaoxian loan. If the breakthrough is successful, the ability to earn spirit stones will definitely skyrocket, and it will be easy to return spirit stones. There are also weapons. Weapons that were originally unaffordable can be bought with the immortal loan, and the combat power will naturally increase. After the combat power is improved, it will become easier to earn spirit stones. Compared to the benefits obtained through the immortal cultivation loan, the interest is really not worth mentioning. Immortal cultivation loan can help most immortal cultivators to improve themselves faster. When their strength rises, they will earn several times as much as before. Who would care about that little interest? Whether you use the immortal cultivation loan or not, I use it anyway. I borrowed 20 top-grade spirit stones and went to Huanfeng to play for a whole day. I served a few female cultivators, and any one of them was better than my senior sister of the Demon sect. It looks 10,000 times better. These spirit stones are worth the money, and you only need to pay back a top-grade spirit stone every year to enjoy it. Thank you for Xiaoxian loan. What the sword-casting elder said is actually a little too alarmist. For immortal cultivators, as long as the immortal cultivation loan is used reasonably, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. The immortal cultivation loan is very useful, and it is really convenient to use it for emergencies. Moreover, if you use the immortal loan to improve your strength, you will earn more in the future, so you should borrow it. Upstairs, fellow Taoist of Yumazong, your senior sister just posted a Weibo, offering a reward to which disciple of Yumazong went to Hawan Square yesterday. And there is a reward for reporting. I feel like you are about to be caught. 66.99. Watching more and more comments. The Great Hall of the Holy Master of Tianyan Sacred Land was silent. Keka. Obviously. They failed again. Immortal cultivators do know the true interest of the cultivator loan. But after knowing the real interest, it did not affect the immortal cultivator's idea of using the cultivating loan. After all, if there is no immortal loan, you have to break through, but you don't have the resources. You'll have to save up spirit stones for a few years. Waste of years. And with Xiaoxian loan, you don't need to save spirit stones, you can make a breakthrough directly. After breakthrough, the strength increased greatly. Returning previously borrowed spirit stones is a breeze. Just paying some paltry interest has set yourself up for breakthrough years ahead of schedule. Step by step, The immortal road in the future may be different because of this. So, for cultivators, cultivating immortal loans is very important to their immortal path. How could it not be used because of a few words of the sword-casting elder? Tai Xian has really become wiser. In Tianyan Sacred Land, Chen swiped Weibo and sighed in admiration. The previous Holy Master Tai Xian will only copy it in its entirety. And the current Holy Master Tai Xian can directly see the essence of Xiaoxi and I. It seems that after countless setbacks, Lord Tai Xian has grown a lot. However, Lord Tai Xian's methods were completely useless. If on Earth, reveal the true interest rate of the loan. It can make many people alert, recognize the harm of loans, and refuse loans. This affects the loan business. After all, the personal loans of the Earth are basically used for pre-consumption, various purchases, and purchases. Used to improve own, very few. So the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. But repairing Immortal World is not necessary. Spirit stones are tied to resources. Resources are linked to strength. The advent of the Immortal Cultivation Loan allowed countless immortal cultivators who lacked resources to obtain resources in advance and enhance their own strength and combat power. There is no need to say how important the improvement of strength and combat power is. The benefits of the Immortal Cultivation Loan to the Immortal Cultivator far outweigh the disadvantages. It turned out to be instructed by Holy Master Tai Xian. I was a little flustered when the sword-casting elder revealed that we used the deposits of the cultivators, worried that it would affect the situation. I want to seal him up, but I never thought that the Weibo updates of the sword-casting elder not only did not affect us, but also made more cultivators feel at ease to keep spirit stones with us. The Lord Tai Xian really helped us a lot. I'll be sure to post a Weibo in a while to thank Lord Tai Xian. Beside Chen, the Foreign Affairs elder said cheerfully. Chen listened. The corners of his mouth twitched. Also sent Weibo to thank you. Isn't this salting the wound? My own elder. Why are each one blacker than the other now? I don't know who to learn from. How about Xiaoxin loan business? Lord Tai Xian was just a small episode. After a few laughs, Chen started talking about the real business. The Foreign Affairs elder also became serious. Holy Lord, yesterday, the Xiaoxin loan lent 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Daily interest reaches 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chen nodded when he heard the words, quite satisfied. But the Foreign Affairs elder was a little worried and said, Holy Lord, is this loan amount too small? I'm worried about the cultivators borrowing spirit stones. Not as many as I imagined. If we don't lend too much, we're likely to lose money. Chen suddenly smiled. Cultivation of immortal loans is just the beginning. The number of borrowers will naturally be higher in the future. This is beyond doubt. And such major forces as sect, martial arts, etc. have not yet started lending. Sect-level users are also the main force of the loan business. They need more spirit stones to borrow. Is a standard large customer. And after waiting, Chen also plans to launch a home loan. Repairing Immortal World. Immortal Cave in the Fairy City is also ridiculously expensive. After all, Xianqing is safer, spiritual qi is more abundant and more orderly. There are various other benefits. This leads to the immortals who like to buy Immortal Cave in the Fairy City. But most cultivators can't afford it. It's just too expensive. If you launch a home loan, there will definitely be countless immortal cultivators flocking to it. And the mortgage loan amount is large, and there is the Immortal Cave mortgage. If you don't get on spirit stones, sell your Immortal Cave directly and make sure you don't lose money. But wait until later to launch a mortgage. It is estimated that the price of Immortal Cave in all fairy cities will skyrocket. After all, the mortgage is out. There are more cultivators who can afford Immortal Cave. Immortal Cave prices will naturally skyrocket. But this is not something Chen has to consider. Chen, I'm getting ready to make a breakthrough. Mortgage, we'll talk about it later. But is it necessary to stock up a batch of Immortal Cave in Xianqing first? After the mortgage is released, Immortal Cave prices have skyrocketed, and it must be a big profit. If the hype, Immortal Cave prices are skyrocketing. But after just thinking about it, Chen shook his head to dismiss the idea. For most cultivators, cultivation is hard enough. If you fry Immortal Cave yourself, it would be too much. So just offer a mortgage. As for Xiaoxin loan, it will take time to develop. Can't see anything yet. So go to closed-door training yourself? Let's talk about it after breakthrough. After thinking about it, Chen looked at the Foreign Affairs elder. How about Elder Wang Changchun and Elder Chen? When the Foreign Affairs elder heard the words, he hurriedly reported. The two elders have already contacted the powerhouses of the Heavenly Sword sect. The problem of location selection for the teleportation array has also been resolved. 99. The teleportation array is expected to invest tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Because the distance is too far, the layout is extremely difficult, and it is estimated that it will take half a year. The Foreign Affairs Elder was tongue-tied at what he said. 10 million top-grade spirit stones investment. Not to mention Yinzhou. Even in Ming Wangzhou, there is absolutely no force that has done this. And Yi Chen listened and nodded with satisfaction. Half a year, no problem. As for the investment of 10 million top-grade spirit stones, it is nothing to today's Tianyan Sacred Land. The previous few applications have allowed Tianyan Sacred Land's monthly income to reach tens of millions. The sales volume of lottery tickets is now an average of 2 billion bets per day. Tianyan Sacred Land takes half of the sales. That is to say, the lottery can bring 200,000 top-grade spirit stones to Tianyan Sacred Land every day. In January, it was a full 6 million. Now Xiaoxiandai has not started to make a profit. The monthly income of Tianyan Sacred Land reached 16 million. Investing in several interstate teleportation arrays will not even use a month's income. After occupying the Ming Wangzhou market in the future, Yi Chen will open up the remaining 3 continents. Using the internet and logistics network, the raw materials, commodities, and finance of the entire immortal world are fully circulated. After exchanging some details, the Foreign Affairs Elder said goodbye and left. Yi Chen went to Immortal Cave. Notify Master. When coming to Immortal Cave, Yi Chen saw that Master's small face like a scroll, with a contemplative color. A moment on the hips, a moment on the cheeks, and a moment on the hair. Incredibly cute. And in the void in front of the Master, a series of numbers appeared. Master, you've already bought so many lottery tickets, shouldn't you still not win once? Yi Chen asked helplessly. Nangong Wan seems to be a winning insulator. The lottery has more than 10 issues now. Nangong Wan even buys hundreds of lottery tickets every issue. But he never won a single consolation prize. It's outrageous. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Nangong Wan waved a big hand, and the numbers dissipated in the void. Immediately, he said to Yi Chen confidently, I'm just practicing the technique of cultivation and deduction, not for the lottery at all. I haven't bought a lottery ticket in a long time. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. If I hadn't been able to see the purchase history in the background, I would have believed it. However, Yi Chen did not continue to stimulate Shizhuan. Instead, he smiled and said, Master, I'm going to close door training for a while. Hearing this, Nangong Wan wrinkled her beautiful brows, and her eyes were a little worried. Why is closed door training again? Didn't you just break through the middle stage for a few months? Could it be that the breakthrough is too fast and the foundation has a problem? Feel the Master's concern. Yi Chen shook his head. No, after the battle with the Golden Lion King, I felt something in my heart, and I felt like I was going to make a breakthrough again. 35. It's okay to hear Yi Chen. Nangong Wan was relieved. Okay, I'm going to cultivate some secret magic power. 35. It's still breakthrough. Why don't you direct Immortal Ascension? Nangong Wan didn't believe it at all. Although Yi Chen's breakthrough speed is amazing. But it has only been 2 months since Yi Chen killed the Golden Lion King. Such a short time. How could Yi Chen break through again? Yi Chen's face was serious. Immortal Ascension is not impossible. The main reason is that I can't bear the Master. Nangong Wan's pretty face blushed, and she spat softly. Go, go, go. I'll be annoyed when I see you. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Master, let's make a bet. If I don't make a breakthrough, I will give Master a 200,000 immortal cultivation loan, and I will help Master to repay you once a month. Hearing this, Nangong Wan's eyes lit up instantly. 200,000 immortal cultivation loan? Is Yi Chen still helping out every month? What's the difference between this and giving yourself 200,000 top-quality spirit stones every month? A year down, it is 2.4 million. Nangong Wan was moved, but there was a little doubt in her eyes. Really? Yi Chen smiled and nodded seriously. Of course it's true. I didn't wait for Nangong Wan to be happy. Yi Chen went on to say, of course, that's the situation where I didn't make a breakthrough. If I have a breakthrough, Master, you have to call me. The last few words, Yi Chen was transmitted to Nangong Wan's ears. After Nangong Wan heard it, her eyes widened instantly. The pretty face is even brighter than the sunset. You rebels. Yi Chen laughed. Do you want to gamble, Master? It's fine if you don't gamble. Nangong Wan stared at Yi Chen with a blushing face. Yi Chen said the title, although it is extremely shameful for himself. But Yi Chen could never break through so quickly. So, Chen should just give spirit stones to himself as a master out of filial piety. Then, Nangongwan hesitated for a long time and agreed. But think of Chen's talent. Nangongwan was a little worried and said seriously, "But you can't take this closed-door training for too long, at most half a year. If it's more than half a year, I'll still win." Chen readily agreed. Now Nangongwan was completely relieved. The previous frown was gone. The pretty face is full of joy, like spring flowers blooming. I've already started to think about how to spend 200,000 top-grade spirit stones every month. And Chen also left with a smile on his face. Fly to Forbidden Land. Before entering the Forbidden Area, Chen thought of Gu Yunyan. Gu Yunyan closed-door training has been around for almost a year. Should be leaving. The ancient cloud rhyme tradition. Although intimate before, but stick to the bottom line. Now the master has returned. The two can also be a gift. After the ceremony, you could do something into the Forbidden Area. In the distance, the immortal book of Tianyan exudes divine light, and strands of immortal qi hang down. It is indeed a fairy. It can easily bear the data transmission work of the entire Greater Yinzhou without any heat. It is a pity that immortal weapons are soldiers of immortality, and ordinary immortal cultivators have no qualifications to master them. Only when the Mahayana period is reached can the immortal weapon be activated for a short time. However, he has the secret of military characters. It is not necessarily impossible to master the fairy weapon in advance. If you can run around with fairy weapons after your integrated union period, then you are truly invincible. With anticipation, Chen lotus position sat down. Open the Krypton Gold cultivation system. The breakthrough option pops up immediately. Host cultivation base. Huashan middle stage. 95. Can break through to the late stage. Please choose the breakthrough level. 4 flowers 0. Ordinary breakthrough. 1 million top quality spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthrough. Affect the potential. After reaching the integrated union middle stage, you can't make another breakthrough. Excellent breakthrough. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthrough. Influence potential. After reaching the middle stage of celestial immortals, you can't make another breakthrough. Perfect breakthrough. 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose perfect breakthrough. Do not affect the subsequent realm breakthrough and give away random rewards. 39. No need to think about it at all. Chen directly chose the perfect breakthrough. In an instant, the 50 million top-grade spirit stones in the storage ring disappeared instantly. This breakthrough, which one of the 9 secrets will I get? I know the C. After breakthrough, will there be more new visions? With anticipation, Chen restrained his mind. Officially started breakthrough. Ming Wangzhou. The supreme teaching, the sword sect of heaven occupies a vast territory. In the teaching, there are countless sword rays passing by, sword chi soaring into the sky. In the center of the heavenly sword sect is a towering mountain peak. It's just that the peaks are extremely peculiar. It is an extremely smooth section. It's like being cut off by life. The vertical and horizontal sword chi on it is even more piercing. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, if they are swept away by this sword chi, will surely fall. 0. In the center of the Great Hall, except for the retired elder of the Void Refinement Realm who didn't come. The rest of the elders of the Sword Sect of God have all arrived, because their leader Yin Bailu has returned. Congratulations to the sect master for obtaining the divine artifact, and the sword formation will be completed in a few days. After cultivating the Great Destruction Sword formation, Destruction Sword Chi can increase the physique of the sect master, and it is hoped that he will be able to achieve illusory refinement in the future. The sect leader is indeed the first genius of my heavenly sword sect. He was able to kill the Golden Lion King with the blood of the ancient beasts. The elders were amazed and happy for Yin Bailu. Yin Bailu shook his head. The Golden Lion King was not killed by me, but by the Holy Master Tianyan of Great Yinzhou. Sacred Master Tianyan was only the middle stage of God transformation, but he killed the Golden Lion in the late stage of God transformation. His combat power was amazing. Hearing this, the elders all widened their eyes. There are not no geniuses who can kill enemies by leaps and bounds. The leader of his own home is one. But how could there be such a genius in the mere Yinzhou? It was beyond their expectations. After all, Mayashu is the center of the immortal world. Looking at immortal cultivators from other continents, it was like looking at a countryman. And because of the prosperity of Ming Wangzu's immortal civilization, even if it is cultivation-based same rank, the combat power generally overwhelms immortal cultivators in other states. they do have arrogant qualifications. The surprise was only short-lived. The immortal cultivators in Mingwang Prefecture themselves do not care about the affairs of other states. Elder quickly got down to business. Sect Master, last year my Heavenly Sword Sect's spiritual gold mines were exhausted. Production was less than half of what it was in previous years, and my income dropped sharply. This year, the income of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the cost of maintaining the Heart Sword, and the operation of the sect are not enough. There is a lack of 50,000 top-grade Spirit Stones, and temporarily fill the gap with Spirit Stones in the Spirit Stones library. But if you sit and eat, if you continue, up to 100 years, my Heavenly Sword Sect will be completely bankrupt and there will be no foundation. Elder's voice fell. Everyone was frowning. Yin Bailu is young. They don't actually expect Yin Bailu. Just out of respect, we will discuss it when Yin Bailu returns. An elder suggested, we should increase our income and reduce expenditure. It is better to drop the Immortal Mountain in the sect, which consumes tens of thousands of Spirit Stones every year, and there is absolutely no need to waste it. 5. Juling Town in the sect can also open lower. The benefits of the elders are also reduced. We can no longer reduce the welfare of our disciples. This year, our new disciples are already much less than in previous years. Li, elders of the Sword Sect of God. Each speaks its own advice. Arguing from time to time, Yin Bailu listened and shook his head. The clear voice like a stream sounded, making the audience quiet. Elders, don't worry about this. I went to Greater Yinzhou this time and negotiated cooperation with Tianyan Sacred Land. With the new business cooperation with Tianyan Sacred Land, I will never be short of Spirit Stones in the future. 5. Hearing this, all the elders frowned. To be frank, the leader of his own family is indeed a top genius. In just 100 years, the late stage of God transformation has been achieved. People are extremely smart, but the only shortcoming is that there is too little experience walking the rivers and lakes. The internal affairs elder of the Sword Sect of Heaven frowned. Sect Master, my Ming Wangzu, is located in the center of the Immortal World. It is the most fertile and has countless resources. The rest of the continents are exceptionally poor in terms of resources. 99. It's far from being comparable to my Ming Wangzu. I even heard from the cultivators in Greater Yinzhou that the 4 major sacred lands in Greater Yinzhou earn only 2 or 3 million top-grade Spirit Stones a year. 39. That day Yin Sacred Land. Most of them are not even as good as my Heavenly Sword Sect. Even some first-class forces in Mingwang State can crush Sacred Land in other states. How can such a force be qualified to be our partner? Although the Internal Affairs Elder didn't say it clearly, but E990 doubted whether his sect leader had been deceived. After all, the leader has an excellent talent and has been practicing in sect for many years. It was not until after becoming a god that he began to walk and practice the immortal world. Experience is still too little. The other elders also mean the same. When Yin Bailu heard the words, he smiled bitterly. Tianyan Sacred Land is not as good as my Heavenly Sword Sect? I went in with my own eyes to the gate of Tianyan Sacred Land. You know how ridiculous this is. His own Heavenly Sword Sect. And now, even the only hanging Immortal Mountain is going to fall. And people Tianyan Sacred Land. 30 suspended Immortal Mountains are enough to set up a formation. Spiritual chi concentration, sect benefits, and so on, not to mention, the Tianyan Sacred Land has now planned to build an interstate teleportation formation that directly connects the 2 continents. Even the Ascension Sect or the Moral Sect cannot do this. His own Heavenly Sword Sect was not qualified to compare with the other in terms of financial resources. But Yin Bailu didn't say it directly, because she knows the arrogance of the immortal cultivators in Ming Wangzu best. In the eyes of immortal practitioners in Ming Wangzu, other major states are places of bitter cold. If you directly tell them the true state of Tianyan Sacred Land, they will never believe it. So, Yin Bailu took out several Tianyan PHS rings from the storage ring. With a wave of his hand, he turned into a streamer, appeared in front of every elder. The elders looked at the black Tianyan PHS and frowned. Low-grade magical item? The lowest here is the nascent soul period. At this realm, even the treasures are a bit disgusting. What did the leader do with this low-grade magical item ring? Yin Bailu smiled lightly. This item is a magical item created by Holy Master Tianyan. 35. It's called Tianyan Xilingtong. Elders put them on first, and then experience it. The elders looked at the ring in front of them and looked at each other. What surprises can there be in the low-end magical item? But the leader has spoken, and everyone naturally wants to give face. So they took Tianyan PHS and put it on their fingers. However, everyone's faces were filled with carelessness. There are no expectations. But the next moment, the expressions of the elders all changed. Because in their minds, an interface that had never existed before appeared. What is this? Watching the elders become surprised. Yen Bailu smiled slightly. Surprise is still behind. Yen Bailu's clear voice sounded. Slowly introduced the functions and usage of Tianyan PHS to the elders. Tianyan Xiaolingtong can communicate remotely. Just enter your communication number. No matter where you are, even if you were separated by a continent, you can communicate instantly. 99. You elders can try it now. And the app of the Naxian Wang Auction House is an upgraded version of the offline auction house. The treasures of the entire Great Yinzhou are gathered on it, and you can search directly on it for whatever you want, which is extremely convenient. 99. Of course, everyone can only watch this function, not use it, because treasures can't be delivered to our Mingwang prefecture. Xianwang Weibo is an information social platform. On it, you can post your own news and follow other people's news. And the hot search list is a collection of the 50 most popular things in the entire Greater Yinzhou. You can know the world's major events without leaving your home. Of course, the elders can only watch and can't post updates because you haven't done real name authentication. As for the Xianwang Cloud Classroom, the powerhouse uses Tianyan PHS to give lectures live. 35. The immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou pay to listen to the lectures of the strong. It is said that nascent soul in Greater Yinzhou can earn tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones every year by relying on the Xianwang Cloud Classroom. Of course, don't think about it. Elders, you can't use it without real name authentication. In Xianwang Taba store, you can buy products from the entire Greater Yinzhou. Just click to place an order, and the purchased goods will be couriered by Xianwang and delivered directly to your immortal cave door. 5. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment is to deposit spirit stones, and you can also get interest. In that lottery ticket, you only need to spend 2 top-quality spirit stones to buy a lottery ticket, and you have a chance to win the $1 million spirit stones jackpot. Hey, a new function has been updated, Immortal Cultivation Loan. Cultivators can borrow spirit stones, and the interest is so high, and the repayment period is so long. Big sects can also borrow spirit stones for a higher amount. Unfortunately, my Heavenly Sword sect is located in Mingwang Prefecture, so even if I borrow spirit stones, I cannot withdraw it, otherwise I must borrow some. Yen Bailu spoke slowly. Each feature is introduced, then ushered in a burst of amazement from the elders. As time flows, the unbelievable expressions on the elders' faces became more intense. How come there are so many functions for the low-quality magical item? And these functions are so convenient and so magical. Even the powerhouses of Mingwangzhou were amazed by it. For example, this Xianwang auction house is simply not too convenient. No more rushing to the auction. Just in the Immortal Cave, you can bid for treasures from all over the world. And Xianwang Weibo is even more outrageous. Without leaving home, you can know the world's major events. In that Xianwang Cloud Classroom, just give lectures to low-level practitioners. Even the nascent soul of Great Yinzhou earns more than their Mingwangzhou powerhouses. If they were lecturing in Xianwang Cloud Classroom, wouldn't it make more money? Not to mention online shopping, express delivery, interest, lottery tickets, and Xiuxin loan after that. One is more attractive than the other. Fascinating. Oh my god, I have missed several times of Hades soil, and it is actually being auctioned in the Xianwang auction house. But why am I not qualified to bid? That Xianwang Weibo is so interesting, and there are hundreds of beauties. It's simply too beautiful. The Holy Master of Yaoqi, Tianyan Holy Maiden, just the photos make my heart move. How can nascent soul in Greater Yinzhou earn more than me from some superficial things? Especially those who teach Kendo, I am confident that I can kill them with a single sword. If I go to lecture, it will definitely be the best. Excellent swordsmanship courses. Sect Master, this day's PHS is simply incredible. 9. How can we have the qualification to use the app? I want to buy a lottery ticket. I am proficient in deduction. I will definitely win the jackpot, and then donate half of it to Sect. Sect Master, Tianyan Shaoling obviously has so many magical abilities, but we can only see it and can't use it. It's just torture. Tianyan Xiaolingtong. Is it really just a low-grade magical item? In a very short time, elders were conquered by various magical functions of Tianyan PHS. Amazed. However, in addition to the communication function, most of the other functions can only be watched and cannot be used at all. This is really uncomfortable. Looking at the appearance of the elders, Yin Bailu smiled, even more in his eyes. When she first came into contact with Tianyan PHS, she also looked like this. She said plainly, "This thing isn't great, Yinzhou, and basically every immortal cultivator has one." 5. In Tianyan Sacred Land, relying on Tianyan's PHS in these applications has made a lot of money. I think you should no longer doubt the strength of Tianyan Sacred Land now. The elders all nodded. Who can refuse such a god? The cultivators in Great Yinzhou have one hand, and they can enjoy all the functions. It really makes them envious. But at the same time of envy, they were also a little awkward in their hearts. The immortal world of Yinzhou Xiao, who had always been despised by them, had already used such a divine item. This time, they were shocked by the Great Yinzhou. On the other hand, Holy Master Yin had an amazing aptitude, comparable to the top talent in Ming Wangzhou. How could such a magical thing be invented? This made the elders marvel at Yi Chun. The arrogance in my heart was gone. What business is Tianyan Sacred Land going to cooperate with us? Did we sell this Tianyan PHS? The elders asked in anticipation. Yin Bailu shook his head gently. No. 35. The business between Tianyan Sacred Land and my Heavenly Sword sect is called Haitao. 35. Simply put, it is to put my Ming Wangzi products on the shelves in Xianwang Taobao Store 2.0 and show them to the cultivators in Great Yinzhou. We will go shopping after the cultivators in Great Yinzhou place their orders, and then sent to Greater Yinzhou. Hearing this, the elders frowned. But Ming Wangzhou and Dainzhou are too far apart. Even if you want to cross the spirit transformation period, it will take a month or two. The elders all felt that this business was unreliable. Yin Bailu smiled slightly. Tianyan Sacred Land will set up an interstate teleportation array connecting Great Yinzhou and Mingwang Prefecture. Delivery only takes 1 day. When Yin Bailu's voice fell, all elders' eyes widened. Interstate teleportation array? As we all know, the farther the teleportation distance of the teleportation array, the greater the difficulty and demand of construction. And the interstate teleportation array can theoretically be done. But since ancient times, no force has ever done it. Why? There is only one reason, and that is too expensive. And on that day, Sacred Land was going to build an interstate teleportation array that had never been seen in the history of Immortal World. What a huge amount of spirit stones will this consume? At this moment, all the elders were shocked by the wealth of Tianyan Sacred Land. The previous contempt, arrogance, completely disappeared at this moment, and just said that Tianyan Sacred Land is not as good as the elder of the Sword Sect of Heaven, and even lowered his head silently. This day spread Sacred Land. It's simply too outrageous. Single G. All the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect were shocked by the feat of Tianyan Sacred Land's establishment of an interstate teleportation formation. They never thought about it. The Sacred Land of Greater Yinzhou, which they had always despised, was actually rich to such a degree. Then think about the tragic situation of his own Heavenly Sword sect who cannot make ends meet. All of a sudden, everyone shut up, but the elders were surprised, looking forward to the cooperation between the two. Tianyan Sacred Land is so rich and powerful that cooperation with each other will inevitably benefit endlessly. Isn't their Heavenly Sword sect going to turn over? Lord, when will our cooperation with Tianyan Sacred Land begin? The internal affairs elder of the Sword Sect of God asked with anticipation. Yin Bailu smiled as he looked at the elder whose attitude was completely different from before. Tianyan Sacred Land has already begun to prepare for the deployment of an interstate teleportation formation. When the teleportation array is established, the cooperation will officially begin. But before that, our Heavenly Sword sect needs to assist the other party in site selection and protect the teleportation formation connecting Ming Wangzhou to Penglai Immortal Island from being destroyed by outsiders. 39. At the same time, we also need to select suitable overseas shopping products in advance. Listen to Yin Bailu finish. All the elders are very enthusiastic. These are all small problems. I understand formation, and I can personally help set up the big formation. Do you need any materials? We can help purchase them in Mingwang Prefecture. 99. With the protection of my Heavenly Sword sect, absolutely no one dares to destroy the teleportation formation. 99. The selection is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I absolutely choose the best products. Advanced work that needs to be done for collaboration. Elders are very confident to take the next. God's Sword Sect 25 is poor, but in terms of influence in Ming Wangzhou, it is not low at all. There is no other reason, just can fight. Yin Bailu saw that things were going well, with a full smile, and the eyes completed the crescent moon. The little feet swayed in front of the holy sea, looking particularly happy. Since this is the case, then this matter is handed over to Elder Dugu to be solely responsible. In the case of communication, I will give you the communication numbers of Tianyan Sacred Land Foreign Affairs Elder and Refiner Elder. After that, you will be in direct contact with the other party to confirm the details of the cooperation. Yin Bailu had no intention of managing and left everything to Elder Dugu. Elder Dugu nodded when he heard the words. In my heart, I was once again shocked by the function of Tianyan's PHS. The two continents are more than hundreds of millions of miles apart, and through this Tianyan PHS, they can communicate at will. How did the Holy Master Tianyan create such incredible treasures? It is really admirable. Things have been said. Yin Bailu is ready to go to closed-door training. Now the vertical pupil has arrived. Finally, I can go to refine the Great Destruction Sword Formation. But Yin Bailu was about to leave. An elder said, looking forward, Sect Master, I am really interested in the various functions of Tianyan's PHS. Since the Sect Master is familiar with the Holy Master of Tianyan, can you contact me and send an elder over to give us a real name authentication in advance, so that we can use the functions of Tianyan's PHS normally? That's right. The first beauty of Yinzhou, the Holy Master of Yaoqi, is perfect. It's no worse than the Empress of the Great Xia Dynasty. I want to pay attention to her and give her a like and comment. I was in a ruin before, and I met a female cultivator who was similar in appearance to the Holy Master of Yaoqi. She was unbelievably beautiful. That person's name was Qingsheng, and she was also from Great Yinzhou. 99. I want to give lectures in Xianwang Cloud Classroom. It would be beautiful if real name authentication could be done in advance. I want to try the lottery. It would be great if Tianyan Sacred Land could send an elder to collect deposits and help me deposit spirit stones into Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Elders are looking forward to the magical function of Tianyan PHS. However, without real name authentication, you cannot experience all functions. Yin Bailu nodded when she heard the words. She will try to contact Yi Chen later to ask if it can be convenient. But even if you can real name authentication in advance, many functions are still unavailable, such as online shopping, such as online auctions, express delivery, and so on. You can easily deliver anything you want without leaving home. Simply not too convenient. These functions are the most attractive to Yin Bailu, who is dedicated to practicing swords and does not like common things. Yin Bailu is also looking forward to it. When will Tianyan Sacred Land's various services officially enter the Mingwangzi market? With the magic of Tianyan PHS. The day it officially entered the Mingwangzi market was bound to cause a huge sensation. Great Yinzhou. The popularity of cultivating immortal loans is getting higher and higher. As time flows, immortal cultivators feel the benefits of cultivating immortal loans more and more. And the pawn shops all over Great Yinzhou, or some lending forces, were directly eliminated. After all, there is Xiuxin Loan Juyu in front, who would choose a pawn shop that is inconvenient and has high interest rates. After the auction house, the large number of pawn shops in the major immortal cities in Great Yinzhou closed down one after another. Short injury, I see that you are full of breath, and your spirit and energy have clearly reached the peak of the foundation establishment. 99. Why not go for the closed-door training breakthrough? Years. Among the true martial ancestors. Gu Xiaoshang's senior brother asked curiously. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoshang smiled bitterly. I bid for a treasure suitable for me at the fairy net auction before, and spent all the spirit stones I accumulated. Now I can't even afford the lowest quality Qingdan liquid, let alone other medicine pills that assist Qingdan. So just to be on the safe side, I plan to save spirit stones for a few years before breaking through, which is to temper the foundation. For most cultivators, the risk of breakthrough is great. Without the assistance of various medicine pills, the success rate of breakthrough is quite low. And once breakthrough fails, it will be greatly damaged. It's not impossible for cultivation base to go backwards. Besides, if you prepare enough suitable medicine pill, it may even improve the quality of gold core after breakthrough. The quality of gold core is about the future. The higher the natural quality, the better. Therefore, most immortal cultivators will start to break through after making sufficient preparations. In order to achieve breakthrough, it is very normal to spend 7 or 8 years preparing. The senior brother nodded in understanding. But then he frowned again and asked in puzzlement. Short injury. Don't you have an immortal cultivation loan? Gu Xiaoshang nodded. Yes, and the amount is not low. Then why don't you borrow Spirit Stone's breakthrough from Xiaoxin Loan first? The brother was even more puzzled. Gu Xiaoshang was a little worried. Then the Xianxian loan will double in 6 years. I think it's too expensive. And as long as I work harder, I can save all the resources I need in 2 or 3 years without paying any interest. 5. In this way, it seems that it is better for me to save it myself. The senior brother immediately shook his head. That's not a good statement. The Xianxian loan seems to have interest, but if you break through the gold core period 2 or 3 years earlier, you will earn a world of difference between Spirit Stones, and the Foundation establishment period. By that time, you will be able to repay the loan in 3 or 2 months. Not to mention the other benefits of getting gold core early. You don't need to waste 2 or 3 years. Senior brother's words made Gu Xiaoshang's eyes light up. Indeed, he had only thought about interest before, but I never thought that if I could make a breakthrough ahead of time, whether it was the treatment given by sect or the reward for doing the task, it would be far more than before. This moment, Gu Xiaoshang made up his mind. Borrow breakthrough. He was about to lend out all the amount he had in the Immortal Cultivation loan. Immediately in the Xianwang Taobao store, put all the medicine pill and formation that you need into the shopping cart to place an order. Because the amount is high enough. He even bid on a treasure that might improve the quality of gold core in the Fairy Net Auction House. 3 days later, everything is ready for purchase. Gu Xiaoshang started closed-door training. 10 days later, Gu Xiaoshang achieved gold core and exited the customs aloft. While receiving the envy of countless disciples, he was summoned by the elder and promoted to the true disciple. Whether it is treatment or status, it has directly increased by nearly 10 times. Gu Xiaoshang, after achieving gold core, just doing a single task is comparable to a year's income during the previous foundation establishment period. Just 2 months, Gu Xiaoshang repaid all the previous arrears. Silent night. Gu Xiaoshang sat in the immortal cave, the true disciple, and was filled with emotion. Fortunately, I chose to borrow from Xiaoxin Loan before. Otherwise, I would still be the foundation establishment today. How can there be the present scenery? Don't even become a true biography early. Maybe even further in the future. Cultivation of the Immortal Road is fast, step by step. At this moment, he sincerely thanked the Immortal Cultivation Loan and the Holy Master Tianyan, who invented the Immortal Loan. He opened Xianwang Weibo and posted his own experience. Tell countless immortal practitioners that loans are not a monstrous beast, so don't be frightened by the interest. As long as it is applied reasonably, we'll get greater benefits. And in the East China Sea Martial God City, the family of pill refining, the owner of the Chen family, had a hesitant look on his face. Demonic beasts rioted before, although it was finally pacified by Holy Master Tianyan. But the city of Martial God was mostly reduced to ruins. While the Chen family fled, they couldn't take many things with them. For example, the pill house made of heavy gold, the earth fire array, and so on. All destroyed by demonic beasts and can no longer be used. Although he is back now, he needs a lot of spirit stones to rebuild the pill house and earth fire array. The Chen family just built a pill house, and the spirit stones were completely lost. Before, the Chen family produced nearly 100,000 medicine pills per day. Now, the Chen family can only produce a few thousand medicine pills per day. Income plummeted. Want to scale up but don't have spirit stones. Can only watch the customers of their own online store. They all went to buy medicine pill from other stores and my heart hurts. Don't hesitate. According to the current income, it will take at least a dozen years to earn spirit stones bit by bit, slowly build the pill house, and restore the production scale to the past. It's been too long. Let's borrow it from the Immortal Cultivation Loan first. Lend spirit stones and build more pill houses directly. 5. As the output becomes larger, the profit will naturally be more. Although the interest of the Xiaoxin loan is not low, as long as you earn spirit stones, you can repay it in advance, and you can repay it within a year at most. 99. Then it's pure profit. At this moment, the Chen family patriarch made up his mind. He decided to borrow spirit stones from the sect loan of Xiaoxiandai. The Chen family is a third-rate family, but there is a full loan limit of 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Chen family directly lent them all to Love Zhu. When the elder and the clansmen learned about this, they were a little worried. After all, for a loan of 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, the interest alone will cost 1,800 top-grade spirit stones in 1 year. And if it doesn't go up, it will have serious consequences. What happens to the spirit stones in Sacred Land, no one wants to try. But the head of the Chen family ignored other voices. With a big wave of his hand, the expansion started. Smash all the 50,000 top-grade spirit stones borrowed. Just 1 month. The new Dan room and the new Earth Fire Array are completed. During this month, the Chen family was a little nervous. I'm afraid that the spirit stones in Sacred Land will not be available in the future. But when the expansion was completed, the Chen family's medicine pill production quickly recovered. The Chen family is a family of refining medicine. The medicine pills produced are of good quality. Supply is now back. Many immortal cultivators come back to place an order again. This made the sales of medicine pill in Qingjia's online store skyrocket. In just a few days, the income has returned to the splendid situation before the Demon Clan turmoil. Look at the gains. The faces of the Chen family were full of smiles. The elders even praised the Chen family's main action against all disapproval and borrowing for expansion. Based on the current income of the Chen family, it only takes 1 year to return all spirit stones. Patriarch is wise. I was short-sighted before I waited. This immortal loan is really a good thing, and it is no exaggeration to say that it has changed the family fortune of my Chen family. If we expand production later, it is estimated that those cultivators who bought our medicine pill before will give up on us. Fortunately, we will expand production ahead of schedule. 5. We can repay all the debts in 1 year, and the interest is only more than 1,000 pieces. Although it is not much, it is totally worth the money compared to what we got. The Chen family came back to life. The head of the Chen family was also full of smiles, but he shook his head and said seriously, I think, don't return the spirit stones in advance for the time being. Our medicine pill is still in short supply. The spirit stones earned next should continue to be used to expand production. The interest on the Xiaoxin loan is nothing compared to the benefits we can get. The elders looked at each other, but he felt that what the owner of the house said was quite reasonable. That being the case. At first, because of the previous demon turmoil, many forces in the East China Sea have been accumulated and destroyed in one go, and they have suffered serious damage. The changes in the Chen family have been noticed by countless forces. After learning that the Chen family relied on Xiaoxin loan to turn around, countless forces were moved. The Chen family's experience proves that the benefits of cultivating immortal loans far outweigh the interest. Arrears aren't that scary. So, many factions did not hesitate to borrow spirit stones from Xiaoxin loan to expand their own production. And many forces that were not affected by the unrest of the Demon Clan also saw the benefit of borrowing spirit stones to grow itself. They choose to borrow money. At time, cultivation of immortal loans is popular among the major forces in Great Yinzhou. It was hot, and in Xianwang Weibo, many individual cultivators have posted the benefits of cultivating immortality loans to themselves in their Weibo feeds. Cultivation of the immortal loan increases the strength of own rapidly. Let own combat power increase dramatically. This will make it easier to earn spirit stones and repay easily. This has made many immortal cultivators who did not dare to borrow spirit stones and thought the interest rate was too high to change their minds about cultivating immortal loans. In the absence of spirit stones, the number of cultivators who choose to borrow spirit stones from the cultivator loan will be greatly ascended. Tianyan Sacred Land. Lord Tianyan felt the heat of cultivating immortal loans, and his face was not good-looking. I had tried my best to crack down on the immortal loan. The result is a complete failure. Now, even his own sacred land. All elders borrowed spirit stones from Xiaoxin loan and bought top Dao items. Xiaoxin loan has swept the entire Yinzhou, even become part of the life of the cultivator. Think about the interest on the Xiaoxin loan. Holy Master Taixin knew that Yi Chen would make a lot of money by relying on this immortal loan. Most of the benefits of Tianyan Sacred Land will be improved again. This is definitely not a good thing for Taixin Sacred Land. These 2 years, the number of talented disciples recruited by Tianyan Sacred Land has been greatly reduced, because most of the talented geniuses are attracted by Tianyan Sacred Land. Even if we are separated by thousands of miles, we must go to Tianyan Sacred Land. At the same time, the strong outsiders are basically attracted by the high welfare of Tianyan Sacred Land. Serve as the guest elder. If it goes on like this, in a few years, Tianyan Sacred Land will have the strength to suppress the entire Great Yinzhou. Even if the other 3 sacred lands join forces, they may not be able to compete with each other. In the contemplation of the Lord Taixin, the penalty elder quickly flew into the Great Hall. Holy Lord, the Golden Crow Elder is out of the customs, and I call you to see him. Hearing this, Lord Taixin's eyes lit up. Golden Crow Elder is the retired elder of the late stage of Taixin Sacred Land. was an invincible genius. 600 years ago, I achieved the late stage of God transformation. After visiting Ming Wangzhou for 100 years, I came back and started closed-door training. Now Golden Crow Elder is finally out. Just in time to report the situation of Tianyan Sacred Land. Please, retired Elder, decide. Lord Taishian flew to Golden Crow immediately. That is the highest peak of Taishian Sacred Land. Like a mountain of flames, it is shrouded in countless earth fires all day long. The immortal cave of the Golden Crow Elder is bathed in flames. Only the Golden Crow Elder, who cultivated the Great Nikkei, can live here. When the Lord Taishian comes, the gate of Immortal Cave opens automatically. Lord Taishian entered it. Then I saw a middle-aged man whose muscles were tied, his body was like steel poured, and the color of brass was shining, sitting quietly in the center of Immortal Cave. Its hair is fiery red and automatically without wind. Like a boiling fire. The aura was even more terrifying, and all the divine lights dipped around him, like a volcano that was about to erupt. This man is the Golden Crow Elder. Lord Taishian stood in front of the other party, feeling that his breathing was no longer smooth, and the pressure was huge. Immediately salute. Meet the Golden Crow Elder. The Golden Crow Elder is now 1,000 years old. But still looking like a middle-aged man, he glanced down at Lord Taishian and nodded. I feel something in my heart. I'm about to make a breakthrough. Prepare a top-level divine fire formation for me. There is also the dark flame stone, the blazing bird monster core, the phoenix bird feather, the falling dust profound water, and the great concentration and returning pill. In a blink, the Golden Crow Elder has named hundreds of fetishes. Lord Taishian's eyes suddenly widened. These fetishes are all expensive. Add up, almost 7 million for the top-quality spirit stones. But it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that Golden Crow Elder is going to make a breakthrough. The news was like thunder. Let the Lord Taishian be in a trance. Elder, are you going to make a breakthrough? Lord Taishian spoke in disbelief. The Golden Crow Elder saw the appearance of Lord Taishian, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiandao is difficult. I closed door training for 500 years and finally seized this breakthrough opportunity. I'm only 1,000 years old now. It's the peak time. As long as you prepare properly, breakthrough is guaranteed. Hear from the Golden Crow Elder. There was ecstasy on the face of Lord Taishian. If it is said that the transformation of the gods is the initial communication between heaven and earth, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Those who refine the emptiness are to mobilize the power to control the heavens and the earth. The difference in combat power can be called a world of difference. In the entire Great Yinzhou, there have been 3,000 years of virtual refining power. Now Golden Crow Elder is about to make a breakthrough. Taishian Sacred Land will be invincible to the entire Greater Yinzhou. What Yichun? What Tianyan Sacred Land? They are all turkeys. The most important thing is that the lifespan of the virtual powerhouse is 3,000. And the Golden Crow Elder is only 1,000 years old now. Golden Crow Elder wants breakthrough. Taishian Sacred Land can be guaranteed to flourish for 2,000 years. Tianyan Sacred Land. It will no longer be a big worry. How long does it take to prepare what I want? Golden Crow Elder spoke earnestly. When Lord Taishian heard the words, he also woke up from the ecstasy. Thinking of the value of those fetish objects gave me a headache. If Sacred Land wants to add a new power, it will naturally go all out to support it. But after years of accumulation in Taishian Sacred Land, there are only about 5 million top-grade spirit stones in the crystal warehouse. There is a big gap from the Golden Crow Elder's requirements. Of course, selling some treasures, you can also get together. But at this moment, 3 words appeared in the mind of Lord Taishian. Immortal loan. Why sell treasures? Why can't I use the immortal loan? The loan amount of his own sacred land is a full 1 million. And Golden Crow Elder is the power of the late stage of the gods. Be a real name authentication and advanced quota increase authentication. The amount can definitely reach 1 million. Adding the two together can easily make up the difference. Then, Lord Taishian immediately informed the Golden Crow Elder about the shortage of spirit stones and the existence of Xiandai. Hearing this, Golden Crow Elder frowned, and his voice was confused. Tianbis? Cultivation of immortal loans? Lord Taishian hurriedly revealed what had happened in the past 2 years. Golden Crow Elder squinted his eyes and said with murderous intent, If you are only 40, you will achieve the middle stage of being a god? Can you kill the late stage Golden Lion King? This kind of arrogance is unheard of. It is truly amazing to be able to create such miraculous products as Tianyan PHS. It's a pity that such a person is the Holy Lord of Tianyan Sacred Land. Luo. Can't let him continue to grow. Wait for me to break through, grab his chance to leave Sacred Land, and kill it. When Lord Tai Xian heard the words, his face showed ecstasy. Chen, who has been pressing himself all the time, is about to become his own heart's demon. It's finally coming to an end. This is great news for me. As for whether Golden Crow Elder can do it, no doubt at all. Refinement of the strong is earth-shattering. Chen is another genius. In front of the Golden Crow Elder, who will make breakthroughs in the future, he is also an ant. Excited, Lord Tai Xian said cautiously, Golden Crow Elder, if you think it is troublesome to cultivate the immortal loan, then we don't need it. I will put some treasures on the Xianwang auction house to auction to solve the spirit stones matter. The Golden Crow Elder's breath was shocked, and his body made of steel suddenly stood up like a big sun. Rough voices like thunder. Someone is willing to give me spirit stones in Tianyan Sacred Land. Why not? That's millions of top-quality spirit stones, not a small number. 35. Holy Master Tai Xian vaguely heard the voice of Golden Crow Elder, and his eyes lit up. Elder, you mean? The Golden Crow Elder raised his eyes slightly, with playfulness in his eyes. That day, Sacred Land dared to borrow spirit stones, and I dared to keep them. But it's up to me to return the spirit stones. After all, why should I pay back the spirit stones I borrowed by my ability? If anyone doesn't agree, let him come to me and ask for the dead in person. Golden Crow Elder means obvious. He borrowed spirit stones and had no plans to pay them back. The corner of Holy Master Tai Xian's mouth raised. Chen is arrogant. I don't think anyone in Greater Yinzhou dare not return the spirit stones of Tianyan Sacred Land. Therefore, the Shushin loan was launched. Unexpectedly, his retired elder is about to make a breakthrough. So don't even think about taking back the spirit stones, Tianyan Sacred Land. After all, who would dare to ask for a debt from an imaginary power? Even in Ming Wangzhou, the void refinement power is still a top powerhouse. In Yinzhou, it is even more invincible. When the law of heaven and earth is opened, the world is invincible. Who dares to make trouble in front of the virtual power? If Tianyan Sacred Land dares to ask for debt, that is to die. Thinking of this, Lord Tai Xian showed a bright smile on his face. Before, he was suppressed by Chen everywhere. That time in the ancient clan, Chen took away Gu Yunyan. The precious gifts he prepared from the Sacred Land warehouse were all taken away. Not to mention the fines paid by being banned when drilling the loopholes in Weibo of Xianxian.com. There are so many, Chen at least lost 1 million top-grade spirit stones. In this loan, not only can the family get back the previous losses with interest, can earn more. Then the spirit stones will not be returned. Chen, what can you do? The Holy Master Tai Xian was very pleased and respectfully said to the Golden Crow Elder, Elder, since we are not going to return the spirit stones, 5. It's better to make it bigger, 9. Our elders in Sacred Land probably have a loan amount of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. If they're all certified for advanced quota increase, the quota can be even higher. It adds up to millions of top-quality spirit stones. Lord Tai Xian intends to take the entire Sacred Land to scour the wool. When Golden Crow Elder heard the proposal, the corners of his mouth twitched and he nodded with satisfaction. Let them borrow it with confidence and boldness. But give me half of the spirit stones you borrowed. 35. After the breakthrough, I still have 2,000 years of life. If I have enough spirit stones, I may not have the opportunity to achieve higher realm. 35. After hearing this, Lord Tai Xian agreed without hesitation. They have the confidence to borrow spirit stones and not repay, and they all rely on Golden Crow Elder. It makes sense to give half to Golden Crow Elder. Moreover, even if it is divided into half, they can also get tens or even hundreds of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. Get it for nothing, like a pie falling from the sky. What's not to be satisfied with? Lord Tai Xian asked Golden Crow Elder to wait. Then use Tianyan PHS to summon -990 elders. After dozens of breaths, Tai Xian's Sacred Land Elder, headed by the Punishment Elder and the Swordsman Elder, came quickly. When I learned that the Golden Crow Elder was about to break through the virtual period, they're all overjoyed. If you can produce a refined void in your own Sacred Land, your status will be incomparable. Can easily surpass Tianyan Sacred Land. And when they heard what Lord Tai Xian said, They tried to repair the plan of spirit stones, but it did not show the joyous color that Tianyan expected. Instead, they were worried. In silence, the Golden Crow Elder frowned as he watched the reactions of the elders. The Holy Master Tianyan also did not understand the reaction of the crowd. The Golden Crow Elder made a breakthrough, and after the breakthrough, Tianyan Sacred Land did not dare to ask for debts at all. What do you elders have to worry about? After hesitating for a while, the Punishment Elder said, Golden Crow Elder, Holy Lord, although the Tianyan Sacred Land is likely to come and ask for debts at that time. But we can block our account like the previous one. 9. Once an account is blocked, you cannot communicate, you cannot participate in auctions, you cannot shop online, you cannot buy lottery tickets, and you cannot keep abreast of world events. Point 39. But it's okay to endure these things. The most important problem is that once the account is blocked, we will not be able to teach in Xianwang Cloud Classroom. I can earn tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones every year in Xianwang Cloud Classroom, and I can earn it in 5 years at most. I don't think it's worth giving up the income of Xianwang Cloud Classroom in order to get a loan. Punishment Elder's voice fell. The elders also nodded. Indeed so. Immortal Net Cloud Classroom is of unparalleled importance to all nascent soul elders. They all have long lifespans and can teach lessons for hundreds of years. Not to mention the previous course videos, there are still a lot of dividends every month. If the account is blocked, the loss, Keka, is far greater than the loan. So the elders are somewhat reluctant. When Lord Tianyan heard the words, he also frowned. Indeed, today, Tianyan PHS is too important. If the account is blocked, it is extremely inconvenient. Not to mention those applications, the communication function alone makes people reluctant to give up. Not to mention the income of the elders. Today, nascent soul powerhouses in Greater Yinzhou are basically lecturers in Xianwang Cloud Classroom, earning a lot of money. Compared with the tuition fees, the annual salary given by Sacred Land is nothing. It's really not worth giving up this income for a loan. It's a headache. Lord Tianyan sighed. I don't care if I want. But at this moment, Golden Crow Elder snorted coldly. He had just learned about Tianyan's PHS and knew what the title meant. No need to worry. Spirit Stones of Xiandai, take it as you go. If Tianyan Sacred Land has the guts to be titled, I will kill them and they won't be able to get out of the Sacred Land half-step. The words of the Golden Crow Elder made everyone's eyes shine. Yes, although Tianyan Sacred Land relies on Tianyan PHS to make money, many businesses need Tianyan Pavilion. If the Sacred Land cannot be obtained by being blocked by a void refinement power, it will inevitably suffer heavy losses. So, they don't have to be afraid of being banned at all. As long as you have void refinement power at home, what should be afraid of? It is Tianyan Sacred Land. Elders are all excited. I have a full quota of 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even half of my honoring the Golden Crow Elder is worth 100,000. Unfortunately, my quota is slightly lower, and I will do a quota increase certification in a while. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it. You must seize the opportunity. I'll go to Tianyan Pavilion right now, but don't go to one place. You all go to different immortal cities for certification. The provincial ones were noticed by Tianyan Sacred Land, so they won't lend them to us. That's right, be careful. Lord Tianyan smiled. He took the Golden Crow Elder and flew directly towards the nearest fairy city. The elders also discussed where to go. Have left. Everyone had a look of excitement on their faces. Who can refuse prostitution? And there are hundreds of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. It's like winning the lottery. Golden Crow Elder was successfully authenticated with real name in a very short period of time. All functions are enabled. Get a credit of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Golden Crow Elder is not only a late-stage power, but also a retired elder of Tianyan Sacred Land. Both identity and cultivation base stand at the pinnacle of Greater Yinzhou. It is normal to have a higher amount. Why can't I withdraw directly? When informed that direct withdrawal is not possible, Golden Crow Elder narrowed his eyes, his breath was calm, and he was not angry. However, in front of him, the Tianyan Pavilion Deacon in the Gold Core period is neither humble nor arrogant. Withdrawal of millions of top-grade spirit stones, you need to make an appointment in advance. If you make an appointment now, you can pick it up anytime tomorrow. He was not afraid of the Golden Crow Elder, although the other party is the power of the late stage of the gods. But his own holy master once killed the Golden Lion King with the blood of the divine beast with 1 enemy and 3. No matter how strong this Golden Crow Elder is, how much stronger can it be than the Golden Lion King? They are not opponents of their own holy master. With this confidence, naturally there is no fear. Deacon's attitude made the Golden Crow elder furious. He could not wait to raise his hand to kill this person immediately. But thinking of Yi Chen, he still endured it. He also watched the photo stone video of Yi Chen killing the Golden Lion King. Shockingly strong, although he has reached the peak of God transformation. But it's not necessarily Yi Chen's opponent. Now that your breakthrough is just around the corner, don't cause more trouble. After the breakthrough, you can need at will. Elder, no withdrawal required. 35. Those treasures that elders need are mainly purchased from the internet, and it does not matter whether they are withdrawn or not. 55. Lord Tai Xin opened his mouth and gave it down the steps. The Golden Crow elder had no expression of joy and anger, and left floating. Lord Tai Xin also completed the advanced quota increase certification, then fluttered away. A day. Lord Tai Xin borrowed millions from Xiaoxian Loan in the name of Sacred Land. Lord Tai Xin himself also borrowed 200,000. Golden Crow elder loaned millions. As for the elders, they all got close to 3 million. When summarizing numbers, everyone was shocked. They even took out 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Even if Tianyan Sacred Land is rich and powerful, but the 5 million top-grade spirit stones were lost, and their vitality was definitely damaged. This made Tai Xin's heart blossom with joy. Don't leave spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Elders either withdraw cash or spend directly online. Lord Tai Xin thought deeply. All the elders nodded. After transferring half the loan to Golden Crow elder, they're from the Xianwang auction house, bidding for treasures that they are reluctant to buy on weekdays. Not on spirit stones anyway. It doesn't hurt at all to spend. And only 3 days later, everything Golden Crow elder needs is also collected. Such a speed surprised the Golden Crow elder. It's so fast? Lord Tai Xin smiled and said, it's not the same as before. 35. In the past, if you wanted to find rare treasures, you had to search for them like a headless fly in the entire Greater Yinzhou. But now with Xianwang Auction House, all treasures in Great Yinzhou can be easily found. Place an order and it will be delivered the next day. Even if some treasures are not available on the Xianwang Auction House, if you ask a few questions on Weibo, someone will reply. 99. Does more with less. At this moment, Golden Crow elder deeply felt the convenience of Tianyan PHS. Interesting. No wonder Tianyan Sacred Land earns so many spirit stones. 35. If I get such resources, the chances of going further in the future will greatly increase. Such a treasure. Monopolizing it will shorten my life. After I break through, I will have a good talk with Tianyan Sacred Land. Greed crossed the Golden Crow elder's eyes. He was tempted by Tianyan PHS. Lord Tai Xin's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He has long coveted the benefits created by Tianyan PHS. If it can be divided even if only half, Tai Xin's Sacred Land will make a lot of money. At this moment, he was extremely looking forward to Golden Crow elder breaking through as soon as possible. I'm going to close door training. Don't let anyone bother me. 55. The Golden Crow elder flew back to Immortal Cave. The earth fire boiled, completely covering the Immortal Cave. Lord Tai Xin thought of Yi Chen, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Yi Chen, the humiliation you brought me before will definitely be repaid 100-fold this time. And in Tianyan's Sacred Land, in Forbidden Land, on Yi Chen's body, the divine light was shining. Between the eyebrows, the holy light flickers, as if living in a fairy god. A rumbling vibration resounded throughout the forbidden area. Yi Chen's breath skyrocketed. The mouth opened wide, and a tornado formed in front of him. The spiritual qi, which was thick as water in the forbidden area, was swallowed by Yi Chen in one bite. Yi Chen's eyes slowly opened, and the corners of his mouth evoked a smile. After a month, I finally made a perfect breakthrough. Feeling the power in the body, it is many times more majestic than before the breakthrough. Yi Chen's face showed satisfaction. Perfect breakthrough all the way. Every breakthrough is a huge growth. Ordinary cultivators break through, but their strength soars. And every time I break through, it is an earth-shaking transformation. Not all the same as first level. Yi Chen calmly looked inside. The sea of knowledge, which was originally majestic, has become even wider. Own primordial spirit, sitting cross-legged on top of the green lotus, surrounded by ethereal aura, divine light shining brightly like a god. The original vision of the great sun is even more brilliant. The vision of the big moon is brighter. The golden divine sea is even more magnificent. Qinglian is more refined. Even the vision of the immortal mountain at the edge has become more solid, as if it is about to turn the virtual into the real and truly manifest. This breakthrough, has no new vision appeared? 39. Yi Chun frowned, suspecting that his judgment was wrong. Isn't every breakthrough a new vision? But the next moment, Yi Chun noticed the difference. Because on the surface of the golden divine sea, a sparkling white light was actually reflected. Yi Chun immediately raised his head. Then his pupils shrank slightly. Because above the sea of consciousness, the sky that should have been empty, there is an extra galaxy cluster. The galaxy cluster is bright, with endless stars twinkling. It radiated starlight like a waterfall, filling Yi Chen's entire sea of consciousness. Yi Chen's primordial spirit bathed in it, and it only felt very comfortable. Yi Chen's primordial spirit raised his hand. The galaxy cluster turned into a star bridge, and one end landed in the hand. Instant contact. The power of this new galaxy cluster vision was insightful by Yi Chun. The light of the galaxy cluster can continuously replenish the power of the primordial spirit, making the primordial spirit more durable. If the Yuanshan is injured, it can directly enter the galaxy cluster and recover quickly. The function of this galaxy cluster vision made Yi Chun quite happy. Primordial spirit is extremely important. Once injured, it is a big problem. It may even cause the immortal road to be interrupted, and this life cannot be saved. And with the galaxy cluster vision, the power of the primordial spirit will continue to flow, at the same time as the strength of the battle sword. Once injured, it can quickly recover as before, leaving no trace of dark wounds. This is definitely the vision that all cultivators dream of. However, in Yi Chen's view, the biggest effect of the galaxy cluster vision is not in the spirit transformation period, but after the practice period. In the period of refining the virtual is transformed into the real, and the primordial spirit is transformed into the law of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely terrifying, and they can directly control the power of heaven and earth, which can move mountains and seas and destroy the heavens and the earth. But the power is large, and the consumption is naturally large. And one's own cultivation has the former word secret, and the primordial spirit is strong. The power of the future transformation of the heaven and earth is unimaginable. After this galaxy cluster vision, the time that oneself maintains the law of heaven and earth will shock the world. That's really outrageous. Yi Chun was extremely satisfied with this new galaxy cluster vision. At time, Yi Chun even felt a little regretful that there were only 3 stages in the transformation stage. If it is in the spirit transformation stage, there will be a few more realms. Couldn't I be able to awaken more visions? If Yi Chen's idea was found out by other immortal cultivators, he would definitely be shocked. Immortal cultivators who can achieve the stage of spiritual transformation are already geniuses. But most of the powers and primordial spirits have no vision at all. Those who can have visions are geniuses among geniuses. And like Yi Chun, who has several visions, is absolutely unprecedented. In this case, Yi Chun was not satisfied. I actually hope that the gods will go out a few more realms. Visible outrageous. Yi Chun just thought about it. Rehang the galaxy cluster vision over the sea of consciousness. Yi Chun quit the sea of consciousness. Open the Krypton Gold Immortal Ascension System. The system prompt suddenly jumped to the front. Host cultivation base. God transformation late stage. 35. Can break through to the early stage of refining. Please choose breakthrough level. 35. Ordinary breakthrough. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthrough. Influence potential. After reaching the integrated union late stage, no breakthrough. Excellent breakthrough. 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthrough. Influence the potential. After reaching the celestial immortals late stage, no breakthrough. Perfect breakthrough. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose the perfect breakthrough without affecting the realm breakthrough afterward, and give away random rewards at the same time. Looking at the perfect breakthrough option, Yi Chun showed such a look as expected. Breakthrough period. Sure enough, a top-grade spirit stones with a small target is already needed. Refinement is strong. But after the virtual practice, there are 2 realms, Integrated Union and Mahayana. Not to mention the Immortal Ascension after the Mahayana period. So, the numbers required for the subsequent breakthrough will only become more and more terrifying. Today, Tianyan Sacred Land seems to be making a lot of money, but it can't meet its own needs at all. It can only be said that if you want immortal ascension, there is a long way to go. More applications will need to be launched in the future. Keep earning spirit stones. When will Tianyan Sacred Land's monthly income reach 100 million top-grade spirit stones? Estimated to be really stable. Chen was thinking. The system pops up a prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for the perfect breakthrough in the middle stage. In order to thank the host for their support of this system, the rewards for this perfect breakthrough are all secret. The sound of the system prompt made Chen's eyes light up. Everything is secret? It turned out to be all secret. Chen has long been looking forward to the secret of all characters. All word secret. It can increase its combat power tenfold in all directions. Just by looking at the introduction information, you can understand the horror of all the secrets. The improvement of all the secrets is not just the improvement of the physical body. It is all-encompassing. Speed, strength, magic power, primordial power, spells, and more. All can be increased tenfold in an instant. Simply put, if two immortal cultivators with the same combat strength, if one of them can increase tenfold in all directions, it only takes one punch to easily smash the opponent into slag. And Chen made a perfect breakthrough all the way. The strength is inconceivably powerful, beyond the limit. If it is increased tenfold, the combat power will reach an unimaginable level. Of course, such a powerful secret technique as GG Secret is too heaven-defying to be truly invincible. All word secrets need to be triggered, and the trigger probability is extremely low. Simply put, they all look at their faces in secret. Good luck. Kill the enemy with one move. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to trigger until death. However, with the degree of mastery of the secret of the word ascending, the trigger chance will also gradually increase. After Deshang Realm, he can even detect the pattern so that the trigger of the secret of all characters can be traced. Chen carefully realized that all the words in his mind were secret and was extremely satisfied. It feels like the secret method of writing secrets, just like the crit attribute in the online game in the previous life. Unstable, but once triggered, the returns are extremely high. Now that all the secrets have been obtained, the 9 secrets have already obtained 6 of them. The next 3 secrets will not be too long in comparison. Then after you get all the 9 secrets, what will the system reward? Chen is looking forward to this. But to be rewarded, you have to make a perfect breakthrough. And the next perfect breakthrough to the refining period already needs a small target top-grade spirit stones. It will only consume more after that. Therefore, the progress of earning spirit stones must be accelerated. I don't know how Xiaoxiandai's lending is now. 4 flowers 0. Are there more cultivators who choose to borrow spirit stones from the cultivator loan? Although Chen has already broken through the late stage. But I don't plan to leave for now. If you get all the word secrets, you naturally have to refine it and convert it into your own combat power. Open Tianyan PHS in closed-door training mode. There are many messages in it. Masters. Lincoln's. Gu Yunyun's niece Gu Suner. The Lord of Yaoqi. Foreign Affairs Elder. Chen first left a message to Shizuan and others, telling them that he would continue the closed-door training. Then open the message of the Foreign Affairs Elder. The Foreign Affairs Elder first reported the progress of the overseas shopping business. Godsword Sect has a good cooperative attitude. The interstate teleportation array has begun to be deployed. At the same time, Heavenly Sword Sect also began to select overseas shopping products and send them to Tianyan Sacred Land for review. Moreover, the elders from the Sword Sect of Heaven hope that Tianyan Sacred Land can authenticate their real names. Let them use more functions of Tianyan PHS. Listening to the voice message of the Foreign Affairs Elder, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the business of overseas shopping is only for the initial entry into the Mingwangzi market, but once overseas shopping starts to work, the income created is also quite good. Therefore, the two sides are now cooperating happily, and the interstate teleportation array has begun to be arranged smoothly. Makes Chen quite satisfied. As for the requirements for real name authentication in advance, it is also very simple. When the Elder Wang Changchun came to Mingwangzi, take the Immortal Net Photo Stone and go to the Heavenly Sword Sect for a circle, record the information, and make a certification. After the Foreign Affairs Elder reported the overseas shopping, a few days later, there was a new message. In the message, the Foreign Affairs Elder reported the rapid development of Xiuxin Loan. The number of borrowers is significantly ascending. Many forces also began to borrow on a large scale. Especially in the East China Sea, the Immortal Loan is the most popular. This allowed Xiaoxiandai to start making profits. But in the meanwhile, the senior management of Tianyan Sacred Land suddenly borrowed money collectively, and even the retired elder of the late stage of Huashan came out. In one day, more than 5 million top-quality spirit stones were borrowed. Let the foreign affairs elder be a little worried. After all, Tianyan Sacred Land cannot be short of spirit stones. Why did the whole high-rise borrow spirit stones together? When things go wrong, there must be demons. So in the message, the foreign affairs elder asked Chen for his opinion. After Chen heard all the messages, the corners of his mouth twitched. I checked the background records of Xiaoxiandai. Really? A group of senior executives in Tianyan Sacred Land, including retired elders, took out 5 million top-grade spirit stones from Xiaoxiandai in one day. It is very similar to the scenes in the previous life, when the whole village used a loan app. Obviously, Tianyan Sacred Land has the idea of collectively becoming Laolai. Otherwise, it cannot be so abnormal. Although Chen didn't understand, who gave Tianyan Sacred Land the courage to not repay his spirit stones. But Chen wasn't worried. Chen dared to lend spirit stones, so he was sure to get it back. Before turning into a god in the middle stage, he was invincible in Yenzhou. Now that I have broken through to a late stage, and I am about to practice secretly. Compared with before, the combat power is already a world apart. Dare to own spirit stones. Even if it is sacred land, you have to fight and spit out what you eat and pay back the principal and liquidated damages. So Chen looked calm. Sent Foreign Affairs Elder a message. Let the Foreign Affairs Elder calm down. Even if Tianyan Sacred Land really owes money and refuses to pay it back, normal communication will suffice. After that, Chen reset Tianyan PHS to closed-door training mode. Lotus Position sat down, familiarizing himself with his soaring combat power. While cultivating, all the new things you get are secrets. Tianyan Sacred Land. Foreign Affairs Elder looked at the background record with a gloomy expression. Now, Xiaoxiandai has lent close to 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The interest alone can reach 50,000 top-grade spirit stones every day. And the scale of Xiaoxiandai's loan is still rising. The future can be turned around. The prospects are quite good. But yesterday, Xiaoxian loan ushered in the first repayment day. Most of the cultivators who borrowed from the cultivator loan, the first installment amount was repaid on time or in advance. Only the high rises of Tianyan Sacred Land. Not a single spirit stone was repaid. The thing that worried me the most happened. Tianyan Sacred Land is uncharacteristically, and indeed there is a problem. I really plan to owe money. Although the Lord has said that it is normal for loans to have bad debts. But the spirit stones borrowed by Tianyan Sacred Land executives are not a small number. That adds up to 5 million top-tier spirit stones. If you can't get it back, you will lose a lot of money. Tianyan Sacred Land. How dare you deceive me like Tianyan Sacred Land? 35. The Foreign Affairs Elder was furious. All the elders were stunned when they heard the words. After learning that the top management of Tianyan Sacred Land had borrowed 5 million top-quality spirit stones, none of them were returned. All are furious. Do you dare to pay me back the spirit stones from Tianyan Sacred Land? It's just courting death. I said that last month. The Qishui Chang Jiujiu-san of Tianyan Sacred Land suddenly bought several treasures at Xianwang Auction House. It turned out that he borrowed spirit stones from Xiaoxiandai. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, even for me, Sacred Land, is not a small number. Does Tianyan Sacred Land want to fight my Tianyan Sacred Land? I've been unhappy about Tianyan Sacred Land for a long time, so I just took this opportunity to start a war, and the old hatred and the new hatred are counted together. In the past 2 years, the Holy Master has improved the welfare of Sacred Land, which has greatly increased our strength and can completely crush Tianyan Sacred Land. Not to mention that we still have 4 gods, whether it is high-end combat power or middle-level powerhouse. We are not afraid at all. The elders of Tianyan Sacred Land are all fighting spirits. Some are in a hurry and immediately go to trouble with Tianyan Sacred Land. But the Foreign Affairs Elder shook his head. It's only a month in arrears now, and now it's just calculating the late fee. 35. If after 3 months, they still haven't returned the spirit stones, we will only enforce it. The Lord once told me during the closed-door training that normal collection is fine, no need to worry. When everyone heard the words, they all nodded. However, in my heart, I thought that Tianyan Sacred Land would probably not take the initiative to return spirit stones after doing this. After that, there is bound to be a war. At the same time, some elder asked curiously, Why is the Holy Lord closed-door training again? And it has been closed-door training for almost a month. Is it possible that the Holy Lord is going to make a breakthrough again? 99. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other in dismay. It has only been 6 months since the Holy Lord broke through the middle stage. Arguably, in such a short time, let alone break through again. Most immortal practitioners may not be able to stabilize the realm in such a short period of time. But his own holy master, the breakthrough speed has always been shocking. So for a while, no one in the Great Hall refuted it. Instead, it was silent. Everyone is curious. Home Lord, shouldn't it really be a breakthrough again? At this moment, everyone didn't care much about Tianyan Sacred Land's loan and non-repayment. Instead, Chi turned his gaze to his forbidden area. There is the place where the Holy Lord closed-door training takes place. Tianyan Sacred Land. Lord Tianyan and the elders gathered for a meeting. However, the content of this meeting was not to discuss Sacred Land affairs. Yesterday, there was a reminder communication, and after I received it, I immediately hung up the communication. I didn't hang up, but Tianyan Sacred Land actually called the female nun of the 100 Flowers sect, and the voice was sweet. However, the overdue interest is really high, which makes me feel distressed. What if the overdue interest is higher? I have no plans to pay spirit stones back anyway. Haha, it's true. No matter how high the interest rate is, it won't affect us. 55. Elders are all smiles. Cultivators regard spirit stones as treasures and would not lend them out at all. Both were the first time they had borrowed so many spirit stones. The most important thing is that you don't have to pay it back if you borrow it. The feeling of a W*****. As long as you experience it, you will know how much every second. On the stage, the corner of Tai Xian's mouth twitched. Just don't return your spirit stones in Sacred Land. Yi Chen, how can you do? He guessed Yi Chen's expression now, and his heart was very happy. But at this moment, an elder said with some worry, I'm waiting to sign so many spirit stones in Tianyan Sacred Land. With the temperament of Holy Master Yin that day, he would definitely not swallow his voice like this. What if Golden Crow Elder has not succeeded in breaking through to the void refinement stage? Tianyan Sacred Land now has 4 avatars. Tianyan Sacred Land, are probably not the opponent's opponent. The elder's words. The originally cheerful atmosphere in the Great Hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the Golden Crow Peak, which seemed to dye the sky red. Indeed, if the Golden Crow Elder breakthrough fails, the combat power of his own Sacred Land is far inferior to that of Tianyan Sacred Land. Although there are fairy artifacts at home, the Sacred Land is guaranteed to be safe and no enemy can set foot in the Sacred Land. However, Tianyan Sacred Land can completely block its own strong people from taking a step out of Sacred Land. If it falls to this point, Tianyan Sacred Land's 10,000-year-old reputation will be destroyed in one fell swoop. All interests of Sacred Land in the outside world will be forced to give up. Although the inheritance will not be extinct, it is sealed in the Sacred Land, must continue to weaken. Such a loss is far greater than the 5 million top-grade spirit stones. When Lord Tianyan heard the words, his heart jumped. If it is blocked by Tianyan Sacred Land, that was really embarrassing. But Golden Crow Elder is bound to be able to break through and refine the void. Lord Tianyan looked around the crowd with a firm expression. There is no need to worry about Elder. Golden Crow Elder will definitely be able to break through. 55. Just wait patiently. The elders stopped talking. Just look at Golden Crow Peak with expectant eyes, looking forward to the breakthrough of Golden Crow Elder. The next day, elders of Tianyan Sacred Land received daily newsletters, because it is the official number of Tianyan Sacred Land. Unable to block. Make them annoyed. I have heard a lot of reminders from female nuns about the stakes of not paying back money. Plus, Golden Crow Elder has never been out of the border. The hearts of the elders became more and more uneasy. Many people are already thinking about whether to secretly repay the installment first. The province has accumulated too much liquidated damages and will not be able to pay it back at that time. And the most anxious at the moment, undoubtedly the Lord Tianyan himself. He receives the most dunning communications. The other party clearly said, if it is not paid within 3 months, Tianyan Sacred Land will not only collect collections. The photos and names of the debtors will also be listed on the list of dishonest persons on the homepage of Xianwang Weibo. Show it to cultivators in the entire Great Yinzhou. As the Lord of Sacred Land, he is a genius of a generation. If the photo and name are posted on the homepage of Immortal's Weibo, what a shame. absolutely cannot be reduced to this. Then, Lord Tai Xian pays attention to the flaming mountain every day and places his heart on it. As long as Golden Crow Elder succeeds in breaking through and refining the virtual realm, Tianyan Sacred Land will no longer have the courage to collect debts. So, Elder, you must make a breakthrough. Lord Tai Xian clenches fists. Time goes by like this. The third repayment day of the Xiaoxian loan is getting closer and closer. The elders of Taishin's sacred land also became more anxious. The Golden Crow Peak did not respond. The daily debt collector has changed from a female nun of the Hundred Flowers sect to an elder of Tianyan Sacred Land. The tone is getting tougher every day. If the payment is not made on the first of the next month, it will usher in the enforcement of Tianyan Sacred Land. Just when the elders became more anxious, the Golden Crow Peak, which had been silent in Sacred Land, reacted in an instant. Endless divine fire emerged from the Golden Crow Peak and rushed into the sky. Color the entire sky above Sacred Land red. A breath of terror. From the Golden Crow Peak, it spreads across the vast Sacred Land. All the cultivators in Taishin Sacred Land froze in an instant. The cultivators under the nascent soul cannot even maintain control over their bodies. Can't even move. And the cultivators above nascent soul, although the body is not affected, but they are all apprehensive, as if being stared directly at by the ancient beast. This breath, all the elders of Taishin Sacred Land are looking at the direction of Golden Crow Peak in surprise. And above the Golden Crow Peak, a laughter sounded. The sound shook the whole world. Ha! I am the Golden Crow Taoist 1,000 years ago for a whole era. Leave all the arrogances of the same generation behind, and the same generation is invincible. Now a step further. Today I, Golden Crow Taoist, have officially entered the void refinement realm, and I am invincible. The rolling sound, like thunder, entered everyone's ears. The lower-level disciples of Taishin Sacred Land were shocked and widened their eyes. The retired elder of his family has actually broken through to the period of immortality that only exists in legends. The next moment, a huge figure with a height of thousands of meters, exuding red light, appeared above the sky. Enjoy the awe-inspiring gaze of countless people. The figure was like an ancient giant with countless divine patterns on it, like it was cast from magma. But the most amazing, it is a towering divine tree burning with flames behind the giant. A terrifying flame burns on it, as if it can burn everything in the world 2.0. Looking at the sacred tree, the elders of Taishin Sacred Land were in awe. This is the law of heaven and earth, transformed from the primordial spirit. But that tree is not the primordial spirit. Instead, it was transformed from the vision of the primordial spirit. There is a record in the sacred land that only the arrogance of the arrogance, the primordial spirit, can accompany the vision. Even in ancient times, immortal cultivators with accompanying visions are also peerless geniuses. Once it is accomplished, it is imaginary. The vision turned from virtual to real, extremely terrifying. My own Golden Crow Elder, there is actually a vision associated with the primordial spirit. It's the top genius. It is no wonder that at the age of 1,000 years, he can achieve virtual practice. Lord Taishin was even more ecstatic. His own Golden Crow Elder has made a breakthrough today. Wait for the news to get out. Tianyan Sacred Land dares to collect debts? Lord Taishin and a group of elders immediately flew to the Golden Crow Peak and bowed together to congratulate. Congratulations to the elder. You have achieved refining virtual invincible great yin. The Dharma of heaven and earth disappears. The voice of the Golden Crow Elder came from the immortal cave. I just broke through. I still need to stabilize the realm and feel the magic of refining the virtual. It's going to be closed-door training for a while. It is normal for the cultivator to stabilize the realm after breakthrough. Although Golden Crow Elder has not been out. But when it is accomplished, everything is different. Yi Chun, you lose this time. Lord Taishin had a sneer on his face. The breath of the Golden Crow Elder breakthrough swept thousands of miles away. Then, immortal practitioners from the forces around Taishin Sacred Land. Countless immortal cultivators in the fairy city. At this moment, the two are fighting. They looked at the distant sky that seemed to be burning with divine fire, and they were inexplicably shocked. What happened? A treasure was born? And the cultivators who were closer. You can vaguely see a 1,000-meter-high figure, which is even more fearful. What is this stuff? All of a sudden, countless immortal practitioners took out the Immortal Net photo stone, photographed this scene, and posted it on the Immortal Net Weibo. Within a short time period, an entry with a vision that appeared in the sky above Tianyan Sacred Land was ranked #1 in the most popular search on Xianwang Weibo. In addition to being shocked, countless immortal cultivators are guessing. What exactly happened in Tianyan Sacred Land? Is there a supreme Tao item born? Or is there a strong breakthrough? This movement is really amazing. Even many nascent soul powerhouses are trembling under this breath. Although Tianyan Sacred Land has been suppressed for 2 years. But as expected, it was sacred land. The foundation is infinite, far beyond the imagination of the outside world. In Tianyan Sacred Land, with the Golden Crow Taoist breakthrough, all the elders, including the heart that the Lord Tianyan had been hanging on, finally let go. In the immortal world where strength is supreme, a statue of virtual power, the influence will be beyond imagination. In Greater Yinzhou, in the virtual refining period, it can suppress the existence of the entire continent. Therefore, all elders are in a state of excitement at this moment. They all know Tianyan Sacred Land is about to rise. At least it can suppress the entire Yinzhou for 2,000 years. At this moment, elders smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists are watching Weibo." The 25 visions of the Golden Crow Elders breakthrough, discovered by the outside world, have already ranked first in the hot search. 5. Lord Tianyan heard the words. Divine sense moved to open Xianwang Weibo. Seeing countless immortal cultivators discussing heatedly, they smiled. Since everyone is so curious. 39. Then just in Xianwang Weibo, let's announce the happy event of Golden Crow Elders breakthrough. 5. Before, there are strong breakthroughs in sacred land, which need to be spread by word of mouth among cultivators. It will take a long time to usher in a sensation, but now it's different. Just send a message in Xianwang Weibo. It can be known all over the world, and the effect is excellent. It just so happened that Chen and Tianyan Sacred Land knew that they had a void refinement power. Tomorrow is the day of repayment of the 3rd installment. But Tianyan Sacred Land released a phantom power today. I like to see it. Tianyan Sacred Land can still be as tough as before. Enforcement is enforced with open mouth and closed mouth, and it is listed in the dishonest publicity zone. Thinking of this, Lord Tianyan smiled very happily. He even edited the Weibo news. Congratulations to Golden Crow Elder for achieving the only power in Yinzhou's virtual refining period. Afterwards, a photo was attached. That's a photo of the Golden Crow Elder's Heaven and Earth Dharma. It was filmed secretly by Lord Tianyan. Elders have liked this post one after another. This Weibo dynamic is concise and to the point, but its content. But at the moment when countless immortal cultivators saw it, they were stunned and at a loss. The Golden Crow Taoist of Tianyan Sacred Land is actually a breakthrough? To know, Great Yinzhou has not seen the virtual power of refining for 3,000 years. This news is too amazing. In an instant, it was swept away like a gust of wind, and through Xianwang Weibo, it swept the entire Great Yinzhou and passed into the ears of countless immortal practitioners, ushering in the sound of countless mirror lakes. In the blink of an eye, it was ranked first in the hot search. Countless immortal cultivators were shocked by this news and couldn't help themselves. That's fake practice. Refine the weak and control the world. Its heaven and earth dharma is even more devastating, like a world-destroying demon god. Among many great powers, there are records of the life of the former virtuous powerhouse. With his own power, he suppressed the 4 sacred lands and bowed their heads. Let the original third-rate force of the Ming family suddenly become an existence beyond sacred land. A full 1,000 years of glory. Facts have been proven. Lianshu power is a powerhouse that can suppress the Great Yinzhou era. No doubt at all. And now, Tianyan Sacred Land has reappeared as a phantom. Surprised. All immortals know it. The pattern of Great Yinzhou will undergo great changes. And in Tianyan Sacred Land, Foreign Affairs Elder and others were discussing the collection. After all, the 3rd repayment day is coming soon. Tianyan Sacred Land is still not in the spirit of spirit stones. Apparently, it was decided that the whole sacred land was going to be a douchebag. Collection is useless. 99. Then when the Holy Master is out of the customs, let's start a war on Tianyan Sacred Land. Tianyan Sacred Land used to jump up and down a lot, and I have long seen them disgusting. It's just a good education. If you could send a few elders to mine, that would be even better. There is Elder's proposal, and everyone agrees. Since Chen took over as the Holy Master, Tianyan Sacred Land is well developed. The strong are like clouds. All elders are extremely confident. But right now, there was a look of horror on Elder Yu's face, and he jumped up. How is this possible? The rest of the elders were all astonished. What happened to make a nascent soul elder so gaff? Everyone looked at the elder. The elder was full of bitterness. The Golden Crow Taoist of Tianyan Sacred Land. The breakthrough period is over. 5. When Elder's voice fell, immediately greeted everyone's disbelief. Since thousands of years ago, after the immortals who repaired the immortal world disappeared, it was as if the world had changed. The high-end power of repairing immortal world is a generation after generation. Top powerhouses are even less and less. In Greater Yinzhou, since the fall of the void refinement power 3,000 years ago. After that, there was no refinement period. That Golden Crow Taoist is indeed the arrogance of an era. But how could he make breakthroughs? Facing the disbelieving gazes of everyone, the elder sighed. There is a vision in Tianyan Sacred Land, and the Holy Master Tianyan personally posted a Weibo update, and it has been ranked the most searched on Immortals Weibo. Everyone entered Xianwang Weibo nervously, looking at the dynamic of the Lord Tianyan, and below the dynamic, the photo of the heaven and earth that seems to be an ancient giant descending. All elders are silent. Just this photo of the Dharma of heaven and earth is enough to prove that Golden Crow Taoist really broke through to the stage of refining. After a long time, elders smiled bitterly. This spirit stones, are we going to come back? Sacred Land has a long tradition and countless books. Therefore, the elders here are the ones who understand the horror of those who refine the emptiness. That is the existence that can truly control the world. In itself, it is extremely powerful, and every move has the power of heaven and earth. And once he sacrificed the law of heaven and earth, he was even more invincible. After this Golden Crow Taoist heaven and earth Dharma, there is actually a divine tree, apparently a rare anomaly. The power of phantom refining is even more terrifying than ordinary refining. Such an existence is truly invincible in Yinzhou. The Foreign Affairs elder clenched his fists. It's no wonder that Tianyan Sacred Land is uncharacteristically borrowing 5 million top-quality spirit stones together. Those who refine the emptiness are invincible. 35. For the time being, let's put it aside for the time being. Don't put the names and photos of the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land on the untrustworthy section tomorrow. Wait until the Holy Master leaves the customs before making a decision. It is obviously unwise to rashly provoke a void refinement power. Although refining the void does not have the ability to compete with immortal weapons and break through Sacred Land. But he can block Sacred Land by himself. For Tianyan Sacred Land, once blocked, the loss is huge. Therefore, at this moment, even if he suffered a loss, he lost 5 million top-grade spirit stones. It can only be swallowed temporarily. Wait for the Holy Master to exit. Think long-term. The elders nodded. But at the bottom of my heart, there are worries. The power of refining the virtual is too terrifying. Even if the Holy Master leaves the customs, it is estimated that there is nothing that can be done. The most important is, his own Tianyan Sacred Land has been too beautiful in the past 2 years, earning countless spirit stones. Before relying on strength, no one dared to covet smooth sailing. But now, the Golden Crow Taoist has achieved the perfection. Under such circumstances, will Tianyan Sacred Land, who already has a grudge against his own family, take the initiative to take action against Tianyan Sacred Land? If there is a real war, how should I deal with an imaginary power? In Xianwang Weibo, countless cultivators are still discussing the Golden Crow Taoist breakthrough. Looking at the photos of the Dharma on that day, I was very shocked. A well-informed person in the common area for the cultivator to popularize the power of the imaginary power. The divine tree behind the popular science heaven and earth Dharma is a vision. What are the benefits of having a vision? It shocked countless immortal cultivators and ushered in countless amazements. For a time, Tianyan Sacred Land was as popular as ever. Everyone knows that Tianyan Sacred Land, who has been under the pressure of Tianyan Sacred Land before, is really about to rise. Tianyan Sacred Land. Lord Tianyan and the elders were all smiles. From the Golden Crow Elder Breakthrough to today, they have received countless congratulatory messages and are extremely honored. Today is the 3rd repayment day. However, I haven't received any execution information from Tianyan Sacred Land. I opened Xianwang Weibo, and there was indeed a section for dishonesty on the homepage, with several immortal practitioners hanging on it, but none of me in Tianyan Sacred Land. Ah, it seems that Tianyan Sacred Land is really cowardly. This is also normal. No force is willing to provoke a void refinement power. Presumably, Tianyan Sacred Land will not ask us for spirit stones in the future. Unfortunately, the amount was too low before. It would be better if it was doubled. Don't be greedy. Get a lot of spirit stones for nothing. Don't be too happy. 35. Elders have a round of arrears. They have been worried about this before, but now the dust has settled. Tianyan Sacred Land's performance also proved that they dare not ask for the account. Above the Holy Sea, the Holy Master Chen was very happy in his heart, and he only felt proud. That Chen, who hasn't made a sound so far, is obviously afraid. However, retreating is useless. 5 million top-grade spirit stones alone cannot satisfy the appetite of the Lord Chen. He has long coveted the income from Tianyan PHS and countless applications. Tianyan Sacred Land made a lot of money by relying on these. I had no choice but to watch. But now it's different. With Golden Crow Elder, Tianyan Sacred Land already has a piece of the pie, or even all of it. When Lord Chen set his own plan. Welcome to the cheers of the elders. They have long been envious of the welfare of Tianyan Sacred Land. Looking at the delighted elders, the corner of Holy Master Chen's mouth twitched. Chen, you are indeed a genius, but everything you do. After all, it was a wedding dress for me. Outside world. The news that Tianyan Sacred Land was born with a new statue of virtual power spread more and more intensely. The momentum of Tianyan Sacred Land is even more ephemeral. In the hot search list of Xianwang Weibo, the top 10 is all about the discussion of the Golden Crow Elder, an imaginary power. Visible heat. And in the forbidden area of Tianyan Sacred Land, Chen has a mysterious aura on his body. When Chen opened his eyes were as deep as a sea of stars, as if containing a whole world. If you look at Chen, your soul will be attracted. The secret of all characters is worthy of the supreme secret method. It's just that the trigger probability is too low, only 1 in 10,000. Chen was quite satisfied with the effect of GZB, but the trigger probability is too low. But wait until you have a deeper grasp of the word secret. Trigger odds will also increase. Chen got up leisurely and stretched. Open Tianyan PHS. Closed-door training mode has just been cancelled. Countless communication prompts appeared in front of own eyes. If there is a master, ask yourself when to come out. There is Lin Kier, with T words and T words in his concern. There is also a voice message sent by Gu Yunyan. She went out 2 months ago and successfully broke through Nascent Soul late stage. But after learning that Chen was in closed-door training, she went to Stabilize Realm, waiting for Chen to leave the customs. She will bring her niece Gu sooner to meet Chen. Listening to Gu Yunyan's long-lost voice in the voicemail, Chen smiled. The Tao companion I chose finally got out. This is a good thing. But why always bring a light bulb? After leaving a few words to Gu Yunyan, Chen continued to look down. The narcissistic woman of the Holy Master Yaoqi even sent a message and left a voice message. The message of the Lord of Yaoqi was to keep Chen calm and not to worry. If Tianyan Sacred Land is against Tianyan Sacred Land, Yaoqi will not sit idly by. A few days ago, she got in touch with her mother, Elder Qingqing, who had traveled to Mingwang Prefecture for 100 years. Qingqing Elder made a breakthrough with a secret realm in Mingwangzhou a month ago. We'll be back in 3 months. She will ask her mother to help, in order to repay Chen's feelings for her before. After listening to the message, Chen's mouth twitched. God repays his own will. I have a feeling for the Holy Master of Yaoqi. However, the information revealed in Yaoqi's words has some meaning. The unforgettable Elder Wang Changchun, who had been licked by Elder Wang Changchun, had already practiced emptiness. It seems that Wang Changchun has no chance. However, will Tianyan Sacred Land take action against itself? Is it possible? Chen's face showed a look of interest. Too lazy to reply to Holy Master Yaoqi, Chen continued to look down. After that, it was basically a voice message from the Foreign Affairs Elder. Hundreds of densely packed. You can see the anxiety of the Foreign Affairs Elder. After listening for a while, the smile on Chen's face was even stronger. Tianyan Sacred Land has also produced a virtual power. No wonder I suddenly had the guts to pick up my own wool before. It was because someone supported it. But to Chen, practicing virtual is really nothing. When he was in the middle stage of Xinhuan before, Chen was confident that he could wrestle with Lianshu and even suppress his opponent. And now, he has made a perfect breakthrough to the late stage of God transformation. Soaring strength, while giving birth to the galaxy cluster vision. He also obtained one of the 9 secrets, the all-character secret. Now Chen's combat power is indescribable. An imaginary figure who has just made a breakthrough is not qualified to be taken seriously by Chen. And Tianyan Sacred Land borrowed a large sum of spirit stones, 3 months overdue. It is also a good thing for Chen. On the one hand, Tianyan Sacred Land hit the muzzle of the gun, which can be used to kill chickens and show monkeys. On the other hand, to make a perfect breakthrough next time, I already need a top-grade spirit stones with a small goal. There is a shortage of spirit stones at the moment. Tianyan Sacred Land took the initiative to help pay the overdue fee, which is really considerate. If I had known Tianyan Sacred Land was so deadly, they should have given them a little more credit. Fail! Chen shook his head, turned off Tianyan's PHS, and walked leisurely outside the forbidden area. When out of the forbidden area, Chen smiled. The Foreign Affairs Elder was waiting at a familiar location. Seeing Chen, there was surprise in his eyes. And beside the Foreign Affairs Elder, many elders are also waiting. Nangong Wan, who was located in Immortal Cave, also felt Chen's breath. Turned into a rainbow, appeared above Xianfeng in the blink of an eye. I have seen the Lord. Elders meet immediately. But they looked at Chen with quest. My holy master has been doing this closed-door training for so long. What exactly are you doing? Is it difficult really in breakthrough? Their cultivation base is only nascent soul period. They are not qualified to see Chen's cultivation base. But Nangong Wan's expression changed. As a god-turning powerhouse, she felt the more terrifying aura of Chen than before closed-door training. On the pretty face like a picture scroll, there is a look of surprise, and his eyes are wide. Look at the expressions of the people. Chen smiled slightly, didn't give a shit, and said leisurely, "This closed-door training, I did break through the late stage of God transformation." When Chen's voice fell, the whole place was quiet. The eyes of all elders were filled with incredible emotions. My own holy master actually really broke through again and again? It has been less than half a year since the last breakthrough of the holy master. This is simply incredible. The elders were shocked by the world. The more and more outrageous breakthrough speed was shocked. But so many times before. Let the elders accept extremely fast. After the shock, he quickly recovered. Everyone immediately congratulated. Congratulations to the Holy Lord for taking a step further and breaking through the late stage of God. And Nangong Wanxiao's face was full of shock. She was shocked by Chen's breakthrough speed and was also delighted for Chen's successful breakthrough. But when I recall the previous bet in my mind, Nangong Wan's pretty face blushed and panic appeared in her eyes. The next moment, Nangong Wan turned around and ran away without saying a word. It turned into a rainbow light and hid in the immortal cave. In this scene, all the elders who saw it were a little confused. Holy Lord breakthrough. Why did the retired elder suddenly run away without saying a word? Chen looked at the figure of the master fleeing and smiled. I can hide the first day of the first year, but I can't hide the 15th. It is obviously impossible for Shizuan to give up his own gambling contract. Holy Lord! After a brief shock, the Foreign Affairs Elder remembered the business and opened his mouth to report with a heavy face, asking Chen to decide. Just as he spoke, Chen waved his hand. I already know about Tianyan Sacred Land. No one can owe me the spirit stones of Tianyan Sacred Land and not pay them back. Even if it's virtual practice, it won't work. Chen's words made all the elders widen their eyes. After the news of the Golden Crow Elder Breakthrough came out, they'd given up on taking back those 5 million spirit stones. And now the strength of Tianyan Sacred Land has soared. It is bound to be tempted by the profits created by Tianyan PHS. This is no longer a situation that can be improved by giving up 5 million top-grade spirit stones. It is how to protect their original interests in the face of Lianshu power in the future. In this situation, the holy master of your own family, even planning to ask for a debt? It's really outrageous. Chen didn't care about the expressions of the elders and said leisurely, I just watched the untrustworthy section of Xianwang Weibo. 99. I didn't see the names of the top executives of Tianyan Sacred Land. Hang up the names and photos of all those who owe money in Tianyan Sacred Land, including the Golden Crow Elder. Heard here, the elders were silent again. Hang the name of Lianshu power on Xianwang Weibo and publicize it to the immortal practitioners in the entire Greater Yanzhou. This is definitely an unabashed slap in the face. This move is sure to anger the Golden Crow Taoist, refining virtual power that is an existence that can really destroy the world. His own holy master has the ability to leapfrog battles, and now he is a breakthrough god, but transforming the spirit and refining the virtual but one big realm. What's more, the Golden Crow Taoist is not a parallel import that reluctantly relies on Yanshidan's breakthrough, but in prime of life. The dharmas of heaven and earth are accompanied by visions. The strength is absolutely beyond imagination. The foreign affairs elder hesitated to open his mouth. Holy Lord, isn't this too reckless? Tianyan Sacred Land has Lianshu power in charge now. It would be best if they can live in peace. I don't think we need to provoke each other anymore. As for the loss of 5 million top-grade spirit stones, it's actually nothing to me, Tianyan Sacred Land. 99. Chen heard the words and smiled. 5 million top-grade spirit stones are not many. But for Chen, spirit stones is the cultivation base. Not paying back spirit stones to yourself is no small matter. Chen knew what the elders were worried about and waved his hand casually. The Golden Crow Taoist, not to mention, I can shoot to death at will. Do as I say later and put their names in the untrustworthy section. At the same time, one last reminder. If they don't return the spirit stones by tomorrow, then start enforcing it. Done. Chen didn't care about the elders' reactions and flew towards Immortal Cave leisurely. Only the elders looked at each other in dismay. The foreign affairs elder hesitated for a long time, gritting his teeth. Just as the Holy Master said, no good. Get angry, get angry. Tianyan Sacred Land will definitely take action against me. Tianyan Sacred Land, it is better to take the initiative instead of waiting. Tianyan Sacred Land is not without trump cards. If you can force the Golden Crow Taoist to not completely stabilize the realm, then exiting the game early will be considered a weakening of the opponent. And even if we lose, we can close the mountain. With the breakthrough speed of the Holy Master, it will take at most 10 years for a breakthrough to become possible. At that time, Tianyan Sacred Land will definitely pay the price. When the elders heard the words, their faces also showed fighting intent. Indeed, it is impossible to hide. If so, it is better to fight. It's really embarrassing to be timid. In Xianwang Weibo, in addition to discussing the Golden Crow Elder, countless cultivators, I'm also very interested in the untrustworthy area that has not been around for a long time. In the untrustworthy area, there are 7 names. All are 3 months in arrears with spirit stones. Enforcement is said to be imminent. Everyone can only sigh with emotion. Some cultivators are so bold that even spirit stones of Tianyan Sacred Land dare to default on the store. But today, the list in the untrustworthy section has changed. There are more than 20 names on it. Faithless Force, Tianyan Sacred Land. Breakfast Cultivator, Lord Tianyan. Golden Crow Taoist, 99. All the cultivators looked at this list and were stunned. Tianyan Sacred Land actually owes Tianyan Sacred Land so many spirit stones. Look at the newly released names on the untrustworthy list and the number of spirit stones it owes. Countless immortal cultivators all widened their eyes. Untrustworthy forces. Tianyan Sacred Land. 1 million top-grade spirit stones have not been repaid. Breakfast Cultivator. Golden Crow Taoist. 1 million top-grade spirit stones have not been repaid. Tianyan Lord. The debt of 300,000 top-grade spirit stones has not been repaid. Tianyan Sacred Land punishes elder, owes money. The names appearing on the untrustworthy list are undoubtedly high-level powerhouses in Tianyan Sacred Land. The entire high-rise of Tianyan Sacred Land owes Tianyan Sacred Land's spirit stones, and the amount of spirit stones owed is enormous. There are tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of arrears. Some cultivators did the math on the list. Tianyan Sacred Land owes 5 million top-grade spirit stones, especially the Golden Crow Elder, who made a breakthrough and made a sensation in the entire Greater Yinzhou. Most owed. One person owes $1 million. Look at the photos in the untrustworthy area. Countless immortal cultivators were shocked. Tianyan Sacred Land is all the rage right now. Golden Crow Elder is the only virtual refining power in Greater Yinzhou. It's surprising, of course, that they don't owe a lot of spirit stones back. But what surprised the cultivators the most? It is still the practice of Tianyan Sacred Land. Tianyan Sacred Land even put the name and photo of Golden Crow Elder on the homepage of Xianwang Weibo. Golden Crow Elder, that's void refinement power. Isn't Tianyan Sacred Land afraid of angering the opponent? In a very short time, the entry Tianyan Sacred Land Exposure Refinement Power owes Spirit Stones, not repayment. Directly boarded the top search on Weibo. Countless immortal cultivators who were attracted by the hot search were shocked after reading it. Tianyan Sacred Land is simply too bold. Now Golden Crow Elder has just made a breakthrough, and the limelight is booming. This move is equivalent to stepping on the Golden Crow Elder's face in front of countless immortal practitioners in Yenzhou. Is Tianyan Sacred Land really not afraid of the Golden Crow Elder's revenge? 993. The two big sacred lands. Shouldn't they go to war because of this? Boom, boom, boom. Lord Taishian is located in a sea of thunder inside Taoist. Since the Golden Crow Elder breakthrough, Lord Taishian is in a very good mood, and cultivation feels faster than before. Just about to continue to observe Leihai. Insight Leifa. Lord Taishian suddenly raised his brows. Look into the distance. Several figures emerged from the thundercloud and flew towards the Holy Master Taishian. Holy Lord, something happened. The person who came was the elder of his own sacred land. There was shock and astonishment on his face at the moment. Lord Taishian frowned slightly. When the elders came to him, they stopped their efforts and said, "What happened?" Punishment Elder hurriedly said, "Holy Lord, that day Yin Sacred Land put us on the list of untrustworthy people. Our names and photos have all appeared on the homepage of Xianwang Weibo, and now it has become a hot search." 39. Now what I owe Spirit Stones is not paying back is spread throughout Greater Yenzhou. What? After listening to the sentence of the sentenced elder, Lord Taishian's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately opened Xianwang Weibo. Sure enough, on the untrustworthy section of the Xianwang Weibo homepage, own name, photo, and number of Spirit Stones owed. It's all there in its entirety. Along with himself, there is the Golden Crow Elder, the Penalty Elder. The entire Taishian Sacred Land borrowed the upper floors of Spirit Stones, and none of them were pulled down. This is Tianyan Sacred Land crazy? For a time, Lord Taishian was a little confused. My own sacred land has refining power. In this situation, Tianyan Sacred Land, do you still think you can get the Spirit Stones back? Yi Chen, how dare he put my name on it? Most importantly, even the Golden Crow Elder's name is on it. Doesn't he think that he is a genius and can compete with the void refinement power? On the face of Lord Taishian, there was confusion and anger. The same goes for everyone elder. It is difficult to understand Tianyan Sacred Land's approach. But now the problem is not here. They owe the Spirit Stones as sacred land power unpaid. It was exposed by Tianyan Sacred Land and was known to the cultivators in the entire Great Yenzhou. Fame is ruined in one stroke. It's too embarrassing. When Lord Taishian thought of this, he was also furious. How noble is his own Lord of the Sacred Land. But after this incident, others see themselves. How embarrassing it is to think that you owe Spirit Stones for the first time and do not pay it back. Yi Chen, you are courting death. The Holy Master Taishian looked at the sentencing elder. You go and notify Tianyan Sacred Land. Let us immediately take down our name and apologize to us on Xianwang Weibo to clarify the facts. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Punishment Elder nodded immediately. Contact the Foreign Affairs Elder of Tianyan Sacred Land on the spot. However, the next moment, Punishment Elder's expression became gloomy. After the other party heard that it was me, he directly hung up my communication application. This made Lord Taishian's face even more livid. Very good. 39. Since Tianyan Sacred Land is actively courting death, let them be benevolent. 35. When the Golden Crow Elders leave the country, they will have to pay a heavy price. When the elders heard this, they nodded. That's all there is to it. Although being exposed has an impact on them, the impact is not particularly large. After all, hundreds of thousands of top-grade Spirit Stones were prostituted for nothing. Damaged reputation is not unacceptable. Anyway, no one dared to say in person that they owed Spirit Stones something they didn't pay back. It was just Tianyan Sacred Land's abnormal behavior that made the Punishment Elder a little worried. Holy Lord, Tianyan Sacred Land seems unwilling to give up. What if there are other actions in the future? 39. Lord Taishian smiled coldly. What else can Tianyan Sacred Land do? Could it be that you still dare to take action against me, Taishian Sacred Land? No worries. They exposed us, but it was nothing more than a vent of incompetence and fury. When the elders heard this, they all agreed. Indeed, Exposing them is the only thing Tianyan Sacred Land can do. As for whether Tianyan Sacred Land dares to take action, this is impossible. But there is a virtual power in the house, the most afraid of war at the moment. It should be Tianyan Sacred Land. You traitor, big liar, go away. Yi Chen was pushed out of a mortal cave by the blushing Nangongwan. Yi Chen smiled contentedly. Keka. When she thought of Nangongwan's face, she raised her head shyly and called her brother delicately. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel warm. Master, it is simply too cute. The previous bet was like this. If she made a breakthrough, Nangongwan would call herself Big Brother. Shizhen ran away at first. However, after being rubbed by myself for a whole day, I can only fulfill my promise. It's cool to be cool. But obviously, after a long period of time, Master was embarrassed to see him. Now kicked out of a mortal cave. Yi Chen looked at the sky. It was already the morning of the second day after I left customs. Yi Chen notified the Foreign Affairs Elder and immediately went to the Great Hall of the Holy Master. Soon, the elders came one after another. All of them have amazing breath, and they obviously adjusted themselves to their peak state early. Get ready for today. Yi Chen smiled in satisfaction and looked at the Foreign Affairs Elder. Tianyan Sacred Land still doesn't plan to return spirit stones? The Foreign Affairs Elder nodded with anger on his face. It's not just that I didn't plan to pay it back. The Elder of Tianyan Sacred Land also sent a private message on Weibo to threaten me, saying that I would pay the price for Tianyan Sacred Land. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Tianyan Sacred Land is really inflated. Since I insist on being a scumbag, then welcome my Tianyan Sacred Land's compulsory collection. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent, and he gave the first compulsory collection action of Xiao Immortal World. The elders had expected it, so he didn't speak at the moment, and quietly listened to Yi Chen's words, although refining virtual horror. But before the Golden Crow Elder came out, it's not difficult for oneself to be caught off guard by beating the other party, and it is not difficult to express bad anger. After that, he gathered his strength and sealed the mountain for more than 10 years. Anyway, their own spirit stones are rich now, and there is no shortage of resources. After waiting for his own holy master to break through the virtual period, naturally can take revenge. Elders have such thoughts in their hearts. Yi Chen felt the gazes of the elders and smiled slightly. For the compulsory collection action, Yi Chen has already had a draft. Yi Chen looked at Elder Yujian Feng of Nascent Soul Late Stage. Elder Yujian, you will lead the 500 Gold Core Stage Deacon, take the teleportation array, go to the major fairy cities, and occupy all Tianyan Fong. For most Tianyan squares, only 2 gold cores are enough. 35. However, Nascent Soul sits in Tianyan Square in Dane City, Baidi City, and Martial God City, so you need to pay special attention. Especially in Beidasheng, a Nascent Soul middle stage powerhouse is in charge, and you need to do it yourself. In the Great Indian City and Martial God City, both of them are Nascent Soul early stage, so Zhang Elder and Deng Elder of Nascent Soul middle stage are in charge. Remember, try not to destroy Tianyan Fong during the hands-on process. 99. Because Tianyan Fong and the treasures in it belong to us. 35. Try not to damage it too hard, and don't let any immortal cultivator take away the treasures in it. When the elders heard this, their eyes widened. They only know that there is Tianyan's Nascent Soul Elder in the city. But I never thought that Martial God City and White Emperor City also have them. If you only shoot 2 gold cores, it must be a gift. But how does the Holy Master know about this? The elders were all surprised, and Yi Chen didn't have the idea of explaining. Just looked at Elder Yu Jianfeng. Quickly fight. It's better to win all Tianyan Fong at the same time. Is there any problem? Yu Jianfeng Elder nodded immediately. Guaranteed to complete the task. With the Holy Lord's complete and outrageous information, how could there be a problem? Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the Foreign Affairs Elder and said again, Tianyan Sacred Land has 245 strongholds in Greater Yenzhou, including Secret Realm, Mineral Vein, and Spiritual Land. 35. 7 of them are the most important, with nascent soul powerhouses in charge. 35. The specific location is in Xianming Mountain, Dying Lake, Magic Sand Valley, and the powerhouses among them cultivation base are elders, according to your own strength. Go to suppress. The rest are handled by the Gold Core Deacon, the Elder Commander of Internal Affairs, and the disciples of the Foundation Establishment. 5. The specific strength distribution of the powerhouses in various places, I will send it to you in a moment. You assign teams according to the defensive strength of each place. Yi Chen allocated personnel and action plans without any hassle. The Great Hall is getting quieter and quieter. The eyes of the elders are also getting bigger and bigger. Can you still fight like this? How do you feel about your own holy master? He knows everything about Tianyan Sacred Land like the back of the hand, and even the defense forces are clear. This is really outrageous. Except for the elder who just assigned the task. 99. The rest of the elders remain on standby in Sacred Land and are responsible for supporting the various locations at all times. Point 35. The purpose of this compulsory collection operation is not to kill the enemy. 35. Mainly looting Tianyan Sacred Land assets located in various places. If the monks of Tianyan Sacred Land escaped too fast, there is no need to chase. After the occupation, you can just stand by where you are. Chen spoke calmly, listening to the elders in amazement. Many elders here have experienced the battle with Tianyan Sacred Land 300 years ago. There was no plan at all for that battle. If you encounter it, hit it, while fighting, trying to find a way to call someone. Then there were more and more people, and it became a melee. But an elder asked confusedly, "Holy Lord, what if the strong men of Tianyan Sacred Land come to support after getting the news?" Tianyan Sacred Land also has Tianyan PHS after all. Once we start, they will get the news immediately. Why don't we block their access like last time? Hearing this, all the elders nodded in agreement. But Chen shook his head, banning Tianyan's PHS at will, although it can make one's own advantages bigger. But it will make other forces vigilant. He has already mastered the positions and movements of all the strong players in Tianyan Sacred Land. Even the cultivation base level of each elder in Tianyan Sacred Land. Even the cultivation technique that he cultivated. Mastered Dao items. All are stored in the database, at a glance. In this case, the advantages of their own are already outrageous. There is absolutely no need to do anything extra. We can even say, this battle has not yet begun. The end is already doomed. Because this is not a fair war. No need to worry. If Tianyan Sacred Land has strong support, I will know that, and I will send elders to snipe them, or even me. 99. You just need to follow my orders. 99. Chen spoke confidently. The elders were all infected when they looked at the confident appearance of their holy master. Confidence increases. Seeing that the elders had no opinion, Chen also smiled with satisfaction. This force collection is actually a drill. In the previous life on Earth, with the development of science and technology in the 21st century, it has entered the era of electronic warfare. In the case that the difference in combat power between the two sides is not large. Who has more battlefield information? Whoever equals closer to victory. And Chen intends to move this set of modern warfare concepts into the Immortal World. Although the world is different, Earth depends on weapons. Repairing Immortal World relies on manpower. But the principle is the same. As long as there is enemy information, it can be easily done with more against less, with strong against weak. With some support, you can ambush in advance. There is a large group of enemies coming and retreat in advance. Innate is invincible. Of course, the specific effect, or to really test to know. The battle with Tianyan Sacred Land this time was a test. Check whether there is any problem with this combat system. This is the most important purpose of this compulsory collection action. A power like Sacred Land is not an exaggeration to say that it is a country. Combat power is the foundation of a foothold. If the combat power is insufficient, no matter how much you earn, it is anyone's choice. When entering the Mingwangsa market in the future, the stalls will be even larger. The emergencies and crises that will be faced will be countless. Chen is the Holy Lord. Clone is lacking in skills, and it is impossible to do it by hand whenever something happens. Therefore, it is imminent to enhance the strength of Tianyan Sacred Land, in addition to providing a lot of resources to improve the Elders' cultivation base. Combining combat with big data can also improve combat power in disguise. If this test is successful, Chen will open the coordinates and database of the cultivators to a few elders, to ensure that even if you are not in Sacred Land for business, Tianyan Sacred Land can also have enough combat power. Elders who have been assigned tasks can mobilize Deacon and prepare to go. Be sure to arrive at the scheduled location before 12 o'clock noon. As soon as the time is up, let's do it together. Strive to win all of them within 10 minutes. If there is any emergency, report it to Sacred Land as soon as possible. Chen looked around the crowd. All elders nodded immediately. Now the teleportation formation of Tianyan Sacred Land spreads all over the Great Yenzhou. The powerhouse of Tianyan Sacred Land can easily reach all parts of Great Yenzhou. The elders who were assigned to the task all said goodbye and left, and Chen and the foreign affairs elder waited in the great hall of the Holy Lord. After all, the elders were a little uneasy. After all, the opponent is also sacred land, and there is also refining power. Worry about accidents. On the other hand, Chen didn't have the slightest worry, and his demeanor was relaxed. The coordinates of the Golden Crow Elder, Chen has been keeping an eye on. If Golden Crow Elder moves, Chen will naturally take action. Without the interference of the powerhouses, Tianyan Sacred Land is no match for his own sacred land. So don't worry at all. Now, open Xianwang Weibo. Refresh the homepage. A few days ago, Gu Yunyun posted on Weibo, announcing the breakthrough Nascent Soul late stage, and ushered in congratulations from fellow Taoists. And the Holy Master of Yaoqi posted a Weibo update this morning. The dynamic content is to thank Tianyan Sacred Land, and thank the Lord Tianyan for his previous rescue. Yaoqi Sacred Land will advance and retreat with Tianyan Sacred Land in the future. While declaring the position, the Lord of Yaoqi also condemned Tianyan Sacred Land for not repaying spirit stones. Look at this dynamic. A smile appeared on Chen's face. Although the Holy Master of Yaoqi feels good about himself, he is too narcissistic. But the character style is not to say, "No green tea at all. Thank you." This made Chen's impression of Holy Master Yaoqi much better. As for his master, Nangong Wan, he has never posted on Weibo. However, on the follow list of Master Weibo account, most of them are immortal cultivators who are quite accomplished in deriving secret techniques. It seemed that Master still didn't give up on lottery tickets. Chen flipped through it casually. I found that some immortal practitioners have begun to deceive people on the internet, such as paid prediction lottery numbers and so on. It feels like this is going on. Internet scams are coming. That's it. Time flies by 60. It was quickly approaching 12 o'clock noon. When Chen came back to his senses, he was amazed. Swiping Weibo can really forget the time. However, in terms of time consumption, Weibo is not as powerful as short videos. Short videos are really swiping for a whole day, and the passage of time cannot be noticed. After I finish brushing, I force myself to brush for so long. After the Haitao app is launched, we can start preparing for the short video app. Short video is the real money-sucking tool. 39. Whether it is the advertising function or the ability to carry goods, it should not be underestimated. However, after launching short videos, do you want to come up with an anti-addiction function to limit the time that cultivators spend watching videos every day? Otherwise, I'm afraid of short video software. Within 10 years, the level of immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou will drop a lot. Chen thought silently. Make plans for the future. Wait until the overseas shopping business is officially successful. Start making short videos. 4 flowers 0. Whether it is advertising or the function of bringing goods, it will inevitably bring huge profits. But don't know. What will be the style of the short video platform for repairing Immortal World? What kind of videos will be popular? Holy Lord, everyone has reached their designated positions. 35. Aside, Foreign Affairs Elder reports. Chen glanced at the time. It was 5 minutes before 12 o'clock. So he nodded. According to the original plan, 12 o'clock shot on time. The elders nodded. Chen, on the other hand, posted a message on Xianwang Weibo with a smile. Xiaoxiandai's first compulsory collection action has officially begun. The only people who can owe Tianyan Sacred Land spirit stones are the dead. Chen's number of Weibo followers is still ranked first in Xianwang Weibo. Now the dynamic has been issued. Immediately appeared on the Weibo homepage of countless immortal practitioners. Tianyan Sacred Land included Lianshu power on the list of dishonest people, which shocked countless people. Now, Holy Master Tianyan finally spoke up. Naturally, countless immortal cultivators came curiously, wondering how things will develop next. But looking at Chen is not long. It can be called a short Weibo dynamic content. Countless immortal cultivators who heard the news all widened their eyes in shock. Although they had long felt that Tianyan Sacred Land could not just bow their heads. But they never thought about it. Tianyan Sacred Land can be so rigid. Forced collection? What does it mean? Did Tianyan Sacred Land not give up on letting Tianyan Sacred Land return spirit stones? But this is obviously impossible, because they're the high-level executives of Tianyan Sacred Land. They also do not pay. Anyway, there is a virtual power. What can you do? Who can give up the spirit stones they get? So most cultivators feel that. Most of the compulsory collections mentioned by the Holy Master Tianyan have no effect. But when seeing the second sentence of Yi Chen's dynamic, all cultivators are stunned. The only people who can owe Tianyan Sacred Land spirit stones back are the dead. The meaning of this sentence needs no explanation at all. Not returning spirit stones. Then die. This, just momentarily. Yi Chen's Weibo has spread throughout the immortal world of Yenzhou. Countless immortal cultivators were shocked, unable to say a word. Is Lord Tianyan fighting against Tianyan Sacred Land? That is Tianyan Sacred Land with the power of refining virtual. Although the Holy Master Tianyan is Tianjiao, he was previously known as the #1 powerhouse in Great Yin. But in the face of a void refinement power with an accompanying vision, no one is optimistic about Yi Chen. And in Tianyan Sacred Land, Lord Tianyan looked at Yi Chen's Weibo and frowned. Enforcement? Threatening to refine virtual power? Yi Chen, how dare you? Lord Tianyan's face even showed some confusion. The other elders of Tianyan Sacred Land also had the same expression. Is Holy Master Tianyan crazy? Threats of void power. Could it be that if the Golden Crow Elder does not return the spirit stones, you still want to kill the Golden Crow Elder? Lord Tianyan narrowed his eyes. I don't know whether to live or die. After the Golden Crow Elder is out, Tianyan Sacred Land must pay the price for this arrogance. 5. The elders nodded. Their threat to the Holy Master Tianyan. They didn't care too much. Unless the Holy Master Tianyan dares to enter Tianyan Sacred Land to ask for a debt. But this is courting death. Totally impossible. The elders are about to say something. Their Tianyan PHS rang out at the same moment. What? Connect to Tianyan PHS that suddenly sounded. Elder, who is in charge of Tai Xuanfang's business, exclaimed in disbelief after hearing this. Don't be afraid. I'll send someone to help. Yes, hold on. When Elder hangs up Tianyan PHS, Holy Master Tianyan suddenly said, Did it happen? Is there a real disciple in danger? 55. Since the advent of Tianyan PHS, true disciples were assigned different elder numbers. Once in danger, you can directly call Tianyan PHS for help. However, Elder immediately shook his head. It's not that the true disciple is in danger. It was Tianyan Sacred Land which attacked Tai Xianfang in Chongming City. 2 gold core late stage suddenly shot. The shopkeeper in Tai Xianfang couldn't resist. A lot of deacon have been suppressed, and the shopkeeper reluctantly resisted by relying on the magic circle. When Elder's voice fell, Lord Tianyan's eyes widened. Tianyan Sacred Land actually did it? Crazy? Is this going to war with my Tianyan Sacred Land? Yi Chen, are you really not afraid of the Golden Crow Elder who has become a phantom? Lord Tianyan was puzzled, but in puzzlement with rage. Yi Chen, how dare you be so arrogant? Also in Sacred Land, do you really think that I, Tianyan Sacred Land, will be afraid of you? Since we want to fight, 993 will fight. Chongming City is very close to Badi City. Qisha Elder of Nascent Soul Middle Stage is currently sitting in Tai Xianfang in Badi City. Give me a notification to Elder Qisha immediately, and have him rush to Chongming City. Not only will the 2 gold core late stages be killed, but even the Tianyan Pavilion in Chongming City will also be destroyed for me. Lord Tianyan clenched his fists and was murderous. He really couldn't figure it out. How dare Tianyan Sacred Land dare? Who gave them the courage? How dare you go to war with yourself? Still take the initiative. Yet at this moment, on the side of the punishment elder, he said in surprise, Qisha Elder is communicating with me. Tai Xianfang in Badi City was also attacked by Gold Core in Tianyan Sacred Land. When the Qisha Elder was about to shoot, a nascent soul late-stage elder from Tianyan Sacred Land suddenly shot. Qisha Elder is now seriously injured and is fleeing towards the Qingguang Secret Realm located in the Wanli Yaoshan. 39. In the Qingguang Secret Realm, there is the Shinra Elder of Nascent Soul Late Stage. But Elder Shinra didn't answer his call for help and kept saying the line was busy. He wants us to contact the Shinra Elder as soon as possible to receive him. He couldn't take it anymore. The corner of Holy Master Tianyan's mouth twitched. Even Tai Xianfang in Badi City was attacked. Tianyan Sacred Land, this is true. There is stillness in every event. Lord Tianyan suppressed his anger and issued an order. Is Elder Shinra in closed-door training? Or is he communicating with people? Contact me the deacon in the secret realm and ask them to immediately notify the Elder Shinra and let him go to support. Then start a fight back. But Lord Tianyan's words were only half the story. The Internal Affairs Elder of Tianyan Sacred Land said anxiously, Holy Lord, the Elder Shinra was communicating with me. He was besieged by the 3 nascent soul elders of Tianyan Sacred Land. 1 nascent soul late stage, 2 nascent soul middle stage. 35. He is not an opponent at all, and he is blocked by the formation. He can't even escape. He can only resist reluctantly and ask us for quick support. This time, Lord Tai Xian is completely restless. Tianyan Sacred Land even attacked its own Qinguang secret realm. Is this really crazy? To die forever? Moreover, the powerhouses sent by Tianyan Sacred Land are just stronger than those stationed there. This puzzled Lord Tai Xian, but now is not the time to think about that. Let the elder who guards the dragon blood veins go to support the Elder Shinra. Holy Master, the elder who guards the dragon blood spirit vein, is also asking me for help. What? The dragon blood and spiritual veins have been attacked? Then let the Xingyue elder guarding the Shuangming Mountain. Elder Xingyue said that she was almost killed and gave up her resistance. She just begged me to give her 200,000 top-grade spirit stones and let her repay the loan from Xiuxian Loan first. 9. Lord Tai Xian was stunned. The elders present were also stunned. Their faces were full of anxiety, and their eyes were full of astonishment. What is happening? How suddenly? All mines, secret realm, blessed land, and shops except Tai Xian's sacred land were attacked by Tianyan Sacred Land? The most important, everywhere is irresistible. The enemy forces that came to attack were stronger than their own strong guards. The elder of his own family must escape, or reluctantly resist. Some have even given up their resistance directly and become prisoners of Tianyan Sacred Land. It's outrageous. But what puzzled the Lord Tai Xian the most, it is why the enemy even knows about the most secret blessed land of Tai Xian Sacred Land. Tai Xian Sacred Land has 2 blessed land in the outside world. A grass that produces soul refining. Another yielded baby flowers. All are top-notch. Tai Xian Sacred Land has kept these 2 blessed lands a secret, and there are not many elders they know of. The output of blessed land is never sold to the outside world. Now even these 2 blessed lands have been discovered by Tianyan Sacred Land. It was really hard for him to understand. Of course he couldn't think of it. Yichen was discovered based on coordinates. A place where the powerhouses of Tai Xian Sacred Land are sitting all year round. If it is said that this is an ordinary place, no one will believe it. There must be a secret. The hidden blessing of Tai Xian Sacred Land. Under big data, there is nothing to hide. Holy Lord, what shall we do next? Punishment Elder had never had such an experience. Just a blink of an eye. The industry and resources outside the home were directly taken away. Simply outrageous. How can you be so weak? Lord Tai Xian's face was gloomy. Of course, I went to support immediately. Don't worry about the Tianyan pavilions everywhere. Punishment Elder, you bring 5 nascent soul elders and immediately go to Mingyue Mountain to take back the blessed land that produces soul refining grass. Elder Xinming, you also bring 5 elders to take back the blessed land that produces broken baby flowers. The sword-casting elder will take someone to snatch the dragon's blood veins back first. I'm going to ask another God Transformation Elder to take action and take back the Qinguang secret realm with him. Although Tianyan Sacred Land relied on the sneak attack and caught us off guard, don't panic. Let's get back the most important secret realm and blessed land first. 35. Then counterattack slowly. When you make a move, you don't need to keep your hands. You can kill if you can. Tianyan Sacred Land, a price must be paid. Lord Tai Xian was murderous and arranged a counterattack plan. All the elders nodded. Indeed, from their point of view, Tianyan Sacred Land was probably prepared for this sneak attack early on. Now I have my own defenses. Naturally, he won't be beaten all the time. The counterattack can begin. In the major immortal cities, fierce battles suddenly broke out. Make countless immortals look sideways. Who is so brave? Dare to make trouble in Xianxing? Don't you know that Xianxing prohibits fighting? But when countless cultivators rushed to the center of the battlefield, all were silent. Oh, it turned out that the 2 sacred lands were fighting. That's fine. Who dares to participate in the affairs of Sacred Land? Tianyan Sacred Land actually fought with Tai Xian Sacred Land? Countless immortal cultivators who looked at the battlefield were all shocked. They immediately took pictures with the ImmortalNet photo stone and posted them online, attracted numerous onlookers. And soon, the cultivators were shocked to find out. Not just a fairy city, but all the Tai Xian Fong in the fairy city were attacked by the powerhouses of Tianyan Sacred Land. And the attackers' offensive was extremely fierce. Basically, they are fighting against the strong players in Tianyan Sacred Land. In Baidi City, Martial God City, and Great Seal City. There's even a nascent soul powerhouse fighting method. But it is all the stronger ones on the Tianyan Sacred Land side. Basically, it won't be long before the strong men of Tianyan Sacred Land will flee. Tai Xianfang in various places is basically directly occupied. The countless immortal practitioners who saw it doubted life. Tianyan Sacred Land is too fierce, right? At the same time, almost all Tai Xianfang were taken down. Tianyan Sacred Land has no resistance at all. Not even 10 minutes now. The Tai Xianfang in the entire greater Yenzhou was basically occupied. This gap is too big. Tianyan Sacred Land is simply too powerful. If you don't make a move, it's already too much. Once you make a move, all the Tai Xianfang in the Fairy City will change hands directly. It's really fierce. It seems that Tianyan Sacred Land has no resistance at all. Is the gap between the two so big? No, both are sacred land, so the gap shouldn't be that big. I think the main reason is that Tianyan Sacred Land made a sudden move and caught Tianyan Sacred Land by surprise. Now that Tianyan Sacred Land has reacted, it is estimated that he will be anxious. I think so too, and the next step is to hit hard. 35. The last time the two great sacred land battles were fought for nearly 30 years. This time, I don't know how long it will take. It shouldn't take long. After all, Tianyan Sacred Land has the power of refining virtual. Countless cultivators were talking about it. But most immortal cultivators are not optimistic about Tianyan Sacred Land. Think waiting for Tianyan Sacred Land to get serious. The two would be evenly matched. And in Tianyan Sacred Land, sitting in Sacred Land, the elders who are waiting to support 2.0 at any time, their faces are full of joy. The information provided by my own Lord is absolutely correct. Under the plan of the Lord, the entire operation was extremely smooth, easily crushing the opponent and occupying the resources of Tianyan Sacred Land. The mine, the blessed land, and the Tai Xianfang were easily captured by my Tianyan Sacred Land. This is all the credit of the Holy Master. If it were not for the detailed information provided by the Holy Master, it would never have been so smooth. The elder who attacked the Dragon Blood Spirit Vein found Dragon Blood Stones, worth nearly 1 million top-grade Spirit Stones in it, and the harvest was huge. 35. Oh my God, this blessed land in Tianyan Sacred Land actually produces the God-turning grass, which is about to become extinct. No wonder it has been hidden all the time. It's amazing. There is also blessed land to produce broken baby flowers. Oh my God, I always thought that all the sacred lands had similar backgrounds. Now that I think about it, if there is not a holy master, I guess my Tianyan Sacred Land is the poorest one. The loot seized this time alone is estimated to be worth 3 million top-grade spirit stones, and this collection operation has already been half successful. The elders talked a lot and looked at Yi Chen with admiration. And Yi Chen also had a satisfied smile on his face. With enough information, it really has an extraordinary impact on the combat situation. Now the first battle has proved the effect. So after entering Ming Wangzhou, we must continue to work hard to collect information on the major forces. Old Zhang said that he has never fought such a good battle in his life. It is a pleasure to follow the Holy Master's orders to take action. It's cool to hear it, but unfortunately we didn't have a chance to shoot. Holy Lord, our people have already looted everything that they can loot. 35. Tianyan Sacred Land should have already reacted, and it is estimated that support will be provided soon. The elders talk a lot. All were amazed at this almost devastating battle. How can the battle still be fought like this? In less than 10 minutes, all industries outside Tianyan Sacred Land were swept away. Although it was a raid, the enemy didn't react in time. But the other party is still sacred land, no matter what. To have such a record, it is really cool and outrageous. The elders all looked at Yi Chen expectantly, waiting for Yi Chen's next order. And Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly, showing an indifferent smile. Tianyan Sacred Land has indeed started to support. Foreign Affairs Elder, you take 6 elders, take the teleportation array, and secretly go to the Dragon Blood Spirit Vein. Internal Affairs Elder, you are taking people to ambush in the blessed land that produces soul-refining grass. Elder Wufeng, you take Elder Wu Ming to ambush in the blessed land that produces broken baby flowers. Even the God Transformation Powerhouse moved. At the end, Yi Chen's mouth curled up. Tianyan Sacred Land has 2 retired elders. One is the Golden Crow Elder who has made a breakthrough. The other is the power of the early stage of Huashan. said to be the master of Tai Xian, 25 Holy Master. In the coordinate display, this retired elder from the early stage of the transformation of the gods left Tianyan Sacred Land with the Holy Master Tai Xian. And the direction to go is the Qinguang secret realm. If you are a god, then ask the master to take action. Although Nangong Wan was in front of Yi Chen, the evildoer, she was enveloped by Yi Chen's rays of light. It doesn't seem to be too strong, but in fact, Nangong Wan is the real genius. Among the primordial spirits, there is an accompanying vision, an absolute top-level qualification. Otherwise, he would not be able to forcefully return to Sacred Land when he was attacked by Shuejima and injured as Yuanshan. Master can easily deal with an ordinary deity transformation. And Nangong Wan came to the holy main peak. Seeing Yi Chen, although her face was still blushing, Yi Chen gave Yi Chen an angry look. But after hearing the business, he was unequivocal. Dare to owe me the spirit stones of Tianyan Sacred Land, deserve to be killed. The next moment, Nangong Wan went to the Qinguang secret realm without hesitation, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. I didn't expect that Tianyan Sacred Land would be so arrogant, knowing that the Golden Crow Elder had already made a breakthrough, yet dared to provoke me Tai Xian Sacred Land. This time, I must kill a batch of nascent soul of Tai Xian Sacred Land to vent my anger. Let's go now. The retired elder of Tai Xian Sacred Land became murderous after learning the story from the mouth of the Tai Xian Sacred Land. Seeing the retired elder who was about to leave soon, Holy Master Tai Xian hurriedly said, "Master, wait a moment. Wait for me to post a Weibo update first." 99. Tai Xian Sacred Land has lost too many faces these days. In this counterattack, we must be ashamed. For the entire repair Immortal World to see. I, Tai Xian Sacred Land, have never been weaker than others in my life. Immediately, Lord Tai Xian wrote a Weibo update and sent it out immediately. Tianyan Sacred Land sudden attack is really a villain's behavior. I, Tai Xian Sacred Land, will definitely return an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a tenfold return. This battle is really starting now, when Lord Tai Xian's Weibo dynamic is released. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of countless immortal cultivators. After all, the biggest hotspot in Greater Yinzhou is the conflict between the two sacred lands. In a very short period of time, when Tai Xian Xingzhu's Weibo dynamic was released, countless comments are popping up like crazy. Sure enough, after Tai Xian's Sacred Land reacted, he became serious. Next, there will be the real Sacred Land battle. I really want to see the scene of the battle of the Sacred Land powerhouses. Really martial ancestor sect leader posted on Weibo, saying that he wanted to ask Nascent Soul to help him record the battle scene with a photo stone at a high price. It is estimated that we will be able to buy a photo stone with a video of the war in the near future. To be honest, even if the two sides are tied next, I'm not optimistic about Tianyan Sacred Land. After all, once the Golden Crow Elder makes a move, no one can beat him. I also think Tianyan Sacred Land is a little too reckless this time, and should avoid its edge. Weibo of Lord Tai Xian. Let countless cultivators look forward to the next Sacred Land battle. This is a rare scene. Absolutely wonderful. Look at the comments and popularity. Lord Tai Xian smiled. He and Master have been away from Sacred Land for a long time. In another half an hour, we will reach the Qinguang Sacred Land. Only when flying halfway. Lord Tai Xian did not know why, but suddenly there was worry in his heart. Although he hates Yi Chen, but have to admit, Yi Chen is definitely an enemy worthy of anyone's attention. Could Yi Chen have guessed that they were going to fight back? Will Yi Chen set up an ambush? Lord Tai Xian was a little uneasy for a while. So halfway there, while flying, he communicated with Elder, the leader of the other three teams. However, the remaining three teams were all calm, getting closer and closer to the mission location. There were no ambushes. This reassured Lord Tai Xian. He suddenly smiled bitterly. As expected, he was hit so hard by Yi Chen that he had a psychological shadow. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is, it is also impossible to accurately guess the counterattack location chosen by oneself from so many resource points. So, totally overthinking myself. Soon, Lord Tai Xian came to the mountain with his master. The entrance to the Qinguang secret realm is here. On the periphery of the entrance, there are traces of the war. Countless ancient trees became ruins. Large swathes of the mountain range were blasted into deep pits. Some mountains even shattered in half. The retired elder looked cold. Dare to plunder the resources of my Tianyan Sacred Land. It's really courting death. 5. Today I saw all the cultivators in Tianyan Sacred Land. They must die. After all, he flew directly towards the entrance of Qingguang's Sacred Land. But right now, the Tianyan PHS of Holy Master Tai Xian rang. Look at the call notification on the interface. The one who sent the message was the sentencing elder, who led the team to the land where soul refining was produced. Did it succeed? However, I'm about to start working here, so I can't delay. I'll talk about it later. Lord Tai Xian hung up the communication request. We must rush into the entrance of the Qingguang's secret realm with Master. But at the moment of hanging up, there is a new communication. This time, it was the elder, who led the team to attack the blessed land of broken baby flowers. Is it possible that it was successful so quickly? Lord Tai Xian showed his joy. But as soon as he hung up, another communication came. This time, it was the leader of the team that attacked the dragon blood spirit vessel. This time, Lord Tai Xian felt something was wrong. How can 3 teams succeed at the same time? He immediately picked up 997. In his mind, Elder's panicked voice sounded immediately. Holy Lord, we are ambushed. Tianyan Sacred Land seems to have known for a long time that we are coming and ambushing in it. There are too many people in Tianyan Sacred Land. We can't hold it anymore. Holy Lord, ask for help. Lord Tai Xian's eyes suddenly widened. Elder was actually ambushed? Then the 2 elders who sent the communication application before, shouldn't it also be? At this moment, a huge sense of unease enveloped my heart. Lord Tai Xian only felt cold all over. He was about to speak immediately, shouting, Master, don't be reckless and wait. But the figure of Master has disappeared at the entrance of the Qingguang secret realm. Lord Tai Xian will immediately follow up to notify. But before he got close to the secret realm entrance, the Master who just entered flew out with a bang. In the unbelievable eyes of Lord Tai Xian, a beautiful woman with a smile on her face walked out of the blue light secret realm leisurely. Seeing Lord Tai Xian, the woman sneered. At the Tao discussion conference, dared to bully my disciple. It's a pity that too many people stopped me that day and couldn't kill you. It was delivered to the door today. This time, I'm going to clean up your master and apprentice together. Lord Tai Xian had a look of horror on his face. The beautiful woman in front of her is none other than others. It was at that year that he beat On Nangong at the Taoist conference. But how could this woman be here? Holy Lord, are you all right? Go and get the magic medicine for the Holy Master. The Holy Master is seriously injured. 35. How can this happen? Even the retired elder looks like he has hurt his origin. Punishment Elder and his party just escaped, and everyone was injured. Is the gap between us and Tianyan Sacred Land really that big? In Tianyan Sacred Land, everyone in Sacred Land was in a panic. After a long time, Lord Tai Xian barely recovered. But remembering the previous experience, I couldn't help trembling all over. That woman, Nangong Wan, is simply too fierce. Obviously, he and his own retired elder are in the same early stage of spiritual transformation, but their combat power is not at the same level. Totally slung. In the middle, I also took the time to give myself 2 Taoist methods. Even if he is the Holy Master and has countless treasures, he is directly injured. If not at the last minute, the retired elder stimulated his potential and fled back to Sacred Land with himself. It is estimated that he really will fall directly into the hands of Nangong Wan. Not just myself and the retired elder were ambushed. All the elders who supported him were also ambushed. Fortunately, in nascent soul realm, even if you can't beat your opponent, there are various ways to escape, and you can barely escape. But seeing all the elders in the Great Hall with injuries, it was extremely miserable. Lord Tai Xian felt sad for a while. Its Tianyan Sacred Land is proud to be in Yinzhou for 10,000 years. How did it ever fall into such a miserable state? Without the presence of the Golden Crow Elder, the 2 sacred lands now have a gap, but the gap should never be so big. Why is that? Tianyan Sacred Land. Why does it seem to be aware of our every move? They know the defensive strength of all our resources, the destructive attack and occupation. Point 35. It's even more so that we know our plan in advance and ambushing the powerhouses we go to support. 35. Why is that? Lord Tai Xian was puzzled. And this was also the most confusing place for all elders present. Why is this so? Is there a traitor? But now is not the time to think about that. Today, the top executives of their own sacred land are all injured. There is no power to fight at all. Now, they don't even dare to take a half step at the gate of Sacred Land. Fear of being ambushed again. This made everyone feel extremely frustrated. Clearly, they possessed the Void Refinement powerhouse, and they were the strongest Sacred Land in the world in the Great Yinzhou. But to fall to this point is really humiliating. Too deceiving. You must invite the Golden Crow Elder to go out, and let Tianyan Sacred Land pay for it with blood. The more Lord Tai Xian thought about it, the more angry he became. The injury, which was finally stabilized, began to deteriorate again, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Golden Crow Elder has just made a breakthrough in his solidifying realm. Rushing to interrupt will surely make the Golden Crow Elder displeased. But now there is no way. I can't get out of Sacred Land after being beaten. If it goes on like this, Tai Xian's Sacred Land will truly become a laughing stock. Therefore, the Golden Crow Elder must be invited out. Thundershot. All the humiliation suffered by Tai Xian's Sacred Land today will be returned to Tianyan Sacred Land as it is. I heard that the Holy Master said that he would invite the Golden Crow Elder to leave the customs. Everyone in the Great Hall is bright. In fact, even now, he has been beaten by Tianyan Sacred Land. Their losses were enormous, but still hopeful. Without him, it is because they have the Golden Crow Elder behind them. Refine the virtual power, control the world. As soon as the law of heaven and earth comes out, it destroys the sky and destroys the earth. That is the power that can really suppress a continent. Although Tianyan's Sacred Land relied on the means of the prophets, it was defeated by its own. But in the face of absolute strength, all means are meaningless. Immediately, Lord Tai Xian suppressed the injury in his body and flew to the Golden Crow Peak with a group of elders. Asked the Golden Crow Elder to exit. The two sacred lands are about to start a real battle. This is the biggest focus of Immortal World in Greater Yinzhou today. Countless cultivators are paying attention, waiting for information about the next battle. According to past practice, the next Sacred Land battle must be extremely exciting. If you can watch the video of the strong battle, for them, there are great benefits. And Martial Ancestor, the photostone giant who built Immortal World, also decided to seize this business opportunity. In addition to their own nascent soul, many other nascent soul powerhouses were also invited to help record the video. I plan to make a lot of money by selling the Sacred Land Battle Collection in the future. But when these immortal cultivators who were in charge of filming noticed the fluctuations in the battle, they rushed to the battle location quickly. But they saw a scene that made their jaw drop. There was no such wonderful battle scene as they expected. The powerhouses of Tai Xian's Sacred Land were completely suppressed and beaten. The fight was only an instant, and he turned around and fled. This scene shocked all the powerhouses who came to film. Is the gap between the two sacred lands already that big? Tai Xian's Sacred Land can't even make a decent resistance? Tianyan Sacred Land might be a little too outrageous. In shock, some strong nascent soul took photos with Xianwang Photostone and posted them on Xianwang Weibo. And countless immortal practitioners have long been waiting for the details of the battle in the middle stage of Xianwang Weibo. Seeing it with my own eyes right now. Most immortal cultivators lost their voices directly. How is this possible? It was said that it was vigorous and the war swept the entire Yinzhou. This is the Sacred Land battle. Why does it feel like it's over before it even started? At this moment, the entire Greater Yinzhou was sensational. It is said that the benefits of Tianyan Sacred Land are good, and the cultivation base of cultivators in Sacred Land has skyrocketed, but this is too outrageous. In front of Tianyan Sacred Land, Tai Xian's Sacred Land is weak like an ordinary first-rate force, which is completely beaten. As the head of a first-class force, I feel hurt. In 10 minutes, all the strong men were beaten back to Sacred Land. I have lived for more than 500 years, and I have never seen such a neat battle. 5. Since the Holy Master Tianyan came to power, Tianyan's Sacred Land has felt completely different from before. Countless immortal cultivators discussed in the comment area, expressing the shock in their hearts. And the real Martial Ancestors sect leader, while shocked, is heartbroken. Spent a lot of money to ask Nascent Soul Powerhouse to help record the video. I want to make a lot of money. As a result, all the scenes captured were Tai Xian's Sacred Land elder fleeing. Although there must be many cultivators who want to buy it, but he dare not sell it. If this video were to be sold, it would be a complete slap in the face of Tai Xian's Sacred Land. Tai Xian's Sacred Land is now a fiasco though. But inside it, there is a refining power. Previously, it was just that the void power had not been shot. Once shot, the situation is bound to be turned upside down. At that time, the great situation of Tianyan Sacred Land is estimated to be ruined. It's not just the real martial ancestor sect leader who thinks so. Countless immortal practitioners, too, although they marveled at this one-sided battle. But for Tianyan Sacred Land, no one is optimistic. After all, the horror of refining virtual power is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When the law of heaven and earth comes out, no one can beat him. Such an existence is simply invincible in Yenzhou. Wait until the Golden Crow Elder is out. Tianyan Sacred Land is meaningless no matter how big the advantage is. Things are so big now. The two major sacred lands have almost formed a blood feud. Next, how will Tianyan Sacred Land end? In Tianyan Sacred Land, all elders' faces were full of joy. This fight was really cool. They have never fought such a smooth battle in their entire lives. They were all depressed after being maliciously loaned by Tianyan Sacred Land before. After all, how have they ever suffered such a big loss? Now the battle is over. All the previous frustrations were vented out. Transparent. Just now, I used the Dao item to smash the old man of the sentenced elder a few times on the head. It's cool. That long-bearded elder was the craziest before, and even if he didn't repay spirit stones, he was still talking madly on Xianwang Weibo. This time I grabbed him and beat him to death. Haha, the guy who hurt me 300 years ago, this time directly half of his body was smashed. My revenge has been avenged. 35. You didn't see the scene where the Lord Taishian and his master were chased and killed by Nangong Zhang and fled. That's a joke. The elders were all elated when they talked about their own records. But after the excitement, the foreign affairs elder seriously spoke to Chen. Holy Lord, now we have let out a bad breath. And after looting, we probably got back nearly 4 or 5 million top-quality Spirit Stones treasures, as well as many priceless rare items on the market. 35. After careful calculation, we have basically recovered the loan. Taishian Sacred Land's account, we have taken it back by ourselves. Next, should we let the elders and deacons come back first and close all Tianyan pavilions? After all the trouble is so big, Taishian Sacred Land will definitely not be able to hold on. So he has to ask the Golden Crow Elder to take action. We might as well avoid the edge for a while. Anyway, we are rich in materials, and the closure of the mountain for decades will not be affected. Wait for the future, the Holy Master, to break through and refine the void, and I will naturally be able to reign over Dian again. 35. The words of the Foreign Affairs Elder were also the thoughts of everyone. Taishian Sacred Land has refinement after all. This time, it was taking advantage of the opponent's practice to stabilize the realm, and there was a time difference. If Zhao's is really tit for tat with Lianshu power, the family will suffer heavy losses. Instead, it is better to take the initiative to shrink and wait for the future. Listening to the elder's proposal, Chen smiled. Abandoning outside interests and closing the mountain? How can that be? Things are looking good now. Tianyan PHS is about to enter Mingwangzhou and open up a broader market. Under such circumstances, how could it be possible to change the plan just because of a mere refinement? Chen knew what the elders were worried about. He waved his hand and said confidently, "No need to worry. If the Golden Crow Elder is out, I will deal with it. Just use him to kill chickens and warn monkeys. Using his life to tell the immortal cultivators in the entire greater Yenzhou that the spirit stones of Tianyan Sacred Land, are not so worthy." 39. That's right. Chen is going to kill the Golden Crow Elder. It doesn't matter if the rest of the elders in Taishian Sacred Land are dead or not. But the Golden Crow Elder must die. Keeping his words, Tianyan Sacred Land is no match for the Golden Crow Elder except himself. Accidents are prone to occur. Chen, on the other hand, dislikes unstable factors the most. When Chen's voice fell, the audience fell silent. All the elders looked at their holy master. Their eyes widened. Not only did his own holy master not intend to temporarily avoid the edge, he even planned to kill the Golden Crow Elder. Isn't this too outrageous? But before the elders spoke, the corners of Chen's mouth curled up, and he stood up leisurely. Come on, Yun, Mingwangzhou, God's Sword Sect. Although the elders don't understand a little, what is the meaning of this real name system? But since the elder named Wang Changchun authenticated their real names, the functions they can use on Tianyan PHS are more numerous. Although Xiaoxiandai, express delivery, online shopping, and other applications are not enough. But it's much better than before. They also give directly to Wang Changchun Spirit Stones. let Wang Changchun transfer money to their Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass to buy lottery tickets. As for lottery tickets, everyone in the Heavenly Sword sect was very interested, although there is no way to withdraw spirit stones in Mingwangzhou. But if you win the first prize, it's totally worth a trip to Yinzhou. At the same time, there is also an elder who is discussing online teaching with Tianyan Sacred Land. Xianwang Weibo is the love of elders. Many elders are members and follow countless female nuns. At the same time today, Yin Bailu finally made the Great Destruction Sword formation. She was very happy, just like jade-like bare feet, stepping on the void, jumped out of the immortal cave. Yin Bailu called Sect Elder. Good to ask how the cooperation is going. In the Great Hall of the sect, when the elders saw Yin Bailu, they hurriedly said, Sect Master of Phantom Refining Power appeared in Great Yinzhou the day before yesterday. 39. When Yin Bailu heard the words, her beautiful eyes lifted slightly. There is actually a virtual power in Yinzhou. You must know that even in the Ming dynasty, where the strong are like clouds, void refining power can be regarded as a real top powerhouse. This person can succeed in refining virtual in Yinzhou, and his talent is not bad. On Xianwang Weibo, there is an image of this person's heaven and earth law. This person even has an accompanying vision. I have compared the classics, and the vision of this person should be the divine tree of Fusong, which is said to be the divine tree used by the ancient golden crow to inhabit. This time, Yin Bailu was really surprised. Among immortal cultivators, those who can have visions are all talented at 250 days. Such an existence is rare in Ming Wangzhou. It seems that this person's talent is really good. But that's all. Yin Bailu has always been indifferent to external affairs. So I didn't even have the idea to open Xianwang Weibo and take a closer look. But Elder continued to report. This person's name is Golden Crow Daoist, a retired elder from Tianyan Sacred Land. Tianyan Sacred Land took the opportunity to borrow 5 million top-grade spirit stones from Tianyan Sacred Land Shushin loan. 99. 5 million top-grade spirit stones? Yin Bailu took a deep breath. 5 million top-grade spirit stones can really be regarded as a huge sum of money. That Tianyan Sacred Land has the power of refining virtual, and it really has the confidence to not repay the money. After all, the combat power of void refinement power is really powerful to the extreme. Taoism is natural and controls the world. As long as I see it, I am afraid. If it was herself, in this case, she could only choose to admit it. Did Yi Chen lose 5 million top-grade spirit stones? Yin Bailu couldn't help feeling distressed for Yi Chen. However, Elder shook his head. Tianyan Sacred Land did not choose to admit it. Instead, when the Golden Crow Daoist has stabilized the realm, the force collection is directly carried out. At noon today, all resources outside Tianyan Sacred Land will be occupied. Also wounded many strong men in Tianyan Sacred Land. 35. Elder said, even a little excited in his tone. After all, it just happened not long ago. It was known by myself across a continent. This Xianwang Weibo is really magical. Tianyan Sacred Land dares to take the initiative? This is really... Yin Bailu was so surprised that she didn't know how to describe it. That is the power of refining virtual power. In Ming Wangzhou, only with the power of refining virtual power can it be called a top power. When secret realm, treasure, inheritance, and other opportunities appear in the world CFCB, only top powers are eligible to compete. If there is no virtual power in the power, there is no qualification to compete. This is the manifestation of the strength of refining virtual power. She thought that Yi Chen's move was too reckless. Elders think so too. But Elder Duga's eyes brightened, and he said, Sect Master, Tianyan Sacred Land is indeed reckless. But I think this is a good opportunity for my Heavenly Sword sect. The benefits of overseas shopping are huge, but we can only be divided into a mere 30%. It is entirely possible to take this opportunity to negotiate with Tianyan Sacred Land. Ask our retired elders to help them through the crisis. And our profit from overseas shopping must be increased to at least 50%. If Tianyan Sacred Land accepts it, then the benefits are so huge that it is totally worth asking the retired elder to take a shot. Also, helping Tianyan Sacred Land to tide over the difficulties is also good for us. After all, if there is a problem with Tianyan Sacred Land, the overseas shopping business will probably be postponed or even die. 99. So we need to intervene. When Yin Bailu heard the words, her bright brows frowned slightly. She doesn't like to bring favors in return. I owed Yi Chen a favor before, and I really need to repay. But the retired elder devoted himself to practice. Unless it is something that is of great benefit to sect, it is impossible to shoot. Yen Bailu hesitated for a moment, still decided to ask Yi Chen to ask. Let me first ask the meaning of Holy Master Tianyan. After that, she was ready to communicate with Yi Chen. But at this moment, Elder exclaimed, I don't think there is any need for communication. Because that day, Saint Master Yin just posted a message on Xianwang Weibo. Said to kill the Golden Crow Taoist in the Demon Mountain of thousands of miles. And let the Golden Crow Taoist go to die. What? This moment, all the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect stared wide. Yen Bailu hurriedly entered Xianwang Weibo. Sure enough, Yi Chen, who was the only one he followed, just posted on Weibo just now. Early refining, you can cut it at your fingertips. Come to Wanli Yaoshan die. After 2 short sentences are issued. In just an instant, it became the #1 hot search on Xianwang Weibo. It can be seen that these 2 sentences have brought a huge shock to countless immortal cultivators. And Yen Bailu also had an incredible look on his face. Yi Chen, how dare you? That is void refinement power. And it's not an ordinary refining. It is a refining with an accompanying vision. Even if it is himself, he is born with a clear sword heart, and now he has become a top-level great destruction sword formation. But in front of those who refine the weak, they can only escape for their lives. Yi Chen's talent is good, but whether it is cultivation base or combat power, it is far inferior to himself. How dare you be so arrogant? That day, Holy Master Yin, is it because he has never seen Lianshu power that he is so confident? 35. I read the resume of Saint Yin that day on Xianwang Weibo, and his talent is not weaker than that of my top talent in Ming Wangzhou. It may be smooth sailing, so he thinks he can cross realm and compete with Lianshu power. Being in a small place like Great Yinzhou, after all, I have little knowledge. There is no shortage of geniuses in repairing Immortal World, but there are too few who can grow up. It is estimated that this is the last battle of the Holy Master Tianyan. 5. When Yen Bailu listened to the elder's words, her heart was full of worry. She immediately opened Tianyan PHS to communicate with Yi Chen, to inform Yi Chen of the horror of refining the strong. Let Yi Chen never die. Tianyan Sacred Land. On Golden Crow. Sacred Land is in trouble. Please Golden Crow elder out. Lord Tianyan and a group of elders stood at the door of Immortal Cave, called loudly over and over again. After dozens of breaths, a terrifying coercion filled the entire Tianyan Sacred Land. Countless immortal practitioners in the Sacred Land, at this moment, only feel that it is difficult to breathe, and they are terrified. The people on the Holy Main Peak faced the pressure and felt even more uncomfortable. Under this pressure, many nascent soul elders even regressed involuntarily. In the ordinary nascent soul period, even the pressure of the Golden Crow elder was unbearable. While everyone was horrified, they were also even more delighted. Refining the virtual power is as powerful as the sea. Once you make a move, you will be able to wipe out all the enemies. Humph! Accompanied by a cold hum. Immortal Cave stone door slammed open. The muscle-bound Golden Crow elder's eyes were like flames, with long red hair on his back. He walked out of Immortal Cave in anger, staring coldly at everyone. Why bother me closed-door training? If the reason does not satisfy me, you will all be punished. When everyone heard the words, they were all afraid. It is said that the cultivation technique practiced by Golden Crow Elder is a fragment of the Great Nikkei. The power is terrifying, but because it's a scrap, since the beginning of cultivation, he has been unable to control the divine fire that appeared on his body. Although it won't hurt the Golden Crow Elder himself, it will burn others. The Great Sun God Fire is especially terrifying, and it is simply unbearable for the casual cultivator. So the Golden Crow Elder is now 1,000 years old, but still no Tao companion. It is said that even the Huan sect does not receive the Golden Crow Elder. So Golden Crow Elder's character is getting more and more violent. People can understand. After all, whoever has been single for thousands of years will be irritable. Lord Tianyan hurriedly bowed his head and told the whole story of what happened today. Hearing that Golden Crow Elder's rough face was full of confusion. You mean, that day, St. Lord Yin put my name and photo on Xianwang Weibo, saying that I would not pay my debts. 9. And also shot at me Tianyan Sacred Land, asking us to repay our debts? 95. Lord Tianyan nodded. That's it. At this moment, the Golden Crow Elder was very happy. To ask for a debt from a virtuous person? How dare he, Yi Chen? Does he not want to live? Break through yourself. Shouldn't the Yinzhou cultivator be feared by everyone and please everyone? There are still people who dare to ask themselves a debt. It's really hard to understand. Holy Master Tai Xian lowered his head. Then Yi Chen has killed enemies across the realm many times and has mastered all kinds of supernatural powers and secrets. It is estimated that he thinks that he can fight the Elder Yu across the realm. Golden Crow Elder's eyes turn cold. The cultivation base is lower than the own cultivator, thinking that he can fight against himself across the realm. This is humiliating for any cultivator. In this moment, another elder exclaimed. Sacred Master Tianyan challenged the Golden Crow Elder on Weibo, and his words are extremely arrogant. Lord Tai Xian and others heard the news and immediately checked Weibo. Immediately, his face changed and his eyes widened. And Golden Crow Elder saw everyone's expressions and also entered Xianwang Weibo. After seeing Yi Chen's dynamic, murderous aura instantly swept the entire Tianyan Sacred Land. At this moment, countless low-level immortal cultivators were lying on the ground, shivering. The Holy Master Tai Xian and the others were even more horrified to feel the murderous aura, leaving wounds on their bodies. Lord Tai Xian, who had been seriously injured before, spat out a mouthful of blood. The Golden Crow Elder stepped out in one step and slammed in the direction of the Wanli Monster Mountain. I have lived for thousands of years, and I have never seen such an arrogant person since I actively seek death. Then I will give you a ride. The Golden Crow Elder leaves in a rage. Transform into the shadow of a boiling golden crow. Between the wings, a line of fire was left in the sky, burning the void. The world with a radius of tens of millions of square kilometers is extremely hot at this moment. The Golden Crow Elder figure was fleeting. In an instant, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Incredibly fast. The faces of the elders in Tai Xian Sacred Land were filled with joy and anticipation. When the Golden Crow Elder strikes, Tianyan Sacred Land will surely be suppressed. The suffocation they were hanged and beaten today will eventually be swept away. It's really fun. Holy Lord, shall we follow to watch the battle? Elders are eager to try. Can't wait to see the scene where Lianshu power really takes action. Yi Chen is a genius. Should make Golden Crow Elder more serious. When Lord Tai Xian heard the words, his eyes moved. He regarded Yi Chen as his lifelong enemy and suffered countless losses in the hands of Yi Chen. But under Nangong Wan's casual blow, he was seriously injured. It was just holding on before. If there is no closed-door training for healing, the source will be damaged, and it may not be possible to break through to the spirit in the future. So Lord Tai Xian shook his head regretfully. I am too injured, you go. Remember to use the photo stone to leave a picture throughout the whole process, so that I can see the scene of Yi Chen's fall. 99. The elders all nodded. Immediately, he flew in the direction of Wanli Monster Mountain with great interest. They all speed up involuntarily, for fear that Golden Crow Elder is too fast. Before they could arrive, the battle was over. Since Yi Chen posted that Weibo update, countless powerhouses rushed to Wanli Yaoshan immediately. It is related to the most dazzling Tianjiao in this era, as well as the only one in Great Yinzhou, although it seems to everyone that the end is fixed. But such scenes, even if God transformation power has a long life, may not be able to see it. Moreover, being able to see the void refinement power at the forefront will be beneficial to their future cultivation. So, it is very important. When they reach the Wanli Monster Mountain, there is no need to look for them. Then I sense the terrifying aura at the very center of the Wanli Monster Mountain. Yi Chen was dressed in a white robe, tall and straight and handsome. Stand above the void, like exile from the dust. The entire Wanli Yaoshan was silent. Even the God Transformation Demon King did not dare to make a sound at this moment, for fear of being noticed by Yi Chen. This invincible gesture. Many girls who were strong cultivators looked at Yi Chen with admiration, and countless male cultivators looked at Yi Chen with regret. Yi Chen is indeed the most dazzling genius in this era. The immortal cultivator of Yi Chen's generation has reached the highest level so far, but the gold core cultivation base. Yi Chen has already achieved the middle stage of becoming a god. Too bad it's too arrogant. It even provoked the virtual power. Also fight with Lianshu power. Doomed to fall. Everyone was standing far away, millions of miles away, and they didn't dare to get close, for fear of being affected by Lianshu power's attack. As time flows, more and more powerful people are coming. The retired elder of Sacred Land of Jade Lake came with the holy master of Jade Lake. especially the holy master of Yaoqi, such as Qingshui hibiscus, is extremely luxurious. Attract countless admiring eyes. The holy master of Yaoqi looked at Yi Chen's beautiful eyes with a hint of worry. She had already made up her mind. If that golden crow elder kills, she must speak out. Her mother, Qingqing Elder, had accomplished the practice of emptiness in Ming Wangzhou and was about to return. Soon, the powerhouses of Tianyan Sacred Land are also coming. The one in the front is an old man with a Taoist robe, immortal style, and Taoist bones, holding floating dust in his hands. It attracted the awe-inspiring eyes of countless people. This person is the retired elder of the late stage of Tianyan Sacred Land. Already 1,200 years old, cultivation base is unfathomable. It is one of the top powerhouses in Great Yenzhou. Beside him, Holy Master Yuqing asked, "Elder, Holy Master Yin was powerful that day, and now he dares to provoke void refinement power. Will he really have the strength to cross-border battle refinement?" Tianyan Sacred Land's retired elder stroked his beard and smiled slightly. "It's impossible. I have seen the video of him killing the Golden Lion King, and it is indeed a top talent, even if I am ashamed. But it's too far from refining the virtual. You have never seen Lianshu power take action. That's why you have this idea. When I was traveling in Mingwang province, I was fortunate enough to see Lianshu power kill demonic beasts in the East China Sea. With just one blow, the sea water evaporated for millions of miles. Under the refinement, all are ants. This statement is not false." The retired elder's voice was not low enough to be heard by many people. Hearing that is amazement. One blow to dry millions of miles of seawater? Refinement of virtual power is so terrifying. Before, some people thought that Yi Chen had a whole card. Look forward to it. Now that I know the horror of Lianshu, they are all silent. After the retired elder finished speaking, he calmly stroked his beard and looked at Yi Chen above the void. But the next moment his face changed. His voice trembled slightly, and he looked at Holy Master Yuqing next to him in amazement. "The last time you told me, when did Holy Master Yin break through the middle stage of God that day?" Hearing this, Holy Master Yuqing's face was a little strange. Elder asked, "What does this do?" But he still replied respectfully, "It should have been 5 months ago." 55. Hearing Holy Master Yuqing's reply, the retired elder's eyes widened. "Only 5 months? It's impossible? Did you remember wrong?" Holy Master Yuqing is even more strange. It's 5 months, absolutely right. Because after Holy Master Tianyan made his breakthrough, he went to the East China Sea to suppress the unrest of the demon clan and killed the 3 demon kings. This is something that the entire greater Yenzhou Xiu Immortal World knows. The retired elder's hand trembled a little at this moment. It's only 5 months? In just 5 months, he has achieved the late stage of God transformation? 35. How can that be? When the voice of the retired elder fell, Holy Master Yuqing's expression instantly froze, and all the immortal cultivators around had their eyes widened. What? Holy Master Tianyan's cultivation base has reached the late stage of God transformation? Holy Master Tianyan has made a breakthrough again? How is this possible? A cultivator with a low cultivation base cannot see the cultivation base of a cultivator with a high rank. Only a retired elder can see it. The news of Yi Chen's breakthrough in the late stage was so shocking that it instantly spread throughout the audience. Everyone's faces were stunned when they heard it. Holy Master Tianyan actually made a breakthrough again? Has turned into a god late stage. Holy Master Tianyan, is this really cultivating immortals? Others break through a gold core, and they can't do it in a few years and decades. And the Holy Master Tianyan has entered the God transformation realm world. How can breakthrough be as simple as eating and drinking? At this moment, the immortal cultivators in the audience were somewhat self-conscious. In the face of Yi Chen's monstrous breakthrough speed, anyone will be hit. Holy Master Yuqing suppressed the shock in his heart and said softly, "Is this the trump card of Holy Master Tian? He broke through to the late stage of God transformation. Will he?" But the retired elder hesitated for a moment, then shook his head firmly. "Impossible. The transformation of the primordial spirit in the virtual world has become extraordinary. Even if you don't use the laws of heaven and earth, you can kill the transformation gods at will. Sacred Master Tianyan is the late stage of God transformation, and his combat power has soared, but he still won't be an opponent of void refinement power. What's more, that Golden Crow Elder is not an ordinary refining, and there is an accompanying vision, which is even more terrifying. As for flowers, Yi Chen breakthrough news. Through Xianwang Weibo, it instantly spread throughout the immortal world of the entire Greater Yinzhou. Countless immortal practitioners were shocked by Yi Chen's peerless talent, but it also made them more regretful. Yi Chen's talent is so detached. If Yi Chen is given another 10 years, it will definitely not be a problem to achieve the perfection. Why bother provoking the Golden Crow Elder at this time? Yi Chen is standing on top of the Demon Mountain. That tyrannical primordial spirit could clearly perceive the entire mountain of demons, trembling under its own aura. Countless demonic beasts lay on the ground, afraid to look up. And a few demon kings have also secretly escaped from the ground. This made Yi Chen smile. Just now, Yi Chen received communication messages from many people. Yan Bailu even told himself the horror of refining virtual power in detail, for fear that Yi Chen was too arrogant. But Yi Chen is really not arrogant. He has made a perfect breakthrough all the way, and the background is far beyond what ordinary cultivators can imagine. For ordinary cultivators, it is as difficult as reaching the sky. For myself, it was easy, although the refining period is strong. But with his own background and various trump cards, it is definitely not difficult to kill him. Point 0. Not to mention that he still has secrets. If triggered, direct kills are not impossible. It's coming. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and his eyes looked west. The next moment, the endless western sky seemed to be dyed red by flames. A terrifying shadow of the Golden Crow came crashing down. Every time it spreads its wings, it flies 1,000,000 miles. Incredibly fast. And the terrifying coercion came one step ahead of the shadow of the Golden Crow. It caused many immortal cultivators who were watching the battle from a distance to tremble. Golden Crow Elder, arrive! Seeing the terrifying shadow of the Golden Crow, the cultivators shivered. There is no one who can compete with such existence. They were originally watching the battle 1,000,000 miles away from the battlefield, but now they have retreated again for fear of being affected. Everyone gets nervous. For example, the Holy Master of Yaoqi, Nangong Wan, and Lin Kuo, who insisted on following, were even more worried. Because they know, Yi Chen child, extremely arrogant, does not know how to fear the strong. Today, I will teach you a truth for the ancestors of your holy master Tianyan. 99. Refinement is indescribable. The shadow of the Golden Crow is getting closer. Terrifying sound waves echoed in the heaven and earth. Countless mountain peaks collapsed. Many war practitioners with a slightly lower cultivation base had blood splattered from their 5 holes. This made people even more in awe. Just the sound hurts nascent soul. If the Golden Crow Elder really takes action, what kind of devastating scene would it be? Originally, many immortal cultivators felt that with the talent of Holy Master Tianyan, they might be able to make a few moves with the Golden Crow Elder. Now that idea is completely dismissed. Under the refinement, absolutely no one is the opponent of the Golden Crow Elder. Presumptuous. A sneer appeared on Yi Chen's face. You are also worthy of mentioning the patriarchs of my Tianyan Sacred Land? Look at the shadow of the Golden Crow that is getting closer. Yi Chen's breath burst out. Raising his hand is a punch to the Golden Crow Elder. A terrifying fist shadow was blasted out. Just blink. The Golden Crow Elder flew out at a faster speed than when he came. In the void, a ripple visible to the naked eye suddenly dispersed. This moment, heaven and earth faded. The scene in front of them makes all immortal cultivators doubt life. Golden Crow Elder has not yet been to the battlefield. Was blasted away with a punch by Holy Master Tianyan? Yes. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and doubted their life. Yi Chen, who was in the late stage of God transformation, blasted the Golden Crow Elder, who was in a virtual stage with one punch. The shadow of Golden Crow, who was still powerful just now, has disappeared. This strike at least drove the Golden Crow Elder thousands of miles away. And look at the ripples above the void. Everyone is more silent. Yi Chen, this strike, even the void is about to break. Is this the power that an immortal cultivator should have? Yuqing Sacred Land's retired elder, who turned into a god at the late stage, was almost autistic in shock. He asked himself, although he has the same rank as Yi Chen, but definitely Yi Chen couldn't take a punch. If Yi Chen's punch hit him, it is estimated that he will die directly, and even the primordial spirit will not even want to escape. The most important, Yi Chen's punch, as if it was just thrown out. It's outrageous. The whole place was quiet at the moment. There was confusion in everyone's eyes. What about refining the virtual invincible? How do you feel completely different from what you imagined? There was silence in the distance. Everyone was even suspicious. Golden Crow Elder, shouldn't he be directly killed by this punch? Should know. Chen stood above the void. Glancing into the distance, he shook his head, a little disappointed on his face. 250 Golden Crow Elder is not dead. It's a pity that it was just a blow, and it was never triggered. Otherwise, one punch can instantly kill him. The trigger probability of all the secrets is still too low. What a pity. Thousands of miles away, the Golden Crow Elder lay in the ruins of a mountain, with a fissure on his body and blood gurgling. For Lianxiu, this is only a small injury, but he lay in the rubble, motionless, because he is doubting life. Oneself, dignifiedly refining virtual power, was actually blown away by a god transformation stage with a punch. It's not that he was attacked, because they are in each other's realm. They can perceive everything. There is no possibility of a sneak attack. So when Chen raised his hand, he has already found out, but didn't care. A mediocre divine attack. Result, totally irresistible. If it weren't for the breakthrough, the physical body would be nourished by the law of heaven and earth, and it would be greatly enhanced. It is estimated that the flesh will be directly smashed under this punch. How could Chen have such a strong power? Is it stimulating potential? Or the ancient secret method? Golden Crow Elder couldn't figure it out. But after being stunned, the Golden Crow Elder was even more furious. Refining virtual power from oneself. The first time out of the mountain after breakthrough. Only one sentence was said, but no action was taken. He was blasted away by the cultivation base who was lower than his own. What a humiliation. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, there was only endless killing intent in Golden Crow Elder's heart. The great Nikki Sutra of the immortals he cultivates is extremely miraculous. The flesh was bathed in divine fire, and the wounds healed instantly. He got up suddenly. Infinite divine light radiates from the eyebrows. The law of heaven and earth. Open to me. The next moment, since his burly frame, a divine shadow radiating endless rays of light rose from the ground. Golden Crow Elder, did he really fall under this punch? There was no movement in the distance for a long time. A strong man spoke in a low voice. Everyone's face changed. No way. Dang Dang, refining virtual power, was killed with one punch? This is impossible. There's a nascent soul, late-stage rogue cultivators, very daring. Fly quickly to where the Golden Crow Elder fell. I want to see if I can get the treasure. But the next moment, a big hand flowing with infinite magma appeared and held him in his hand. Just blink. This nascent soul, late-stage rogue cultivators, along with his treasures, all turned to ashes. The whole place was quiet at this moment. Everyone watching the war practitioner, looking at the figure that suddenly rose from the ground, only felt that his breathing was stagnant. This figure is really terrifying. A figure over 1,000 meters tall, like a flame giant. Countless lava was burning on the surface of the body. A random drop will cause the earth to ignite a divine fire that cannot be extinguished. The flame giant is like a big sun, making the whole world become hot. The flame giant stepped out. It's a distance of millions of miles. Came with a bang. The law of heaven and earth. Is this the Dharma image of heaven and earth? A hand squeezes nascent soul, late stage. I feel that if I were in front of this Dharma image, even a finger would not be able to resist. 55. Looking from a distance, I feel incomparably small, and I don't have the courage to resist at all. According to legend, the law of heaven and earth was born by imitating ancient gods and demons. It has the greatest fit with heaven and earth, and its power is infinite. The Dharma of heaven and earth consumes a lot of money, and it is the trump card of those who refine the emptiness. It seems that the Golden Crow Elder is really angry, and it is the Dharma of heaven and earth as soon as he makes a move. While the crowd retreated, they marveled at the power of the law of heaven and earth. Looking at the Dharma of the Golden Crow Elder, Chen can see clearly. The flesh of the Golden Crow Elder is now placed between the eyebrows of the heaven and earth Dharma. Is this the law of heaven and earth? Although I have seen the introduction in ancient books, it is indeed a bit shocking to see it with my own eyes. 99. The physical body is located between the eyebrows of the law of heaven and earth, and it feels like driving a Gundam robot. Golden Crow Elder's law of heaven and earth is so majestic. Then what will the Dharma of heaven and earth look like after I break through and refine the void? Chen was not at all afraid of Golden Crow Elder's Dharma of heaven and earth. Even after watching it, I look forward to it. You have to make money faster. Earn 1 million. direct breakthrough, and refining. Seeing Yi Chen's indifferent appearance, the Golden Crow Elder has a stronger killing intent. To achieve virtual power by yourself, it should be smooth sailing. But Yi Chen brought himself endless humiliation. New hatred and old hatred made Golden Crow Elder not want to say a word. Just want to kill Yi Chen. Raise the fire. The power of the terrifying world gathers. Above the sky, there is an endless fireball. Every flame is the size of a fairy mountain. Hundreds of flames, scattered and scattered, fell towards Yi Chen. The temperature of Wanli Yaoshan suddenly ascended. Endless trees wither. Countless great rivers are boiling. In this scene, the strong man in the distance was inexplicably horrified. Is this the true strength of the Void Refinement Powerhouse? It's so terrifying. That terrifying, sun-like fireball might destroy a first-rate force. And above the sky, there are hundreds of flames. Although the strength of the Holy Master Tianyan is far beyond everyone's expectations. But in the face of such a terrifying offensive, how to resist? For a time, Nangong Wan and the other women clenched their fists. The fireball fell extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the first group of flames blasted towards Yi Chen. It's like a world-annihilating fire. Yi Chen's expression was calm, and he pointed out a finger, without the slightest hint of smoke. The next moment, the fireball exploded in the sky. A huge fireworks appeared in front of countless people. Yi Chen's method made the Golden Crow Elder's eyes widen. Raising fire to burn the sky is the strongest magical power recorded in the Great Nikkei. Played in the state of your own heaven and earth, the power is infinite. 7. With such magical powers, it was destroyed so easily by Yi Chen. This makes Golden Crow Elder more murderous. Behind the Dharma of heaven and earth, a divine tree appeared. An invisible fire field enveloped Yi Chen. The body of the law of heaven and earth slammed towards Yi Chen. Golden Crow Elder, with the determination to kill. Such geniuses must not remain. Must use the strongest killing move. In an instant, Yi Chen was enveloped by the strange fire domain. Countless invisible fires directly act on the primordial spirit and want to smelt it. This invisible fire is incomparable and cannot be resisted at all. Yi Chen felt that he had his own soul and was slightly injured. But right now, above the sky in the sea of knowledge, that round of galaxy cluster emits soft starlight, covering the primordial spirit. Heal the wounds of Yuanshan directly. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. After the vision is turned into reality, the effect is indeed miraculous. This made Yi Chen look forward to it even more. After you have made your own breakthrough and refined the emptiness, what kind of power the own vision will have? There is a nascent galaxy cluster vision. The invisible fire domain of the Golden Crow Elder is completely useless. Above Yi Chen's head were countless falling fireballs. In front of him is the body of heaven and earth that is about to be killed. There was a sneer at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Raise your head, facing the fireball that fell like a shooting star. There was a loud roar. The void became illusory in this roar. Hundreds of fireballs were impacted, and countless gorgeous fireworks exploded in an instant. Golden Crow Elder widened his eyes. On's most powerful supernatural power burns the sky, and it is broken like this? Yi Chen was shrouded in the power of his own vision, and the primordial spirit that should have been smelted turned into an empty body after tens of seconds. Why does it seem unresponsive? This moment, Golden Crow Elder is a little guilty. He even doubted, is Yi Chen really just a god? No hidden realm? But at the moment, his heaven and earth Dharma statue had already rushed in front of Yi Chen. Two flaming hands flowing with magma suddenly grabbed towards Yi Chen. The vision of the divine Fusang tree behind it swayed violently, emitting green light to immobilize Yi Chen Yuanshan. However, Yi Chen is in the sea of consciousness. Qinglian swayed. The green light dissipated immediately. It couldn't bring the slightest influence to Yi Chen, and looked at the giant 2.1 hand that was caught like a hill. Yi Chen urged Ozimi, raised his hand, and threw a punch. Golden Crow Elder sneered. Yi Chen's punch is powerful, but at the moment I am in a state of heaven and earth, completely confident and tough. Just catch Yi Chen. Own heaven and earth Dharma can directly smelt Yi Chen, so that Yi Chen's body and soul will be destroyed together. Can't turn around anymore. Just as Golden Crow Elder's thoughts turned sharply, Yi Chen's punch hit the flame giant's chest. The sound of terror rumbled. The flame giant's big hand was less than 100 meters away from Yi Chen. But Yi Chen didn't move at all. Enron stayed where he was. Because all characters are secret, and it was triggered just now. This battle is over. Really? The flame hand stopped abruptly. The Golden Crow elder bowed his head in disbelief. In the position of the chamber of the heaven and earth, there's a huge hole. Yi Chen punched and pierced his own heaven and earth dharma. Didn't wait for Golden Crow elder to be shocked. One after another cracks continued to spread from the holes that were blasted out. Head, arms, upper body, legs. The sound of clack, clack, as if the mountain was cracked, was incessant. Just blink. The heaven and earth dharma of the Golden Crow elder is full of cracks, like a dangerous building. Boom! Cobweb-like cracks spread all over the flame giant's body. When the limit is reached, the rumbling sound of vibration resounded through hundreds of millions of miles of heaven and earth. That full kilometer, like a flame giant standing in the sky, exploded with a bang. The world is empty at this moment. Countless immortal practitioners within tens of thousands of miles looked at the huge fireworks that seemed to block the sun from shrouding the heavens, and their eyes were shocked. Tianyan Sacred Land's retired elder, the corners of his mouth trembled, but he couldn't say anything. Beside him, hundreds of people watching War Practitioner were stunned. His eyes were full of doubts about life. And the real martial ancestor sect leader who came all the way to shoot the video. The shadow stone in his hand fell to the ground at some point. There was no response for a long time. The dharma of heaven and earth that is as terrifying as the ancient gods and demons. Did it blow up like that? Moreover, he was bombarded with a punch by the holy master Tianyan of the god transformation stage. This is incredible to know. The Golden Crow elder only took 20 breaths to reach the magic mountain. Yi Chen threw a total of 2 punches. The first punch hits. Golden Crow elder blasted back millions of miles. In the middle, I lay on the ground for about 10 breaths. The second punch hits. Golden Crow elder's heaven and earth dharma exploded. Where's the war? Totally abusive. But it is clear that the Master Yin is the one with the lower cultivation base. Obviously, it is a cross-realm war, but a crushed look. This moment, all immortal cultivators have a huge wave in their hearts. Looking at Yi Chen under the fireworks, they were in awe as if they were looking at the gods. Because it's too shocking. Looking at these 25 scenes worth going down in history, no one even remembered to post a Weibo update. And thousands of miles away, a group of elders from Tianyan Sacred Land came galloping all the way, looking at the fireworks that suddenly appeared, close to covering the entire central domain. And the rushing heat wave, all with regret. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Magic Mountain, yet there is still such power. The way of the Golden Crow elder is so terrifying. Is this the true strength of the Void Refinement realm? I just swiped the news of Tianyan's breakthrough to the late stage on Xianwang's Weibo, and I was still a little worried, but now it seems that I am completely overthinking it. I was too naive to wait. It is estimated that the Golden Crow elder throws a punch at will, and the Holy Master Tianyan will fall, and it is impossible to catch up. It's okay. There must be someone recording the photo stone among the immortal cultivators present, and it's the same to borrow it for a look. From today onwards, Tianyan Sacred Land, the first sacred land, will suppress Greater Yinzhou for at least 2,000 years. The elders of Tianyan Sacred Land were very excited and increased their speed again. Hope to get to the battlefield as soon as possible, although the battlefield is mostly over. But it would be nice to enjoy the awe and envy of the other sacred land elders. In awe, Yi Chen looked up at the sky and raised his brows. A big wave. The fireworks dissipated. A figure that wanted to escape crashed into the ground. The eyes of countless people suddenly looked over. Dying, the Golden Crow elder, who was dying, was lying on the ground. This surprised countless cultivators. In such a terrifying explosion, the Golden Crow elder is still alive. The vitality of the virtual power is actually so powerful. But this made the immortal cultivators even more shocked by Yi Chen's strength. Lianshu power with such a powerful vitality was almost killed by Yi Chen with one punch. The Golden Crow elder lying on the ground looked at Yi Chen. Only the police station remained. If it were not for the breakthrough, the flesh would be nurtured by the power of heaven and earth. It is estimated that he fell directly just now. But even if he survived, he was extremely miserable. His heart was full of confusion and fear. He was confused about Yi Chen's strength. It turned out that one punch could blast his own heaven and earth dharma. Who is the void refinement power? I have long heard of Yi Chen talent heaven defying. But I never imagined that Chen's talent is so heaven-defying. If he had known this earlier, he would never have died. Tianyan Sacred Land has all the resources needed for its breakthrough, if not for a moment of greed. How could it fall into such a situation? At this moment, the Golden Crow Elder was extremely remorseful. His realm keeps plummeting. Originally looked like a middle-aged man, but now his face has grown old. The long hair that was boiling like a fire before also fell down and turned gray. The law of heaven and earth is transformed by the primordial spirit. It is the most quintessential mind of a cultivator. Once the dharma of heaven and earth is damaged, it is extremely serious and needs to be recuperated for several years or even decades. An own heaven and earth law collapsed directly. The consequences are more serious. In the blink of an eye, he fell from the void refinement realm to the God transformation realm. And it keeps falling. He knelt down directly to Chen and begged, "Fellow Yi, I know I'm wrong. 95, I will definitely repay all the spirit stones in the immortal loan that I owed before. Whether it is interest or liquidated damages, I will never owe a cent or a cent. Pray for the Lord's extrajudicial mercy." This scene shook the hearts of countless immortal cultivators who watched. The only virtual power in Yenzhou for 3,000 years. It was directly knocked down realm. He even knelt down and begged for mercy. It's really unpredictable. However, Chen's expression was indifferent, and Void pointed a finger. Boom! With a shocked expression, the Golden Crow Elder exploded directly into a firework. "Give you the privilege, you don't have to pay it back." Nian. Chen's words and the explosion sounded in the ears of countless war practitioners here. Make them all tremble. The void refinement power that can suppress the entire Great Yenzhou has just fallen? And Chen's words made them even more terrified. Because before, Chen posted on Weibo, only the dead have the privilege of not repaying the immortal loan. So, Golden Crow Elder is dead. At this moment, the expressions of many immortal cultivators changed, especially the retired elder and the holy master of Tianyan Sacred Land. Before they came, they thought Chen would die. Tianyan Sacred Land will be greatly damaged by then. Not to mention debt collection, even maintaining the current scale is difficult. So they all scrambled to borrow the full amount from the immortal cultivation loan, intending to prostitute for nothing. They were curious before. After eating such a big loss, why did Tianyan Sacred Land dare to lend them such a huge amount of spirit stones? But now, they understand. Tianyan Sacred Land is not afraid that others will not return spirit stones. Because even if you refine the virtual power, you will not return the spirit stones. Also fall. Not to mention them. Yuqing, the retired elder of Sacred Land, has made up his mind at this moment. Go back in a while and return all the spirit stones. Chen is too evil. Killing and refining virtual with 2 punches. Killing yourself would be a waste of a finger. The spirit stones, who borrowed the Xian loan, were under too much pressure. The rest of the immortal cultivators also had this idea. There are only a few immortal cultivators who directly squandered all the spirit stones after they got the spirit stones, despairing in their hearts. They can only repay in installments and have worked for Tianyan Sacred Land for decades. But the crowd was amazed. They turned their heads involuntarily and looked at the group of people who had just reached the edge of the battlefield. The expressions of everyone are very strange. The entire group of people who were watched by the crowd all looked astonished. Some even had cold hands and feet. They finally caught up with the battle. But this battle, completely different from what they imagined. Shouldn't it be the Golden Crow Elder who raised his hand to kill Chen? Then why did they see that the Golden Crow Elder was wilting, knelt on the ground, and begged Chen for mercy? Is it true that they set off from Tianyan Sacred Land, the high-spirited Golden Crow Elder? Did they come to the wrong place? And see the Golden Crow Elder blasted into fireworks. The crowd was even more silent. I just got out of Tianyan Sacred Land's Lianshu power. Is this gone? This? Holy Master Tianyan, what kind of evildoer is he? Tianyan Sacred Land Elder, headed by the Punishment Elder, felt Chen's swept eyes, all like falling into an ice cave. At this moment, they didn't even have the courage to escape. Chen's methods are unpredictable, and he can even kill the emptiness. In front of Chen, they only had to wait to die. And Chen glanced at them with some regret in his eyes. Big cleverness didn't come. Great wisdom often kills. The default on spirit stones this time is probably his idea. Always jumping up and down simply pinched to death. Didn't come this time. Count him lucky. As for the elders in front of him, Chen would not kill them. Tianyan Sacred Land was seriously injured and no longer threatened his family. The entire Sacred Land is close to 1 million cultivators, and they are basically high-quality users. If you are killed by yourself, you will be blocked. Tianyan PHS has fewer users. These elders can even give lectures and earn spirit stones by themselves. Kill the wave for 253 mana. So Chen looked at the elders of Tianyan Sacred Land and said indifferently, I won't kill you. Within 3 days, collect all the spirit stones and return them. 35. If it's not enough, all the Tianyan Pavilion and resource points occupied in various places will be auctioned off. 5. Understood. Punishment Elder and others did not even have the courage to look directly at Chen. Gnawed his head into a woodpecker. Chen stopped looking at these people. He looked around the battlefield for a week. When I saw the unparalleled and elegant Yaoqi, Holy Master, Chen smiled slightly and nodded at the other party. Although he did not accept the help of the other party. But Chen got the other party's heart. The Holy Master of Yaoqi felt Chen's eyes and gestures and smiled like a flower. Men are like that. After you do something big, you will look at the people you care about at first sight. Hope to get the other side's affirmation. Chen looked at himself at first sight, proving a lot. At this moment, Holy Master Yaoqi was a little hesitant in his heart. Oneself, or simply resign from the position of the Holy Master. If you are no longer the Holy Master of Yaoqi, you don't have to be tied down anymore, so that I can accept Chen's wishes. For a time, the heart of the Holy Master of Yaoqi was about to move. Chen didn't know that he nodded. Just let the Holy Master of Yaoqi make up so many things. Flying to Nangongwan's side. Master, let's go back. Nangongwan's bright and beautiful face was filled with pride and pride. At the same time, there are also concerns. Your combat power is indeed good, but fighting across the realm is really dangerous, and it is better to be more secure next time. 39. Chen heard the words. The corner of his mouth twitched. Fighting against the Golden Crow Elder by yourself? Is this still dangerous? But still smiled and agreed. The admiration in Lin Kuer's eyes on the side was so strong that it seemed like water was about to drip. Chen was too lazy to care about her. With a big wave of his hand, he flew to Tianyan Sacred Land together with the two women under the awe-inspiring gaze of the onlookers. Chen left leisurely. At this moment, I finally have a look at War Practitioner. Recover from shock. Quickly open Xianwang Weibo. Xianwang Weibo. Before that, shrouding the heavens blocked the sun, and the fireworks that covered the entire Greater Yinzhou Central Territory were seen by countless immortal practitioners. The photo was uploaded to Xianwang Weibo. Sparked a huge debate. After all, the Demon Mountain of 10,000 miles is in the central region. And today, the Holy Master Tianyan is about to fight the virtual power. Could the fireworks be the supernatural power of refining virtual power? It is really terrifying to spread the entire Central Territory with one blow. Many immortal cultivators felt sorry for Chen. Sacred Master Tianyan is a true genius with unlimited prospects. Why should he fight with Lianshu power for the sake of 5 million top-grade spirit stones? The Tianyan PHS created by the Holy Master Tianyan allowed me to break through from Qi refining to foundation establishment in just 1 year, which can be said to have changed the entire immortal world of cultivation. 99. What a pity. I don't know if there will be new applications after the fall of the Holy Master. There should be no more in the whole of Great Yinzhou who can think like Heavenly Horse as the Holy Master Tianyan. Why is there still no news of the battlefield? Could it be that the Golden Crow Elder murdered and slaughtered all the war practitioners? Countless cultivators were talking about it. I am curious about the situation of Wanli Yaoshan. Most do nothing, waiting for the latest news in Xianwang Weibo. A nascent soul late-stage rogue cultivators even posted a message. I was in closed-door training before, and I didn't have time to go to the Wanli Monster Mountain. It's a pity. Which fellow Taoist can tell me how the situation is now? Soon. Below his dynamic. Then a message from a nascent soul elder in Yuqing's Sacred Land appeared. Break up. Those simple words made nascent soul rogue cultivators wide-eyed. And many immortal cultivators also heard the news, and their expressions were shocked. Fried? Holy Master Tianyan was directly bombed by the Golden Crow Elder? Thinking of the fireworks of shrouding the heavens, countless people couldn't help but sigh. Although they had long expected, Chen was no match. But when the strongest genius of this generation, the Holy Master Tianyan, who had briefly ascended the throne of the #1 powerhouse in Great Yinzhou, was truly confirmed to have fallen. Everyone was still a little disappointed, and nascent soul rogue cultivators also replied to Yuqing's Sacred Land elder. Hey, I didn't expect Holy Master Tianyan to die in such a way. It's gorgeous. All the cultivators nodded when they saw this. Holy Master Tianyan is like a dazzling meteor. This way of dying is indeed gorgeous. However, before most of the immortal cultivators were melancholy, the feeling of loss lasted too long. The elder of Yuqing's Sacred Land replied, What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say that the Holy Master Tianyan fell, and I didn't mean to slander the Holy Master Tianyan. 5. I mean, Golden Crow Elder fried. Golden Crow Elder's Dharma image of heaven and earth was blown up by Holy Master Tianyan with one punch. Even the void has cracks under this punch. The gorgeous fireworks are the product of the explosion of the heaven and earth. Although not a face-to-face conversation, but through the text, everyone could clearly perceive Yuqing's Sacred Land elder's panic and anxiety. A look that is extremely fearful of Holy Master Tianyan. And this person's series of replies made all immortal cultivators bewildered. Wasn't the one that exploded the Holy Master Tianyan, but the Golden Crow Elder of the Void Refinement period? Are the fireworks produced by the explosion of the law of heaven and earth? And Golden Crow Elder's heaven and earth Dharma statue was bombed by Yi Chen's punch? How can that be? Do you believe it yourself? Between the two, there is a whole big realm. Nascent soul rogue cultivators didn't believe it either, wondering if this fellow Taoist was amusing himself. At this moment, the Weibo homepage is refreshed. The dynamics of countless big figures are sent out one after another. Holy Master Yuqing. Congratulations to Holy Master Tianyan. Senior breakthrough in the late stage. I admire it very much. 35. Yuqing's Sacred Land retired elder. Ye's fellow Taoist is a genius, and Lao Dao is ashamed. Lao Dao hates things that others have borrowed spirit stones and will not return it. I hereby announce that if any of my disciples in Yuqing's Sacred Land do it when this happened, they were all directly expelled from Sacred Land. Demon sect leader. I have always believed that the Holy Lord Senior is not weaker than the Golden Crow Elder, and I can see it today, and it really is. The Holy Lord status as the #1 powerhouse in Yinzhou is well-deserved. Yaoqi's Sacred Land retired elder. Congratulations to Tianyan Sacred Land's successful compulsory collection operation. The real martial ancestor sect leader. The Holy Master uses the transformation of the gods to kill and refine the emptiness and create the history of Immortal World. I really, martial ancestor, would like to serve the Holy Master Tianyan and spread the heroic image of the Holy Master throughout the Immortal World. Looking at this microblog that seems to be swiping the screen, the eyes of countless immortal cultivators widened. All are licking the Holy Master Tianyan. Congratulations to the Holy Master Tianyan. The meaning of this is thought-provoking. In the end, the dynamic of the real martial ancestor sect leader made countless cultivators lose their voices. In order to transform the gods, kill, and refine the virtual, the Golden Crow Elder of the Void Stage dead? How can that be? This news, like a storm, swept the entire Yinzhou in an instant. Countless immortal cultivators poured into the Immortal Net Weibo for the first time. The news of the fall of the Golden Crow Elder, in the blink of an eye, reached the top of the hot search. But even so many strong people tweet, the hearts of many immortal cultivators are still unbelievable. They really don't believe it. The first statue in Yinzhou in 3,000 years. The law of heaven and earth destroys heaven and earth. There are also accompanying visions which are stronger than ordinary void refining. How could such an existence fall so easily and still died in the hands of a god? No one will want to believe this. But at the moment, most of the live watching war practitioner recovered from the shock. Entered Xianwang Weibo. Dozens of photos of the scene were sent out together by a Sacred Land elder. In the first photo, it is the image of Golden Crow Elder's heaven and earth, striding from a distance. This picture, it shocked countless immortal cultivators who saw the law of heaven and earth for the first time. The law of heaven and earth is far more terrifying than they imagined. A full kilometer, like ancient gods and demons. Just looking at the photos left them feeling swayed and in awe. How could such an existence fall? In the second photo, it is still the Dharma of the Golden Crow Elder. But in the chest of heaven and earth Dharma, a huge hole appeared, like being blasted out of life. And the previous divine and martial law of heaven and earth is full of countless cracks at this moment. Even in the void behind the law of heaven and earth, there were also cobweb-like cracks. This scene made the hearts of countless immortal cultivators tense. Could it be that the Holy Master Tianyan really smashed the Golden Crow Elder's heaven and earth dharma with one punch? They immediately opened the next photo. As far as the eye can see, a splendid fireworks. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and couldn't wait to look down. The Golden Crow Elder lay on the ground, gray-haired and sluggish. The Golden Crow Elder knelt down to the Holy Master Tianyan and begged for mercy. The Golden Crow Elder was horrified. Golden Crow Elder turns into a firework. After viewing all photos, the palms of countless immortal practitioners trembled. It takes only 3,000 years to produce a void refinement power. Did it just fall right away? The Weibo dynamics of those powerhouses turn out to be true. Holy Lord Tianyan. With just one punch, the Golden Crow Elder's heaven and earth dharma was blasted. This truth let countless cultivators doubt life at this moment. Holy Master Tianyan is just a late stage of God transformation, crossing a big realm, bombing the heaven and earth with one punch. This is really outrageous. A time, Big Yin lost his voice. There is only a blank space in the minds of all immortal cultivators. Some even wondered if they had not woken up. As for the common area, it was quiet. Not that they weren't surprised, but too surprised. Not in the mood to comment at all. And in Tianyan Sacred Land, the elders were in a panic, calling out in front of the immortal cave of the Lord Tianyan. Soon, immortal cave doors open. Lord Tianyan rushed out in anger. He was seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to enter meditation. The result was disturbed. The injury almost worsened. The words of Lord Tianyan are only half said. See the expressions on the faces of the elders. He sensed something was wrong. What happened? Punishment Elder said blankly. Golden Crow Elder dead. What? Lord Tianyan jumped up directly. What did you say? Punishment Elder lowered his head. Golden Crow Elder, in Wanli Yaoshan, was beheaded by Holy Master Tianyan. Lord Tianyan was stunned. What are you kidding? Tianyan Sacred Land expended so many resources and finally came up with a virtual power. How long has it been since I left Sacred Land? I'm afraid it's not enough for a meal. As a result, you told me that the person was gone? How can that be? Lord Tianyan could not accept this fact. However, when he opened Xianwang Weibo and looked at the photos in the first mile of the hot search, like countless immortals, Lord Tianyan was silent. Golden Crow Elder really fell, and he was beaten to death by Chen. At this moment, Lord Tianyan was extremely terrified. He was shocked that Chen broke through again in just 5 months. Even more shocked by Chen's sturdy combat power. Even crossing the big realm, killing and refining virtual power is so easy. Makes people suspicious. This world, is there anything you Chen can't do? Chilled. Holy Master Tianyan was a little lucky. Fortunately, I was healed by closed-door training and didn't follow me. Otherwise, most of them won't be able to come back. Only, when I thought about how big my own Li Hao was of virtual power, it's just gone the first time out. Countless resources were lost. It is really uncomfortable. But he soon discovered that he was suffering too early. Because of the punishment, the elder said, Sacred Master Tianyan told me to wait in the magic mountain of 10,000 miles, and let us return all spirit stones within 3 days. 39, including the Golden Crow Elder one. Otherwise, our Tianyan Pavilion and all resource points will be auctioned off. The corner of Tianyan's mouth twitched. The value of those resources occupied by Tianyan Sacred Land is far greater than the 5 million top-grade spirit stones. It could be a long stream of water and continue to provide benefits. If all is lost, Tianyan Sacred Land will really go bankrupt. Return. Sell the treasure to raise spirit stones. I tried my best. I wanted a prostitute for nothing. But now I have to obediently pay back spirit stones, and there is still a lot of interest. The most important thing is that Tianyan Pavilion and countless resources are occupied. The treasures in it must all be taken away by Tianyan Sacred Land. Even if the family still has spirit stones, Tianyan Sacred Land will never return the treasures that have been taken. So even more blood loss. Not to mention, my own power refining, but also because of cultivating Immortal World. The 7 million top-grade spirit stones used in Breakthrough have all been washed away. All things considered, the family lost at least 10 million top-grade spirit stones. When calculating this number in your head, Lord Tai Xian's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His injury has worsened again. Use. The next few days, in the Xianwang auction house, there were suddenly many treasures that could be encountered but not sought after. Surprised countless immortal cultivators and competed fiercely. In order to take pictures of these treasures, many strong people did not hesitate to borrow money from the Xiaoxian loan. And these treasures were actually stolen by Tianyan Sacred Land, stolenly put on the shelves. The Golden Crow Elder breakthrough, draining the liquidity in Tianyan Sacred Land, emptied it. Now only the treasures in the Sacred Land can be sold, such as smashing pot and selling iron. Tianyan Sacred Land will finally be repaid from spirit stones in the Xiaoxian loan on the third day. And Tianyan Sacred Land, after receiving spirit stones, it didn't bother Tianyan Sacred Land anymore. Returned the Tianyan Square and most of the resource points that were previously occupied to Tianyan Sacred Land. But only the majority. For example, the Dragon Blood Spirit Vein, the secret realm of the Broken Baby Flower, the secret realm of the Incarnation Grass, etc. There is no mention of repayment at all. This made Tianyan Sacred Land angry, but there was nothing he could do. What can be done? And the entire Greater Yinzhou repair Immortal World. Even if a few days have passed, in Xianwang Weibo, countless immortal cultivators are still talking about the previous shocking battle. And the real martial ancestor recorded the photo stone of the war, which is even more popular in Taobao. In just one day, millions of copies were sold. When most cultivators watched the video, they were unable to calm down for a long time. Where is the fight? Simply crushing. Holy Master Tianyan is obviously one realm lower than the opponent, but the combat power was completely crushed. Holy Lord, how powerful is it? Countless people were shocked, and even more in awe. The fall of the Golden Crow Elder also made countless immortal practitioners regret. Since ancient times, there are only a handful of powers in Great Yinzhou, and all of them have illustrious names. Only the Golden Crow Elder was beaten to death because of his debts. It is estimated that even looking at the entire repair Immortal World, the Golden Crow Elder is definitely the most embarrassed void refinement power to die. The death of the Golden Crow Elder also made all cultivators understand a truth. That is, don't borrow spirit stones for immortality loan and not pay it back. As a result of, really serious, in the Great Hall of Tianyan Sacred Land, the elders looked at Yi Chen's eyes in awe. Although I have been shocked countless times, it stands to reason that I should get used to it. However, the combat power of his own holy master, it's really outrageous. One punch smashes the heaven and earth dharma of void refinement. Is this what the gods are supposed to do? Yi Chen was sitting on the holy throne, obviously causing a stir in the entire Great Yin, but his expression was extraordinarily calm. After killing the Golden Crow Taoist, Yi Chen was not in a hurry to return to Tianyan Sacred Land. Instead, he took Nangong Wan and Lin Kuer to visit the mountains and waters in Yinzhou for a few days. It is now 5 days later. How is Xiaoxiandai's current income situation? Yi Chen asked. The Foreign Affairs Elder looked more respectful than usual. Return to the Holy Lord. Today, the total loan scale of Xiaoxiandai has reached 300 million top-grade spirit stones. The average daily interest is about 150,000 top-grade spirit stones, minus the 50,000 premium spirit stones interest to depositors. Our daily net profit is about 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen listened and nodded in satisfaction. But what came to mind? When calculating the net profit, did you take the possibility of the fall of the cultivator into consideration? Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder nodded. During this time, there are indeed cases where immortal cultivators have fallen and cannot repay the loan. But there are also immortal cultivators who have a lot of deposits in the Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. 99. These unowned deposits are even more than unpaid loans. So, the profit of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is higher than expected. Yi Chen was overjoyed to hear that. Yes, cultivators are at great risk of falling. Deposits are cheaper. Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment has nothing to say about inheritance. If people are gone, the deposit is yours. It was also a windfall. Now, the application launched before Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. The monthly profit is basically maintained at around 10 million top-grade spirit stones. And the lottery of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass is huge profits. Monthly income of 6 million top-grade spirit stones. Xiaoxiandai is the top-grade spirit stones with a monthly income of 3 million. If you add it up, the total income of Xiaoxiandai is 9 million top-grade spirit stones. Really, doing finance is the most profitable. The income of a Xianwang cloud flash payment is comparable to the sum of the income of all previous applications. Today, the total income of Tianyan Sacred Land has reached 19 million. Waiting for the launch of Haitao, the monthly income of 20 million will not be a problem. This number made Chen smile with satisfaction. In the period of self-breakthrough refining, you need a small target of top-grade spirit stones. Now it seems that at most 5 or 6 months can be put together. Perfect. How's the deployment of the interstate teleportation array going? The Foreign Affairs Elder immediately smiled. Holy Lord, the interstate teleportation formation has basically been arranged. 35. However, the teleportation formation between Penglai Immortal Island and Mingwang Prefecture took 5 minutes longer than the estimated teleportation time, and the consumption doubled than expected. 99. Chen Elder said it would take another 4 to 5 days to debug. The teleportation array is about to be established. Let the elders present here also shine. With the interstate teleportation array, it will be more convenient for them to travel to Mingwang Prefecture in the future. Chen is also quite satisfied. What about the Sword Sect of God? How are the preparations? Is the cooperation going smoothly? When Chen asked here, the Foreign Affairs Elder's smile was even brighter, and he couldn't hide it at all. Holy Master, the selection from the Heavenly Sword Sect is basically confirmed to be completed. 55. They can guarantee that after someone places an order in Xianwang Taba, the goods will be purchased within 2 days and sent to the location of the teleportation array. Then it takes another half a day for the goods to pass through the teleportation array to Yenzhou. Finally, it is sorted and dispatched by our Xianwang Express. The whole process takes about 4 days. 35. The overall cooperation is quite pleasant. However, when I communicated with Elder Dugu, who was in charge of cooperation and contact with the Song Sword Sect, I could always feel the arrogance in the other party's tone and the feeling of despising our Tianyan Sacred Land. But since the Lord, you killed the Golden Crow Elder, the attitude of the Elder Dugu changed. The tone and attitude are much gentler than before. When you mention you, Holy Master, you are even more respectful. Obviously, although the Heavenly Sword Sect was surprised by the wealth of Tianyan Sacred Land before. But for Sacred Land, which doesn't even have virtual refinement, there is arrogance after all. But now, in Xianwang Weibo, they saw Chen cross the big realm to kill the Golden Crow Taoist. All were shocked. Repair the Immortal World and respect the strength. Although Tianyan Sacred Land does not have virtual power, but having Chen is equivalent to having the power of refining virtual. And it's not just a common practice. After all, the later stage of cultivation, it is not difficult to defeat the enemy, but it is extremely difficult to kill the enemy. But Chen can smash the heaven and earth with one punch. It's startling to think about. With such strength, even in Ming Wangzhou, it can be ranked first. Their attitude has changed drastically. When Chen heard this, he smiled slightly. This is the importance of mastering power while practicing Immortal World. As for flowers, if there is no corresponding strength, it is estimated that after a period of cooperation, the Sword Sect of Heaven will think that the profits they have received are too small, and they will be greedy and make some fools. And now what? It's definitely fine. Chen tapped his finger lightly and said with a deep sigh, that's the case. Then 5 days later, Tianyan PHS will be updated and the overseas shopping function will be launched. Notify Heavenly Sword Sect and let them get ready. At the same time, let Elder, who is in charge of Xianwang Express, make preparations for express docking in advance. The Foreign Affairs Elder immediately nodded. For the Haitao function, people are actually looking forward to it, because Ming Wangzhou's immortal civilization is indeed stronger. Mayashu is located in the center of the entire Immortal World. With more abundant spiritual qi, there are countless inheritances. In pill refining, formation, etc., there are no small advantages. There are elders who have traveled to Mingwang Prefecture, have purchased some of the top medicine pills. Although more expensive, the drug is also better. I didn't make much money at the time, so I wasn't willing to buy too much. And now, the elders are many times richer than before. The higher the income, the more naturally you want better. However, Ming Wangzhou is too far away. The nascent soul period comes and goes. Even if it does not stop day and night, it will take a year, which is really not worth it. And wait for the Haitao function to go online. If you are in Yenzhou, you can also directly purchase the treasures of medicine pill in Ming Wangzhou. It only takes 4 or 5 days for it to be delivered. Never waste a whole year again. Perfect. At this moment, the business is over. The elders left with satisfaction, looking forward to the launch of the overseas shopping function in 5 days. And Yi Chun, after thinking about the Haitao function, what application should be launched? After all, the next breakthrough, the consumption is in billions. For the requirements of spirit stones, the direct explosive increase. And Yi Chen's combat power is amazing now. If you can trigger all the characters, it is estimated that the middle stage of refining virtual can be killed. Yi Chun is also not afraid of Lianshu late stage, confident that he can compete with it. Hidden in this integrated union period, the Mahayana period basically exists only in the legendary Immortal World. Yi Chen's combat power is basically at the peak of Xiao Immortal World. Completely not afraid of the major sacred lands in Mingwang province, the ancient religions. So, Ming Wangzhou, a big market, can enter with confidence. Just enter the Ming Wangzhou market. All of the previous app revenue of the company will usher in a double surge. Relying on the Ming Wangzhou market, it is estimated that before the breakthrough Mahayana period, there is no need for headaches. Only, it will also take some time to establish the sales channel of Tianyan PHS in Ming Wangzhou. So, the next app of my own is mainly for the cultivators of Great Yenzhou. So, what should the next app be? The short video is really good, but Yi Chen hopes that the heavy application of short video will be launched when it enters the Ming Wangzhou market. In order to usher in the pursuit of immortal cultivators, it became an instant hit. So, short videos can be reserved for later. Then what to do? Yi Chen frowned slightly in thought. Soon, suddenly, the eyes lit up. 1000 Degrees Library. Yes, it is Chengdu Library. Yi Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Chengdu Library was very famous on Earth in the previous life and had various documents. You can also create an Immortal World version of the library yourself. Certainly, the information uploaded in the Xianwang Library is not any information. 3 shifts today and 1 shift yesterday. There will be 3 more tomorrows and another one will be added. I'm really sorry, but 1000 Degrees Library. It should be called Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. As soon as this idea came up, Yi Chen felt quite promising. In a very short time, the general function was conceived. Xianwang Sutra Pavilion. Simply put, that is, cultivators can transfer power methods, spells, Taoist methods, supernatural powers, etc. to the Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. Through different grades and cherishing degrees, different prices are set. And other cultivators want to learn what cultivation technique, they can search in Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. Check out the introduction and try a few lines. If you think it suits you, you can pay directly and download cultivation technique to learn. In the practice of Immortal World, cultivation technique, Taoism, etc., it is the foundation of practice. Everyone regards it as a treasure. For most cultivators, it is not bad to get a cultivation technique. As for whether it is suitable for you or not, it depends on luck. The same is true of Taoism and magic. Some studies are good, don't think that some are not. But once the Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion appears, it allows cultivators to choose the most suitable one from the countless cultivation techniques in Yenzhou. As a result, cultivation is multiplied with half the effort, and cultivation base and combat power are greatly increased. As for whether cultivators are willing to share their own cultivation technique, not a big problem. On the one hand, those on the transfer power law, you can get 2, 5, and 3 income from the paid download of the cultivator. On the other hand, many people's cultivation technique may be repeated. If you don't upload it, others will upload and earn spirit stones. In this case, most immortal cultivators absolutely want to be the first person to use the transfer power method so that they can get a share. Of course, there must be many unique cultivation techniques that will not be uploaded. For example, the holy method of Tianyan in his own Tianyan Sacred Land can only be learned by the holy maiden of every generation. Even elder is not qualified to study. This is the foundation of the Sacred Land heritage, and naturally it will not be passed on. Another example is the Great Nikkei of the Golden Crow Elder, which is said to be the only one that has lost the transfer power method in ancient times. If Golden Crow Elder is still alive, it is estimated that it will not be uploaded. In other sacred lands, the same is true for the Great Church. There are unique cultivation techniques that are not rumored, but the rest of the cultivation technique is far from such scarcity. It is believed that after the release of the Sanjing Pavilion, there will be cultivators who will apply the transfer power method. After some time, Cultivation techniques that cultivators want to learn can be found in the Immortal Net collection of sutras. The family relies on the revenue from paid downloads. Absolutely can make a lot of money. After all, repairing Immortal World, there is no such thing as piracy. And the benefits that Xianwang Sutra Pavilion can bring are far more than that. As the owner of the Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion, you can explore the cultivation technique of the entire Immortal World, broaden your horizons, and get countless benefits. In the future, it might be possible to rely on the huge computing power of Tianyan Sacred Land. The Xian cultivation technique is derived from the countless cultivation techniques of the Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion as the database. On the other hand, the overall strength of Yinzhou Xiao Immortal World will also usher in a surge. After all, if everyone can find the most suitable own cultivation technique in Taoism, cultivation is bound to get twice the result with half the effort. Far more than ever. Rapid growth and strength. This is of great benefit to the healthy development of the Immortal World. But the benefits of Xianwang Sutra Pavilion are far more than that. Before, the tradition of repairing the Immortal World is to cherish the broom. Whether it is cultivation technique or Taoism, they are hidden and tucked away from each other and will never be shown to others. This is human nature, but one of the downsides of being a broom is to cherish it. It's just that each other is working behind closed doors. Even if someone has improved a cultivation technique, they will not tell others. When the cultivator dies, improvements to the cultivation technique will also be buried in the grave. At the same time, the self-esteem of the broom will also lead to the loss of many cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques, such as the Great Nikkei, are said to have been owned by several great sects in ancient times. But now almost all of them are lost. Countless powerful cultivation techniques have disappeared into history like this. And there is the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. The cultivation technique can be permanently saved online. Never worry about being lost. At the same time, cultivation technique can also be launched to complete the function. Simply put, it is the cultivator who downloaded the cultivation technique. If in cultivation, there are omissions and supplements for the cultivation technique, and improvements are made, then you can upload the improved cultivation technique to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. If the improvement really makes the cultivation technique more powerful or the cultivation efficiency is higher, it has been verified and approved by the staff of Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion. It can replace the original cultivation technique, and the improver can get a part of the sales share of the cultivation technique. For those who have purchased it before, you can update it for free. Believe in the motivation of this strategy. There will definitely be many cultivators who will no longer be stingy with their own improvements to the cultivation technique. There will even be strong ones who will earn spirit stones, specially responsible for strengthening and improving cultivation technique. Once this model is implemented, it will make the cultivation technique of Great Yinzhou usher in a huge innovation. The level of the whole body cultivator will also usher in a surge. Future, when Tianyan PHS is sold to Ming Wangzhu, or even the entire Great Yinzhou, the entire repair of Immortal World will benefit greatly. Wait 10 years, 100 years. Repairing Immortal World's immortal level will improve a lot. The more you think, the more Chen felt that the Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion had a bright future. Once launched, it will definitely be sought after. As for earning spirit stones, although it is certainly not as much as Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, but definitely make a lot of money. It can also make the average strength of the cultivator's usher in a rapid rise. Well known, in repairing Immortal World, strength and productivity are linked. As the strength of the cultivator increases, the productivity also increases. You can earn more by yourself. Besides, after the launch of Xianwang Sutra Pavilion, the one that can benefit the most from it is your own home. So, Xianwang Sutra Pavilion. Absolutely promising. However, the functions of the Immortal Netbook Collection Pavilion are not only these. There can also be derivative services. For example, in addition to selling cultivation technique, you can also sell derived cultivation experience. Cultivation practitioners can upload this cultivation technique cultivation experience. It can be selected and downloaded by cultivators. After all, it is not so simple to get started with a cultivation technique. It will be easier to learn if you have the experience of your predecessors to lead the way. It can also generate more income. Another example, some bad street pulling hip cultivation technique, Taoist method, and the like. Very common in repairing Immortal World. There is a free area for members. Every month, 9.9 low-grade spirit stones, open membership. You can read these most common cultivation techniques and Taoist methods indefinitely. At the same time, piracy should also be prevented. Of course, not piracy in name, but in case any cultivator downloads the cultivation technique, he can teach it to the people around him, fellow disciples and brothers, relatives, and so on. This affects their own interests. So it has to cooperate with the Immortal Net Photo Stone. Let all the cultivators who use the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion. All must make a heavenly Tao oath to ensure that the cultivation technique and knowledge learned from the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion will never be passed on. Other functions are also possible, but these need to be considered slowly, not in a hurry for now. The next focus of development is the overseas online shopping function that will be launched soon. After the Haitao function is online, it is also necessary to prepare the sales channels of Mingwangzhu. After all, Tianyan PHS wants to sell. Or if you want to use various functions, you need the cooperation of offline stores. These must be prepared in advance. Just sell Tianyan PHS. But service can't keep up, that's pointless. Chen stretched leisurely. I heard that master finally won a consolation prize. You have to celebrate yourself. At the same time, Gu Yunyun should have stabilized realm. It is estimated that it will come out in 2 days. Little is better than newlyweds. Think of Gu Yunyun's mature temperament and perfect figure. Chen couldn't help but feel a little bit of heat in his heart. Xianwang Weibo. Chen's deeds of slashing and refining virtual power are still discussed by immortal cultivators with great interest. The heat hasn't dropped for a long time. This battle had a huge impact on the entire Great Yinzhou pattern. No doubt, Tianyan Sacred Land has become the well-deserved first sacred land in Greater Yinzhou. And the Holy Master Tianyan was the #1 powerhouse in the world in Great Yinzhou. It is clear that he has only cultivated the Tao for 30 years, but it has overwhelmed countless old and powerful people. Looking at the tens of thousands of years of history in Yinzhou, there has never been a person as dazzling as Chen. The fame of Tianyan Sacred Land is unparalleled for a while. Today, Tianyan Sacred Land recruits people, attracts talents, and thrives. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Tianyan Sacred Land will become more and more prosperous. And compared to it, Taishian's Sacred Land, extraordinarily quiet. It was hard to come out of a refining emptiness, and it fell out of the door. To pay off debts, it is even more smashing the pot and selling iron, taking out a lot of treasures in the treasure house. The most important secret realms are also occupied by Tianyan Sacred Land. Elders are hurt by everyone. It can be said to be really hurt. I heard that Taishan Sacred Land has issued a notice to reduce the welfare of the upper and lower sacred land due to the lack of spirit stones. All kinds of news led a lot of emotion. Taishan Sacred Land came out with a phantom power, which was a good thing. But it happened to provoke Taishan Sacred Land, causing good things to turn into bad things. It really kills. It is said, I owe spirit stones not to repay this proposal, which was proposed by Lord Taishan. What a clever one. It is said that the next top 100 beauty selection will be held in March next year, and this time I will vote for Yao 2.1 Shi, Holy Master. The Tianjiao list is nothing but a fake. After all, there is Holy Master Tianyan, and this Tianjiao list is bleak. Have you heard the news? It is said that the Qingqing elder of Yaoqi's sacred land broke through to Lianshu in Mingwangzhu. How is this possible? It's true that Lianshu is Chinese cabbage. But when it comes to the elder Qingqing, she is really beautiful. She is the #1 beauty recognized by our generation. If Qingqing Elder participates in the beauty selection, we fans of Sunset Red will definitely make a list for her. In Xianwang Weibo, every day is very lively. Countless immortal practitioners chatted in it. When the time is close to noon, all cultivators Tianyan PHS prompts. Tianyan PHS will be upgraded in 5 minutes. This moment, the eyes of countless immortal cultivators widened. Tianyan Xiling actually want to break through again? The previous 2 upgrades, a lottery function and a cultivating loan function, have brought countless sensations. It even caused the void refinement power to fall. Now, is it going to be updated again? This time, is Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass with a new function? Or are there new apps coming out? Countless immortal cultivators are looking forward to it. They put down everything at hand and waited quietly for the update of Tianyan PS. P.S. There will be a chapter later, but it will be later. Tianyan PHS is about to be updated again. This news instantly spread throughout the Immortal World in the entire Greater Yinzhou. Countless immortal cultivators are patiently waiting for the update to begin. Nowadays, you need to use Tianyan PHS to buy things. Tianyan PHS is used to bid for treasures. To learn to improve yourself, you must also use Tianyan PHS. Even everyone's spirit stones basically exist in Tianyan PHS. The importance of Tianyan PHS is getting higher and higher. So for every update of Tianyan PHS, cultivators are very concerned about it, looking forward to seeing more interesting features. When the time came to 12 noon, in just a few dozen breaths, the update is complete. Countless immortal cultivators who had been looking forward to it for a long time entered Tianyan PHS for the first time. The usual update prompts appear in front of everyone. The cumulative update content of Tianyan PHS version 1.6 is as follows. Still version 1.6. It doesn't appear to be a new app. It's updated with new features. But the cultivators were not disappointed. After all, lottery tickets and immortal loans are also new features. Could it be that Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass has updated new functions this time? With anticipation, the cultivator continued to look down. The Immortal Cave Loan function has been added to Xiuxian Loan. Immortal Cave Loan function. When cultivators buy Immortal Cave in Xiancheng, they only need to pay 30% of the Immortal Cave price, and the rest can be borrowed from the Immortal Cave Loan. 99. The Immortal Cave Loan does not occupy the Xiuxian Loan line. The maximum repayment period of the Immortal Cave Loan is 100 years. Immortal Cave Loan can be repaid by multiple people, add Dao Companion, and the children will repay together. Immortal Cave Loan needs to be applied for review offline. Tianyan Pavilion all over the country has Immortal Cave Loan review window. The Immortal Cave Loan needs to use the Immortal Cave as collateral. If the loan is not repaid for 6 consecutive months, Tianyan Sacred Land has the right to take the Immortal Cave and auction it. C25 here. The eyes of many immortal cultivators widened. Added Immortal Cave Loan? Many immortal cultivators were a little moved when they saw the Immortal Cave Loan. Immortal World is dangerous. Only in the Immortal City, there is order. If you have Immortal Cave in the Fairy City, it is undoubtedly much safer. The biggest dream of countless rogue cultivators is to have a house of their own in Xiancheng. But in the Fairy City, Immortal Cave is extremely expensive. Only a few cultivators can afford it. Most of them are rented, and they're distressed to pay high rents. And with this Immortal Loan, you only need to pay 30% down payment. You can have an Immortal Cave in the Fairy City in advance. Although spirit stones must be returned every month. But it's no different than paying rent. But pay the rent, and even if you pay for 200 years, Immortal Cave belongs to someone else. And to repay the loan, you repay 100 years. Immortal Cave is yours. How to choose, don't even think about it. At the same time, there are some cultivators who have saved enough spirit stones and are ready to buy a house. Looking at the loan description of Immortal Cave, I was also moved. The price of Immortal Cave is extremely high, and it is too burdensome to buy all at once. If you borrow half of the Immortal Cave Loan, then you can keep a large amount of spirit stones on hand and use them to cultivate and improve yourself. This time, countless immortal cultivators were all heartbroken. A cultivator who could not afford to buy a house in Xiancheng and never planned to live in Xiancheng in his life. At this moment, the idea of buying Immortal Cave was born. With this Immortal Cave credit, the house that looks like Xiancheng is no longer so out of reach. The first function this time is so amazing. The expectations of the immortal cultivators became higher, and they continued to look down, wondering if there are any new features. Xianwang Auction House has added a special area for legal auctions, responsible for auctioning the treasures, assets, Immortal Cave, etc. Everyone understood and nodded. In the future, you can often go to the foreclosure area to see it. Maybe you can find something cheap. The cultivator continued to look down. Xianwang Taba Line has added a special area for overseas shopping. You can directly place an order to buy goods from Mingwangzhu. What? Look at the introduction. Many immortal cultivators had puzzled expressions on their faces. Haitao function? Can I buy goods from Mayashu? Mingwangzhu is the center of the immortal world. It is said that there is a strong spiritual qi, and there are countless strong people. In every respect, it is several times stronger than that of Yenzhou. Everyone is naturally curious and looking forward to the products of Mingwangzhu. However, Yenzhou and Mingwangzhu are separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers. It is the nascent soul period power, which will take at least a year to come and go. As for nascent soul, there is no chance to go there at all. Because the sea is still the domain of the demonic beasts, there are countless demonic beasts. Gold Core wants to cross the sea. Most of them can only fall. Without power protection. Don't even think about going to Mingwangzhu for the rest of your life. And now, can you buy treasures from Mingwangzhu through Xianwang Taba? Is this true or false? Could it be that Sacred Land in Mingwang Prefecture also opened a Taobao store? But how do you get it delivered? How long will it take? Shouldn't it be half a year? Immortal cultivators are full of curiosity and confusion about overseas shopping. See, the update notes have come to the end. They immediately closed it and opened the Xianwang Tao Boxing app. Enter main page. Really, above the Xianwang Taobao line, there is an extra entrance to the overseas shopping area. Click to enter it for the first time. Immediately jump out of the use prompt. Overseas Amoy Zone description is as follows. All products in the overseas shopping area are purchased by Tianyan Sacred Land's partners in Mingwangzhou. Thus, Tianyan Sacred Land is responsible for the after-sale of all goods purchased by cultivators in the Haitao area. 35. Because all overseas shopping products are delivered by interstate teleportation arrays, the transportation costs are expensive. 55. Therefore, unless there is a quality problem, overseas Amoy products do not support returns. Because overseas shopping needs to be purchased in Mingwangzhou years, so the shipping time will take 4 to 5 days. Overseas Amoy Zone will put more products on the shelves in the future, so stay tuned. 35. Look at the description of the Haitao area. All the cultivators' eyes widened. Interstate teleportation? What is this? Tianyan Sacred Land. For this overseas shopping function, wouldn't it set up a teleportation array to connect the two continents? This is simply incredible. You know, the Immortal World has been inherited for so many years. The interstate teleportation array only exists in legends. There was no Sacred Land arrangement in ancient times, which shows that the cost is expensive. And now, Tianyan Sacred Land is actually for overseas shopping. It's really amazing to have an interstate teleportation array. Now, countless immortal cultivators in the entire Great Yinzhou were feeling the wealth of Tianyan Sacred Land in their hearts. Tianyan Sacred Land, it's really outrageous. Certainly, Chen is not a teleportation array built for the overseas shopping function. But in order to enter the Mingwangzhou market, the interstate teleportation array was built to connect the continents. Haitao function. It's just incidental. Read the introduction. Everyone is looking forward to Haitao even more. Mingwangzhou and Dianzhou are separated by hundreds of millions of miles. It only takes 4 or 5 days to receive the purchased goods. No one feels slow at all. Just think it's ridiculously fast. Read the introduction. The cultivator officially entered the Haitao area. Want to see? What does the product from Mingwangzhou look like? Is there any difference with similar products in Yinzhou? After all, for most immortal cultivators, they would never have the opportunity to go to Mingwangzhou in their lifetime. Therefore, they are quite curious about the things of Mingwangzhou. Soon, a series of commodities caught the eyes of all immortal practitioners. Photos, names, and effect descriptions are a lot. Dao Dan. The nascent soul refined pill refined by the top supreme, Sec Dao Zong, has strong efficacy and no impurities. It also has a bright mind, shattering void, and no fear of heart's demon. 5. After taking it for a long time, after the immortal cultivator breaks through and transforms into a god, the aptitude of the primordial spirit that has been transformed may be improved. Price: 5 top quality spirit stones /1. Look at the introduction of the medicine pill effect of Tao Dan at the top. All the cultivators were shocked. The Taoist sect was said to be the largest religion in Mingwang Prefecture, and it was extremely powerful. Even the cultivators of Great Yinzhou have heard of the name of deity Zong, but no one thought of it. The effect of the moral pill refined by the opponent was so amazing. The medicine pill used in cultivation is just as powerful as the medicine, even able to clear the mind, shattering void obstacle, not afraid of heart's demon. The most important thing is that after taking it for a long time, there is still a chance to improve the aptitude of Yuanshin after breakthrough. It's outrageous. There is such a magical medicine pill in the world. Of course, the price of Tao Dan is also extremely expensive. 5 top-grade spirit stones, 253. You know, the nascent soul medicine pill in Great Yinzhou basically only needs 1 top-grade spirit stones. This Tao Dan is enough to buy 5 other medicine pills. Although many nascent soul practitioners are heartbroken at the moment. But this Tao Dan is too expensive. And after that, there are many more. Feathering Fairy Clothes. The top Tao item vestments refined by Feathering Gate. It can block other people's divine sense probes, gather spiritual chi, avoid water and fire, engraved with invisible patterns, and can hide everything within a kilometer of demonic beasts in the nascent soul period. There are also top-level defensive formations. Once activated, it can block several attacks by nascent soul late-stage cultivators, and the attacks in the spiritual transformation period can also cancel most of them. Price: 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Golden Crow Pill, medicine pill in the Gold Core period, produced by Tianyan Sacred Land, a holy product for fire culture practitioners, not only has amazing medicinal effects, but also contains a trace of the essence of the sun in the medicinal power. Long-term use has a chance to extract the fire of Golden Crow. Power Up. Price: a top-quality spirit stones. 7 Devils. From Heavenly Devil Sacred Land. There is a dazzling array of goods in the Haitao area, which are basically all needed from the Qi refining period to the spirit transformation period. The eyes of countless immortal cultivators who looked at them went straight. As expected of the center of the Immortal World, a magical item used in the Qi refining period. Both are of high quality, but consumes very little spirit power, which can greatly increase combat power. This moment, countless immortal cultivators saw the treasures they needed, and they were heartbroken. But looking at the price, most cultivators gave up. Without him, too expensive. Even the low-end magical items are 2 or 3 times more expensive than the local magical items in Yenzhou. The same is true for Medicine Pill, which is suitable for cultivation during the Qi refining period. Although the potency is higher, the efficacy is better. But the price can buy 4 or 5 local medicine pills. Therefore, most cultivators frowned. The goods in Mingwangzhou are really good, but the prices are too high. So overall, the price/performance ratio is poor. It is not as affordable as buying local medicine pill and magical item. Some people will really choose overseas shopping. Buy something so cheap? P.S. The 3rd chapter will be sent, and another chapter will be added tomorrow.